seconds, you know?
He has it queued up.
Yeah, that's tough.
Said that.
Yep. Yeah, he realizes, like, I don't get to live that life.
I mean, it's also one of those things where, like, any type of status resistance maybe or something like that, and maybe you can, you know, survive through it. But if you randomly get caught by that Torrent Storm, it's dangerous.
Yeah, and you can't even status that one.
Yep, that one's full.
It ignores it.
That's a good point.
Watch out, Spirit Breaker players.
Dangerous.
Don't flee into the Torrent, you know?
It's a spooky one.
And so BetBoom's kind of getting online with their fight. I would say that Kunkka Ags is one of the strongest team fight spells in the tool. Just the water park everywhere, and with the Phoenix, it makes it really hard to hit the egg, even just to kite away from the egg. It kind of ruins everything. And GPK is starting to really hit this damage timing, where he can kill everything, and again, he has save to dispel all the just random ethereals between the Pugna and the Necro.
When he had that shard still queued up for a while, but then after a huge fight like that, he wants to grow a little bit larger here, go towards something a bit bigger in the Nullifier. Obviously very useful again for all the same reasons where the Techie's dispel was going to be solid. Trying to help you out versus this Necrophos, the Pugna, all the saves they have, and now even the Orchid to perhaps deal with some of the saves that FY has. Try and lock down this Tusk, but we do have a Manta nice and early on loose, so he's not like immediately targeted by the Orchid.
Right. He was probably worried about his damage, I think, in the early game from the TA, because normally when you go the Shard, you want to have really high damage on your team, be ahead, get kills constantly with the silence and all the vision you get. And in this game, since it's more of like farming, you want to spend all the gold you can on the damage and the scaling rather than this early game team fight.
I mean, your Kunkka's got Shard and Eggs, right? Yeah, he can control people.
You're fine.
You'll do the damage.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, I think the other thing, too, is that in that sort of chaotic midst of a team fight, you're not going to be seeing the Tusk saves, which is what you're really going to be waiting on as that life stealer. And they are getting set up again. It feels like if things are all even and set up the way they want, it's going to be hard to kill the Azure hero.
It doesn't look like Azure has the Aegis, does it? Like the way they're like running mid here. No. Or sorry, that BetBoom has the Aegis. Like, they kind of feel like they're the ones feeling this pressure to try and push a little bit with their Pugna. They draw back some heroes and they immediately just go back to farming.
Yeah, but now even this whole Aegis, they're up 4,000 gold. So they kind of swung the game 5,000 gold by just having this Aegis, taking that one mid team fight, and actually getting their items is what's going to make this draft really strong, because they still have the Phoenix. I think every game, if you have a Phoenix, you have the damage to kill any hero that you want.
I mean, it's a terrifying hero for a reason. Think back to the, what, like 2015, 2016 days of Phoenix when it was just Sunray. It's a good hero.
Just Sunray.
Now it's everything else, right?
I mean, now Sunray has a blind on it, so you just miss half the time you want to hit the egg. You can refresh that when you click the egg with Shard.
Appropriate. It's hard to look into the sun. Don't do it, everybody. I know you don't see sun often anyways. We're all gamers, but got to be careful.
And now it's kind of up to, it's still up to BetBoom, I think, to kind of make the aggressive plays. Azure still has these really strong heroes and the Dawn with the global, so they can kind of keep splitting up. The Dawn can keep farming, and they can keep playing the map, thankfully, even though they're, I would say, a little behind on the gold now. But BetBoom are the ones who, they're still feeling forced to make the moves, I would say.
I think Chalice has done a very good job of that this game, too. It's like not getting picked off too much, farming in some of these safer spots here, and now moving in towards that Shard as well, so it's going to help out a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, the one thing about Dawn is...
I say that. She cancels. Yeah. Chalice says, I need more damage, like this TA.
It does already.
Right. I mean, it's tempting. It's too hard not to take it.
There is a damage issue. When the Kunkka presses boat and there's a laser, it's just so much damage reduction and healing that it's really hard to kill. Probably the CK mostly is going to be the one in the front, even the Kunkka. And so it's kind of on you to be able to kite the fight. I think if Azure can survive the long fight, they win. Lifesteal is amazing in the long fights. Necrophos is amazing in these long fights. And BetBoom kind of have this one really, really big round of spells where they click everything.
Meld, you know, CK pull in, just explosion.
Can I also just say that I love that you call it laser instead of Sunray, because it feels much more appropriate.
Sunray does sound kind of friendly.
I know.
Just catching some rays.
It's like a healing. That's probably the healing side.
Oh, okay.
The lasers for enemies. It's two sides.
Laser and Sunray. A smoke up now coming from Azure as they want to find BetBoom down on this bottom side of the map. And I mean, there's good vision. There's a mine up on that high ground, which should reveal their positioning if they walk that way.
They can burst the Phoenix.
Now, Somnus finds one. That's a good one to get, but can they burst him in time? The silence. Great play, catching that Tusk and killing the Phoenix. So one for either side doing well, but Somnus now in trouble. He doesn't have the help from the Tusk. He can't get there, but he doesn't need it. Backing away, the Infest was there from the Lifestealer. Nightfall, ooh, barely gets away. That snowball could have been good, and Pure also in trouble. This is a fabulous fight for Azure.
Nearly got saved there, too.
That was a really quick Orchid on the Tusk, but the Phoenix didn't get the egg off.
No.
He got stunned by the Necrophos Soul and just 100 to 0'd.
Yeah, no opportunities there. Even on the big dive, couldn't find a solid spot for it.
And you saw, even with the Chaos Knight using pretty much the entire fight to try to kill the Tusk, the Dawn just ults and saves him. It stuns the CK through BKB, it does all the healing on the Tusk, then he can stun him again if the Tusk has punch. And so it's just so much kind of like delaying in the fight that it was hard for them to win the fight fast like they need to.
And they weren't particularly close against Somnus. He just finished off the heart now too. So I don't know, like 700 HP or so here.
I mean, this is the thing too, right? Like these long duration fights are going to start feeling super weird because on the one hand, like obviously if you can get like a really good Sunray, that's amazing, but he's going to have 2 in the fights. If Phoenix can survive, I'm really not sure who I'm going to be favoring in this one. It feels like the fights could last multiple minutes.
Yeah, hopefully. That sounds exciting to me.
Or it could just be over in a second if Necrophos gets a good ulti.
It does feel like that's the big one, right? You just lock someone down just like that. And
they also don't really have save. They don't have a Tusk, they don't have a Shadow Demon, an Oracle, kind of this like anti-Necrophos hero. He just gets to press it. Just hopefully it's on refraction. That's the only thing he's worried about.
Yeah, save, maybe the Glimmer can possibly save you, who knows?
But Glimmer even these days is now just a solid like number shield.
Yeah,
it's just a 300 block, so it's not like the old days where it's just magic resistance.
Fingers crossed, you know?
Yeah, hopefully the 300 will be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what we need? Phoenix Aghanims. That's the real play.
That is a save.
It's such a terrifying item. Does anyone ever feel good using that item? It's so risky.
I would love to see him buy an Axe.
They don't have the best egg killers.
They don't. It's only the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Just the guy who has BKB immunity and 83 attack speed.
Yeah, just keep it away from him, maybe.
Here we go again, another smoke heading through the exact same area where the last fight happened. This time during day. Nightfall catches sight of FY, stun.
Nice.
Big blink. Blink back.
He's too good. Oh, the Tusk King.
And Pure, now the one that's chased. Lul right there, already popped the Enrage though, and now the X, the late X, pulls him back in a moment. No, he infests inside. Gets away, Chalice keeps his buddy safe. And just like that, the fight going to be discontinued.
I mean, it's still a DDTA. GPK's feeling it though.
Oh, and that's a quick Roche too. Relatively at the very least. Azure Ray head down this area and they're gonna see if they check that it's spawned. They're holding the better positioning at this point in the game.
Chaos Knight and Kunkka used both of their ults. So now Betboom is down 2 ultimate abilities for this fight, whereas Azure Ray kind of has everything. They didn't click a single button, they just blinked away. And so it's really scary for Betboom to just walk headfirst into them.
Nightfall's really not sure. He's like, I gotta blink that. I'm going way back here.
Smoke.
Can't figure out how to get into this one.
Looking, Chalice starts to beat away at Roche. Do they realize what's going on? Radiant scanning, thinking they're coming from the left. Nightfall. This is only a half HP Roche.
Spots FY.
Sees all of them. Takes over the Watcher. Okay, good play there. They should know that they're right on top of him. Still has that blink ready if he wants to jump in. Save also ready for a jump. They have it if they want, but it's going to come a second too late.
Nice.
Lul gets stunned, but they manage to get out. Now the Water Park. They do drop the Reaper sight, kill off the techies. Do they have more? Trying to find another. That's going to be a Tianming falling. He dies. Somnus backs away. FY chasing the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in for the turn. And with that, 3 of Betboom will go down.
Just again, great positioning here from Azure and just confident knowing that they can take this and there's no good options. Like they're down those ultimates and they need them for these fights on Betboom.
It's a really fast decrep. There's a nullifier now, but even just saving the Tusk, kind of delaying the fight, everything they can do to make the fight last just a fraction of a second longer for Azure matters so much.
Yeah, and every time that you're using another disable, another save, that's what helps get Chalice at the backside of the pit, right? Able to survive, then goes for the Solar Guardian to absolute guarantee the kill and the saves. No concerns for them finishing that one off.
So we take a look at this fight again. It looks again like it could have been good, but just a couple of seconds difference. Again, imagine if he queues up that blast off and is able to steal away the Aegis. Unfortunately, did not happen for him.
You can see the glimpses of the Kunkka title, or the water park. I don't know the official name of it. The Kunkka Ag.
Nobody does.
Torrent Storm.
There it is.
Just kind of like crushing the fight. And I think if they're able to actually win the fight, get the egg off in a better position. I think the egg kind of ended up being in the middle of all the cores and it instantly died. So if they get a better combination hit on it, I think it'll help them out a lot.
Cool. Wow, another big item here, though. The big damage from this Necrophos. The Aghanim's complete.
Oh, God.
So, you know, has the talents for the Heartstopper, has the Aghanims for the Heartstopper, just needs to live.
Yeah, if he gets a single kill and he gets this like 200 health per second, that's when everything just, it's a domino effect.
Fight just falls apart at that point.
So now Betboom is kind of asking themselves, how do we take this fight? Is it high ground, which I think Kunkka is probably one of the better high ground heroes in the game. And I think they really still need to farm on their cores. They can't be trapped in their base and just hope for the best and wait for the push. I think the TA and the CK really need to get out, farm the lanes, cut the waves, do whatever they need to do, maybe get some pickoffs.
Oh, save. Close to being spotted by the Shiva's guard, but just not quite here.
So fast.
Active and TP out after the Glimmer. Save will manage to escape from that one. But yeah, I think like we've seen, and when these players and teams do get stuck in their base, the net worth lead just starts expanding massively. And to be fair, as we get later and later into this game, it's going to matter less that net worth lead. But the problem that I'm seeing is that it just feels like Bedboom hasn't won a fight in a while. They're still farming good, but this type of a kill, it can't afford to happen. Azure get a cleanup.
And immediately just want to run down these lanes as much as they can. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of pressure to just immediately go high ground. What you want to do is like find these picks, right? Picks like that. They want to be catching one of the big cores if they could as well. Try and get down some solid vision to see into this area where they think they have this safe farm.
The map being really big is a blessing for both types of situations in this, where if you have the mobility to cut the waves and farm the map really safely, it's good for you when you're behind, because you can always farm. But I don't think Bedboom really has that luxury. No. And so Azure gets to farm everything now that they're ahead. And that's why Bedboom, you see them all sitting in their base. They have the techie set up. You know, a very fun game we might have coming in for us. And they can't really farm, because anytime they're out, they might get caught like the Phoenix just did. And they get maybe 10% of the map is theirs, and they have to hope when the waves push in, they get that. And everything else is Azure's territory.
Just like TA traps are their hope, really. They're like trying to whittle down some of these waves as much as they can. Still no silence as well, so it's hard to just create like random pick-off opportunities there. Techies players, however, do thrive here, right?
Yeah,
I mean, Save is an expert. He loves playing this hero.
Oh, he's ready.
They've griefed many games. They're kind of used to sitting up here in the high ground for a really long time and just laying mines everywhere, right? This is kind of like, now you're in my turf.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anything, maybe more Midases.
True.
For Bedboom.
Yeah, we've only
play for the techies, play for the late game.
Tried to go for that tidal wave to pull him in, but couldn't quite connect there. And it does mean that for Azure, you're even less likely to want to go up and do anything at all. They will still have this Midas on the tusk, keeping them nice and built up and scaling in this game, most likely queuing up the BKB next. 6,000 gold behind the Kunkka at this point, but the Kunkka did finish the Sheepstick. So they have extra forms of control. It's just about, can GPK deal that massive damage along with that CK to take them down? They're
doing the Dawn smoke. They're going for the Dawn, the guy who's going to be alone, try to ult in, and it's going to be a Hex reveal, hopefully.
Can they get him, though? Chasing, find him. Hex is there. That's exactly what they needed. 2-second stun, he's done. And now on the rest of them, Azure, they have to back away.
FY runs in, confirms there is a ward there.
Oh, yeah.
And then has to quickly retreat, so he's not the next victim. And that's going to give a lot of space out here on the map.
70 seconds, no buyback on the Dawn, so they don't even have the chance to kind of bait a fight into a buyback ult. They just have to give up all the farm they need.
Well, definitely a boon for Bedboom fans as they manage to reclaim some farm for themselves. And again, that entire period of time, they're only down about 2 to 3K. So they weren't losing out on a huge amount of it.
Yeah, we're making the game, I feel like, seem really, really scary, but the gold lead's been pretty small the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
The other team has had a big lead. I think it's more in terms of the momentum of the map, whereas the item timings that they have, the Aegis, you know, which towers they can take, and honestly, it's really close.
Yeah.
Neither team has a really massive timing, I think, coming in the next couple of minutes, so it's based on who starts the fight, I think. If we see it like there, where they start on the Dawn, it's going to be really easy for Bedboom to take the fight, but if they get a good kill on the Phoenix, a good fast Reaper site, something like that, Azure gets to take the fight.
And I think that's where we kind of get this idea of, like, it just looks easier in these fights, I would say, for Azure. Like, because of the multiple saves, like, you have to get that blow for Bedboom, or it looks like a disaster to me. But, you know, those blow-ups do get a little bit easier here as we're kind of hitting this, like, peak damage before the peak tank ability on some of these heroes, like that Dawnbreaker.
Well, and the other thing, too, is you got to be careful with your positioning on Chalice, I feel like. He can't afford to get caught out like that again. If that type of play continues to happen, it's, you know, a little bit rough. But one time, you know, it happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the most important thing for Chalice right now is to make sure he kind of balances between farming aggressively and shoving the lanes in, because it's really important to take the farm away from the other team, but also not dying. So he might be a little more cautious now, farm his own Ancients, farm his side of the map, but he's probably going to move up at some point, maybe with a ward to protect him instead of just nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now they have a little bit of vision still down bottom of the Ancients as well as that Tormentor, something that they definitely want to get on Bedboom because they already have Shard on Kunkka, Techies, and Phoenix, so the chance to get it on the TA or the CK would be great.
But yeah, both cores have really good shards. The CK one I think will be slightly better for them at this point. Just getting this more damage on the burst will really help them. The Silence, I don't think it will really matter that much. There's so many Mantas and Mules and just random Dispels. BKBs on the Tusk, I think, is about to be finished. So
Feels good when you hit a support, though. That's, you know, catch this like random Pugna in the back, he's just silenced. That's a bad time.
Yeah.
The other thing that I love about this is that when you get to these later game scenarios, you start to see stuff that like you haven't just seen before at all, I feel like. And I'm guaranteeing that at some point this game we're going to be seeing this Phoenix Aghanims. He's giving up a sheep stick. I'm still thinking we're going to be at Ags eventually. The way this one is going.
We had this discussion actually on the bus ride back last night about what happens, right? You know, you can practice Dota because every game you're going to play the first 10 minutes, as you said. But when it gets later and later, you know, things get a little bit wild and you're kind of in new territory.
Toronto, Tokyo, FY ready to initiate. They jump right at the start. Can they blow them up in time? Yes, they will. Even through the sun ray, it was more than enough to take down that TA. Save, TP's out. Manages to escape.
Really good pick off. There's no buyback on the TA. We're probably going to see them push. They have really, honestly, easy push between the Pugna and the Lifestealer. Just you have a free BKB to just poke. You have the Pugna to constantly push the tower, and
that's great.
A massive opening.
I mean, he's got a cheese too.
Yeah, I mean, again, getting no TA at all. They're just going to enrage. Pure now in trouble. They're going to try and pull him into the mines, doing some damage, but not a ton. But with the X marks the spot, has the Yule Scepter to keep Somnus alive a little longer. Stuns are there, but he is just not dying. Nobody is dying, and instead it's going to be the racks that are going down. All it takes is that one kill.
Their Nullifier's dead, so they don't really have a way to kill him. He'll get decrabbed, he'll get Ghost Shred off. There's nothing they can do to kill him right now.
And they keep going for more. A second set of racks, still 40 seconds. No TA at all, but the stun, the pullback, the snowball save. Why? Oh, but he blows up on the second round. Tries to get away with that. Yule's Chalice steps forward. You never want to go high ground, but maybe AR, they can do it. FY gets healed back up. The life drain, but another tidal wave. Pure pulling him in that much closer. Somnus, he's going to get stunned. 3 seconds on that one. Save looks for more. The Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in, and he hits there and finds the kill on to Save. A second hero gone from this. Disarmed, backs away. Snowball Pure. He's low. Is he going to survive? The poke up. It's not enough. The buyback is there, now looking to take down Somnus. He has dealt with so much damage in this extended fight. They will finally kill off at least one on FY, but Azure Ray getting the adoration from the crowd.
Taking the full set of racks in the bottom lane there and then cleaning up a couple more in the mid. Yeah, they lose some, but it's a 10K lead now, finally opening up a bit of a gap here in this match.
Roshan is up.
Yeah, that's going to be
so
the prize.
maybe BetBoom is going to be able to kind of steal it, but that was looking really scary for BetBoom. I think if they didn't get that burst on the Lifestealer on their tier 4s, they would have just lost the game. Or just lost pretty much everything before the game. And now they have a chance. They have a chance to take this Roche fight. There's no Tusk. Maybe they force a buyback. Buyback happens.
They know. They're going to come and contest.
Oh, that is tough.
I mean,
it's a scary fight.
Love to be able to get this one, but it's too hard to do. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. There's a couple moments where there's nothing happening in this game, and then in a flurry of about 7 minutes, the entire thing is broken wide open.
So Phoenix has Refresher. He has 2 eggs, 4 Sunrays, and they need this fight to, like, they need to survive the fight for BetBoom. They need to make sure that all the CK illusions are alive, that the Kunkka lives for the whole fight, and they need to really kill the heroes that they've jumped. The saves are kind of too much for them right now, and I don't really know how they deal with it besides just doing more damage.
Good scan here as well, though, from Azure. They are missing their gem. Dropped that in the fight when FY went down.
And level 25 on Necro has been achieved. We saw in that last fight, too, is 8,000 damage done by the techies. This is one benefit of BetBoom being able to sort of hold an area, is that lets him get set up on save and set up for a lot of the extra damage that they...
There were like Kunkka pullbacks and everything, too.
Oh, yeah.
Catch people into the mines. There was a lot of synergy that you can achieve on the high ground that's a lot harder. Definitely doable near Roche, but
it's harder when you're late. They have some TA traps to get vision of the Roche, so they constantly know what's happening, but they can't really enter. They have to constantly replace them. Maybe they get jumped on the TA, and they're going to try to smoke around, but...
Or are they just going to try and take it? Fine, let's go on in. BetBoom, can they get there in time to contest this?
So much on Toronto, Tokyo now. So many possibilities in this fight as Phoenix.
Pure, he steps in, the torrent, it reveals. There's one stun, down to half HP, almost gone. He is going to fall. Palace does have buyback, though. Have to be careful about that one. Roche at about a third HP. Toronto Tokyo has already used 1 round of his abilities. But can they go for more? Has the refresher at the ready. Pops it now. GPK beating into Somnus. Somnus has taken so much damage in this game.
I can't tell. He's always full health.
Yeah. He's tanking through a whole lot
This is a scary situation. The egg outside the pit is really hard to fight
They
into.
jump, they try to find him, but the snowball save is there yet again. Will it be enough? He's getting in, pulled far forward. FY, they buy back onto 2. Nightfall.
Back
Chalice. If he goes down right here, this is it. Chalice gets separated though, and there's the Reaper sight. Available for the turn, but still Chalice and FY are dead. So are the CK and the Techies. They have to back away from Lul, but Pure, what else does he have left in the tank? Somnus is still just at full HP.
GPK knows there's no sight here, but how much can he go for?
They have it, thinks about the jump, takes him out with one shot. There's the tidal wave, but the rage is there. Lul, he says, no, you're not stealing my Aegis. They take down Bet Boom team again. And somehow, after all of that, it's a 1K gold lead. That's it.
All right. Everything evening up here, and let's get a little bit of chance to farm up on some of these heroes, but how much can you actually pressure with just these 3 heroes, an Aegis and a Cheese?
They probably can end up pressuring mid, but I think the safe thing is right now just wait. They're confident in these fights, and you see here, it seems really easy. They have the buybacks, it's a Radiant Roche, so they have the advantage. That's where all their gold went, just the buybacks, but they win the Roche fight, and that's all that matters.
And I guess he couldn't pull him in or something there. It looked like it was a snowball save, but FY didn't actually get him. Must have been a little too far distance.
The fight looks really scary when Bet Boom does win this fight really fast.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of kills, Chalice diebacks, the Tusk diebacks, but there's a second round of lives.
I mean, there is a condition, though. Obviously, you get back into this game now. They're at the middle racks here. They're still missing a couple heroes, but they are pushing. But there is Lifestealer or no buyback, right? That's definitely one thing they can be hunting for. They have this big burst damage. We've seen him go down before. If he gets caught inside the water park, that could be an opportunity here for Bet Boom. And, you know, they definitely have a little bit of push.
I mean, is Somnus actually going to die? I don't know. This is huge. He's 10-1-8. They're going to try and jump on him here, but he's just healing through it all. They actually are not doing enough to him. I don't know what you do against Somnus now. He is a problem.
I think your goal is just to avoid him. Just every time you see him and you hear someone say, guys, kill the Necrophos. Just say to yourself, like, no, guys, someone else, please. Like, kill the Pugna, kill the Tusk, anything that's not the Necrophos, you have to make sure that no matter how good it looks to kill him, you just don't take the risk.
You need to give him your bristleback treatment.
Okay, he's going for the infused Aghanims as well here on Somnus.
Moves in, 1-2 shot, but the heal with the life drain is ready.
There's also BKB now finished and delivered to FY on this Tusk. So huge for the saves and trying to not get caught inside of Kunkka's whirlpool.
It's got to be so stressful too. You're on the verge of getting even further into this tournament for Bet Boom. Would love to be able to come away with this one with the first game victory. And Azure Ray seem to be in position to keep this pressure and momentum going as they send their sights up towards the top side of the map.
Ob Sentry combo here.
Jump.
Nightfall.
Finds him. Good damage. Good damage. Is it enough? Yes.
Just lurking, waiting for you to step out just the tiniest bit from your base and immediately punished.
And that is no buyback again. 800 gold away. This is another huge moment. These cores of Bet Boom getting caught without buyback. Lul, though, can they do something?
Imagine.
Maybe they don't need them.
All right, that's Aegis. That's Aegis.
Can they do it again? Somnus standing on top of his buddy, ready for an infest if things get dicey.
Well, that was kind of free.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you need something like that right now for Bet Boom. Put a bit of gas in the tank here. They're going to lose their ward on the outside of the base. They're trying to keep an eye on them.
I've never seen that hammer talent. That's crazy, the distance of the Dawn W.
Especially if it's a TA, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, to just cancel the blinks, just maybe catch the Phoenix off guard, slow him.
The range is insane. Oh, man. Chalice drops the hammer and takes the tower.
So it's going to be a slow burn push. The Pugna just presses his Q off cooldown, just slowly whittles it down. Lifesteal's going to slowly whittle it down, and there's no rush. They're hanging out. They're having a good time.
Well, apparently Chalice says there's a rush. He runs in, finds the Phoenix, forces him to back away. Then they go for more. That's already the melee racks down. Somnus stepping up. They're going to drop the water park. Hits onto one, but the snowball save there again.
Nice snowball.
Nicely done, and gets over to where the dead creeps were too. Why not?
And CK's just coming back up right now.
But can they get out? Yule Scepter looking pretty fine and gonna Death Seeker to the low ground. Azure Ray get the whole set of racks and they get out.
He's really hard to control. Very difficult there.
13,000 gold lead. First time that it's been this big the whole game. It was a really close game, but after these kind of Roche fights, all the buybacks, it just seems so hard for Bet Boom to actually take a real fight for themselves.
I mean, it still is sort of evident of how, you know, strong they feel like the BetBoom team fight is, that they're not willing to go for the all-in play for this other set of racks. With all these mines that are set up and the rest of it, it's got to be annoying to try and play into. But you got to imagine now, controlling this map, they're going to continue to build up this lead and get themselves into a strong position.
I mean, you've seen your strongest core just vanish in an instant.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that if he does die one more time, Lou's just gone for a while, so kind of terrifying.
The cool thing is, so Lifestealer got the Ags from the Roche fight bot, and it's another way to BKB disable a hero. So he can jump the TA when she BKBs, and it just disarms her through BKB for the entire duration of the infest. It's about, I think it's 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So if he gets that on the TA, she's just stuck there doing nothing with her BKB, and when TA doesn't have BKB, she can't fight into Azure.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I forgot about that. The Infest could be really strong, and it's got decent range now,
Even
too.
picks up a Blink, a Swift Dagger.
Yeah,
So
he just got the blink too, so it can immediately just jump in when he's needed.
And no Lincolns, I think, on anybody from BetBoom, so that is a really frustrating situation for them.
as long as he doesn't jump the TA with Fraction, she blinks backwards into Found or something.
Oh, yeah.
Shenanigans.
That could be an issue.
Everything will be okay.
Well, now that you've said it.
Yeah.
You know what's going to
Or, you know, into like 10 mines.
Yeah,
Well,
something scary.
It does last for a while, though, to be fair.
That's true.
You're in there for a cool minute.
But, you know, you get Blink back, we got Reality Rift pierces and Spell Immunity, you're being pulled all over the place here. Suddenly there's an Earth Spirit kicking you into the well.
Disappears in the game. It's like one of those side characters.
We are getting to the point where you should be able to just buy another hero. These games are going pretty long, you know.
I like that.
Would you just make someone with like the coach micro it, or would it just be one of the players?
Oh, that would be hype. We could have their music play. They come in. Oh, they've purchased Blitz. And he just like comes to the stage.
Dude, look at those mines. What is happening?
Taggies, baby.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one.
So many people are relating to this right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He has like the sort of orientation perfect.
It is very nice. It's pleasing to look at.
I like that.
Oddly satisfying, you know?
I unfortunately have to agree that this is a nice, like, nice
Aesthetic.
visual.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Azure are going to quite feel so confident. Extra rage duration. They also have BKB on low, so he is just debuff immune for a very long time.
And he's almost got his Ex Machina, because, you know,
Almost.
we're 9 minutes away here
Oh, hey.
at this point.
Good call, good call. Well, this is the other nice thing that you can potentially do is just shove out all
Sir,
these
you
grenades.
have one of those already. No, he's made a mistake, Gunner. He has 2 hearts.
Oh, jeez.
Sounds like a little fun.
Oh, no.
The health region doesn't
This is
stack.
where we are.
They have a Tusk kick, too, now. Looking for anybody. I don't think Somnus is going to
It's
care.
not Somnus.
Even if like they lose this game, Somnus isn't going to die. That's just the reality. Send in.
Look how confident he is. He's just walking into every single hero.
Dude, he does not care even a little bit. That's disgusting.
Daedal is finished for the TA, so that's more damage that they have to hopefully burst.
Yep.
Brings it over. They're out of the base. There's the Tusk punch, the kick back. Tries
the
to
blink.
find him. Can they get away? At least for the moment, they will. It's on to Tusk, though. He's starting to fall. Heal is there, but saved. He hits the good jump with the blast off onto 2. And already starting to die on Chalice with the Sunray out. They're actually destroying them. Oh, Somnus! Where are your hearts now, boy?
Ooh, well, I thought with the green guy, his heart would like grow, but his heart shrunk this day, you know? Way on down there. That is tough. 2 hearts and you still blow up in about a second?
What happened?
I don't know exactly.
Like a lot of damage.
They all did damage.
The water park was doing absolute work. Like, I saw Lifestealer just like spinning around, getting controlled up, get hit by the boat. He got silenced by the trap because the shards up there. A couple torrents connected, and then it's just a big boom, you know? 800 damage from TA, 800 damage from CK. They're stacking it all up at once, and he's just gone. Great timing for that Daedalus, that's for sure.
It looked like a really good initiation, but the TA got the blink off right after the kick,
Oh,
so
that's
they don't
so
really, they
clutch.
kind of kite this kick out. The Tusk doesn't get his BKB off.
Oh.
He just gets bursted by the Torrent Storm, and I think after that, Chalice also gets stuck.
too, yeah. And then Hexed.
They all drop just so quickly. And I mean, this is really the problem, right? You're talking about late game Dota where one fight and suddenly they're up on your high ground a lot of time on these respawn timers. A plus sorry comes on out. Not sure what's going on there. Some tips from the other members of BetBoom, but this is the full set of racks
In the throne.
Oh,
thinking about it.
a little bit here.
I mean, you got to be careful. If you're Azure Rage, you decide to buy back right now. This is a tier 4 tower already starting to fall. They have 38 seconds on this life stealer, but they're gonna back out of Bet Boom. They get the glyph, reset.
FY, setting up.
Sir.
Oh, this guy's
okay.
mad.
Gave up.
All right. He's gonna relax a little bit here. Just wanted to burn his TP cooldown.
Roshan is up, and that's a big thing.
Yeah, they got a
So
minute
late.
left here too.
This is going to set up for 60-minute items if the game doesn't end after the Sages. There's an Ags, which is really big for anyone. The TA can get the Ags, kind of move around the map. The C can get the Ags and just have so much physical damage. So if Bet Boom gets his Roche, I think it kind of swings the map, or the whole game state into their favor.
Yeah, and it should be very fast. I mean, they're starting to move here from Azure. Getting there as quick as they can. I mean, the crowd has been cheering as much as they can for them. The air kind of gets sucked out of the building in that last fight.
Oh, you're not
They want to
wrong.
come back alive right now.
FY, they're scanning. Toronto, Tokyo up on the high ground. They already are in there with Lou, but GPK, he gets the Aegis. Chalice shows up, able to steal the Aghanims. Okay, that's a nice win, but Chalice is going to die for it. And dead for 100 seconds, no buyback.
That is kind of sick, though.
It was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Feels cool.
Yeah, I don't know
He's
how much
close
they
to his
can do.
buyback. I think FY is going to get a bounty right now and get buyback for the Dawn.
Oh, that's huge. Okay, not so bad then.
So it's not as scary, but TA does get the Aegis. They get the Roche. They kind of stop it from Azure getting it and try to close the game out. So a good timing for Bet Boom.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that's interesting, is now it definitely feels like the fight is just kind of reset. And the entire game has, in a way. Because you didn't get that Aghanims, which can so often like start snowballing the lead even further, or at least regain control. The Aegis on TA, it matters, but it also feels like there's a lot of great ways that Azure have to set up on the TA after the Aegis, you know, she comes back to life.
Yeah, again, I think for Bet Boom fights, it really has to be fast. You saw in this mid fight, they got a kill, a kill. It was like 10 seconds, the fight was over. And Azure, all the fights they win, it's like, oh wow, he's half health. Oh, is he gonna die? No, we're gonna snowball, save, heal. And so for Azure, this Aegis doesn't really matter because you want the long fights. If you kill the TA, the fight's probably gonna keep going long and you'll keep winning the fight. And so for Bet Boom, you don't really want to be able to have this slow burst fight where one of you dies.
And part of the problem is that we saw all this ability to defend the high ground from Bet Boom. There are similar abilities here for Azure, most notably the kick, of course. So we have to be very careful how they use the Kunkka X.
Well, yeah, they used it immediately. And he actually, he gets snowball because of that. Oh, FY did not maybe see that X, not sure what happened. Will snowball a second time with the Torrent Storm going out. Not easy to take this fight. They will kill one, but can they kill another? They pull him out of position. Yule Scepter lift up. The boat is going to not land on him. So they are able to survive with Chalice not buying back. But FY, wait, he bought back! FY, does he have enough to stay alive though? The stun is there, a long duration, but no, he's gone! Just like that one! GPK stunned for a little while, Chalice still there for the control, but he's out of position. 3-second stun, starts to fall and gone! Can they find more? But there's the Reaper Scythe, there for a turnaround, the fight, it's lasted too long! This is where Somnus shows up! Gets the blink away, GPK managing to escape.
Thinking about something here?
Wait.
A little crazy?
Yule Scepter. Hold on. Can they do it? GPK wanted to fight, but is it actually going to work? They're all lined up. Pugna starts to fall. He goes down, but he's inside. He infests. He's disarmed. He can't hit. The right click. It's enough. Yule takes them down. 2-second stun onto Somnus. Trying to get the kill, but he transfers it over. Gets the cheese off in time. The Lotus, not sure what it was, but now he's over to the side and Somnus still living. Somehow, someway. Somnus! He's gonna do it! Triple kill for GPK, but is it enough? Can they do it? They take him down! GPK trying to run, but no! Somnus is too strong!
Oh, it's so much damage just everywhere. They're buying back, they're boxing back and on top of each other, trying to finish this game. There's creeps in the mid, the Catapult taking down the tier 4, but it doesn't matter.
And there's two big cores, no buyback. Phoenix, no buyback. And Somnus is already in the base, Boots traveling in.
He's in the base, he's dropping the FE voice lines.
It does not hit that hard, but it will keep going. They don't have a way to deal with this guy. Not enough left in the tank. Somnus, he has stayed so strong throughout this game, and he is gonna right-click these buildings down. 50 damage at a time if he has to. Chalice shows up now as well, and with Lul also in tow. Azure, what more do you have? Do you have enough to finish this one off? Save tries to stop it, but it's not looking like it's gonna be enough. Techies is going to fall. Azure take them down bit by bit, building by building. Another blast off, almost enough to kill Chalice, but he's barely surviving. There's the infest play. GG is called.
Oh, that big green health bar didn't go down very low after
after that fight.
The 2 hearts was looking a little scary, but in the end, 5,000 health is a little too much for them to kind of chew through at the end.
2 hearts. I was a little concerned. Not, not going up at the very end there to get the Wind Waker, but committed for the second heart. Lost 1 fight, did die, but clutched it out there. Man, the damage that he must have been outputting in that fight. Unbelievable.
So much. 16, 2, and 13. Throughout the course of that game, he took 124,000 damage. All the rest of them did too. They were just big old meat bags getting punched in the face over and over again. And they did it just about perfectly. Crowd appreciating what they saw from that Azure Ray lineup. And I mean, you gotta ask the question, how do you deal with these big tanky heroes? They picked Phoenix, for goodness sakes.
They tried. I mean, they had their burst. They got the items that they could, trying to make the plays, but didn't quite get it in time, right? And they had to be perfect.
Well, just like that, the crowd liking what they're seeing. We'll see what the panel liked it as well.
What a beautiful game 1. I mean, the fact that it was only game 1 between Azure and BetBoom, and that's the display we get. This game was so even, and Allie, you didn't understand too much about the draft, what the idea was going on for Azure Ray, but we see it worked for them. Sure, it was a nail-biter towards the end, but they did really well in the early game.
No, I think they really did. I think how they played through the Leicester, I didn't understand how the matchup would go. It makes a lot of sense if you think about it, I guess, so I don't know why I didn't, but I'm stupid. But they were able to play through that lane, they were able to deny TA Ancients. That, and combined with the early rotation from both supports before GPK hit 6, was really big. TA never hit a point where he could come to the safe lane and kick the Leicester out. That's typically what happens when you have a mid TA versus Leicester, is she's the only one of the only mids that does enough physical to kick a Leicester out. But, Azure Ray, they played it perfectly. TA never had to that snowball, and they were able to control the entire bottom side of the map.
It was a phenomenal lineup. Sorry, Evie, you go, because I know that you were hyping up a lot of the players, especially Chalice's Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, that was just sustained for days. You had the Pugna Life Drain, you had the Dawnbreaker, you had this Necro later on in the game with the double heart and the Lifestealer with the Infest. In these fights, the ones we're watching right now, it feels like BetBoom did not have damage to take out any targets before they could even get to the point where their heroes were strong enough. Like we mentioned, TA never got access to her Ancients, she never got to kick the Lifestealer out of bot lane. They were just running into BetBoom's heroes without any damage for them to fight back. The TA was not strong enough soon enough, and it was great to see. And again, I have to point out, every time BetBoom does not have a clean initiation hero on Pure, their games go to minute 60, their games look like this. It feels like they fold over in the early game and they just have to take some time and farm back. I feel like the best course of action they could have taken was probably get an earlier Blink Dagger on the CK and try to fight around that, but what happened, Roman.
Well, you just said every point that I wanted to bring up.
Wait, I got a question then instead, because Nightfall, we've talked about it time and time again, every time we see BetBoom play, is not that he's playing for his KDA, but his KDA always looks fantastic at the end of a game. He always comes into fights, and he's coming in at the perfect moment. He's using spells in the perfect way so that he is ending games, 22 and whatever. But this game, it felt like he had those uncharacteristic deaths on Chaos Knight, that he was getting caught out, that it felt like he wasn't playing the same way Nightfall is expected to.
I mean, I think this is their weakness of this team, is when Pure or GPK doesn't have like their best games. Like they rely so much on the Nightfall, like having this Blink Dagger and like being active in this game, but he wasn't. He still goes for the safe play, like for the safe items, and this is what they needed this game for, like to make stuff happen, because this Pure hero, like Konka, he's the follow-up. He can't really be initiated, especially when he's playing against us, Dawnbreaker and Pugna, like it's already very hard for him. And considering the TA lane didn't go so well, and her farm is so low, like they needed some other hero to be able to do that. I mean, this fight was absolutely crazy. It could have gone both ways, either like easily.
Yeah, because I felt like BetBoom had found a way back into that game. I mean, when they used that refresher on Phoenix to get the double supernova when Azure Ray were pushing mid, like the signs of life were there. They won the team fight, they got the Aegis afterwards, and they started to apply pressure of their own. But this fight that we're watching right now, it's just a matter of experience, It's buybacks versus buybacks, teams taking risks versus teams taking risks, and Azure Ray's experience paid off in that long fight we just saw.
Yeah, we're having the post-game stats here on the screen. Allie, the double heart as well coming out from Necro. We weren't too sure what the payoff was going to be in the long run, but it won them the game.
I mean, I guess on Necro, like, you have the egg, so it makes heart a DPS item, and you have one of the best items at the patch, so you got 2 of them, and as Effie was saying, like, they have so much heal. They have Necro heal, they have the Lifestealer Infest, they have Pugna, they have some tough saves. Like, it's not easy to go into this lineup. I think something that BetBoom needs to look at in the next game is like using their timings a little bit better. I think there's a point in this game where they had the Agnes on Kunkka, they had the Nullifier on GPK, but they sort of like, they took a fight where they didn't even get to use Egg, and like Azure was the one hunting them at the time. I think it looks like as the game gets later and later, like if they don't have this clear initiation that Effie was talking about, it's a little bit more chaos into their game. They can't go for their strategy.
Yeah. Well, we want to hear a little bit more about it as well. Not that I don't value your opinions on what you guys have to say. I just know Purge loves to go into great detail about certain aspects of the game.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we were scratching our head a little bit about the Lifestealer, hero who hasn't been picked very much up in this tournament, but I think it was a perfect circumstance once we get to watch it back. If we take a look at some of the clips, some interesting things the Lifestealer did. Great laning stage, pressured this tier 2 tower in 19 minutes. He did die this time, but he's got some really good advantages against some of the common heroes that we're seeing a lot in this tournament, namely Kunkka. In this case, the X actually does secure his death, but once he respawns, he TP's top, he runs all the way back, and then they secure this tier 2 tower at a really early position. And this means that when they take Roche on the Radiant side of the map, it's harder for BetBoom to get there without them noticing. And ultimately, one of the biggest advantages he had is Rage against the techies. This hero here is someone that was really strong 6 months ago because he jumps in and then he can protect himself easily. But with Rage, it's just child's play to kill him in the team fights. That hero's taken out instantly and he can win the rest of the fight as he wants. And here's another crucial moment. 28 minutes into the game, this is when TA picked up the Nullifier. And this is an item that really counters Necrophos here because it removes his defensive mechanism. And then we get to see him infest. That's giving more HP to one of his allies who's dying. Heart is good in this meta. Well, Infest gives you a similar amount of HP. So if you can keep your teammates alive in these crucial moments, it's going to win you team fights. And on top of that, he's doing percentage-based damage. Again, tanky heroes are popular. Percentage-based damage is very good. And this just culminates with his nice open wounds shard talent, which gives a nice amount of life steal to anybody in his team that's killing heroes. That's what pushes him over the edge in a lot of these team fights, lets him frontline for his team, and secure things to eventually win the game.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Purge, explaining a little bit more on that Lifestealer pick, the fact that it's something we're not seeing very often, but it can be a massive answer to issues that other teams are currently facing, Effie.
Yeah, and to have the confidence to pick a hero that a lot of teams may have abandoned or overlooked at this stage of the tournament says a lot. I mean, we see this with this Lifestealer for Azure. We saw it last series with the last pick Void Spirit with Gaming Gladiators. But the teams that have faith in their ideas and just play for the game itself, they're just very impressive to watch.
Yeah, BetBoom have an idea of what they want for the game as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for game one, but we're going to learn a little bit more about them and one player in particular, Toronto Tokyo.
BetBoom trying to push. Good luck, you know?
We got some luck yesterday.
No, absolutely.
It's so difficult to push into this Willow, into this Marcy catch, into the Ench, just throwing impetuses with huge damage from range.
Pushing high grounds in this patch is impossible.
Give me your best take.
Okay.
How do you push?
How do you push?
Yeah. How do you get to place all 5 BetBoom heroes perfectly? Let's say they can go wherever they want.
If enemy team has the goal to defend their base, they can do it forever, I feel like.
How are you going to place them?
Nightfall up front and center.
Okay.
Which is tough because Pudge has the Aegis. Because he does not buy back. You have Undying right behind him. Willow is tagged onto him there. And then you get the double hit because Willow's 25. But no! Instead, just step up, and that's already a tier 3 tower gone. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. The hook, the connection. Q, he's in trouble. Oh, BetBoom, have you actually done it?
If you have any opportunity to end the game, you try your best.
It's quite inspiring, honestly, for BetBoom to see this happening. Okay.
Nightfall. Get out of there, but the cheese! The save come out from the IO. Pure, he's in no man's land. One more damage there. Look at the Desolator! The hit's coming in from the IO. GPK comes out, goes for the disarm, and then the back away.
Our plan was, I had the Aghanim's, and I will spam them, and then I will go in with Blade Mail. And also we had a buybacks, and they didn't.
Tricks for the trade, chasing, they're waiting for Makoto, wants this moment, and they find him. Is it gonna be enough damage? Yes! They take down Makoto. Can they get any more, though? Nightfall, the hook, again, Pure, he's on his man. Can they bring down this Willow? Goes for the walk away. And the damage coming out. The IO is doing so much of it. Save and Nightfall doing it all together, but they managed to kill off that Muerta. Now the buyback looks looks for more. Toronto Tokyo with his Axe.
Yeah, it was really good staying behind PL. He's strong the base. I like that.
On this Undying, 10,000 HP on Toronto Tokyo, looking for more. Bet boom, they're gonna claim the game. How do you do that? How?
I really hate losing. It's for me, it's like impossible. And I love winning. I want to be in the history of Dota 2. I want to be like one of the greatest players in the world. But you know, it's competition. Sometimes you lose, it's okay. It's not easy to win. All I want is to face Spirit in Grand Finals. It will be really hype.
That would be a pretty much hype matchup. Stumbling over my words, just thinking about how hype it is. And we had Team Spirit and BetBoom in the final. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, he wants to go down as one of the greatest players. He's already won an Aegis as a mid laner. He could potentially win another Aegis as a +5.
He already is one of the most impressive players we've seen in a very long time. The Team Spirit's TI10 win, we all saw True Sight, we all watched it. That call, that final game's draft call came from him. This is a player who has a lot of ideas, he has a strong voice, and he brings it to the team. So his transition to position 5 from mid just felt so natural. It just felt like he fills the leadership role in a way that a lot of other players who may switch roles couldn't.
How do you feel, Aoi, about this transition for Toronto Tokyo, especially when we see his heroes? I mean, we saw a recap of his Undying, how unkillable it was, and then his Phoenix in the most recent game.
I think Toronto Tokyo's strength is that he has like unending confidence in whatever he does. I remember after TI11, he just came up to us at the after party. He's like, I'm going to be the best 5 in the world. And he was believing it. He spoke with full confidence. He's like, all the 5 suck. I'm going to be the best. And, you know, honestly, he's playing really well right now. I think it sort of goes into the game. Like, when he's able to show that confidence, you see him running with these Undyings, hitting buildings on +5 with 10,000 HP. Like, it's something that is a very positive, unique trait, I'd say, about him.
Do you think that transitions into all the players on the side of BetBoom, Rezo?
What?
The confidence that...
I mean, for Toronto, like, it really helps that he has all these like skills from the times he was playing mid, right? And right now, this transition to the supports, like all the supports right now are having such a big impact in the game. So it helps like that he knows how to find those farm. You know, sometimes like on this Undying, like he's running around with 15,000 HP, like get to play this insane Undying like he used to from the mid like heroes right now. And it really helps, you know, having that experience from the mid lane. And we see the teams walking up on the stage already.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans for both teams here. Azure, BetBoom, game number 2. Some changes, Effie, that you really want to see for either side. Either for Azure to double down on and get the win on the series for themselves, or BetBoom to make it another game 3.
And I think Azure's plan worked out really well. The Necro looked so good for them. When I watch Azure and they impress me the most, it's when they have that frontline tanky, unkillable core, whether it be a Bristleback or a Necro, and they just play around it. They don't have to take fights by initiating or smoking. They force the enemies to fight into them because their laning stage is actually quite strong, probably the strongest out of the entire Chinese region. So they're not one of those teams that you can break in the laning phase. So for them, you just respond. You don't necessarily have to run back the Necro, but to be able to, for example, pick the Dawnbreaker into a Chaos Knight, we saw how bad that lane was for Dawnbreaker, but still win the game, still have an effective performance, nothing to change from there.
Was that lane bad for Dawn last game?
Yeah.
I feel like his lane was completely fine, no?
He was like 2.5k net worth behind.
Yeah, but the Tusker left to play with the Lifestealer, and they rotate on mid, he was left alone. Because I think, like, this is how Azure want to play. Like, they want to be able to leave Chalice alone. I remember watching them versus Extreme in the qualifiers. He had timing. He was playing like some off-lane 5 Invoker, and he would rotate with F by around the map. They killed like all 3 lanes. I think they're really happy if you can get out of the first part of the lane and then start roaming with the double supports.
So you feel that Azure is a team that ends their laning phase a little bit earlier, or they're just more active in that early compared to a lot of other teams that we've seen so far at TI?
I think they're really good at identifying like which lane they want to play through and like moving between that. Like we saw in the last game, they identify mid, they have like a weak point, our Necro's level 6, we're able to punish that, take mid tower, and then they just sat in the enemy triangle and kept pressuring through this Lifestealer. I think how they do that is really good.
And for the Bad Boom, I think the small adjustment that they could be thinking about is that picking Pure Hero early, like they did before in the previous series, where, like, you know, the Spirit Breaker was untouched during the first phases, so they could easily take that instead of taking Chaos Knight, so that the road that could be taken for the next game.
I know throughout this year, as you stood in for Bad Boom at some events, do you think this is a similar team to the one that you stood in for? Is it a very different team when you look at them from the outside as a panel member now?
I think they're very different. Like,
yeah.
I think they're improving with every tournament, and it was never about skill for this team. It was mostly about the psychology and like how they think of themselves, right? If you think that you're number one and you have to perform to that level, then it's very hard to have that pressure in the game and deal with it. But I think right now they're very more chill in that sense, and I mean, you can see that they're playing till the very end and they're not giving up. When I was playing with them, they kind of gave up in a few games.
You could say, you know, that was past Bad Boom. This is a whole new Bad Boom.
Yeah, this is the whole new Bad Boom.
Yeah.
They conquered their demons. We've said they seem to be different. But going into this TI, Toronto Tokyo mentioned that he expects a top 4 placement for his team. At least that's what he sees that they're capable of. That's what he thinks that they can do. And I really feel like throughout the year, you've seen them progress as a team, right? Not just in terms of the way that they play and shaping their identity, but just in terms of determination. Because I recall there was the Bad Boom Dacha tournament a month ago or a couple of months ago, and they got eliminated early from that tournament. And that was their namesake tournament. And a lot of the eliminated teams opted to stick around and just enjoy it. But they left early. They left their own tournament early just to practice for the upcoming Dream League.
Well, here they are. They're one game away from potentially being eliminated. Game 2.
Turn to ban. Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Azure Ray versus Bad Boom T. Game 2.
Got some cheers from the crowd there. They're just hyped to see some more Dota. Keep the action rolling here. So for game 2, we've talked about some potential changes. Straight up, Bad Boom don't have first pick, right? They're going to have this reaction for themselves. It is going to be Azure. I would expect a few changes in the bans for themselves then, but hopefully what you keep talking about, Effie, is that they're able to get that initiator, someone tanky for Pure in the off lane as their first pick. Would you want to do that?
I mean, if it's one of the highly contested meta heroes like Centaur or Spirit Breaker, then absolutely first phase it. But if those heroes are taken out of the pool, I think they should just go for the meta picks that are still available. But you can have more creative initiating heroes for Pure. I mean, we saw Team Spirit very effectively play Axe. We saw them very effectively play Night Stalker. And those two heroes do fill the same vein in leading the tempo of a game. And Pure is a good Axe player. He's not a bad Axe player by any means.
Yeah, I really like what Effie said there, actually. I think if you get a meta hero, you can pick it early for Pure, but if you don't, maybe you can wait a bit to give him a better matchup, and you get these matchups on like these NS, the Axe. Like, these heroes are a bit more greedy. The reason why they're not as meta is because they're normally easier to punish. But if you pick a bit later in your draft and you commit more resources in the draft to it, then you're going to have a good lane for Pure and then a bit of pressure that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Like, they decided to go for the road with the Chaos Knight as well, like for this game, and I mean, it's looking pretty nice because they banned the Spirit Breaker and Centaur, so there's an X and an S opportunity for sure.
I think right here they can think their second pick right now. They've got the CK. I think they should leave their offlane and carry flex to the 24, and then you can sort of see, because CK is a hero that does what Effie was talking about. He's tanky, he has a strong lane, he can be a pure hero from the offlane, and that way they can focus his next man for GPK's hero in the second phase, and sort of play with the idea that they're not going to know how to counter the CK. They overcommit in the offlane, we're just going to put it in the safe lane, stuff like this.
I wonder what this Naga ban is about.
I think it's generally just a CK counter from carry. Like, if you have a carry or offlane CK, the Naga illusions are pretty good, and honestly, Naga's a really high DPS hero. CK doesn't have any AoE for her.
Makes sense.
They banned it in the last game as well after picking up the Chaos Knight, so seems to just be a response if they're able to get that in the first phase picks for themselves.
So Willow finally comes out. I mean, Willow is a hero that's been popular throughout the entirety of the road to TI up until now, because she's so strong as a support, and now there is the flex to carry that we see, which is really potent against Muerta, whose flex is still open. But even, let's say this were a CK Dark Willow side lane, if this were the offlane for Bad Boom, this is a very high kill threat offlane. So even if that's revealed early on, I do like the adjustments here made from Bad Boom.
All right, Rezel, so just hypothetically, it is Muerta Tusk safe lane. what lane would you want to play versus this? Because I was trying to think the other day about like what beats this safe lane, and I could not come up with a single thing.
I think it's pretty hard. I think the only way I can see, like not even winning, but managing to deal with it is like picking some Darkseer lane and just keep cutting waves, and you know.
Like you're trying to split them up, like make sure they can't use a tag team.
Yes. I think it's just way too hard to straight up win that.
I was thinking like whether you could like try to pull waves and stuff, but the thing is like Tuskar's sort of annoying when you're trying to pull waves. Like he starts tag teaming and hitting you, take a lot of damage. If you get
and Murta can connect, right?
Yeah, Murta's really fast to connect. And you just can't fight into the safe lane. I mean, a lot of teams are not putting in the safe lane, but it's just like when you have these two heroes, you have the option. Again, with the Dawnbreaker Tuskar, another very stable lane for them, I think. I think this lane just gives them the option, from what I've seen, to play away from the off lane. Like Chalice is one of those players where he's actually pretty happy if his other two lanes are going well, and he's just like doing his own thing. Dawnbreaker lets him join up just off level, so he doesn't have to have too much farm. And, you know, that frees up FY's game, who I think, from what I've seen, is like one of the best roamers, I mean, as always. But he's been roaming really well through the qualifiers and this tournament.
Did Azure Ray play ever like position 5 Muerta? I think it's pretty strict that is going to be the carry hero, right?
They have played it post 5, 4 and 5.
They have?
This tournament, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's a really good pick for them then. Every time you add these flexes for a hero like Muerta, it just increases the value. Because like look at BetBoom, they're trying to draft a hero, they don't know what they want to counter right now. They feel like, okay, we can put the CK versus Dawn, you know? Nightfall is probably happy with how the lane went, you know, he has good farm, but you don't know what the next hero you counter is if you have this, you know, this is supposed to be one of your stronger picks.
But on the other hand, for BetBoom, you get this Phoenix plus Willow, which I believe are their two strongest supports in this patch right now that you can build into your draft early on. Like your team fight is going to be impeccable. You have scaling all the way up until late game. You have catch with the Willow and the Chaos Knight, who hopefully gets an earlier blink based on what we saw last game. And you also still have the flex potential of that Willow open. So I do like what BetBoom have, regardless of Azure Ray's flexes being open. I think they would be able to respond to it accordingly. These are two strong side lane supports.
I can see what you said with the blink on CK, just something like CK with a blink or a mid hero or offlane that like actually forces a fight. I feel like the shortcoming, yeah, Void does it really well. I feel like the shortcoming of this Kunkka in the offlane is the fact that like X is a very slow initiation. I think you mentioned, Reza, like this is a follow-up hero. You don't want to start the fight. It takes a long time to get into position, to get their saves off, etc. If you have something to force this into the Phoenix and Willow team fight, then I think, you know, they just added the Faceless Void. There's a lot for Azure Ray to fight through.
And this Void is really cool to me because if this is a Tusk plus Dawnbreaker offlane, Void is one of the heroes that can play into that, right? If they use their combo with the tag team plus Starbreaker, you time walk off the damage. If you get trapped in shards, you can jump out of it, and you have a strong support in Phoenix to back you up. So all of a sudden, this really scary lane in Tusk and Dawn seems countered. And of course, you have this massive team fight potential coming out with your Egg into Terrorize, into Chronosphere. You also have a way to play into the Muerta because when she ultis or BKBs, you can just Chrono her and opt to hit her team instead.
Yeah, as you can see, the BetBoom values GPK here way more than Pure here, and they kind of decided that they don't really need this flex to be the very end, you know, to keep it to the very end. I mean, for the Dawnbreaker, there's like one build that I enjoy when I was playing him against the Void, which is like just Russian Aghanims, you know, or like going like Reeves Aghanims, and it reveals a lot of like, you know, this Void aggression with Phoenix.
Azure Ray taking a long time for the last pick, trying to potentially decide how much of this Muerta flex they want to reveal.
I think it is just like sort of your most important pick from first pick. It's a pick that's like your strongest. You have 18 on the draft order, and they go with the Luna, so that means it's probably a Muerta, I would say probably Muerta 4 and Tuskar 5. Not too sure. They could flex the supports a bit. But I think Luna has sort of shown herself as like a very stable laner. We saw in the Liquid Gladiator series, both times that Meke picked it up, like he was able to do really well, like even against really strong lanes.
It also gives them tempo, right? If this Luna has a good lane, they can just play around their Somnus hero, whatever it is, and just take buildings. Similarly to what they did in that first game, they forced BetBoom to fight into them. However, though, this time around, it seems like BetBoom have much better tools into fighting into them. Like, if they do decide to 5-man really early with this Luna and go for an objective, all of a sudden you're worried about the Chronosphere threat, you're worried about the Supernova, you're worried about the Bedlam coming out from Willow.
But I think this time for BetBoom, they have slightly weaker lanes compared to the first game. Because this Luna Tusk seems like a very strong lane, like especially Dawnbreaker and Muerta. I think it's a very good matchup against Void as well, and Phoenix.
Does that mean that both teams right now looking to mid laners to round out their drafts to bring it all together? who's going to be revealing first? Azure as well. They're going to be picking out of this spanning phase.
I think they'll look for a hero that lets them set up the Dawnbreaker ulti. They just want somebody to start some fights for them. Is Earth Spirit in the pool? I think Earth Spirit can be good if they have enough bans. Honestly, like the Dazzle's still in the pool, so it makes a lot of these melee heroes hard to pick. And there's also the TA. These are the two heroes that it's hard to pick melee heroes against. But honestly, I don't think TA works that well with BetBoom's lineup, so they might be able to get away with banning Dazzle into picking one of these melee initiators.
I love the Dazzle suggestion, actually. I think it fits Azure lineup very well.
Yeah, actually, they could do Dazzle themselves. The hero doesn't really lose many mid matchups, right?
Oh, the puck.
It is a hero that sort of sets up for the Dawnbreaker. It is, from what I know, a bit susceptible to some counter picks this patch, because the hero starts with 0 armor, it doesn't trade that well. But it's, I think it's one of Somnus' Siggies. He's going to have a lot of impact with it and scales really well.
I wonder if GPK saw the Queen's game and thinking about Void Spirit now. Looks like a pretty good
one of the builds that's been happening for Puck is like they get the Maelstrom eggs into Mjolnir late game, and the hero will actually carry fights really hard with the Aghanims.
He does.
It might be something that they look into this game, because you have all the Temple from the Luna, the Dawnbreaker, all these heroes, but they will get outscaled by this Faceless Void unless you have more scale.
I mean, once again, Azure lineup have like 2 saves to protect their Luna. They have like very good timings to push the high ground with the Aegis. And for BetBoom, they need to, I think they need to find a way to catch this puck and make some stuff happen on the map.
And
because those 2 cores are going to be farming.
I like Earth Spirit or Tiny for BetBoom. Just some kind of a melee stun hero. I mean, the DK, we forgot about him, but that was the classic Puck matchup. I think that if you have some strong frontline hero to set up for these Chronos, suck some damage to yourself and just have a stun to play off of with your team, all of a sudden you're not so dependent, if you're BetBoom, on these really long cooldowns, on these Supernovas, and on these Chronospheres. And this is a traditional counter pick mid, so I do like the DK.
We were talking about this in the Gladiators Liquid series, right? We're like, oh, they could go DK, but no one's playing him. What do you know? Elimination game, you pick the DK. I think usually what this hero suffers from is usually a lot of the 4s and 5s have too much damage from early. Like imagine like BetBoom supports playing DK against this. But the supports on Azure are actually not that high damage for a long time. So he's going to get away with doing his DK unless Chalice gets a good ulti on him.
I love this DK pack as well. Because of their supports, they have such a good damage just to follow up, and they have these 3 heroes that can run around and do stuff in the game. And they have both cores on the sideline just free farming.
Yeah, for me, both drafts are quite even. I see the strengths of them and the weaknesses of them, and the weaknesses of BetBooms are, like Roman mentioned, the side lanes are weaker. They're a little bit cooldown dependent, and DK can get bursted on early in the game, but they have overwhelming team fight. The team with overwhelming team fight on main stage TI, I can never bet against them.
Alrighty, we got another coach interview to go over to before we jump into game number 2.
Hello, I'm sure you heard this joke before. A Spanish man and Chinese man walk over to Lanham, the well-endowed. Let's ask him about this draft. Lanham, last game, everyone was on the edge of the seats. We didn't know what was going to happen. Were you feeling the same, or were you confident in your team's abilities the whole time?
国主你好，就是前面一把观众们都看了心惊胆战，就想问你当时是怎么样的一种感受呢？
我也心惊胆战。
It was the same for me.
Okay. Now, I've been learning some of the Chinese memes, right? So, last game, it looked like a max muscle kind of game, yes? Is this game gonna also be a max muscle game for you guys?
前面一把可以算是肌肉刀塔拉得满中满，然后这把我们会不会再次看到这个肌肉刀塔呢？
这个得看选手怎么打，好吧？其实上把对面我感觉打得挺憋的。
It depends on how our players are going to play it out, because I think last game the opponents kind of made a lot of mistakes as well.
Okay. One last flex as we send it over. We're ready for this game. Can we hear the stage roar for China? Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Avo. He tried so hard. They got there in the end. I like how Jin was able to, translate what the flex was. Yeah. By the way, but we're here, game number 2, a very different draft. Lanham playing against DK this time on a TI stage. Oh, the memories. It happens.
First DK game with a TI tournament so far.
That's right.
And surprising, it's a tanky hero that sits in the front. You'd think like hard blade mail. Why not pick Dragon Knight? And it's mostly because he has that built in. So when you buy the heart, it kind of is like redundant. And so he doesn't do anything special that like a Primal Beast or a Bristleback does. They do a lot of damage. And Dragon Knight doesn't do the damage.
Well, in our last game there for Liquid and Game Gladiators, we had the Quinn Void Spear come out, which was a classic counter to the puck. And now again, we're having the DK come out as a classic counter to the puck, and both heroes that we haven't seen a whole lot of. As you said, this is the very first DK pick. So, but the reason why that we're seeing here, it is an absolute classic. You go for this instant stun, as we call it there, on the Dragon Tail, something that is very reliable when it comes to controlling up this pesky puck. And Somnus going to be playing a very different game compared to the previous one. Necrophos, you're just constantly in their faces, and they're sort of like dealing with you and trying to damage you the whole time, and you're just healing through it. Somnus now has to play a little bit more of the cat and mouse game of just don't get caught.
Yeah, one catch and he's dead. All 3 cores have a way to stun you for multiple seconds, and Chrono and stun from the 2 other strength cores, and the subs have really high damage. The Dark Willow has damage on the DK stun, the Phoenix has Sunray for damage, so anytime he gets caught, he might die if FY is not there to save him.
Well, the other thing that I can sort of talk about here as well is going to be, you know, a lot of people talk about the new type of DK build, and people thought that it was you that ran it first, Gunnar. But you told me that it was actually Moo. This was originally Moo's build, the Manta Aghanim's. Do you think it's a good game for it here?
Yeah, it was something that we cooked up together, and so he told me to buy it, and I bought it first, so, you know, we both take mutual credit for that.
Okay,
and,
I like it.
The Manta, I think, is really good for how the meta plays out right now because it's very slow. It's hard to hit high ground. Very fire.
Not even close. Sorry, observer.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah.
Keep them on their toes.
And so...
Brent, that is on you. Unbelievable.
It's debatable.
Somnus is going to go down. Level 3 DK finding that kill. Interesting.
This is looking hard. The puck game where he got kind of picked earlier is also really bad. The puck also died, I think, 3 times in the laning stage to ganks to the Void Spirit. So the puck, I think, has started to get more value because of the Ags build that people have been cooking up. And now that it's getting countered with, you know, the standard counters from back in the day, it's kind of one of those things where when you counter the meta with an off-meta hero like puck, you feel really good because people are still picking meta. But then when they adapt to it, it might not be as strong.
Interesting. Now, it's a decent point there as well if they're having to make that adaptation and it's still working out for them. And so far, it's absolutely wrecking mid.
Perhaps the most terrifying adaptation is seeing the confidence of FY to give someone else Tusk in this game.
It surprised me.
That's so much pressure on Tianming. Like, can you imagine being FY is just like, you will play Tusk.
You miss a snowball save.
Yeah, you miss one. That's it.
They're off for forever. No, FY wanting to try the new tech, though, on that Muerta. Which, to be fair, I feel like if you're going to give a lot of net worth to somebody in this game on the supports for Ezreal, I'd want it to be the Muerta. That hero seemed ridiculous at various points.
Yeah, FY Muerta as well. He plays pretty much like a carry. He ends up taking over the map in the early game. He goes like Atos, constantly gets catches across the map, gets killed. And the second that you feel scared of him, he just farms. And then he gets a Gleipnir or Shadowblade, and then he starts becoming just a right-click carry.
Well, up top, in trouble. Tianming gonna go down.
Like I said.
Well played. 2 kills already at this early going. Pure did take some damage from that one, but so far, things going better for BetBoom, particularly this mid lane matchup where, God, Somnus is just taking a beating. GPK is in his face.
That's a bit of a tough one there. And now the Muerta doing work, so looking on getting some scaling there. Helps out Chalice with the kill. And likewise, though, of course, they do have this Willow for save. So very, very similar idea heading into that late game. We have scaling fours that can get this crazy amount of damage where they suddenly become another ridiculous core in this match. So you don't necessarily feel super great. Easy.
Wow.
Going late for either team, in a sense. You know, there's terrifying things on both sides.
Yeah, both supports can buy a Midas.
Oh, perfect.
So we can have a fun game incoming.
You love that for them. It's great.
Oh, see, now that's one thing. The Tusk Dawnbreaker doesn't care about Shadow Realm. Luna, not so lucky. Nothing you can do there.
That's a good point. And something that will be an issue for them as this goes on. Nightfall somewhat low in this bottom lane. Needs to be careful about a salvo of skills coming out. If they manage to find the Colleen in a good position with Chalice, it could be a burst potential, but obviously he'll be aware of that and playing measured and pretty far back, I would imagine.
I think the first big move we're going to see is the Tusk probably will rotate on this 5 minutes each bot. They'll take the gate, kind of, you know, do a little wraparound on the Phoenix.
Oh, well, go on the Phoenix early. The dead shot's there. It's not enough for the kill. Did use a lot of the mana there from those heroes.
Somnus is getting bullied mid.
Yeah, that is really feeling like the story of the match. Doubled up on CS. 11 denies, too, is the one that really hurts. And
level 6 already to 4.
Level 6 to 4.5. Oh.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean, we saw this tower go down really early on, and I guess this has kind of been, you know, the turnaround that they're hoping for. Give GPK a better lane.
And the nice thing is the supports on Azure Rate don't really have the damage to chew through a Dragonite in this early game, so even if they come mid, they don't have the coil, they don't have the damage, so he can just hit the tower for free.
Oh, nice play. Double Bramble, and then pulls him into another one. Tianming low. Will it be enough for the kill, though? Slowed and needs to get range, needs to get vision. Hides behind it. Three. Keeps him alive. Instead, they turn onto Lul. Find him for a 1-second stun. Tianming doesn't die. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. I have spoken too soon. He doesn't die, but the Luna did.
It's even worse.
Yeah,
he tries to help his buddy out.
Of Bramble left too.
Oh, man.
The big thing for mid, the 6 rune.
Covering it already. GPK there. It's going to be an invis taken away, so no refill for Somnus.
He's just trying to farm these waves and not die ever so desperately.
I'm so scared for him.
Dun 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 dun
dun. The body block?
Got him.
He loses more than half his HP from a single stun.
Every stun.
Oh, up top, actually Trouble and Dead. Saw it there on the picture-in-picture. Managed to find the kill on Tianming in the end. Lul has to run away.
These Chaos Knight lanes, every time, it just he has so much sustain, so much go, just a stun, he has a pull, he has everything just built into his kit in the early game. And so last game was kind of nullified because he was versus such a strong lane in the Dawn Tusk and he was in the safe lane. Now he's the off laner and the carries are always weak.
Look at this though, they have the Muerta here with the Phoenix in behind, 3v3.
Making a move, anticipating this, and Pure, he's in trouble, but still, they lose Lul, and Pure gets away. Oh, this is not what Azure were hoping for. More people brought in from BetBoom, and every early move has been into their favor, and this is on the top of GPK. He's taking this tower at 7 minutes again.
Yeah,
not even 6 yet.
Yeah, the kills went the way of BetBoom in the first game as well, but it was not this devastating.
The blood grenade?
The lane.
Dude. Just swipes them down. GPK is having a hell of a game.
All right, first DK game of the tournament, but hopefully not the last, it looks like.
Looking that way.
Great game. He's going to get this Blink Dagger online. The Dark Willow will probably get to take mid now. He'll probably rotate top on the Dragonite. Dark Willow takes mid, gets another 6. And then with the Bedlam and the Blink Dagger, they just get kills across the map off cooldown.
The last time he was meta, she couldn't just put Bedlam on top of him.
You know, that's pretty cool. Nice new combo that he gets to try out here on the Dragonite.
Yeah, it provides so much damage without committing the Dark Willow. And you can just pre-click it on the Blink, have an instant burst, and every hero will die to that in the early game.
Especially this poor Puck here.
Especially the poor Puck.
Needs to figure out what he needs to go for, because right now Puck has queued up Treads because he's that far behind, but then the Witchblade too, which is obviously what we've seen a lot from Puck when he gets played. But in this game, that's going to be a long window where these instant stuns can wreck him. So Somnus is going to have to play around some dangerous territory.
Well, it certainly feels like a lot of space is going to be opening up here for Nightfall as well. You know, his last hits aren't too ridiculous or anything, but it's going to be very hard to try and pressure him and also give Somnus some sort of a game.
Dude, he shows for a second and GPK walks over towards him and says, yeah, you're not getting any of these last hits.
I do like the switch that they did in the draft on side of BetBoom, where instead of the CK just tanking this Dawn Tusk lane, they move the CK to off lane and they pick a Void, which is even better. You have pretty much no pressure, so the Tusk moves to 5.
Yeah.
Because they know they can't pressure the Void with the Ice Shards. And you know the CK will have a good lane too. So now, pretty much instead of last game where I would say they had 2 losing lanes, or an even lane and a losing lane, now they have 2 winning lanes. And so their lanes are so stable now that even last game, they were at the same kill score. They were 6-1 at this point in the game, but they didn't have this gold lead.
Yeah, and they were the ones losing towers.
Yeah.
You know, you had this Pugna just running around, knocking things down.
And now they have the Dragonite.
Yep.
So everything's kind of flipped in the side of BetBoom, I would say, except for the kills. The BetBoom still have the kills, so everything just going BetBoom's way right now.
Well, they have this Chrono here too. So kind of threatening a bit, but in behind is Tianming on the Tusk.
They go for one, tries to find Nightfall. He's, ooh,
has a jump.
Still manages to get some separation there. And with save showing up, it should be enough to run down Tianming, who does get rooted again. They don't want to go for it.
Yeah, Hard doesn't want to commit in. Didn't have actually the Tomahawk back up anyway, so no options here. And now Somnus, maybe with some weakened heroes, could find something. Has an Arcane Rune here too. Desperate times.
Would be exactly what he needs to get involved in this fight and make something happen.
But I mean, that's a Treads, Blink, Bracer, DK.
Yeah,
like,
not gonna
if you don't know where he is, you're in so much trouble.
Dude.
You don't even kill him if you know where he is.
Yeah.
What the hell?
And he already has the glove for his Midas too.
He's so farmed.
Yeah, now I think the Dark Willow is also level 6 already, so they can
big fight. If they get him, that's what they needed. Nightfall goes down, dive away, but then the turn looks for one. The heal is going to be there from the Dawnbreaker, keeping him alive. Somnus in far. It's gonna fall. Managed to bring down that pesky puck, and Chalice is in no man's land.
Nice.
We'll try and go for the kill on the Toronto Tokyo. Manages to find him. GPK low on mana, but with Pure moving in, a big DD fear pulls him back in for closer damage, and another kill, 8-3.
All right, well, Chrono goes down, and not too successful there for Nightfall, but they get the cleanup there as the mop and bucket of DK and CK show up. Some stampeding Knights coming through.
Well, and of course, the big winner in all of this is going to be Lul on the other side, who, at least on the side of Azure, that gets some free time to himself. Still feeling a little bit tough for this squad in general. Save. Up close. I think that Azure just making sure that they can farm somewhat safely in this area.
I mean, some stacks there for the Ancients as well, of course, with Luna on the team. I'm not sure if GPK has scouted those out yet. Assume he probably did with it being daytime.
Coil. Snaps it. Wants to run away. Chalice is there, and with help, that is going to be Save going down as he steps a bit too far. So Azure, another kill on the board.
These are really important. The mid lane, once you lose your tower, is really scary. You have to bring heroes to push the lane out, because if you don't, it's so much vision that you lose, so much farm that you lose. And so they do bring the right amount of heroes. They bring 3 heroes, they kill the Dark Willow who's playing too far up, and it's actually allowing them to continue the map. I think if they didn't do that move and the Dawn just went bot like normal, everything starts to crumble for them.
Yeah, they have some defensive vision there as well to sort of like help out and try and keep this puck safe, because they want to keep an eye on this DK, knowing how frightening that can be.
I would like to see GPK make an aggressive move at some point to his top tower. I think they have the ability to take it for free almost, but he's choosing to be a little more defensive. He wants to farm this Midas. He wants to, pair up with the Nightfall Midas for the 2 Midas timing. And I think they do feel confident going late. They have 3 carries effectively on all of their lanes. So the Dark Willow, we've seen Save also go carry mode in a lot of their late games. So they're not worried. They can go late game and just don't need to give these kills away to the puck.
Here's my question. What's a lineup where BetBoom don't feel confident going late?
I don't feel like they always draft for late. That's the key.
Style.
They pick 3 cores in all 3 lanes that are all carries. Save also ends up playing a carry. Maybe, he was techies, right?
Yeah.
Can't really carry on techies. Dark Willow, though, you can carry.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Toronto Tokyo plays some like mega scaling
Team
support,
fight,
Treant
Undyne,
or Phoenix,
also buys a Midas sometimes.
Yep, gets his eggs on tree.
Here's the move. GPK smoked up.
Just about to be done with that Midas himself, but still willing to get a little bit active.
Lul shows himself.
Shows Lul immediately there. Has it on top. The heal coming, though. Will it be enough to keep alive Lul? No. GPK kind of in no man's land. Snowball able to dodge a couple of spells. Somnus is there. Do they have enough? The Chrono connects onto everybody. Not sure if there's actually that much damage to throw in. They drop the coil, and then the fear connecting, trying to separate. Chalice dropped down low, killed by Save. And BetBoom. They take down 3. Not a single hero falls.
Everything just in sync there. Coming through. I mean, GBK, kind of a risky rotation in the sense that he had like no mana. He had to wait for wand charges or get off his second spell in that engagement, and then perfectly timed with the Chrono coming through. Just everything in sync for BetBoom.
Really nice rotation, taking the gate on the Void, so he was able to get a really nice Chrono. It looks a little weird because he chronoed a lot of his teammates, but it breaks up the fight. A nice fear from the Dark Willow just pushes everyone back, and they have so much HP. The Dragon Knight's just so far ahead. The Chaos Knight's also far ahead that this limited damage, I think, from Puck and the supports of Azure is kind of really showing in this early game.
As well as having like a Luna, right? Who, you don't have this like, Eclipse ever early on since you're going for this farming build. And so even if you had to manage to get off like before the Chrono or something, it's not enough. You can just feel how weak the coil is.
Softness.
Well,
man,
not surprising that if you're stunned once, you're dead.
I mean, and again, he's still just trying to finish off that Witchblade. Like, broke as a joke doesn't even begin to describe it for this poor old Puck right now. I mean, he's still going to be able to make things happen if they can be the first ones to get the jump, but that just hasn't been what's happening. And Tianming runs into Save, will get rooted there. I mean, is going to have a snowball to try and survive a bit longer. But with no help nearby, this is going to be the rundown Walrus Punch. Well, no.
Unless?
Nearly. Maybe Tianming running. Yeah, he's gone. Looks interesting.
Made them work for it.
Yeah, more space for the cores. Get maybe one more camp out of that juke there.
Thankfully, again, they do have the Dawn, which I think is one of the better heroes at collecting the whole map because you can always show up to any fight. But I think they really need to find a way to connect the Puck and the supports on a solo hero. They always end up finding, like, taking a more defensive fight where they get jumped first and they have to make sure they survive before they can do damage. And I don't think that's really going to work out for them right now. But if they get this jump, they get a coil on a solo void and the Dawn ults in, they have the damage to kill these heroes.
Yeah, it just has to be coil and solar guardian for sure. It's like the only way. And the walrus punch, of course, will be very helpful. So that's probably what they're going to do right now. He's got 2 smokes and the tank here on the Tesla. Hasn't pulled them out yet, so maybe not. Oh, I see. Got to do a little bit of bottle work here. Got to help out Somnus.
Witchblade's also finished, so it's like I would say it's their peak right now. The next like 5 or so minutes won't really give them any more strength. The blink on Puck won't really change anything. The Luna's going to keep farming, so they really need to get a kill in the next minute or 2, I think, before the Dragon Knight starts to get too big for them.
Yeah, Tamming does sneak a ward down mid, just runs on through and gets it down. Not spotted, so that's pretty huge for them.
Also,
there is vision for Bet-Boom here, though. Tamming goes through.
And again, going to be left behind.
But the Kobold dewarding, doing work.
Makes the work happen. They're actually going to leave him to be and instead kill the Kobold. No. I mean, is that like a sort of BM kill? They let you go and they come and take your Kobold instead?
You don't want to get a turnaround.
Wait.
Oh, he misses the dead shot.
Good, they needed. That one hurts.
Somnus was so close as well. Now he's stunned up, Somnus.
Oh my goodness, they're gonna find another. Tries to jump away. FY there to help his buddy, but no! Nightfall comes in with the chrono. They're gonna bring down the Muerta to boot. 3 heroes dead, and maybe even a 4th. Chalice is caught. They're dropping the egg on the low ground. Nothing is going good for Azure Ray in this game number 2.
Oh, I love that he doesn't even give him a chance. Just drops the chrono, catches on 2. Easy clean up there with a double. 17-4 right now for Bet-Boom.
Bet-Boom are coming in with a lot of action in this game too. It feels like whatever problems happen in the draft, this one they've completely solved it. Is it just the laning stage that sort of changed it up, or is it also the team fight towards this mid game?
Well, as a serial Puck hater,
okay,
you know, this is the problem with the hero, right? I mean, for sure, if you do get into a bad matchup, you get into a situation where you can't do anything on the map, you just feel like this giant liability. As the hero, over time, the damage hasn't scaled with the overall tank ability of all heroes to the same level. So, like, you just need way more help on this hero than maybe you used to. And when you don't get that help, or if you struggle so much in your lane that you're the liability, then the game just gets really hard really fast.
I would also say Bet-Boom is probably one of the strongest laning teams in the world, if not the strongest. So when you give them all these counterpick lanes, you have a CK in a free lane, you have a Dragon Knight in a free lane, you have a Void counterpick lane against a Dawnbreaker. It's like, what more do you want to ask for as this team? Like, you're going to win your lanes, you're going to snowball the game, and if they keep the momentum rolling, this game might not last long enough for Azure to have a chance.
But you know, these games, they have tended to manage to last long. We can't count on anyone. We have seen larger comebacks in several matches so far at TI, where I look at the screen like, oh, this game's over. This game's not looking good. You know, I take a walk around the arena, you come back, and it's swung 14K the other way. So those are the kind of hopes and dreams that Azure Ray will be aspiring towards here.
Well, and it does feel like oftentimes those have happened off the back of solid team fights or an overextension or something else like that. And maybe that's a situation where if, you know, Nightfall whips a chrono, then you can look for some smoke play or something from Azure Ray. But will that even need to be dropped down for the team fights to be won? Definitely feels like it's a little bit of hide and seek as Azure Ray tried to set up to claim this bottom tier 1 tower. With Deso done on Chalice, it should finish rather rapidly.
We've also seen a lot of Luna games where the early game is a little slow, but she hits some point where she doesn't die. The new shard is really, really strong, and I think it's honestly undervalued. Even in the games, you don't feel like it's going to do that much, but it's damage reduction, and it's also just constant right clicks in a circle around her, and she's versus 3 melee cores, assuming, you know, Dragon Knight's a... I'll call him a melee.
Look at that. Now that is an interesting decision as they're going to sneak right on in, and with FY pierce the veil and of course tag team, Roche down to half HP already.
No idea.
These are the exact kind of sneaky plays you have to make, right?
Oh yeah.
If you want to get back in the game like this, because it's not so much about you having it, it's about them not having it.
Even the gold from it just matters so much. Being able to like have one core, be able to farm a little more aggressively.
And they scan it, but it's a little too late.
Azure Ray claim the Aegis for themselves as Toronto Tokyo finishes the Midas, which by the way, we're at 3 now.
Okay.
And they're all in one team.
And the other support has a Philly Stone. So yeah, there's a lot coming online. They're gearing up for the late game, even though they already have a substantial lead.
Well, as they start moving forward here with the smoke as well, Pure, of course, having this Shadow Blade. As well as a Yule's initiation here from Save 2, so anyone can be caught rather quickly.
They just need to find any hero.
Yeah, oh.
FY shows on a wave, that bounty rune, it's gonna cost you your life. 2 seconds stun, he done.
Void might find something top if Muerta's not a little careful, but FY will be fine.
Yeah, gotta grab the Lotuses, you know, stack them up, get that block of cheese later.
Well,
Gunnar, is it gonna happen? Are we ever gonna get a block of cheese? Have you ever even mentioned it in one of your games? Has anyone ever been like, yo guys, I'm going block of cheese?
I think we were the first team in DPC to make a block of cheese in a game.
Oh, okay. All right, that's good.
I don't want to quote that, but we made it in one game.
Right, in one DPC match. I don't think we've had one on LAN yet.
No, I don't think so either. It just hurts too much to be able to not want to use them.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Because using them matters a lot in these fights, especially for the supports, where you don't want to commit everything, and they pop the cheese or the Lotus, and you feel like you just wasted everything. So it ends up just being unrealistic to save your Lotuses for that long.
Dude,
and when you're crushing dreams right now.
Okay.
I know, it's so...
Yeah, guys, give it like 10 more minutes, and we'll get like 3 of them.
All right, I like that. Thank you.
It'll be
appreciate it. Just
it'll be
lie
really
to
fun.
us.
Yeah,
That's what we want.
Okay.
All the Lotuses. By the way, we are now going to quickly be approaching a 4th Midas on Bet Boom. Save had forced step queued up and decided, nope, we're going the other way.
He just clicked around.
I know.
Saw his allies, like, oh, you guys are doing that, huh?
All right, I guess that's the play.
But another objective, knocked down here. Nobody dying to the Tormentor as well. Very well played by Azure. Okay,
So they got the experience room.
Yep.
So, you know, it's usually in these situations where a team is really far ahead. At 20 minutes, they'll make a move. They'll take Tormentor, take your experience, and that's when the game feels almost over.
Yeah.
You lose so much, you lose all the gold experience. You have nowhere on the map to go. They're outside your base. But thankfully, they actually take those objectives for themselves, so they keep moving the game forward. And that's what they need to do. It's just make small steps, keep playing the game. The longer until you lose, the more chance you have to win.
And it has felt like it had been like almost a little passive there from BetBoom in some of these moments. Like this idea of how long GBK spent farming just the Midas in his own jungle, not rotating up top, and then not going for the super aggressive play of like trying to punish the Tormentor in the Wizard Room at 20 like we have seen several teams do. It is really interesting. Like, they kind of just like controlled. You're seeing them buy all these Midases. Feels like they kind of have this mindset of just like chill. I really don't want to give them any opportunity here on Azure.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the other thing, too, is that, I mean, yeah, it's an 8K gold lead. In terms of fighting strength, with 0 Midases on the side of Azure, I wonder if there actually is going to be a window where they take like a solid fight with Luna Aura and all this other stuff where they can actually win it.
Yeah, you're down on Midas gold in that sense. They have the Aura.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Whoa. They didn't see it. Nightfall knows.
Nightfall, he knows. Atos, leave me alone. I don't want to be here anymore. FY tries to jump away. Here's the Veil. Okay, meanwhile, down bottom, they try and turn this, but the timing of that one was so nice, and they run in with the Tusk, immediately gets stunned.
Yeah, FY just leaves.
They have the perfect answer. Somnus tries to get away, but Save is all on top of him. Pure tries to run out also, as they focus their efforts onto Lul, pull him back in, kill that hero too.
But FY lived.
FY did live.
FY.
So we're going for the positives here.
He forced a 4v4, and they tried their best.
And no chrono. Yeah, some opportunities. Unfortunately, not able to connect on what they needed, though. And it's immediately back into just choking out the lanes and pushing up here as GBK is closing in on Aghanims extremely close. Just like 300 gold away now.
It's also going to be perfect timing with level 18, which is when you really want the Ags. Because before it's okay, you get the Frost, but once you
it feels terrible.
Yeah, once you get level 4
awesome.
Dragon, that's where it starts being really strong.
Our giant guy, he's ready. About to have it done at that Aghanim Scepter. And of course, the other thing to watch for here is going to be that next Aegis. So 3 minutes until it's capable of respawning. Still a ways away to know what it's going to be. But yeah, it's just been all BetBoom this entire game, it's felt like. And Chalice along with Tianming decides to go for the easier kill, and he dies very quickly. BetBoom, keep it up.
Where do you go for Azure? It's really hard to find a really nice location to go just to farm. You don't even want to fight at this point. You don't. You never want to say like, we can kill this guy. You can't. So it's how to find the ways to farm so you can kill people. I think FY is honestly doing a really good job at still being on the map, forcing out heroes, farming, but.
No, he's fine. Surely, he's fine, right, guys?
Yeah, he can farm at his tier 2.
Jeez.
What could go wrong?
Gonna have to start cutting some waves, it feels like, maybe, for Somnus.
It's so scary. You have to cut waves versus 3 different cores who can kill you from the fog. A support who honestly might be able to kill him from the fog and save.
Yeah, with the Euls, so.
Are you just gonna risk it? And you probably have to.
Yeah.
You have to do these moves that are just risky, because if you don't, you just kind of sit back and let yourself lose.
And look how fast they're just on this as well. Like coming back, checking out.
There's a sentry.
Shadow Blade.
Yeah, they know.
So maybe it'll be okay.
Somnus.
With his Invis rune.
Oh, they're bringing numbers. They want to set up onto Pure. Interesting. So if he sticks around, this Invis rune might actually end up making the difference. Okay, or it won't. Or it really, really won't at all. They force rotations and then everybody runs away.
If he had have gone the other direction though, like he goes off to the east instead, like they probably just clean him up.
Would have been pretty cool for him, but not going to be the case this time. Backs out, going to jaunt away. Then the call is maybe push down mid a bit. We'll see if they get the D ward onto this one. Yeah, they're going to move in and get it.
Yeah, they're trying to get sneaky though. Luna Shadowblade out next for FY as well. Doing their best.
Maximum creep cutting available, and yeah, you can see the item that Somnus has queued up next. It's going to be that Lincoln Sphere. He needs a way to not just like immediately die.
Yeah, and so the second Roche is coming up, as you were saying earlier. And the second Roche is that's like the game closing one. If you're going to end the game before 50 minutes, it's on second Roche. And so Azure did a really good job at taking the first one. It's really sneaky, but I don't think Betboom will let them get in that situation again.
No, and they obviously like cleaned it up nice and early too, so you kind of get this good timing.
Yeah, they're going to get this like 27-minute Roche probably around, and that's a really nice timing. You can chill for 2-3 minutes, and then you go to the 30-minute siege.
Oh, he's going right for Lou. He's not even stopping. All right,
no, stop.
Stopped.
Yeah, he sees the shard. He's like, okay, never mind. You know.
Meanwhile, Chrono, it's up. He's hunting Nightfall. Wasn't able to get anybody. Chalice went up to the high ground instead, so they get some separation there. Lula's still staying farmed on this Luna. He's, you know, right along lines with that Faceless Void, but it's the rest of his squad that just doesn't really do that much. And Puck in particular, Somnus, that has had a really tough time of it.
It's so hard to recover on this hero. I feel like when you see Pucks maximizing their net worth, it's because they have full control over their own jungle. They can do all the little double orbs where they're like hitting every single camp constantly over and over.
Or stealing the enemy camp, so even if their net worth's the same, the enemy has lower. So it just looks like they have more gold. And this game, he's not really able to do anything. I think the DK pick really shut him down. Similar to the Void we saw earlier today, where they just pick these heroes that go on the puck and don't let you play the game.
6 deaths, not something that you see that often for Somnus. 1-9-2 right now on the Tusk. And every time we see a DK, the crowd goes wild for some reason. They love it.
This was a really fast Roshan. I think it was a 6-second respawn time.
Oh,
I imagine too. Are they going to go through?
No, they're thinking about it.
Imagine.
Mid lane? No, they're not going to do anything there. Somnus is still hanging out. Going to try and cut this wave, but
they're actually going to find it.
So one thing Azure is doing really good is they're still farming the map. FY is getting his gold. Everyone is kind of getting what they need from the map. It's not as much as Betboom, and it's not as much as they would like, but they're not letting themselves loose. They're doing what they have to do and just constantly farm.
Here, the great positioning.
He jumped. He jumped. Is he dead? He's in trouble and gone. 3 heroes caught by the fear, but there is not enough follow-up. They jump in with GPK, tries to get the stun, the damage in. Chalice there for the heal. Manta dodge, not going to be enough. Godlike from Pure as they chase down Chalice. He too will die. They get 1 kill, but it cost them a lot. So Azure Ray, they will lose 4. Betboom. Clear path towards high ground if they want it.
Man, this is exactly what Betboom did in their series versus Virtus Pro. It was the exact same thing, right? Like where they have this lead, and then you think, okay, you know, they're gonna make this good play. They get this snipe, and every single time is immediately punished. Like they're always so ready to back each other up in these games.
Also, you just know that it's the right play. That you have to punish the guy who's jumping the wave. You can't just let him get away with other things. But it's not enough.
Yeah.
They all just die, and now their base is getting pushed.
Just like that, GPK on the high ground, taking a tier 3 tower. The ultimate is going to wear out pretty soon, and you can see the amount of respect that Betboom are having for the potential of Azure, and I guess also their confidence going into the later stages that they know we don't have to take those risks right now.
Yeah, and you can see some pings starting to head towards that Roche pit here as it's almost 30 minutes, so it will be rotating down bottom relatively soon. There's also a DD in the river. Kind of missed that one, though.
I also think there's probably some level of, in the last game, I feel like Betboom was really close between the two teams, the whole game. Like less than 2,000 net worth for the majority of the game, but they kind of got outscaled. The fights were really hard for them to take, so you know they change it up, they buy all their Midases, and they're not going to let themselves get outscaled. They're going to keep farming and make sure no matter how late the game goes, they have more gold than you, and they can win the game over you.
Not to the Midases say.
Save trying to get towards an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Azure, they see GPK, decide to jump on him to start, make him less tanky, but the Chrono for the turn, and the Deep's being thrown out and ripping them to shreds. They didn't stand a chance. Muerta, you're gone too.
Can't even get GPK.
Oh, baby.
No, they don't head for the Roche. They just head down the lane right now.
I mean, he is too freaking big. You think you can take him down with that Silver Edge. It's just not going to be enough. Oh, wow.
FY's back there just firing as much damage as possible on the support Muerto, but it's not there. It just can't be enough. I mean, did mad work, that's for sure, but...
Taking it down up the lane, trying to put the nail in the coffin right now. And I mean, after using the chrono, there is a window where that's not up, but they're taking the buildings through backdoor protection. Still willing to stick around, and I mean, honestly, I don't think that there's any reason that they have to leave at all, but they're still going to play it safe.
You know, they glyph, they're coming back alive, and they got Midases.
There's a Roshan.
There's a, yeah, you know,
Midas efficiency. Yeah, the gold.
There's probably Tormentor as well soon-ish. You know, we're in there.
Oh, man, look at this. How quickly this could have turned, but...
What a chrono.
Just gets it off right in time. And wasn't able to quite get the finish there on the GPK. I thought maybe even the Luna Shard was going to do enough to take him down at the end, but it's just too freaking big.
Just the Sunray. It was a perfect line. All 4 Dire heroes in a line. Oof. Dragonite also in the same exact line. So healing all the heroes, damaging all the heroes. And Nightfall just got to sit there and hit them, and they all just died before the chrono's over.
Nightfall, you know, maybe he's played some Phoenix or something. He's helping out. It's just like Toronto, look, I got him. I got him lined up. I'll just chrono my own teammates. It's fine.
Into the pit they go. Trying to take it down. GPK says, hey, how you doing, everybody? BKB tries to run out the root, the damage, the Sunray. It's hitting on the Lu, and there is not an answer in the world for that. They take down the Tusk and the Luna, gonna claim the Aegis. FY tries the dead shot, 2 is gonna go down. This is not for you to take. They're gonna also find Somnus, who will attempt to escape, but the terrorized chase down, blink away. Tries to farm some creeps for a moment, hides behind the tree, but the stun is there. And GPK, as he's done many times in this one, is gonna force Somnus to retreat. No answer at all. Aegis on the Faceless Void, and GG's called. They've had enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, go for one last glorious attempt there. You know there's no chrono at that exact moment in the pit, so they try and find something, but they kind of knew. This game got out of control really fast.
This one, I mean, at 5 minutes was when the big swing happened, if you can believe it or not. 10 minutes were at like an 80% win probability or something like that. It was just a devastating beatdown from BetBoom.
I really like how they did their lanes this game. I think they had winning lane matchups for all 3 lanes, so I think the draft was really in their favor. I would say, you know, how the game looked is how the draft was going to play out.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises there.
Now, getting a little bit of love from the crowd after that impressive showing in Pure. The young player feeling a lot of it right now as we head on over. I mean, this, again, you think about the mentality of a team. That's been one of the big criticisms for BetBoom for a while, is their inability sometimes to come back from a loss. Sometimes they maybe would get a little bit tilted, but it feels like on this big stage, when most pressure is on them, they were able to stand up to where they needed to be. Do you think in game number 3 we're going to see anything remarkably different? Is it the same type of dynamic?
I think they're getting pretty fired up. That's what it looks like to me. You know, Pure there, he's coaxing up the crowd here. He's feeling good about it. If anything that I would expect to see change, it should just be straight up better lanes for Azure Ray, right? Like you feel like they're going to put more focus into that. Maybe just focus a little bit more on the idea of flex and the possibilities of the matchups that could occur.
Right.
And you know, probably not such a bad puck game.
I think giving the puck gets counterpicked, Dawn gets counterpicked by Void. That's all the number ones. It feels like they got really counterpicked in those lanes, and Chaos Knight's probably strongest laner, just blind pick right now in the whole game.
Yep.
And so they give that away too, so they don't really have a response to the offlane Chaos Knight, and it didn't feel like they had any responses. They just kind of picked their best heroes, and it didn't really work out.
Support duo as well, you know,
That's
you
how
can
it
lane
goes.
and finish. It's nice stuff.
Tough stuff indeed. We'll see if the panel can come up with some more answers to strengthen up those lanes a bit as we head on back to them.
Thank you so much. This series is now tied 1 apiece. We're going to be seeing a game number 3 for our second series. So BetBoom, they were dominant in this game. They actually took game 1 personally, and they said, we are not going to get 2-0. This is not how we are going to go out of TI. So Owie, BetBoom coming in with a fire in themselves, and this lineup just snowballed. There was no stopping it on the side of Azure.
Yeah, I think they played the lanes even better than we on the panel expected. I think, like, I mean, no one was expecting the DK to do this well versus Somnus Puck, right? Like, he just completely took over the game from the middle lane. He had, like, I think double the CS, 10 more denies, and he just, everything flowed from there.
And there was no comeback mechanism really for Azure. You look at these heroes, Luna needs to farm, Puck needs his side lanes to win so that when he does rotate they can get kills. And Dawn plays as a hero who needs setup, right? Typically somebody who's doing an okay job on one side of the map will start a fight, Dawnbreaker will ult in, and then you can go from there. But none of these conditions were met for Azure in this game simply because of how well BetBoom played those lanes. And of course the solo kills made by GPK.
I mean, I love these little tricks on the lane. GPK brought the blood grenade, and he killed the puck with it second time.
Like minute 6 or something,
clutch.
right?
It was very clutch. Yeah, I've never seen this before. That mid player bringing that blood grenade and having that opportunity to like finish the hero. It's amazing. Yeah, and I mean, he performed like super. Like he outperformed like anybody else like in this particular game. But also Pure, like he was very stable, getting all those pick-offs, like playing like 12-0 or something. Like it's a very solid gameplay from all of them all around.
It was the first Dragon Knight of the tournament that we were seeing as well. GPK, not only that blood grenade, what's the word I'm looking for here, Reza? You know, the blood grenade trick.
Trick.
Yeah, I knew you'd know it. But he did. It's a Dragon Knight first time. Allie, you already talked about how in the draw phase, you didn't understand why people weren't going for it, that it could have been this counter. Now we see it. It's pretty big. Is it still a very situational hero, though?
I think it is situational. I think they're able to pick at this game because there's not really any damage on the supports of Azure. Like, Murta will eventually get damage, but honestly, that's way later into the game. Her spells are just like good team fight. They don't do that much. Also, I feel like even this game, like, it performed above expectations. I could even see a game where if he doesn't dominate mid so hard, I saw some Mortas, they would rush like a Veil of Discord first item, not even any boots, and he could play on Puck, and DK could actually die to that. But because of his lane dominance, like, there was no angles at all to fight this DK early.
I think a big reason for the decline of DK in general is he's usually really popular in metas where spirit heroes are popular, when you need that instant stun. And though Puck has made some appearances this TI, he's not that popular of a hero. So if you don't need that instant stun from mid lane, if you're not hard countering anything, you're just a DK. You don't do that much damage, you're not as tanky as you used to be, and you are dependent on your team. But that was perfect conditions for a DK to be met.
Anything else that really stood out for you about BetBoom here, Reza? Because this game, we've already said it was a very stomp sort of game. Is there much more to break down and talk about?
The only hope they had is like killing the Nightfall 2 times in this game, but other than that, they had like really no chances because of their lineup, as Mira mentioned, doesn't have really like a good mechanic of coming back, especially after you're losing your lanes this hard.
Yeah. We have a little bit of a content piece for you guys. Azure, we got to talk about everything that makes them a team.
TI 势力对我来说，在小时候可能会非常难受吧。但是自己渐渐长大了，也释怀了吧，觉得自己只要尽了自己的全力就好。就自己还算是一个可以重新站起来的人。
I followed FY closely. Man, how's this guy so good? Because he didn't play for a relatively long time, and when he came back, he's just like FY God once again.
我觉得打 TI 冠军和过程都很重要吧。然后我觉得，因为你要获得冠军的因素很多嘛，所以你只要问心无愧就好了。然后。当然，人生中也有很多遗憾嘛。可能对我来说，就我还在这条路上越走越远嘛，就还没有到尽头。其他选手觉得我最应该获得 TI 冠军，我觉得讨论这个没有意义吧。就是我如果得到别人的认可，光是这一点我就觉得足够了吧。
FY, I think that he's one of the players that I think probably the Dota community at large would most like to see win a TI in the future.
如果今天夺冠的话，对我来说应该是改变一切吧。
FY, I mean, the dream is still alive. He wanted to prove, he wanted to climb higher and higher. And Effie, the Chinese Dota fan that you are, how much would seeing either LGD or Azure lift the Aegis be?
Oh, dude, that would be so emotional. But I mean, especially for Azure, there are a lot of names on this lineup that you feel like should already have an Aegis at this point. You're looking at not just FY, but Somnus, who many people regard as the best mid player in the world, or they thought he was for a very long time. So in terms of who's deserving and who's not deserving, I mean, that's a big discussion, but these players have been around forever and they're so good, and you know, to see them get their desserts at the end of the day would be very cool.
How do you keep in form, Aoi, if you're this player that you're in that middle zone, you want to still reach high, you still want to play competitive, but you're not sure if everything's in it for you, if you're taking a couple months off and then you want to come back for qualifiers and then into TI making it top 6?
I mean, I think these players, like, it looks like they're super talented, and they are, but I think under all that is like just a special ethos where they're working super hard and they're putting everything together. How they'll approach pubs, always take something from it, learn. I think FI is one of those players. He's always sort of on top of the meta. He's always like looking for his opportunities in every lane when he's looking to roam. I think it's a lot about what he puts into it more than like some, you know, special talent or something.
But still, it's a team game, right? Like, there's a lot of players that deserve that. Like, for example, Zai is one of them. Like, Arteezy is one of them. Maybe me.
But you can throw yourself in there, isn't it?
It is a team game, and there's like so many things that go into the win. I mean, Curtis sure knows of it more than I do. He was there a few times, but there's so much stuff involved, right? There's luck as well. There's team chemistry. There's a meta. There's understanding of the heroes. It's just like too much, and just having like one good player performing super well.
You mentioned the meta, knowing hero matchups a little bit. Do you think that Azure fell too much on comfort for heroes in game number 2, FE, and that BetBoom are such an adaptable team that those changes between game 1 and game 2 are going to now give them an advantage for game 3, unless Azure come out with a strat that we haven't seen yet in TI?
I think depending on who has first pick or second pick, it'll change, because that last pick, DK, completely caught them off guard. That dismantled their draft entirely, and it made it so that there's just no entry point into that game. So they're definitely going to be conscious if they don't have over a last pick of the GPK hero, because if GPK gets a winning lane, like a winning lane that is that heavy of a counter pick, then it could be a very difficult game for them.
That's now sorry, Alan.
I think both teams are sort of on the idea that like pure win lane, game good for BetBoom. Pure like having a rough lane equals Azure is going to control a lot of the map. I think this is what the next draft is going to focus on. We'll probably see bans on the center, the Spirit Breaker again, but I think they'll put more emphasis. Like, I think they should look at the CK as well. Like, they should, honestly, if I were them, I'd just ban out all of Pierce heroes in the first phase. I think that's the best way for them to go.
It's tough because then Primal is still in that pool of, again, what you said, it depends on who is first and second pick to how many bans they're going to get for themselves. But Centaur, Primal, Bristle, Spirit Breaker, that's kind of rough now, and you got to add CK to the pool too.
Yeah, we're at the stage of TI where we figured out the 10 pool of OP heroes, and you are forced to give away a few every game, regardless of what. So it just depends on which team you're playing against, which player you want to focus in that first phase. And, you know, we've seen the story. We've seen the story for days now. If you ban out Pure's heroes, BetBoom has to play until minutes 60, 70. They have to play to scale, and sometimes they don't get there in the cleanest way. So take it to that turf again.
Yeah. We are not really seeing Primal. Do you feel, Rezo, that he is in that realm of being hard to counter, hard to break down, or have people played so much emphasis on him that maybe it's time to let him back into the pool? Maybe we need to see if he's still a broken hero.
I don't think so. I think
I didn't even finish my question and you're already shaking your head.
I think the hero should still be banned. Like, I mean, we've seen a video about how broken heroes are, and like a lot of people mention the Primal Beast because it's really hard to play against that. It's the meta of like Blade Man Haro Tarask, and he's excelling at that. He was the first one who was like, you know, doing all of that at the first place.
What would you want to be letting through, Ali?
Honestly, I would like them, if they want to try something, I think playing versus Spirit Breaker wouldn't be the worst. That hero is sort of OP though, so I'm not too sure. I don't know, Dota's, when it gets to this late in the tournament, it's just so weird because we're both seeing like all the OP heroes, but we're also seeing like some new picks come in at the end. Like, you get to more refined strategies and niche picks. We saw Razor in the Liquid Gladiators, we saw like the DK here. So I just want them to sort of innovate a bit on their picks on Azure. Maybe they have something hidden, something, you know, we saw Necro already, kill some tanks, maybe they have something more like that.
And to me, it seems like the team that is doing this innovation is actually on top of the, on top of the game, because like you see this DK, he won the game for them like almost alone, right? So you see this Razor as well from the Duratio, like he was doing such a good job in this game. So whatever teams like this, and it's also like those heroes are coming like from the flow state of like drafting. You're not like preparing for them specifically, but it comes like to the mind like that, like this, and it's in this state of flow. It's just like it's really brilliant ideas.
Yeah. I mean, we saw yesterday Azure are definitely capable of that innovation that their region is famous for right now, but they did run a mid-snap fire with the support Clockwork, and they had a really great early game up until the lead was thrown, so maybe they'll go back to some of the more interesting mid-picks.
I think for sure they need more damage, right? On the 2-4-5. I feel like this last game, they didn't have any play options. I felt like they were even like clutching every opportunity. They stole Roshan, they sniped Tormentor, they clutched 2 kills on Nightfall, but there's just not enough. It's too hard to do these moves.
I completely agree. This is the meta of like high damage supports, and they need to be looking for that as well. I mean, unless FY is playing really sick Tusk, which he did in the first game, I think they need to be looking for the more damage on the supports.
Well, our players have now walked out. They're in the booths. They're going to be warming up. They're going to be trying to think about what they want to do for this game number 3 in a best of 3. And while we give them a little bit of time, let's have a closer look at BetBoom.
BetBoom always has their ups and downs, but overall very young and talented roster.
Yeah, they're a strong team when it comes to like small details of Dota, Like I can feel the energy he puts into these small details, and that's, I believe, what they're extremely strong about.
Taking on this design, 10,000 HP on Toronto, Tokyo, looking for more. BetBoom, they're gonna claim the game.
They usually have like farmy side lanes that carry like known to not die and not pressure too much, like rarely show, but be there at clutch moments, and usually it's their mid and both supports.
So that Nightfall has the highest pings, on the map, right? And I remember when they were playing the official match, Toronto Tokyo making like slightly bad move, it's just like maybe 1 centimeter or something. And I already see Nightfall is ping like, bro, bad move, you need to right click this guy.
Specifically the scariest offlane. I think all of them are really good laners, but I think the pure save lane is really terrifying. It always feels like they kind of like kill their lane at least once a game, if not multiple times. And so it's always versus that team, like make sure the safe lane isn't a disaster, because there's a lot of games where the safe lane just a disaster.
A strong-looking team, and we got to hear from other pros, other people playing at this TI, just how strong that offlane is. It's a narrative that we keep pushing, but more importantly, apparently Nightfall is the ping master on that team. We thought it was going to be GPK.
It's Nightfall all along. But I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you hear from any pro player talk about Nightfall, talk about playing pubs with Nightfall, they say that he's communicating for the entirety of the game. His mic is just open mic, and he talks, and he micromanages his entire team.
Well, look, I'm ready. We got to get this series going. We need a game at number 3, and we need a draft for that.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom Team. Game 3.
It's elimination on the line. It's the difference between being top 6 and top 4. So these teams want a win for themselves. They've proven that they can do it. Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, though, this is where it really matters. We're already a little bit along in our draft here, so our first phase ban's done and dusted. And I still, actually now I see this like Chaos Knight. That importance has been placed on it, but still a Centaur band out.
You're breaker in the pool.
Yeah. Also, what you were talking about, Ali, about them lacking damage, they fixed this with the Phoenix, right? They kept going for that first phase Muerta, but it just wasn't working out for them in terms of a support that scales. So do you like this adjustment?
Yeah, I think the Phoenix is for sure a good adjustment. I think they need something like that in this series. I feel like when you have heroes that have damage, you just have way more options on the map. And right now, how the map sort works is it's so large that if you have to bring too many heroes to do like kill one hero, it's not worth it. Like, you either bring a lot of heroes or you want to make plays with just like 1 or 2 heroes. High damage supports generally let you do that, and then they all scale into the mid late game.
Yeah, you guys were right about targeting the Pure. First 4 buns were dedicated probably to him, and they were taking all his best heroes. But I do want to mention like about Nightfall as well. Like I've been with this team for a while, and this guy, like he's genuinely want to help his teammates excel and like be better. So he's like very active, and he's like very smart about the game, and he's not looking only from his perspective, from his role, but he's also like trying to help his teammate as much as possible. So I think like he was talking a lot with the Pure and like sharing his experience from the offlane. That's why Pure transitioned to the offlane this fast, right?
And I have to say that role swap between Nightfall and Pure, where they decided to just put Pure on offlane and Nightfall back on carry, was the best decision they could ever make, because what you want to see from your carry is like stability and dependability and, you know, that clutch potential. Whereas from your offlaner, you want someone who's explosive and willing to take risks, and that's characteristic of both of these players. They were just playing the wrong roles the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's genius too, but it wasn't like I don't think they're thinking about like this long-term decision of like how it's gonna end up, but mostly was like, I want to play carry. Do you want to keep playing with us? All right, go to the offlane. It was more like that.
Wait, that happened because Pure missed out on Berlin Major, right? So Nightfall had to play carry, and then they played with an offlane sub. Yeah. I forgot who subbed for them, but I think after Nightfall played carry again in the Berlin Major, he just felt his calling. He thought to himself that this is where he was always meant to be.
5 seconds remaining.
Berlin Major. I was there.
I was going to say the person sitting right next to you subbed in.
And she doesn't remember me.
That's the joke.
He is very forgetful. So, Aoi, I just want to know more from you, actually, about Clockwork and...
Can I leave? Like,
you can do a
yeah, I'm leaving. Goodbye,
I'm sorry, I was joking. Come back. I was a joker.
I do though want to hear, Aoi, because you mentioned specifically the Clockwork about some of their last drafts. You wanted some innovation. Is this the innovation that's going to end up in a win, though?
I think Clockwork's a really good counter pick to Enchantress specifically. You're really good at blocking her camps, you're a good kill threat on her, and honestly the creeps don't bother you that much. I think this is like a very classic Azure Ray pick actually. I think they play it on both 4 and 5. And what Clockwork excels at is also what I think Azure Ray's strength is, which I really like, which is after the laning phase sort of breaks down a bit, you know, between 5 to 8 minutes, he's going to meet up, whether this is FY or Changming Clockwork, they'll meet up with each other and they'll go for kills on any lane.
Mm-hmm. And also it just opens up to enable that really long-range damage output from things like Phoenix or potentially even the snap that they ran yesterday. I like it a lot, definitely. It also just enables the rune security and maybe a bit of a means to shut down GPK. But now that this Brewmaster has come out, which is an Azure Ray specialty hero, I wonder if BetBoom are eyeing that Night Stalker, because a lot of teams have played Night Stalker recently into Brewmasters, into Weavers, into Muertas and Phoenixes. So for me, it's looking pretty good right now.
Actually, I like the Weaver that you just mentioned. That sounds really good to me. I think the Night Stalker, it can work, but the matchup versus Phoenix can be weird. Like, sometimes you spot the Phoenix, you kill him. Sometimes he presses R, it's daytime, you're pathetic. But generally, honestly, I think that matchup's a bit overrated from Phoenix's side. I think Night Stalker actually has a lot of angles. I can see the NS and the Weaver here.
I want to see the Night Stalker. We talked about at the start of this series 2 games ago. And I'm just like, surely this is a BetBoom specialty, especially with the rise of it being picked up. But instead, Morphling.
I mean, Morphling has been looking pretty underwhelming, to be honest. Like, I didn't really see a good games with it. Like, even 23 Savage, he was losing with Morphling.
Yeah, I have the same impression of Morphling. I mean, I think his Aghanims is completely pathetic now. Like, this Eggs does nothing. The illusion dies instantly, takes 400% damage. So they sort of took away what made him so strong at the Bally Major Morphling tournament. However, I think it is a hero that can be very hard for Azure Ray to kick out. It's a hero that if you want to leave Chalice alone, like Morphling will get 4 CS and denies every single wave in a hard camp. And that can punish someone like a Brewmaster who, you know, Brewmaster, we've seen this tournament, at first it was like super high value, first pick, everything. But teams have started to counter it with like these Weavers, Night Stalkers, heroes where you can't just ulti and kick them out. I think Morphling might be one of these heroes as well.
I actually agree with that because I remember during the Riyadh Masters, Faithian was talking about 2 carries that he thought would enable you rotation to mid lane, which are Morphling and the CK. And when you have supports like Enchantress who want to leave you alone, these 2 they fare very well in terms of self-sustenance and being able to CS on lanes.
I think they chose to go for the Let's See here just because they're afraid of the PL, which already like, you know, they play PL against Morphling. It was pretty free game. So this is like preventing the PL from the Azure Ray's side. block pick, basically.
This is like one of Pierre's best heroes. When he first transitioned to carry, I think he was playing like LC pretty much every single game. It's very low pick this tournament. I don't know what it is now, but I know when I was doing my draft prep, it was
Only
like
two picks.
2 games.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think it went 50-50, I'm not sure. Might have lost both, can't remember. But it's actually a hero that kills a Phoenix Egg pretty well.
Yeah.
I think something we've seen as this tournament is like, there's this weird like choice, like, oh, do we want to counter the Phoenix Egg? Oh, I don't know if I want the Snap for support. I don't know if I want these like heroes. They're not as meta. But Legion Commander is another hero that sort of used to be one of the big counters.
I think we don't see him as much just because of the supports that are in meta, like the Pugnas and Shadow Demons, and those heroes are really hard to play against as a Legion, but this game they already see the supports, so it's a pretty good game for LC already.
Usually he's quite committal against like these Heart Blade Mills as well. Legion's typically like you dual summon, you burst them, and then you look at the fight, right? You want to be able to burst at one guy. You can't really do that to these Heart heroes. But honestly, with a Murta and a Morphling, like you will have damage for this eventually, but more than that, I think they're pretty much just playing for their side lanes here, right? Like they just want to have as strong side lanes as possible, stay in 3 lanes and pressure. I think we'll see like them picking a really strong laner for GPK. Again, they have the second pick, so they'll have the last pick here.
What is going to come as a carry? Like there's very little heroes that left that is good against LC, right? Maybe there's a Luna.
Luna's for sure not bad. I think I have a
You got your list.
heroes on it.
You have no more excuses, Howie.
Yeah, but I still don't know.
Give me the best option. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I would still consider the PL, to be honest. I think other than LC, it might be... Oh, no, never mind. They have the very last pick on the bed boom as well. It's going to be too hard to play PL.
Don't you think Weaver could lane against LC pretty easily?
Weaver can do pretty well in that lane, I think.
Also, Lincoln's Buyer, right? And it's not the most easy hero to counterpick when you have 23 like Azure does.
I think Weaver is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good suggestion, for sure.
Also, on the topic of you guys saying why LC fell out of meta, don't you think that in these longer team fights, something like a Brute could be very disruptive to the LC duel? Because like the cores that are currently showing in the Kunkka, and then of course the Brute that's going to be split, are not going to be easy to take down if you're an LC.
Yeah, it's just really hard with this LC to commit to these spells, right? Like he'll think, oh, I have to duel the Brewmaster, and then there's an egg, or I have to like duel the Phoenix, then you're dueling a support, and there's still the Brewmaster ulti.
Yeah,
honestly,
like there's a lot that he has to deal with here.
I'm honestly not sure why Legion is so underpicked though. I feel like the hero should be pretty decent. I think it's like pretty high win rate in pubs, like maybe like 53% on track or something. Like it's not a bad hero.
Is man kicking? Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, ban.
It's not in the pool.
Yeah, I think the standard bans when you have the Kunkka mid are like the Monkey King, the Necro, and then people sometimes look at the TA with some meld build, but I'm not too sure if it honestly, Betboom might do it, but I'm not too sure it suits their lineup that much. Oh, Invoker into Kunkka.
A little bit shocked there, Howie.
It's just usually picked the other way, but I think it can be a skill matchup. Like if GPK is really comfortable in this matchup, he feels like Invoker's a hero that's going to allow them to fight later on. And I mean, he has had really good Invoker performances this tournament, so I'm excited to see that. Also, I feel like he might go like 2-2-0 and then start getting Sunstrike, and they'll have the dual Sunstrike, maybe even earlier, and then that could be really interesting.
I think that's the logic they're going for, because when you were talking about how it doesn't feel like LC had enough damage, like maybe with the Muerta it is enough, Invoker corrects that with Sunstrike, even if he is having a hard lane. And if he's having a hard lane, they have the self-sustaining side laner so that Enchantress can rotate in and maybe help the Invoker play into the Kunkka.
I actually think Invoker is going to go cross-wax because they need this Vessel running around here, because those both scores in the side lanes, they're going to just farm, and they need this active hero, and they can't really afford to have a Sunstrike. But I do like the Bedboom lineup with this Invoker pick a lot.
And it's game 3. You come out with your signature heroes, right? You bust out the LC for Pure, you bust out the Invoker for GPK, and you hope for the best. Azure, on the other hand, they're doing the same thing. They got their Brewmaster, they got their Phoenix, they have good team fight, they have their Kunkka. They're also confident in this game 3.
Well, look, if you're going to get eliminated, at least do it in style. At the end of this game, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. We'll see if it's Betboom or if it's Azure. As we head on in, it's game 3.
Unbelievable. Right behind us, there is a crowd that is screaming out a lot of things and got some great signs there, too. That one was amazing. My goodness.
Yeah, they're battling now with about 8 Betboom fans who will go to the section next to them and also scream as loud as they can. And let me tell you, there are only 8 of them, but they got heart, okay?
The signs aren't as cool, though.
That's
they
true.
have moving signs.
Yeah,
for Azure, I don't know. That's a big.
They got like the LEDs going on, you know.
I like it. No, it's
they
good
had cosplayers down here too. It's a big contingent back there cheering them on.
Well, and I will say that also this is one of those drafts where I feel like it could go either way. Was there anything that really stuck out to you? The panel really seemed to focus in on this Legion commander as maybe a pressure point where they could run into some issues. Do you guys kind of agree? What's the thought here?
I honestly think the 3 cores for Betboom were all a little strange to me. I think the Morphling instead of Weaver, which we've normally seen as a brew response, Legion in general this patch has been kind of undervalued. She hasn't won a game at this tournament yet. And the Invoker into Kunkka, which is generally when you pick Invoker, that's the first year you ban. You ban the Kunkka for this lane matchup. So it's something I think they're trying to go comfort, is what they talked about. The Invoker's very comfort, Legion's very comfort, Morphling. So they're just doing their own thing. And they don't really care about what Azure is doing, and they're just saying, like, we're going to outplay you in the lanes, no matter what we pick.
Yeah, I think the Morphling is interesting because it does check off a lot of the same boxes of the Weaver. Like, it's a similar idea of you're going to have this overwhelming damage, mostly later on versus the Pandas. Like, I kind of picture that point in the game where, like, Pandas, like, in between, like, 12 and 18, and you just, like, split, and the Pandas just die. Because Morphling just, like, right-clicks them all down, which is pretty brutal. But the laning stage itself shouldn't be as bad as what the Brewmasters have been experiencing versus the Weaver.
Yeah, the big thing with the Weaver is you're able to kind of dodge all the slows from Brew, dodge the Cinder Brew from just ticking you down, and constantly just go on the Brew as well and poke them. But the Morphling doesn't really have this ability to have like a disjoint tool. You don't want to use the waveform off cooldown. It's way too much mana. So I think the laning honestly won't be that good for the Morphling unless, you know, there's the Toronto-Tokyo on the entrance.
Yeah, that's true.
Does its thing.
One of the things that I think about, you know, sometimes there's these iconic moments in Dota that kind of happen, and one of the big things that always stood out to me was Somnus saying the word Kunkka as his answer to the Invoker that Topson picked all the way back at TI8. Now, picking that Invoker into it, Aoi was talking about, the panel was talking about this entire dynamic. We saw GPK put together really solid performances against Kunkka before. Is it the universal change that's made this matchup better? What do you think it is?
Yeah, Universal plays a part. Now you can buy Wraithband on Invoker, which gives you armor to kind of stop this harass. I also think just in general he has more damage. You can buy Bracer and Wraithband, so you have more abilities to feel stronger in the early game. And I also think that people have gotten better at the matchup, just better at hitting the Kunkka, better at dodging the cleaves, and just overall, I would say it's like a skill-based matchup, like AUI said. So I'll be interested to see how GPK gets out of this lane.
He's shown a lot of skills on Invoker, that's for sure. And had a couple deathless games there where he was dominating yesterday. One deathless game and then immediately died in the next one. They tried to punish him, but we all know he's got a mean Invoker here, and he wants to bring it out on the main stage whenever he can.
Somnus also goes for the double gauntlet start, which is the build you go on Kunkka when you feel like you're going to crush the lane. It makes your bottle or bracers like really slow, but you have so much damage for denying and harassing that when you do this, you really want to win the lane.
Yeah,
and
you
so
want to clutch up every
he's very confident about just how this is going to play out for him.
So far, he's doing just that. 4-3 versus 1-1. This is not how that Invoker performance went the other day. We'll get a couple of CS there with that Tornado, but could be a bit of a tough one for him as this gets into the later stages. The other things to sort of keep our eyes on are going to be a couple of heroes that we haven't seen a ton of, at least so far, and that's, again, the Legion Commander. So Pure needing to deal with this early pressure, although there is already some good damage out. Gets hit by the Blood Grenade, and the overwhelming odds almost enough, but the Stick Charge keeps him alive.
I feel like we've almost seen more Clockworks now into the main stage than we did in like the Road to TI. And, you know, we've had a couple now popping up here, and you can see kind of a rough matchup versus the Muerta. As you're like level 1 especially, you're always trying to batter yourself as much as possible.
Oh, and the calling, the chase, the push back. Oh, low, but not dead yet. Silence. Just barely able to get that separation. But you can see how aggressive you're capable of playing as Pure keeps on hitting these multi-hero overwhelming odds.
Just dropping his items and regenning. He knows he feels very confident here under their tower right now. Really getting the most out of this hero, which is what you need. Again, a winless hero here at TI, but if you can find the right situation, maybe this will be it. But you gotta imagine a lot of that power is gonna be in the early game, because heading in later, sure, there will be damage. You got Morphling, you got Muerta, you have an Invoker there too to try and juice up even further, but we've seen how tanky these cores are able to get to, and just choosing your dual target looks really hard in this game.
Just how long fights are. It's almost never like a dual kill one hero, keep going, keep going. It's a dual, hope this guy dies. Oh, he's only half health, guys. Let's see what happens now. But now your guy doesn't have an ultimate, so I'll be surprised to see what they do with it. I think Invoker, they talked about going Exort, but I think Exort's kind of weak right now, especially when you don't have stuns in the lane for early setups, so they'll probably just go the standard Quas Wex and play to just kill heroes with the Vessel.
Well, we'll see if he can even get to that position. So far, we talked about the need for Azure Ray to win their lanes or at least come out a little bit more even. Mid is definitely winning. He is 17-7 versus 10-3. Somnus wanting to get some retribution after what happened to him in the last game. That puck performance, it was painful seeing him get taken down at those early levels.
It's so much confidence going into this matchup that we've seen, you know, counterpick so many times near elimination game on the TI stage. Like, he wants this Invoker that badly.
There's definitely a level of confidence where you'll ask for a hero in a matchup that everyone else knows is bad on your team, and you say, I would Invoker, and they're like, don't they have Kunkka? Don't you always ask for us to ban that hero? But there's definitely a level of confidence, especially when you're playing on these big stages where you just don't really care, and you know you're going to own no matter what the situation is. So he probably even feels that if he loses the lane, he has the right hero for the game.
Yeah, fair. That's got to be the big thing for sure.
Oh, and in the meantime, down bottom, they do manage to find a good dead shot on save, and that's going to be first blood.
It's been looking great on the dead shots so far.
I think every single one's connected so far.
Yeah, making that
always
nice
like,
and easy.
The right angles too, to push them either back or farther away from the Legion when he's battery assaulting. It's just been really nice to watch.
And you know, that's got to be the biggest pain when you see this Muerta supports, right? When they miss, that's 120 mana. The mana flow is pretty weak. You're always seeing them like with the clarities and the mangoes. So every time that you're connecting, it's just so huge for keeping this pressure up on the laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to see this mid gap, but just going to keep growing. I think this matchup doesn't get any easier for Invoker as it goes on. When Kunkka hits level 5, the harass is just like kind of almost too much. Invoker doesn't have the old healing he used to have from Quas, so all his healing pretty much comes from Cold Snap or a Bracer. So once he gets to his half health, he never will go back up unless he buys more regen, and it doesn't look like he's doing it. So I'm honestly going to be really worried for how they kind of play around the mid, because I think they can collapse on mid with the Phoenix and the Clockwork at some point really fast.
Good job forcing him back with the cold snap there. That's one of those moments where if he gets uncontested behind your tower, suddenly you're also eating Tidebringers while you're right there. So will Tidebringer to secure the CS, and GBK doing a good job of keeping his distance at least for now. After the Tidebringer spam starts to come out, although just to be careful, he might think about chasing there.
Save and Pure, we're kind of thinking about with his dive. They force the tower.
It's just good pressure. Now Pure a little deep.
Battery assault, but won't be able to do that much more, I don't believe. Save takes a lot more. Much less tanky hero on that Muerta. And you can see that there is a lot of potential aggression, and Tidebringer will really bring down that Invoker low, but likely won't be able to find a kill unless they get some type of a X play with a TP rotation or something.
We even talked a lot about bottom, but down here, things going great for Chalice. Again, like this idea of the counter pick. It's not a super pressuring one. Morphling, a very hard hero to kick out of the lane for sure.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. This is big. They make the move, and the Hellbear Smasher, it's going to be enough.
That's so huge.
Toronto Tokyo, that is what they needed.
That's Ench, right? You know, that is what you need. Perhaps taking some notes from his old captain there, Poshka, right? I keep seeing those videos, Team Spirit. He's like, I told you Ench was good. Every video was the same answer.
Right. You're not wrong. That one showed the power of that hero. And GPK, after getting that little bit of help, is trying to finish off that urn.
And kills like that matter so much. Now that the Voker, you got a free wave, he'll probably get another free wave because it pushed in so much, and his game's kind of reset to some extent. And he's going to not feel that bad. The lane matchup, as long as you're able to kill the guy who counterpicked, I say counterpicked.
Yeah. Self-counterpicked,
yeah, self-counterpicked, but he's able to get out of the lane, and once you play the game, matchups like this end up not being that bad for you. So he's going to get into the game and feel comfortable.
Wow, super comfortable on Chalice with the Centaur chasing him. It does actually look like he's going to be able to escape. The urn finished for the Invoker now. Morphling not able to apply any more pressure there. Does have level 6 on Somnus. Not easy to get in range for a boat kill with X. Are they trying to go now onto Pure? Gets some separation, gets caught now in the cogs, and no, he walked back in and is just going to die for it.
Yeah, Save was busy grabbing the Wisdom Rune for a little bit there. So Pure all alone, trying to get some safe XP, and not so safe.
It was really good cogs. It split him from the creeps, so the creeps couldn't take the battery assault, and he just went down because he was completely alone. I don't think he was expecting that to happen like that.
Toronto Tokyo maybe thinking about another move in here. Does have Chalice in the sights.
Hadouken.
They move in, a couple more hits, an easy bring down. Enchantress, very strong hero. And FY now going to be chased by the Ench and the Satyr. Well, the X marks the spot. Control is on to Muerta on the top side of the map. Still dropping low. Save is going to fall, but FY tries to dive. Again, Hadouken is going to be back up. Can they manage to quite hit in time? No. It's going to TP out of there.
This is really good pressure, though, from the Enchantress. He saved mid, he saved bot to some extent, and now he's kind of having 2 comfortable lanes, and he can kind of choose what he wants to do. Usually with Enchantress, you have 2 plays. It's either you constantly pressure towers with your creeps and just keep going forward, or you farm and get greedy. We've seen Maposhka at this tournament destroy games on his Enchantress, like going carry mode pretty much. And just, did he get a rampage or just? It felt like he got a rampage. Yeah. And so he can kind of do whatever. He's freed up himself and his whole team to just exist in the game and be happy.
And when you don't get these plays in the lane stage, it just feels so much worse. So really impressive stuff here from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, good hogs. Able to get him just in time, not able to hit for the calling, and with the boat down, that is going to be a kill. So Somnus cleaning one up, and now looking for Chalice. They bring him down too. So a 1 trade apiece.
And that's closing in on the level 6 here. Only a little bit of XP to go for Pure, so could try and get something. We talked about this duel being maybe a little bit not super solid in this game, but in the earlier parts, you know, when these heroes aren't super tanky, sometimes you can catch people off guard. But again, there's not going to be any Sunstrikes. We are still just cross-waxing here on this Invoker.
I also like that he's going to finish the Vessel before the Midas. We've seen some Invokers go the greedy, where you go to earn it so you can tell your team, like, I can rotate, guys, it's all good. But then you go back to the Midas. I think him going for the Vessel is really going to matter if he wants to kill the Kunkka, if he wants to go the Brew, or the Phoenix even. Just there's like heals and so much HP that they have in the early game that the Vessel will let them kind of chew through that.
They have a ward in behind on the tower here. Giving them full vision. This is just a...
He's low mana.
They want just out of range. There's no way that he gets away from this one, surely. Zero's good, but is it going to be that good? Well, Meteor is down. Somnus will fall. GPK not going to be caught by Tian Ming, who's running through, and now he's also in trouble. They have FY in the area. The Icarus dive does do some pretty good damage. With the Hurricane pullback in, FY, he went too far. The duel is there. Oh. First one claimed for Pure.
Very nicely done. Don't see that too often. They're really early dual kills in the mid lane. So well done from Pure.
We see the confidence with the Invoker, right? They kind of knew it. I think they probably knew what they want to do with the Enchantress, of bringing her mid, bringing a creep mid, pressuring the Kunkka, not really worrying about the early laning stage. And now his game is great. It's pretty much he's evened up with the Kunkka. He's killed him twice now. He has no worries in the world. He has his Vessel.
Oh yeah.
Just play the game now.
That boom. Definitely getting what they need out of this one. And 10 minutes in, we have really yet to put any type of meaningful pressure onto Nightfall for this Morphling.
I mean, he's level 8.5 and Chalice just hit 6.
Yeah.
And again, much like the Weaver, I mean, I don't think you're going to solo kill on a Morphling here. You know, this is one of those carry matchups that you can't really threaten, especially when he's 2 levels up on you. So kind of a hard situation here for Chalice to figure out what to do. Because your Kunkka is also just trying to finish up Blade Mail. But I mean, he's got the boat, so looks like that's going to be... Oh, they have Hookshot too. All right, so some things are coming together here for Azure.
I think even killing the Enchantress, if they get it, is a good kill for them. The Enchantress killing spree, so they get the little extra XP, but it might just walk right past her.
And also, you know, there is waveform here too, so it's not even a guarantee.
They see the Rocket Flare, and now they go the Enchantress while they're also going on the other hero. Well, it didn't really look super clean, but it should be enough to take down Toronto Tokyo in the end, I would assume. Although, wait a minute. The dead shot does a good job, but the Tidebringer hit. Nicely played by Somnus. It is going to be Tian Ming dying. Lul makes the movement over. A Tornado EMP combination. It's going to drain all the mana from these big strength cores. And in the end, it's just going to be support for support.
They can't take the fight anymore. Kunkka has no mana, Brew's no mana, so they bring all their heroes bot now. 5 heroes, even the carry Luna comes to the bot lane, but they have to walk backwards. And this is kind of one of those things that feels so bad when you bring your whole team and you have to retreat.
Yeah, you're getting the call there as the Luna who, you know, has 2 points in the Lucent Beam, no Eclipse, you still have to show up, and now your Brewmaster, no mana for a play here, no stick or wand, and no hope.
Hoping to get away, Sunstrike hits. That's enough.
Nice try, Nightfall.
Almost got the kill. Yeah. It's Pure. Do they have anything to follow up with this on?
A lot of TPs.
No, as a matter of fact, he is probably going to get dueled here. The duel, the turn, a couple more hits, a dead shot, and another win for Pure.
This GPK Invoker, 4-0-3. Well, that's a counter pick matchup anyway, right?
True enough.
Who needs to win the lane?
Yeah. Just need Toronto Tokyo on Enchantress.
It's a team game.
That's right, that's right.
He trusted his support to gank him mid, so he was going to win the game as a team.
Toronto Tokyo was a mid player for a long time. He knows how important that one is.
He knows how to keep his mid player happy. Right?
Exactly.
And that's what's important.
That's true.
Keeping the mid players happy.
Okay,
you can agree with that. That's good.
Greatest lesson of the day.
Guys like the rock stars, you know, the front.
Well, 9-4, 2,000 gold lead. Again, in this elimination match, I do kind of have the wondering at this point if you're sort of, as Azure Ray, feeling compelled to push the tempo. You know, I look at their lineup and Luna going late game can sometimes be a little bit dicey. You're playing against Morphlane, which is already a scary one. How concerned would you be right now for Azure Ray?
I think they shouldn't be concerned right now. They should be concerned about 5 minutes. The Luna still wants to use her like flash farming ability to actually get the items to take the fight, and I think just bringing her to that bot fight really hurt their game. They should let her get a bunch of gold before these fights.
Well, nice. Trying to run away as they're going to lose another one. Tianming is just right there, killed off Toronto Tokyo, but they weren't able to find Lul, which was probably the kill that they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a good smoke break. So he actually protects his carry. They're now able to farm the other lanes because so many heroes showed top. And it's, you know, all this is to delay the game. They need to delay, I would say, until like this 15 to 18 minute mark is when the Lunas usually shine. They get the Manta and the Shard, and they become really tanky. They can take towers, they can take objectives. And before then, I don't really think that they should make any crazy moves.
Now, Bat Boom are going to keep it up, though. Already purchasing up another smoke there for save. Just try and keep up this aggression, and Chalice desperately trying to get back in the game there with that Midas. I mean, so much of this game, you know, looking at this Brewmaster. Will he ever become this big Brewmaster? Who gets the Radiance? Who gets the Manta? You know, is that something he can even hope to achieve in this match? Or is he just going to be struggling this whole time trying to lift up his Luna?
I think that's always the worry, is that Brew is, even though he's people go greedy because he has such a strong teamfight spell in his ult. And you can't use items during his ult. So it doesn't really matter what you have as long as you get it off. And that enables people to go this really greedy Midas into Radiance. But the issue is sometimes you just lose the game before you hit that timing.
Yep.
And your Brewlings will die. I think, like you said, they have so much damage to kill the Brewlings in this early game that it's not even that easy for him to fight if he gets it off. And so it's a little concerning that they have this really slow draft and Bet Boom has so much early game pressure.
Well, and that was very much the recipe for disaster in game number 2, it felt like, for Azure Ray, was that Bet Boom just got everything that they wanted early and then also had those tools to close out a game. Now, Chalice is going to get, well, he's in the area here, but they might try and wrap on him.
All of Azure Ray is gated behind Nightfall.
They scanned it, though. They know they're back there.
And he's immediately going to try and run away.
Doesn't have a morph, doesn't have a point for it either. And they go for him.
Oh. Nice play. Tianming able to get him! And just like that, Azure Ray back into it.
Wow, even with the scan, could not escape.
That hook shot, I think, was blind, if I'm not mistaken, too. The flare was a little bit further to the right.
I mean, that flare, you know, got nerfed. It's hard to see these days.
Also, really good read for Bet Boom, I think, to cancel all the TPs instantly the second he goes down. We've seen a lot of times, or especially around the safe lane, that they TP to try to save the guy who's getting dove, and they all end up dying, and it's a horrible, horrible defeat. But here they lose the Morphling, they lose the tower. It sucks, but they can keep playing the game, and they can keep feeling strong.
Still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And while there is no tier 1 tower in the mid lane for Azure Ray to protect, you can't really allow Bet Boom to just step really aggressively forward and deny out farm. Lewis still has not been sort of forced out of the Ancients yet, but a boat, oh, this would be huge! Does it get it in time? Yes, they do! Somnus, when they needed him most, comes out with a clutch one.
Oh, the back-to-back kill. Oh, but wait, will they get one in return?
GPK stepping forward. Chalice wants to get out of here, does not have ulti. They're a little bit too late, but with a little bit of help, maybe they can get a return kill. Toronto Tokyo's there, they have the egg, but the hook shot comes in, stops that from Pure, able to interrupt with the battery assault. Just like that, Azure Ray, they're streaming forward, wanting to find the kill, and they will. Save. Trying to do what he can, but also with the ultimate coming out on this Luna, they've got him under fire, going to fall.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable stuff here from Azure Ray. I gotta give it to Tianming. Like the way that he's playing and stopping these ganks on the Luna, allowing Lu to stay in this game, getting this little bit of disable on the edge, and then the hookshot to save the egg, like.
And then another one.
Like, he can do no more.
Tianming making the plays when his team needed him, and Somnus is able to catch there onto Toronto Tokyo. The last couple of minutes have been disastrous for Bet Boom, and it's Azure Ray who are benefiting.
It almost feels like these 2 morph kills matter so much. He dies once, they lose the tower. He dies again, and now Bet Boom feel forced to like want to take this fight. They're like, oh, they want our morph, they use boat, we have to take this fight. We're getting picked off all across the map. And now they take a fight 4v5, and it goes horribly.
Yep, and then it just chains further, because after that second death, now we're come all the way back around where the split's back up. So Charles can feel like he can pressure in, and suddenly, like, what looked like kind of a pipe dream of this Radiance is just getting closer and closer right now.
Well, and in a way, if we think again back to what has been sort of the question for BetBoom is, can they keep their composure under these moments? Can they sort of stop the bleed from happening when things stop going their way? We'll see if they can recover over these next couple of minutes, but it's got to be scary territory in this elimination match with it all on the line. Got to see who it is that's able to step up from BetBoom to make the moves they need.
If they're going to fight back, it's got to be Pure. Having that Blink Dagger coming out here on the Legion Commander, you imagine that that's probably how you're going to enable it. Currently, though, I think, what, 2 points Exort still on the Invoker, so you know the Sunstrike's not too spooky quite yet.
Yeah, I think it's definitely really scary, especially when you're versus these like timing drafts that they can just end the game at some point. You're versus a Luna and a Brew, and I would say that if they get this Roshan and the Luna gets like this next set of items, they can just end the game. They can just walk down a lane, the Brew will split if he needs to, Kunkka will bone save, and the game will just end. And so whenever you're in these positions and you start to kind of throw away these early game leads, it gets so scary because you know that this timing is coming.
Yep. Very quick snowball possibility here, and Somnus recognizing what they're after, Xing just even small distances from the tier 1. Does not want to give anything up to Pure. They probably know this Legion Commander's on the hunt, and they look at the mini-map, they don't see her around, so.
Yeah.
You see Toronto Tokyo, though.
I mean, you can see how contracted they're playing right now, but they are
Toronto Tokyo, microwave?
Gonna run through. Gets caught.
They all gated on the side of BetBoom.
But can they catch this afterwards? They already used the split. The egg is down, and now Pure, he's in too far. They wanted to make a move, but they're gonna be the ones that get caught. They tried to bring down Tianming. The heal is there from the Supernova, from the Phoenix. Pure turns, tries to go for a duel. That was not how that was supposed to go. BetBoom, what's going on?
It's just getting dual damage. Okay, plus 28 for FY.
So FY reacted to the Legion blink dueling him and egg during the animation of the duel. So then the Legion kind of got stuck in no man's land and just gets cut down. That was an amazing reaction.
Oh, and look at this at the 20-minute mark as well. Are they going to go for this?
The Tormentor's
doing
going to
the ultimate ender?
They're trying.
I mean, look at this. They got themselves so many heroes here. It's so easy with the Luna. Oh, the ultimate snowballing possibility.
That's big, and that's the one that FY wanted. This is huge for Azure Ray.
Of course.
I mean, we saw that FY piece right during the break in between these series. He was saying it's that final step that he wants to take as a player to make it again, win a TI. Got to get through BetBoom to get there, through the lower bracket, a way that he's not used to going to the grand finals either if they can make it. But we'll see. It all has to come down to this. Can BetBoom stall out this pressure that they know is going to be coming?
It's definitely going to be around this Aegis timing. I think Luna is really going to want to call for an Aegis timing, like a Roche kill in the next minute or two. And if they can survive that first Aegis, I think that they have a shot back into the game. And so it's basically dependent on, do they get pickoffs with the Legion? Are they able to cut the waves with the Invoker and the Morphling? Is the Enchantress able to like drag waves?
GPK, they see him. Tianming, oh, the tornado! Interrupted. As interaction I didn't know about. Cog's not going to connect. Still hanging out. Oh, he goes through and gets the duel.
Oh, not this time. All right.
Pure taking a little bit of retribution for himself there, and now finding save Tianming. This is the kills that BetBoom wanted. The back and forth that's happening between these two squads.
They're very strong together, but you start breaking them apart, get them out of these auras, right? We've also seen some of the Luna lineups where they're trying to go high ground a little bit too early. That's being punished a bit here, so it is very important they get this sorted the right way.
And look at that, GPK gives the tip over to the Clockwork, and they're going to be the ones to steal this pivotal Aegis. Try and slow down that tempo that Azure Ray is playing with.
Yeah, this is going to hurt Azure Ray a lot, actually. And this is, again, I think this was their big timing in the game. They had to group up, they had to take this Roche and control the whole map. And they lost the entire chance now. They're going to have to wait about like 10 minutes just for Roche to have the ability to get in their hands. And they are now in the defensive. They can't just pick off the Morph for free like they've had in the past. And it's going to slow down the tempo a lot.
They have hit some pretty big items, though. They have that Radiance finished up on the Brewmaster. There's a BKB done for the Kunkka as well. Somnus then going to comfortably head towards the Water Park there afterwards with the Aghanim Scepter, Torrent Storm. So they have some good solutions coming in the future. But yeah, this idea of just, oh, we're going to like break the map wide open, crush these tier 2s right now with this Aegis has been removed by BetBoom. And now they're just going to have to try and lick their wounds a little bit here. And BetBoom does indeed get back into this game as the BKB also nearly complete here for Nightfall.
Oh, a little short.
It's okay, he's getting them anyway.
As they're going to claim this Tormentor here for themselves on Azure. So we're talking about the need to kind of sit back and chill a bit, but do you think that for Azure there is any temptation to try and make some type of a pressure play for a few of these tier 2s, or do you just strictly stay on your side of the map and farm?
I definitely think, I don't know necessarily tier 2s, you don't need to force it that hard, but they can take the fight. I don't think the Aegis matters. The Brewmaster is really strong with the Radiance timing. Luna is really, really farmed, so they can take the 5v5s, and the Aegis doesn't matter. It just, they can't do the extra step where you take everything from them. They're going to take, 80, 90%, maybe hopefully pick off some heroes and take some fights, but they have to do it, reserved.
A Sunstrike there, scouts out Chalice, and perhaps they have an idea. Is this player going to hit them lurking? Oh, no, okay. All right. He's just pushing the wave out. But, I mean, they have been waiting here a while.
Right. I think you know at this stage, if you're Azure, that they're waiting on a high ground, so they won't go for it. Now, there is instead a smoke play coming down bottom. Luna Illusions pushing that pressure. Now, Toronto Tokyo is probably not the kill they're looking for here. But if they make it through that gate, you're going to feel really safe on the side of BetBoom. Now, instead, they're just going to push out bottom. Maybe they are going to be going for it.
Well, they better hope they don't come through that gate. Bad news for Pure.
It's probably just going to be a chill tier 2 push. They're in this ball, so BetBoom doesn't really have a reason to go and fight them. They can just take this time to farm all of their other items. They're behind in gold. Even with the Aegis advantage, they're down 7,000 gold. So everything is still for Azure Ray. But again, BetBoom can't hit their timings. They have so much damage in this mid to late game between the Morphling, the Voker, even the Legion duels, so that they just need to keep kind of farming their items and avoid this Aegis timing.
And we'll see how many more Midases we'll have to count. For now, it's just save, looking at it on the Muerta.
Azure has 1, right, on the Brew?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep.
It's currently a 1 Midas advantage for Azure.
Important thing to keep track of in these ones. Also, BKB timings. Going to be something else to watch for. They've already got it on that Morph, the Invoker, Legion Commander, everybody going for BKB, including Toronto Tokyo, interestingly enough. He's almost got his done, too.
It's really important versus Kunkka. Everyone goes Ags on Kunkka, and it's pretty much unfightable without a BKB on any hero. So Enchantress goes 1, you know that you have to buy 1.
Meanwhile, Somnus, just off the mark, the silence is there. That's enough to get save out of trouble.
Are there any interesting morph choices here in this game for like end target? Yeah. I mean, there's kind of like some escapes of the Phoenix sometimes, They have to like bail out on one.
Probably if he buys the shard, he can turn into Luna, and then use your shard and go back to Morph.
Yeah, that's nice.
Probably the best one I can see. Morphling, yeah, you generally don't pick him for the ult anymore, especially after the Ags change. The new Ags could be cool. It could be cool versus Luna.
Oh, okay.
It's 100% damage taken and received illusion of the Luna that can cast spells.
That is, yeah, and all her basics. I mean, who cares about her ulti anyway? Plus, you would get the shard, right?
You would get her shard, you get all her items, so pretty much the more farm the Luna is, the more farmed your illusion is.
That's pretty cool.
So it could be something we see.
Yeah.
Also, it's really cool for split pushing because you can change places with it.
That'd be
it's like the good old days. Yeah.
Yeah, the good old days. Yeah,
good old
okay. I don't know if we call that Morphling the good old days.
That one was a travesty, honestly. No, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're ever going to be getting the freaking Morphling Aghanims.
I don't know.
That plays what it does. Yeah. I've heard many like coaches and like players be like, I don't know what it does. It's like Muerta's eggs. They're just like, I'm not. What? Can you use that spell there? I'm not sure.
Well, this is the big spell to get if they can bring him down in time, and in fact, they will. Chalice just gets blown up. That is the dual kill. Well, he actually X'd himself, unfortunately. Maybe he was going for Pure there. Bit of a misclick, and now Tianming, he's in no man's land, has the hook shot over to FY to get some separation.
I mean, they're going to keep chasing shortly.
Nightfall is there, has the Alacrity ready to go. Tianming in trouble. Good Cogs push back onto 2, trying to get everybody out. The dead shot, the Torrent not going to connect Toronto Tokyo. He's too far forward.
Wow, look at the standing tall of Azure Ray. They're saying, go ahead. Keep chasing us.
Well, this could be good if they can burn through the mana. In fact, they will right away, but the Sunray is out, trying to heal him up. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Trying to survive, but it's not going to happen. They take down the Luna. Somnus tries to TP out, will manage to do just that.
Wait, keep him alive.
But
hold on.
They're there. They find another kill.
It was 5 seconds, guys. Come on.
The duel, he wanted
Pure needs to get a few back here, okay? He's giving one up.
So Nightfall he morphed into Kunkka, so that's where the X was.
Oh, okay, there it is.
So there's the one hero you could turn into, X and Torrent, pretty good spells.
Yep.
To steal for free. And I think that all kind of boils down to the Brewmaster getting caught before the fight.
Yeah.
He matters so much for their team fight, and they also waste the boat trying to save him. So they don't have the boat for the fight, they don't have the brew for the fight, and it's kind of a 45 without a Kunkka ultimate.
Yeah, it's the ultimate dream, right? If you could pick any hero to blow up first, it's definitely going to be that Brewmaster. And now knowing that, actually assembles right away the Aeondis. Doesn't even try and go for the assemble play, potential.
Do any of the stances really help out that much in this instance at all?
The Void one?
The Void.
Okay.
Gives you status resistance, especially if you have the Brew talents and you have the W up, I think it's 80%.
I mean, that would be huge.
If he gets that off before he gets gone, and it helps him out a lot.
Switching over instead. For anybody that hasn't played Brewmaster in a while, just don't. It's, it's ridiculous.
He's fun.
He's crazy. He's really hard to play right now, but he's also awesome.
Really
cool. Get away with it.
Just have to read a little textbook of
exactly.
the ability.
Yeah, study up. He is one of the cooler heroes now with all of those changes. Feels like a fighting game with all the stances you can switch into.
Somnus picks up his shard, so he kind of hits his peak for spellcasting on the Kunkka. He has Ag Shard, he has the BKB, so constant spells are going to come out from him. And again, I think Azure just needs to make sure Brew lives at the start of the fight. Anyone else can get dueled. The Luna will survive. Kunkka will probably survive, but the Brew, even if he doesn't survive and he doesn't get his split up because his mana gets burned or whatever happens, it's bad for him.
Yeah.
So just make sure he lives, make sure he doesn't get gone on first, and just take the fight from there.
Yeah, of course, it can be a little bit tough for the Brewmasters these days because you don't tend to have the Blink Dagger, so you're not really like lurking. You're just kind of there.
You got to be in the front now.
Yeah.
Right.
Be a bit tougher to handle. And maybe they'll dissuade them from doing anything too crazy until they actually go back for that Aegis, because the early spawn time is coming up rather soon. Only another 30 seconds away.
Yeah, we'll see what that timing actually ends up being. It's going to determine a lot of where this goes.
I'm channeled in this time.
Okay.
I think TI main stage, I get it right.
Tell me, what's the timing on the Aegis?
53 seconds.
53.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm very confident.
We'll believe.
Yeah. 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
You want the long one.
Yep.
Already we've had 2 games there, 2 series that have gone to 3 games. Long Roches, and you were close.
5 off. Someday I'll get it.
That's a win.
Right? It's a 1/180 chance.
So one thing I really like how Bepum is playing is pretty much anytime they get a small advantage in the fight or the map, they constantly keep looking for more. You saw after that fight, they get the Brew, they kept chasing. Even after the fight, they chase to top, they go on the Phoenix top, and it's like they're constantly trying to make more than what they get. They're not really sitting back and being like, okay, we got a small win, let's accept it and move forward. They're constantly going for more and more and more, and I think that's the way that you win these games, that it's a little hard to play.
And Azure at the same time, though, they've also done a great job in terms of just like staying focused. Like, I mean, maybe it didn't work out that well for them, but the idea of actually staying pumped, not just giving up, was kind of crazy.
Well, this is going to be a scary spot right here. They walked underneath a ward for Azure. So Azure, aware of where they're at. Roche is going to respawn on this one, too.
Arcane Rune Kunkka.
Got to be careful. They see Pure right away. Wants to chase. Pops the BKB. That's a good one to get out. He actually has the X2, but will wear off. Now, that is early split. You need to get used very early.
Okay, now do you just, like, rush the Roche?
Thinking about it. Maybe they find a way. Wait a minute. He just walked up to him. Toronto, Tokyo. Didn't see Tian Ming. And gets caught, and now can they find more? Looking for the lift up, Pure, he's caught. The chase down, this is what they wanted. Azure on the hunt, but he gets the blink away. Quick fingers on Pure, and BetBoom, they outlast that Brew split. There's still a couple heroes in that area. As Nightfall is chased, they don't manage to quite catch with the Wind Panda. But Roche is up.
It is up indeed, and GBK also feeling forced to just TP a little bit further back. Don't want to get caught by anybody here. Save also nearby, just farming up the Ancients.
So if they're going to fight Roche, this is the best case scenario. There's no Bruce.
Oh, he thought it was real.
Oh, did he?
Might have. They realize now that they're into the pit, and that one's for free. They can't get here in time. Waveform wants to make something happen, but BetBoom, they're coming in just a little bit too late, and they're going to have to dodge for a while.
All right, Aegis and Cheese, 30 minutes, Luna lineup. Things back on track right now for Azure.
This is where the high ground push, if you're willing to go to the high ground.
Are they willing, do you think? Would you be willing in this game? I'm kind of scared, I feel like. Elimination.
Yeah, I think you want to. Even though you have to be scared, you have to at some point be like, we have to take the win. You can't be scared to take the win. So there's not really much jump from BetBoom, or there's no Tusk kicks, there's no Magnus, no Punch, nothing crazy like that. So I think it's pretty simple execution for them. They can even X the Luna, keep going back and forth.
The Kunkka copy seems very scary, though, I guess, right? That'd be the big
Yeah,
one. Like, with the X's, with the shard.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess this is the other question, is that if Azure do decide to go high ground, for BetBoom, how do you try and contest that for themselves? Do they step up and fight? Do they let a lane of racks go? Like, what's sort of the call for their fighting strength right now?
Never let the lanes get there.
Yeah, it's probably going to be pushing out the lanes with the Legion lurking, trying to get a pick on the lanes to delay the Aegis timing, and then if they end up getting there, it's on the Invoker to just delay with Tornado, EMP, Deafening Blast, and at some point hope you duel the guy and burst the guy. And outside of that, there's not much, not much more you can ask for.
And if you're going to force that high ground, it's probably going to be Clockwork,
Yep.
You get this crazy flare in the back line, which is a lot easier with the Aghanims. He's about to complete that on Tianming. You try and get this vision, and you get that one hook shot that just enables everyone to actually come high ground. Because that's the scariest part. It's getting over the wall, right? Up that staircase, you just have to have like something confident, something that's at least secured by your allies, where you feel like you can actually step up and have a good opportunity in a team fight. And that's going to be Clockwork in this game. As they back up their Luna here, taking down one of the last two Tier 2 standing near that Radiant side Tormentor. They could pretty easily go for it again. And, Tianming, he's missing a shard. Help a guy out here, but time is of the essence, I suppose.
They have 3 minutes on the Aegis. They got their Butterfly, and, what else do you need? Go? It's just go time.
Man. Apparently not a jetpack. So.
The X play. Yeah, why not? Tornado lift up. Not going to pull him in time. That was also the Hex reveal. Had more than enough space. You make that X play with Pure, you still could be in some issue. I mean, I guess that you're still gonna, you'll actually probably pull Pure closer than you would to Luna.
Yeah, it might be scary for the Pure getting far in.
Yeah.
But it's good for them. For the side of Azure, they force everyone back to TP and just show in their own base. So now Azure can kind of either choose to sit here and then go again, knowing that there's no TPs, or they can just kind of fan out and farm the whole map.
Yeah, get that farm going on. Grab the outpost as well in case maybe for some buyback plays if you get the high mobility.
GPK did not TP, so he'll be ready for the next one if they need to. Currently, though, Tianming with that Aghanim Scepter is going to enable the map hacks that are the Rocket Flare spam.
As well as the creep push.
Oh, yeah.
Clockwork Eggs is, I think it's slightly undervalued. I think this is such a strong tool just for everything. You can push lanes out across the map anywhere. You slow heroes during the team fights, which that change is crazy. It's so strong to just have a slow.
Yeah.
You can even just like Cogs become a right-click carry at some point in the game with a heart.
Oh.
Where you get those.
Oh, God.
All right, well, they are scanning. They realize that GPK is stealing their Wisdom Rune, but they're just going to have to deal with that. So they're going to go grab the one from BetBoom.
BetBoom was so scared after the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
They want to stay there for an extra 10 seconds just to get an experience rune.
I mean, with good reason. That could have been a pretty quickly dead hero. But Lul walks up to high ground. Chalice pops ult, and there it is. Just like that, they're going to be able to force out the glyph. And I think with these Brewlings, there'll be enough damage. They are burning through them pretty quickly, but a couple more hits. Beating into it. Backdoor protection is up. They don't quite manage to take it down.
So low.
It's actually going to survive through it. Sunstrike not going to connect. They are going to have to back away. Now, that was the Aeon Disc that they managed to proc onto FY.
I mean, it's just good poking. They have so much time on the Aegis. The Brew Split, I wouldn't say they needed to fight. I think if BetBoom walked into them right now, they would still take the fight with or without it. So it's kind of just free damage, and it's you have to keep forcing them back. You can't let them play this whole map game and delay the game. So you have to just keep making pressure, but do it in a way that's safe, which I think they're doing a really good job of not dying on any heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they get the glyph forced out as well, and now they're going to power up their push here by getting the Assault Crash finished on Chalice. So from having a pretty tough start to this game, he's now sort of blossoming into this big Brewmaster that you want. He wasn't able to go that Manta build, but not really necessary this game because he's just playing with his team. He doesn't have to do a lot of the split push himself. He just wants to ensure he gets off his ulti, and they take down these big objectives.
So what is the window that we're waiting for BetBoom? Because obviously their plan is to delay. Is there a particular item timing that they're looking for? Is it just getting all of their heroes very farmed? What's really their game plan on BetBoom?
Big Muerta.
I think honestly they kind of have their timing. The Morphling is really farmed, even based on the situation. There's a Hex on the Invoker, so they have the ability to burst these heroes really fast. It's a lot about the angle of how they take the fight, whether they get a good duel off and they actually burst the dual target. Maybe they get a Hex on the Phoenix and take down the Phoenix. So it's just a lot about finding the fight, which is really hard when Azure has so much lane shove.
And so many Aeon Discs.
Yeah, Clockwork, Luna shoving out the lanes. They have vision from the Clockwork, Aeon on the Brew, and so...
So what you're telling me is the game is just getting started.
The game is just getting started.
I mean, Pure is going to go for the nullifier too.
Yep. I really like this nullifier.
Yeah.
Can actually duel the Brew, can kill him. The Aeon proc won't like status resistance the duel.
Nightfall, go back. Oh, that's tough. Someone's not getting their tier 4.
Oh no. Well, they'll have plenty of time to find it, surely. Oh, there he goes. Yeah.
Saved.
Picking up garbage.
And you know it was one of the supports too.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, you're definitely missing out.
Support's fault.
Yeah.
Exactly. Chalice in the mid. See if they can maybe burst the Aeon disc, force that out from him, and indeed they will.
I mean, that hurts, right? I mean, nowadays, like that is the forced cooldown. It increases every time, so just getting it passively like that feels great. Is that a DD Luna?
That is a DD Luna.
Oh, that's kind of scary.
Interesting.
The Vindicator's axe.
I mean, again, it doesn't feel great wanting to try and make some type of a play if you don't find a pickoff, but if they manage to find a pickoff, that's a whole different story. In towards mid, Azure Ray are going to head out. Deal with the Morphling illusions. Bedboom, they're fairly spread out right now, and right away, anticipated the movement, but didn't quite find him there. Nightfall is
the Morphling.
no man's land. It's the Morphling. He's gonna walk forward. The stun, it's done, gone. Oh, that can't happen, and he is dead for 70 seconds without a buyback.
And immediately the Pandas.
Oh no,
another.
oh no, Azure Ray. They get gifted a freebie. The decision to walk back in, that is going to haunt Nightfall. Will it be for just a couple of seconds or years? We'll see in just a minute if AR walk up high ground.
Toronto pops Kiwi, almost dies just to the glaze, bouncing around.
Step
and this is a
forward, the fear. It's all falling. They've got 40 seconds of freedom. Save is caught there. Do they keep going for more? That's going to be a second set of racks. All it takes is one pickoff, and it is so much damage done. Azure Ray. They move from tower to tower, building to building, then Bedboom. I mean, all they can do is watch. You can't initiate here. You don't have your Morphling.
Keep it going.
20 seconds, they try and look. Save is out there. Starts to hit onto Somnus. The X mark, the play, the ghost ship. He gets a little bit of separation. There's going to pull him in closer. Save is gone too. He doesn't have buyback either.
Creeps are still in the mid lane as well.
Oh.
They had enough on Azure Ray though. It looks like they have.
Wow. They hold. I mean, it could have been worse, but a huge opening for Azure Ray.
They're going to bring her back, you know.
Roshan had an instant spawn as well, so they might just walk into the Roche pit, and it's third Roche, so there's gonna be an axe.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there is no vision, at least, to see like the walking Roche. The Sunstrike comes down, but it's gonna fade in time.
Oh, the Sunstrike right before Roche walked in.
Yeah, Roche was making a trek across the map here, and there's the flare.
They know.
Letting them know.
They know. Azure Ray. I mean, that is such a huge, unbelievably monumentous moment in this game. That's going to be revealed now, and they're not going to get here in time. Third Roche to Azure Ray. All it takes is one mistake.
Coming out here now feels like going just through the motions right now at this point. For Bedboom, like, do you really want to make your way over here?
Walk out there, farm a few camps.
Yeah.
Just walk backwards, and it's all going to be this high ground hold. It's how do you take this fight? And who do you focus? How do you cast your spells? And they're going to choose to fight outside the base. I think this is a good idea because once the Luna gets on the high ground, I think it's impossible.
I mean, you can see it just bouncing around the buildings, how much it's just shredding through them. They can't actually fight inside their own base because of it. This is going to limit their buyback possibilities, though, obviously. You know, your buyback not quite as valuable if the fight takes place outside of your high ground.
It's also only the Invoker and the Legion who have buys, and you don't really want the Invoker to be the one having to buy back.
Yeah.
And the Legion, once she duels, as we talked about earlier, she's not one of these heroes that has a massive amount of HP and constantly doing damage just being alive. She's kind of a one and done. You duel, that's it. You just exist to just say hello to everyone and purge some stuns off.
And look at how they're positioning too. They're just so clumped together on Azure Ray. 5 heroes smoked on each side.
Also to our Bedboom.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, they have to back away. I mean, they stuck there as long as they could, but they TP out. Need to get away with everybody, and the problem is, Luna, it's come high ground. Bedboom, they've had so many moments here. So much of the year spent trying to get it all to this point, and potentially it's all going to be for naught if they can manage to claim this high ground. Disarmed for now. Lul steps forward. Building being hit. They tidal wave in, save, try to control. Chalice does have refreshers, so they'll have another salvo of this if they want. X mark, control, Torrent, got him, caught, saved, dead again. That's a buyback. Lowell hitting, they don't have answers. Azure, there's the hook shot. They find the high ground, but look at the turn from Nightfall. Pops it, he's staying alive. The duel jumps forward, they didn't get anything off. Bedboom trying to hold for all their worth, but do they have enough damage? Do they have enough to take him down? Nightfall, he's out of the base yet again, he's gonna die! 80 seconds gone! Azure, they lasted long enough, and one death was all it took. Lowell feeling himself there on the finish.
You go back to how this game started. It was not looking good for Azure. They had to wait for the timing. Chalice, a tough start on that Brewmaster, but he held out. And Somnus, the plays on that Kunkka to get around the map, really keeping them in this one, so they were ready for that timing, and then they struck hard with those last Aegises.
Yeah, and it all goes to the Morphling plays bot. They kill the Morph 2 times in a row with an amazing boat from the Fog. 100 to 0 the Morph. He didn't even get his Morph off. They take the fight, and I think after that it just started crumbling.
Oh, an unbelievable performance here. The series going the distance, and one of those moments again. They're going to feel the love from the crowd coming out of the booths. They managed to take this one, and oh man, you got to imagine for Bedboom, it hurts.
It was a really good showing. I think all the games were really close. Bedboom also showed in the second game how strong of a team they are. They just completely crushed the second game. So, just great performance from them.
And again, of course, some fan favorites here moving on forward. Something that you love to see, some storied memories there on this team. We'll be continuing forward as we will lose one of our potential TI second hopefuls here in Toronto, Tokyo.
Absolutely. He put on a good performance again, switching roles, doing so much work with this squad. But it is going to be Azure that will be moving on, continuing this top 4 as we head on back to the panel.
An absolutely devastating loss for Bedboom, but all of the Azure fans in the arena right now, they got to see some beautiful adjustments in game number 3. These guys had a rough game 2, but ultimately, they're going to be going. They're a top 4 team right now. That means in top 4, we have 2 China region teams. That is amazing representation for them. It's phenomenal. And in game number 3, let's break it down. Let's talk about it, because this Luna was able to have so much impact at the end of the game, despite it being a little bit rough in the earlier part of this game for AR.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job just being solid throughout the game. They stayed focused. I think it was sort of like you can see the differences between the 2 teams, where the Azure team was a lot more composed and focused, and meanwhile, I think Nightfall had a couple of deaths on Morphling that looked a little rough. They, after he died, even the team was running in. It felt very desperate for them. Whereas Azure, they were always confident in their timings. They're always confident. Even this first Roshan gets sniped, doesn't matter. Don't need to go desperate. Don't need to take some crazy fight. Just keep building up your advantage, and eventually you're going to go high ground with some Luna, some Brewmaster ulti. Really good methodical Dota from them.
Absolutely, that really showcased veteran Dota, because at some point after the lanes, when they came up with a 3K net worth advantage on the side of Bedboom and they were getting kills, it looked really rough for Azure, but they just rotated their Kunkka to play with the Brew bottom. They got that first kill on the Morphling. They opened up the tower. They stuck around, and they got the sneaky Torrent on Morphling when he TP'd back in, and that just turned the entire game, Reza.
Yeah, it was really the turning point because of this Morphling that they had to accumulate this huge lead that translated into more advantage later on. But that third death after when he was walking on the high ground as well, it was. I think it's the nerves that come into the players when there's really high stakes. The elimination match, it's it just seemed like they didn't cope with it, and they didn't manage to deal with it.
Yeah, we were praising Bedboom a lot about how much they had adjusted over this month, over these last few weeks for themselves. They should still be really proud. A top 6 finish. They're coming in 5th, 6th now. It is tough to be eliminated, but Azure, I just cannot get over this game, right? Because even if you get a couple kills on Nightfall, sure, it's impactful, but it's how they continued playing after that one, Effie, how they made sure that they weren't going to overextend. They didn't feel the need to go all for Mega Creeps on that first time that Nightfall died and didn't have a buyback.
Absolutely. Everything was so calculated. It was so textbook. I mean, it's just what you want to see coming out of Azure. And on these main stages, I do feel that the closer you get to that potential finals day, the more and more the nerves start to kick in, even for teams like Bedboom, who we've praised consistently for how confidently they've been playing. You can see even the strongest carry players like Nightfall fall victim to those nerves, but Azure did not do that. They played the map perfectly. They got every single Aegis that they could. They never overextended, and in the very last fight, they knew when to use their buyback on Kunkka. It was not bad for them at all.
Yeah, all their high ground pushes were very like methodical, and they didn't really overcommit, because like many players say that it's really hard to break the high ground dispatch, but they managed to do it like very methodical and very nicely.
I hope all the Azure fans are still in the arena, because right now we're going to be gifted with a Chalice winners interview.
Hello everyone, I have Chalice standing right next to me. 感谢查理斯来接受我们的采访，先自我介绍一下。
大家好，我是 AR 战队的3号位查理斯。
Hello, I'm Chalice from Azure. How does it feel to move into the next round? And did you guys predict the victory? 能够晋级到下一轮的感觉怎么样？因为败者组赛前有没有想到这是今天的结果？
希望能明天顺利的跟雪碧会师吧。
I hope we can successfully meet Team Spirit tomorrow. 那其实第二场的话，比赛很一边倒。当时的话，我想你们也是非常有经验的选手嘛。当时队内的一个氛围是什么样的 ？So the second game is a little bit one-sided. As an experienced player, you all are. I want to know what was said during the break and what is the adjustment being made.
其实兄弟们早就想打DG了，装模作样的打了一会儿。
我再说一下，
就是中路早就劝兄弟们要不投了吧。但我们就，毕竟 TI 嘛，就多打了一会儿。
During that game, maybe always try to make us GG earlier, but I feel like it's TI, so we have to drag the game longer. Now, you have many fans in here in the arena, and they are very happy to see you moving to the next round. Is there any word? Can I have a round of applause for our Precision 3? Any words to the fans? 有什么想跟粉丝说的吗？
谢谢大家的支持吧，然后等一下我们努力把DG给干了吧。
Thank you, fans, for all the support, and we will try our best to get the next victory. Back to you, panel.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful Chalice interview. He's already looking at what he wants to accomplish tomorrow, let alone the series that he's going to be playing later today that's going to be up against Gaming Gladiators. It's the 4th series. I loved hearing the confidence from it, and I loved hearing the roar of the crowd for Chalice every time he finished talking.
And the confidence in his colleagues, right? Because he said, we'll successfully meet Team Spirit tomorrow. So he's saying that LGD will beat Team Spirit in the next series. It was a double whammy right there.
That's what he was saying. We do have to quickly look at the other side, though, to close out the rest of this series is the Bet Boom. Okay, they're coming out 5th, 6th. I know Toronto Tokyo in a content piece that we saw earlier, he really wanted to hit top 4. That was his goal for this TI, especially with a massive position change. So he falls just a little bit short of that. But Rezo, words for the teams out there, at least definitely for Bet Boom in this hard-fought 3-game best of 3.
I mean, I think this team is like keep improving, and like they're very young, so I think they're gonna just continue together, and like all out work from their side is just like on the mental game, like find some psychologists and just keep grinding and work on more on the mental state, like, you know, find some routines that help you both gameplay and the mental state as well.
Yeah, I think when the team formed, they mentioned it was like a project they want to play together for 2 years, keep improving through that. I think this year was phenomenal for them already. We could already see how much stronger mentally they are, and I think, as Rezo said, if they just continue along that path, like they keep improving their mental side, you know, maybe a bit more stable in the picks, I think they're looking really bright for the future.
And then when you can just compare this to their year overall, like this is the first time we got to see all 5 of these players playing together in a healthy way, right? Because in Lima, they were all sick, is what we heard. So they couldn't really perform the way they wanted to. In Berlin, they had this man standing in, and he's as excellent as he is, that's not the full roster, right? And then in Bali, there were some circumstances that went on so that we couldn't actually see what would have happened.
Again, I'm actually seeing a trend. It's not nothing about that boom. Maybe it's about something.
Coincidence? I don't think so.
But now at this TI, they played with their full roster, and a top 6 finish is nothing to be ashamed of.
Alrighty, well, it's time then that we do have our exit interview of Bet Boom. They are standing by with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with a Nightfall. An unfortunate result, but I've really been impressed about your growth as a player of these past few years. You're an incredibly young player. You're 21, and your growth from like Virtus Pro a few years ago, Evil Geniuses last year, and now this team on BetBoom team, I've noticed that you've started taking a lot more ownership in the performance of not just yourself, but your team as well. So I was wondering, after you can look through this entire year, what are some lessons that you've learned about what makes a pleasant team to play with, what brings success, and what do you look for in teammates or your own performance?
I mean, if we talk about what did I learn, I mean, I'd say first part of the season was kind of like disappointing, and I learned first of all that I shouldn't play, like I should play on position 1. Then question about what I learned for this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, then it's just about like just having good people around you, like respecting people you play with, and having good team atmosphere. That's first, and then just having good enough players to win tournaments. Like you still should have good individual skill players. So we did have it, but unfortunately we lose today.
Yeah, obviously looking forward to go further in this tournament, but this is your best performance all year throughout LANs. So while maybe it's not the championship ending thing, it's still ending on a high note to an extent. So when you look back, or rather when you're looking forward into your competitive aspirations, are you still hoping to maintain your carry role? That's a role that you've definitely grown accustomed to.
I mean, of course, I want to keep playing on my starting role on position 1, and I hope we can win more tournaments next year, since we didn't win much this one. Yeah.
And for all the fans out there who have been supporting you in your journey, you have anything you'd like to say to them?
I mean, thanks everyone who supported us. I kind of played bad last game. Maybe I could have carried it myself. So that's it. But yeah, for us that's it for this tournament. But still, I can feel the support when we walk on the stage, and I feel my own supporters as well. So keep supporting us and me. I really appreciate it.
Like I said, you're a very young player, Nightfall. We look forward to your success in future years. Appreciate your performance at this tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Nightfall as well. That is going to be the end of their run over on BetBoom, but it was a phenomenal one for themselves. Should still be very happy in it. We could talk more about this series, but we have to look towards the next series. And before we do, we had a fun moment with the players. We asked them, who would you ban if you could ban players instead of a hero?
After the group stage, you're allowed to ban one other player from any team. So,
just ban a player.
Yeah, just they don't get to play anymore. So who would you like to ban?
Yatoro.
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 Probably ban Yatoro.
I will ban Yatoro because he is so good. I thought about the Ramses just for fun.
I guess I would ban Pure from Team BetBoom so I don't have to lane against him. That guy's laning is really annoying.
Rohlak.
Wow. Okay. Unique answer. Why?
No, I'm not answering that. Just Rohlak.
Okay, great. You get a substitute then. Who would you like?
Two Whispers. Can I ban on my own teammate?
Of course.
Yeah, Notice should be banned. That's illegal. I would have probably banned myself.
No. Okay, all right.
Just by nature,
Probably Arteezy.
Ban Arteezy?
Yeah.
Why?
He's gonna feel sad, right? So it's better to not have Arteezy right now.
Let it be Thompson.
Can you explain why?
He's my personal hater, I guess, because in pubs he always following me, sacrifice his soul, but he kill me and he's happy.
I would like to ban Quinn for his poor behavior in public matchmaking.
I'm banning Queen.
Why?
You know he's got it coming, nah.
So you're going to ban him to save him?
You're gonna save him.
Wow.
Of course.
That is the kindest answer.
Thank
and
you.
Extremely toxic, but very kind answer. Thank you so much.
Let's say Snaking from Tundra, let's remove him. I think then Tundra will have 0 chance.
Maybe ban like GPK for smurfing.
Ban Collapse. Collapse is OP.
Let's ban Collapse. Let's ban Collapse. He's like, yeah, let's just ban Collapse. Let's flip Slacks to his team. Like he can play a nice ass offlane on me.
I'm banning Low.
So the army come in from China, and if army is on their team, free TI win for them. FY deserves the TI at this point. Come on. Sorry, Lao.
I'm sure a lot of fans can agree with Moonspun at that point, at least with FY going for a TI win here. They're on the right path. They're in the lower bracket though, and it is time for a switch because it is upper bracket time, and I'm sure LGD would love to ban Collapse, but they can't. Upper bracket finals, and I'm joined by none other than Fear, Lacoste, and Tigov. Tigov, how are you doing?
Sorry, this series is insane, right?
It is.
LGD, the rematch, you know, TI winners, LGD, they want it, they need it, and I don't know, this series is just a banger.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the one that I've been waiting for the most today, and it's going to be a banger for sure.
These are definitely the two best teams right now record-wise, and they're going to go against it. And this might be the hypest match of the day, I would say.
I will definitely say. Now, these teams, of course, have extended history, and we're going to talk all about what the players did this year, but of course, we got to say rematch of the TI-10 Grand Finals. They've met each other in finals before, and Team Spirit often has the upper hand, but LGD, maybe this time around, they're in the right place to take their place in the Grand Finals and go all the way, but before they have a chance to do so, Team Spirit, can they do it? Let's bring them on stage. LGD, but one of these two teams will today punch their ticket to the Grand Finals. Which team is it going to be? We can only hope for some explosive Dota to find that out. And to talk about that Dota with my panel here, I want to first talk about Team Spirit, how they got here, Fear, because it's been a tremendous road for them. They have looked unstoppable.
Oh, they definitely have, and we heard in the last segment there, everyone seems to be afraid of Yatoro for good reason. This entire team in general, like you think of Collapse, and especially Laurel, who at the beginning of the year, a lot of players, like, he may be the weak link in the team, but now for what he does, he may be the best at it, and what a year he has had. Every single player on this team is a threat.
Yeah, Lacoste, I think you called Laurel the most improved player.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the easy target to pick on because results were lacking. You know, you're playing with other members of the team who already won a TI, and one thing I really like about the rest of the team is they decided to lift him up. You know, they wanted to win a big tournament, big LAN tournament coming into TI, and they won Riyadh Masters, which was, you know, when there's a lot of money involved, you know, the team spirit, they're gonna level up.
Yeah, and throughout the year, they've been trying to find where to put Lau in the team, right? They've sometimes drafted him for like last pick during Berlin Major. The majority of his picks were at the end of the draft, and now coming into TI, he's kind of shifted back into the middle because they're more confident with what he's trying to bring for the team, trying to give the game for Collapse and Yatoro to pop off as much as possible. So it's been a long year to get there, but it's clicking at the right time.
It is clicking at the right time. When we're talking about clicking at the right time, LGD is clicking at the right time because, I mean, yeah, it's great that Team Spirit is doing it at the right time, but they have had Laurel for the full year, and it clicked towards the end. For LGDT,
Neo hasn't been around for that long with the squad, and they clicked fairly fast with him in the midst.
Yeah, it's testament to, I think, Xiaowe's scouting abilities, right? Like, when they're trying to look for this offlaner, every time it's like, okay, there's a good element here, what's happening? But for New, he just kind of popped up. He used to play on Vichy Gaming, and he is having an incredible time at this TI. You know, the stats are supporting it, everything's supporting that. This guy is such a foundation of the team so quickly. It is, you know, I think a lot of people were probably shocked at how easily he's just looking within the team.
One thing that they were lacking coming into this like DPC season, first one, second one, playing with Zeal, Zhang Yu, they did not have enough hero variety coming out from that off lane, and this is where Neo comes, because he can play pretty much anything. He's the type of explosive player. He wins his laning stage most of the time, and they can rely on him making rotations, because also one of the things that he does really well is not die. This guy is like top 2, top 3 when it comes to dying on the cores, and one thing I really like about him is also communication with the team. There was a game yesterday when they played against Azure Ray. He was going Blade Mail on the Night Stalker, which is, you know, not your item that you usually go for. And then NTS on Magnus, he had Blink Dagger queued up, and then he was like, okay, maybe I need a little bit more damage. I'll go for Echo Saber. Switches back to Blink Dagger because he saw this Blade Mail, and then they get like 3-4 pickoffs, which kind of seals the deal for the game.
Yeah, he slotted in fantastically, and LGD, it has been working out for them. Again, I mentioned it earlier, only one game lost, Fear.
That is super impressive.
Yeah.
Like but we're talking a lot about New, how well he's doing, but there's always like the behind-the-scenes characters, and that's Planet for me. And he's actually done the most stacking of any player in this tournament, which will definitely help like players like New get that head start, doing a really good job there. And this is a Xiao team. You're always going to expect that consistency. They always have it going into every game. Even if they have a rough early game, they know how to pick themselves back up, just continue to play the team fights. Their draft is always good. This team is just stable.
Yeah, the team is incredibly stable. When we're talking about stable, I want to switch to Team Spirit, as there's a player incredibly stable. He's on your screen right now. Yotoro has played phenomenal. Now everybody knows TI10, most rampages, great records, did amazing, but Fear, the records, this TI, it's unparalleled.
This is the guy to beat. Everyone knows it. His stats are showing it. Highest kills, highest GPM, XPM, second in hero damage, second in tower damage, and he has, this is the best part too, he's not just doing it on a couple of heroes. He has the second highest hero diversity as well. This man is doing it all. He is taking the spotlight and everyone's afraid of him.
Yeah, and the key thing as well is when you look at the kind of the how impact of Yotoro, when you look at the damage he does per minute, and like at the minute marks, he's entering the mid game keeping up that. He's not going from killing in laning phase to hitting the creeps. Like, he's consistently farming and fighting, and he's got that perfect balance. It's why in that previous video they want to ban him out as a player, because he has found that perfect harmony between it all. That's what carry players are always aspiring to find.
And one thing that he really does well is the shot calling. He's the one that, you know, calling for these shots. Whenever he feels strong, he's going to be the voice of the team. We had a couple of interviews throughout the DPC season where he's like very vocal about his timings, and the rest of the team is going to follow whatever he does.
One thing I want to mention also, when we're talking about Team Spirit, last year, it wasn't, I mean, the year itself was great, but I'm talking about last international. It wasn't great for them, Lacoste. It felt like the patch might have just not fit the team very well.
Yeah, I think it comes down to this heavy zoom meta that was happening, and the collapse. These are not his, you know, favorite heroes to play. Well, he really shines on these initiators, team fights that have some kind of a stun. He likes to be the one controlling the tempo of the game, going in first. And now that Zoom meta is kind of over, you can see that Team Spirit is doing much better.
Yeah, it fits Collapse well, it fits the team well. And I have to ask this question, Fear, but comparing this form of both of these teams, both Spirit and LGD, versus the form TI10, how similar are they in terms of peak level?
They look more dominant here to me.
Team Spirit does.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing great at TI10, of course, but like they didn't go in as the favorites every single series. So like they had a lot of like challenging games they overcome. Now it kind of feels like every game is just a little too easy for them. So they're just looking unstoppable at the moment, where LGD, they're bleeding here and there in the early game. They're just like, as I said, they always have a stable draft. They always come back into the games, and their fundamentals are probably the best of any team.
Where does the dominance come from? What part of the game are they just exceptionally good at?
I think it also I'm going to detach from the game there, but I think these are the only two teams where when I look at a draft from them, if they take a loss, if they win in a difficult way, you know the next game, the draft's going to be completely different, or there's going to be a whole element and shift. And I don't think a lot of teams have that ability within a series at TI to have that room. But when you have, you know, Silent for One coach Xiao as well, like they are teams that are refreshing in this way. Personally, I want to see these guys in the grand finals. I want to see the rematch because just they bring the most invigorating drafts of any team.
It seems like everybody wants to see them in the finals. We heard Chalice say the same thing. He's ready for Team Spirit tomorrow. So we'll see who gets the honor of being up against them in the grand finals if they make it that far. Or lower bracket finals. You know, that's also tomorrow. That's also something Chalice could have meant there. But Team Spirit, LGD, there is a war of battle going on. Dota 2, great. There's another war going on while everybody else is playing Dota 2. And as a support player, Lacoste, this is something that piques your interest. It's the wards war.
Yeah, pretty much. PSG LGD, they're the best at this TI in terms of de-warding. Also, the amount of wards that they lose, the amounts of observer wards that they kill. It comes down to them picking up one of the earliest gems. They love to pick it up early, like a lot of Chinese teams do, is just to be able to continue the domination with this gem. It's all about the tempo, and they're setting up a really high tempo whenever they pick up the early gem.
Yeah, I also like the fact that now, because obviously, I say now, we've had 5 couriers for a long time, but it took some time for pro players to feel comfortable buying an early gem, having that courier out on the map ready to snipe it away, because if you do die and give away a gem, it's going to feel pretty bad if you're buying it 20 minutes. But just these pros, they're so much better now. Micro and the couriers, making sure that the gem is at the forefront of their ideas, and when you have heroes like this, like Night Stalker and stuff that can utilize it so well, you can just choke out your opponent in both vision and gameplay.
I would say you kind of need it in this new map change because the map is so big now, right? And there's not enough sentries to cover the whole map, so if you want to choke players out now, you kind of need that gem, whereas before you could just de-ward certain areas of the map and feel pretty good about it.
There was this one guy on Reddit yesterday that could be on the analyst desk. The question was how to beat Team Spirit. Number 1, don't get outdrafted. Number 2, don't get outplayed. Number 3, most importantly, don't lose.
It's so smart.
Good advice.
Do you have his username? Because he might be needed right now. You don't have it.
I don't have it, no.
Missed out.
Shout out to him, though.
Yeah, shout out to that guy on Reddit.
Team Spirit has lost more games than LGD this TI, though. You can't deny that one. And one thing that we often talk about, but when it's in upper bracket finals, it's something different. We talk about momentum a lot. Both of these squads come fresh off of the win in the upper bracket semifinals. They have all the momentum they can wish for. The only thing they've got to go on where they might be faltering a little bit, we'll see. How much did their opponent learn from their series before this? Fear, we watched both the series yesterday. Let's talk about Team Spirit first. They, of course, dropped a game. Was there anything that you feel like LGD could really pinpoint in Team Spirit's gameplay or draft that they're like, okay, you know what? We learned from that, and we can beat them now?
Well, I think for the most part, like when you play against Team Spirit, you always have to be ready for their late game because they've shown you can beat them in the early game, but sometimes this is why Yatoro is so scary. He can always find a way to come back into the game. So keeping Yatoro down, and also in the early game, keeping Collapse down, making sure he can't get on his axe and get a bunch of kills around the map. I think that's something you should definitely focus on, but they don't have like one weakness that's consistent throughout all games. It's going to change by game to game.
Yeah, one thing that I've seen from LGD Gaming is Shiro is amazing, slightly weaker laning stage compared to Yatoro, but he's the type of a guy that also can make a huge comeback. Game yesterday when they played against Azure Ray on Spectre, he got dominated. He couldn't do anything, then went back to jungle, farm Hand of Midas, and he's also the type of a guy that is not too afraid to sacrifice some of his own farm for the rest of the team to be able to pick them up, because it's not all about the carry, while on the side of Team Spirit, they like to heavily rely on Yatoro.
Yeah, and for me, I think Spirit, that game too, it was maybe an overreaction to the Spirit Breaker, right? They had a lot of counter-aggression heroes, but they weren't able to push out the lanes, make these early moves, and we talk about how good Team Spirit is in the late game, but they just didn't really draft themselves a way to get there. Yeah. And I think that's my main kind of concern in this upcoming series is if they go a little bit too defensive, LGD, they're going to be able to punish that. So it's finding that balance once again, and you'd think Spirit also would identify that after quite a nice victory from Liquid in that game.
Yeah, with LGD Azure Ray series yesterday, there was a very clear switch that was flipped halfway through the game in both of the games where Azure Ray was running at LGD. And yeah, LGD lost a couple of heroes here and there, but cool and composed, LGD mid-game, 15 minutes in, flips a switch and is able to make a comeback happen. Will the series be similar to yesterday? Will Team Spirit have a better plan in place than Azure Ray did? We're finding out. Game 1 draft starting now.
Team Spirit versus LGD Gaming. Game 1.
Here we go. We got LGD and Team Spirit on stage. LGD will be Radiant side, Team Spirit will be Dire side. First pick will go to LGD, and we've seen how important first pick has been throughout the entire international. But maybe Team Spirit has a better plan than previous teams had. Team Spirit was able to beat Team Liquid yesterday, who had first pick, so they have got something figured out. In terms of the bans, though, we're going to have a lot of the fan favorites, or maybe not even fan favorites, but a lot of the player favorites removed. T.
Yeah, I think right now the only question mark is, will Team Spirit ban out like Phoenix? It's been quite a regular ban, but also Muerta's still in play. Because they've pushed Spirit Breaker into the first phase of bans, the kind of classics is Phoenix, it's Muerta, and this time around, Muerta is going to be let through.
I know it's not the most popular hero right now, but we've seen Magnus, not necessarily a first pick material here. Like, they go way back. This is LGD against Team Spirit, TI10, 3 games of Magnus, and yesterday, nothing to say. He showed really dominant performance on the heroes, so I think we might see the hero just being picked, especially if it goes to game 3.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see here. I'm very curious to see what the first pick choice will be here for LGD. There's still the Brewmaster in the pool. They do like this hero from time to time, but I think the last time they picked up was more of like a block pick. Is there going to be something similar in this series? Are they going to try to do more block picks against Spirit here, or are they just come out with something that's more comfort?
I mean, LGD, they've been predominantly second pick throughout this tournament, unlike most of the other teams that are rushing towards first pick, so that is something a little bit different. We haven't got as much data to go off of them, but I think
they needed to lose more.
Yeah, they had to learn a bit.
Oh, they ban out a Tusk, and that means that they just leave a large amount still in the pool. They'll pick up the AA first, but it does mean that the Brewmaster is still in the pool, which against Spirit is not often the case. And it is very annoying, mostly, to be up against Collapse's Brew. CK is still in the pool. A lot of ones, a lot of usual suspects still that Team Spirit can choose from here.
Yeah, a lot of options, but I think just this AA is a hero that we've seen on and off from teams, and it is so potent. Of course, in this tanky meta, being able to stop that healing is incredible, but I think Vortex is the key spell for me. Because the damage is now inside Vortex, it's a lot of blink cancelling, sort of vision that you're applying, and you set up a lot of these position 4s, these mids, to even throw out even more damage in these fights. So I think this is a hero that we probably should have seen more throughout this TI, but now we're seeing it as a first pick overall.
Yeah, just go ahead and just pick an AA. All of a sudden, you're in a situation where we're just showing support. They're going to answer back with another support here. Most of the cores, we're getting pretty deep in the tournament now, so a lot of these good cores you would pick in the early phases, they're getting banned out now. And when I see an AA, we talked about, like, Collapse, he doesn't enjoy playing a lot of the Zoo heroes, but Beastmaster, Zoo-type heroes have always been good versus AA, because, yeah, it is the meta right now. You want to be tanky, you want to buy heart, but this is why AA has been popular. That's probably why they're picking it now, too, to just kind of shut that play down.
Yeah, and if Ancient Apparition is paired up with something strong in the laning phase, like another stun, CK is still in the pool. You know, behind the scenes, pros are talking about this hero as being the strongest carry of the meta right now, and this has been old school combo. AA plus CK, you get stunned for a really long time, and also Shadow Demon, he's not the best hero against the CK, because he wants to be blown up immediately. He also can get the target on with his ulti. Usually he's that anti-carry, but for now, LGD, they will take care of some of these backline jumpers, removing Spectre, because Ancient Apparition, he can't really defend himself.
Can we highlight the Shadow Demon a little bit? Because I personally am puzzled. I am a simple person. I look at the stats. I see Shadow Demon picked 31 times at the International. 26% win rate. That's bad, T. Very bad.
I mean, do you want to call out the teams losing with it, or no? I think
no, but I want to know why it might be good here.
So for this game, I think it's really good for the defensive capabilities. The fact that when AA commits to a fight, as long as you can buy time, it helps. AA naturally also can't find the backline, so SD is always going to have presence, knowing that at least one support can't get to you. And I feel like for Spirit, they have been one of the teams that have showcased how to play SD correctly. They flex between 4 and 5, and predominantly it is the disruption that is doing most of the heavy lifting for this hero nowadays. Because if you don't stop him, it is just going to open up your engagement to reset and take that next fight.
Yeah, and another big thing this hero does that isn't talked about enough is he is a save, of course. His laning was buffed a lot, but he can stack a lot too. So if you do pick an off laner, we know Collapse does like playing Axe and Tides and stuff like this. He can just get him really farmed and just accelerate Collapse's game. And Collapse is one of the scariest players to play against when he's top net worth.
10 seconds remaining. you know, we're talking about the Zoo for Collapse, by the way. I was just double checking. It's like, he's actually got like a 70% win rate on Beastmaster.
I mean, like, his Zoo is actually really good.
Yeah.
It's just at the beginning of the year, it didn't work out with Laurel. And
yeah, exactly. So that's where it's like, at the beginning of the year, if we're talking about this, like, the stats reflect he should be able to pick it up, but they weren't achieving results. But now, seeing AA, seeing that development, we've seen it already, like Weaver, kind of a non-existent hero, but then it's rising up. I feel like these could be the type of games that also certain heroes can shine when we haven't seen them before.
Well, Weaver won't shine this game. It just got banned out.
Let's go.
I mean, if you're speaking about Collapse, I think you talk to anyone that watches TI10, you say Magnus, you say Collapse. Amazing.
Pretty much. We did mention the hero, and I'm really glad that they are showing it up in the first game. You know, this is not just the battle in Dota, this is also mental warfare.
Oh, yes.
Take it away from LGD, and on top of that, like, yes, Magnus, it has changed from the horn toss, the old school times where Collapse was cheap, but then Harpoon got introduced. So you're still kind of doing the same thing. You're still dragging someone, repositioning them, and slaughtering them away from your team.
Well, that's pretty scary. But the real question for me is going to be, is Collapse going to play the Mag, or is he going to hand over the reins to Laurel, because this hero's been picked in the mid lane most of the time, and we're not entirely sure the strengths of this hero right now in the off lane. At least I'm not, but I know for a fact in the mid lane it is pretty successful.
Yeah, most likely going to be that mid, because you want to get those levels, you want to become active. We already talked about NTS picking up Magnus yesterday, where he, you know, decided to play slightly more active. He understood what the role in the team is, but this is also a hero that can scale extremely well.
New hero joins the fray. Well, we've seen it played, but not very often. And actually, we've seen it played on the side of LGD earlier this week, or last week, I should say, but not on the side of Team Spirit, the Elder type.
In regards to draft, when we're saying about like the dynamic nature of both these teams, like Spirit, this is the most protect your triangle, make stacks, utilize the empower, farm up. If you run into the triangle without vision, without a correct smoke, you're going to hit by a stomp. Disruption turnaround, RP, you're going to get absolutely obliterated. In LGD so far, it's a lot of 1+1 combos to get a kill, which isn't going to be the best to deal with if Spirit, if they are to go defensive.
Yeah, what I want to see from LGD is go into triangle immediately and start blocking some camps, because you have one of the best heroes in Dota to stack with, and one of the best heroes in Dota to clear those stacks with.
Yeah, definitely. And I think more than anything right now, this Elder Titan, it's typically picked up against agility heroes for the aura, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. CK, he goes in, he normally blows up one hero, but then you have that Echo Stomp to just freeze everything in place, reposition. You have tons of AoE now to kind of deal with illusions. You have the Magnus as well that can keep up in the farm space, but LG's draft is still strong nonetheless.
Could this be like a Void game for Team Spirit potentially? Because you have the buff ups, you're not as slow as before. The supports are food throughout the entire game. The jump potential of CK is always very scary, but if you don't jump, if you don't cleanly connect, that's when Void will obliterate.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. You have save with the disruption, so even if they manage to get atop of you, but we'll pick up a Terrorblade here. Yataro's classic.
This is just Spirit saying, if you want to be aggressive, we're just never going to be near you, right? Like, how quickly can they skip waves? They're going to be able to play such an intense macro game for Spirit that LGD, the next two picks for them, they need to be able to cut through that. Make sure they protect a wave, transport it towards the tower, defend it, and then take the fight they want to take. Because if they're not dictating this game, they're always going to be looking towards the next lane that they need to push out.
Oh, it's coming. Yes. Okay, time to get rid of some of these vision heroes from the mid lane. I mean, there is Storm Spirit available, maybe even Zeus. Like, I wouldn't mind even having, you know, Zeus on the side of Team Spirit. They're gonna go with Puck, so this is another elusive hero, because they don't have this instant stun, so they might need to remove some of these elusive heroes. We did mention that, you know, NTS, he's not that cheesy player anymore. He's playing more of meta stuff, but his Tinker will always come out if it's a good game for it.
And why is it a good game for it this time around?
I mean, you're playing against Terrorblade. They don't have any kind of catch. Shadow Demon, like these heroes are gonna die.
Everything that I was saying for Spirit, being defensive, protect your triangle, these are properties that allow Tinker to have a good start to the game. The worst Tinker games is when you can collapse onto that mid tower, break down the map, stop Tinker from getting that Blink Dagger, just delaying the inevitable. And right now, LGD, they have the start of the fight that we mentioned with the CK, the Grimstroke combo, and for Tinker, he should be able to freely farm. Like, this last pick from Spirit needs to have a little bit of pressure and catch, otherwise this could just be the NTS show.
I think they only have two choices here, one being a Storm Spirit and the other one being Zeus. Outside of that, it's going to be very difficult for them to find the Tinker in these fights, and Tinker is a hero that we don't see a lot of. It definitely has a lot of weaknesses. Of course, the laning we talked about, sure, the Shadow Demon can come and gank him, which could be effective, but I think more than anything, they just want to pick a hero that can just stop Tinker from doing what he does best, just spamming spells in the backline. They need some type of gap close here.
Yeah. And LGD, they round out their draft with a Centaur, another hero that can just absorb a little bit of that damage during the team fight, also should have a relatively free lane. And that alone,
strong lane coming out from LGD.
Ooh. I am scared for like 15-20 minutes. Spirit, where is the damage from this lineup? There's going to be Tinker running at you, CK, Blink Dagger potentially. You got Centaur Blink on top of you. Like, there's so much swarming that Spirit.
They can fix it potentially in their last pick. It seems like from the bans of LGD that LGD is banning out a couple of mid heroes with the Puck and the Bat Rider, so still having that option for the Mag to be flexed.
Is this just like a boring kind of Pangolier style situation? Another hero that can find
Kunkka.
Okay.
Or Kunkka.
So they didn't really address the Tinker that much for the game, but Kunkka's pretty strong in the laning stage. They can still play tempo, but I think more than anything, as per usual, we're going to be looking at the Collapse of Magnus to make things happen on the map. If he has good laning stage, maybe he will be the one to find the Tinker with that Blink Harpoon build.
I'm feeling this LGD draft, I'll be honest. Two strong side lanes and nothing to say on Tinker. Also, the latest Chinese meme, you know, TI2, they wanted TI4, TI6, 2+4+6 equals 12. That's TI12 for you.
Yeah, it's written.
Wow, that's some good math.
And quick.
Well done, the handshake exchange here on the panel. So we are all feeling like LGD has got an unanswered Tinker here then, T.
It's unanswered until Team Spirit have a lot of items. So it's kind of LGD's game to lose, where they're the ones that will be dictating a lot of the early pressure. They have a lot of really good early game timings. But of course, if Spirit gets to that late game, there's going to be the collapse pick-off potential. Yotaro with these Sunder turnarounds, like CK might potentially fall off into all the chaos that Spirit can bring. But it's all on LGD to break Spirit's farming patterns, don't allow them to get these items, and show us why this, 71% win rate Tinker across his entire career is picked up so boldly.
Oh, we're seeing early aggression then. That's what you're saying. That should come out. That should come out from both teams. Lacoste nodding along heavily. Yeah. And you're thinking still bloodbath, but Tinker comes out on top.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like they have, you know, two strong side lanes and this Tinker that is not really answered until they start to get, you know, a couple of items, X Mark, and they also have a Centaur to defend their. If they don't want to take a fight, they can easily just stampede away.
Yeah, I think right now, if you do want to win this game, if you're Team Spirit, it has to be the Collapse show. It really does. We're going to have to see a lot of skewers, a lot of Harpoon plays. Other than that, it might be quite difficult because their lineup is slow.
And you said earlier that we've seen Mag mostly in the mid lane, but you feel like Collapse still can do this on the off lane.
Let's see. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. We're going to have to see. He's a great Mag player, but will it fit in the meta?
Will it fit in the meta? That's a question maybe Silent can answer us as he's standing with Tsunami on the stage for a coach interview.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with Silent, who,
Hey.
You think you're funny?
What?
You think you're funny picking Magnus?
No, I don't think funny. Maga just plays Magnus. And we reach, why not?
See, now, I would understand that if you've picked that at any point in this tournament, but specifically against LGD, what's going on here?
I don't know, he just wanna play it, that's it.
It was Collapse's decision, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, you can't say him no. He's like, pick me Magnus and...
Seattle, you ready to see a Magnus? I said, are you ready to see Collapse Magnus? Then let's rock it with game one.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Spirit to go up against LGD. And my goodness, folks, what a blessing. What some kind of hero player combinations we've got coming out. Indeed, as was hyped up, the Collapse Magnus. But over on the side of LGD, the Tinker. There's been so many games, so many drafts in this tournament that a lot of people have felt that maybe it was the time to bring it out. It didn't happen, but it's happening now. And folks, do they have the answer for this Nothing to Say Tinker from the side of Spirit? Can they deal with it? Oh, could be some limited answers, but if anything they do have is base control and base defense. There's skewers, there's an ET to hold high ground, there's tidal waves and whatnot too. I think we're in for an absolute treat. Who knows which way this one's going to go, but all I know is it's going to be a fun one. Absolutely. I mean, when you look at both drafts, what do you feel that both teams have really kind of gone for with their approach to this game?
I mean, we just heard it right there from Silent. I think it's a lot of comfort, right? Comfort, but also definitely a lot of heroes that are really popular currently at the moment. But you see Yotoro's bringing out his Terrorblade, which he hasn't been playing as much as some of the other carries. And of course, NTS playing his Tinker. I think it is just these two teams. They know a lot about each other, and we're gonna see that quickly defined inside this game.
Absolutely. We'll see how well Lau can do in the matchup here against Nothing to Say his Tinker. And sort of beyond the laning stage, who's going to be the hero that has the answer to lock Nothing to Say down and stop him from being able to freely jump around the team fights in the later stages of the game?
Yeah, because overall, you tend to see the Spirit heroes used to be the answer, of course, for the Tinker. Even the Zeus, of course, would have his merit. But overall in this game, looking at Spirit, the catching for this Tinker could be difficult. They have the ET Spirit, probably one of the best scouting tools, and the Kunkka in particular to catch this Tinker, but could fall into some issues. Nothing to Say. It's a Nothing to Say Tinker, right? So if he's able to get away with it, he will take over this map. And they have a lot of aggressive potential they can do with Global. They have an AA as well with this Tinker too, so there's got to be a lot of damage that they can have in that early mid game.
And looking at the side lane matchups, what do you think we're going to get out of this bottom one? The classic sort of CK-AA safe lane duo from Shiro and YU Smile going up against the signature, the Collapse Magnus, which will be backed up by Mira's Shadow Demon. Anybody going to have difficulties down this bottom lane? Is there kill potential for either of the sides?
That's a good question. Overall, CK, I don't think has really had any difficult times. As we're saying, this new top,
trying to make a bit of a chase down on towards him. They could put the meta for that one, but New's fine.
Zoning him away, though.
Still going to take a few extra punches here from Miposhka. Backups in from Planet, maybe just a bit of a bait as New. He's ready to turn with Planet and start to get aggressive over towards the Elder Titan. They're in with the first stomp, follow up with the Who Stomp. They've got the burst, they'll find first blood. As LGD bait Miposhka perfectly.
Nice play from Planet. Sometimes you do see, these 4 positions or these greedy supports. They tend to just hit the creeps when something like this has happened. Planet immediately runs to his buddy, so quick little identification, they can go for that kill. Yotoro does get pretty much every single last hit out of it there, but a good kill for this Centaur to start off.
Yeah, and that was the first usage of the meta, so there'll be this long period now where New and Planet, unlikely to feel under any sort of heat themselves, they'll be feeling very solid in the lane. And Miposhka just have to be very careful with his positioning. With a bit of an advantage, they'll get off that kill. They could look to go again if Miposhka gets too sort of ahead of himself.
No, absolutely. We haven't seen too much of the ET, right? I think it was only 9 Pandas who've been playing it too much here, but you can understand the idea what they want from it. I think T was talking a lot on the panel about just trying to stall, get that farm up. It's a very, very farm-heavy team that Team Spirit's looking for this time around. And it's a lineup that can stall forever. You get a stomp on one person when they're trying to push at some point. You get the skewers back in the base, the tidal waves, etc. So.
And talking about stalling, this TI, we've seen some incredibly long games come out. If this was one to go to the later stages, who's going to have the better job of stalling and carrying out this game through the later portions?
Spirit has a pretty scary one, but it's going to be the test too, because the Tinker, if he's at a point where he's just absolutely out of control, he can just take over everything.
He can 1v5.
And it's nothing to say, so definitely potential for him having that if he gets off to a good start. And so far, it is pretty good. Having a very good matchup here versus Laurel, but Laurel is handling it. Yep. 16-3, 17-4, pretty much dead even.
Yeah, they're both basically free farming the mid lane, pushing it back and forth. So no one getting shut out completely at that one. Top lane, bit of aggression here is New, trying for the setup. They've got the Ink Swap up with the Stomp. Ooh. Coming nicely from Miposhka. Holding you back, and not able to get the Ink Swap pop onto Yotoro. Still bringing this Terrorblade incredibly low. New's going to be able to close it with a It didn't matter that they didn't connect with the Ink Swap. They still managed to take Yotoro down.
Great plays from New. Lacking a little bit on the last hits, but getting these kills, it's going to set him up for a pretty damn early Vanguard. He's actually buying the boots, so looking for more aggression in this lane. I like it. It's a lot of magic damage up here versus this squishy Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty frightening for Spirit, right? They're losing heroes, despite the fact that LGD didn't need to hit all the spells.
Exactly.
It's a scary part of the map already in the first few minutes. This top lane for Team Spirit, they've got to be more careful and perhaps need to have that extra backup come in if LGD try for that sort of play again.
Quick moves for the runes. Mira looking to set up perhaps on the Nothing to Say, a rotation that's probably unexpected here.
See if they've got the damage. Set up into the Torrent. Has Nothing to Say. He's got the laser at the ready. Lars still has the X mark, but backups in from YU Smile. Gets the drag back with the X mark.
One more poison.
There's a lot of damage that's going to be coming in on this Tinker. It's not enough to pop him though. Nothing to Say. Manages to escape. The attempt unsuccessful by Spirit.
I think the blood grenade was off the mark there.
I think it didn't connect.
I don't think it connected. I think if it hits, it's very likely to get the kill.
It would have been very close.
Yeah, it would have been close. Good attempt there from Mira. An unexpected gank. I don't think they saw that one coming, but that's the beauty of the Shadow Demon. I think that's maybe also part of the reason, besides, of course, Kunkka being so popular, but this hero stacks. This hero's good to gank with most of his cores. I mean, yeah, with the Magnus and with that Kunkka, it's definitely set up.
A close start. Despite the kills that LGD have been able to pick up, as you can see on the last hits, it's not shaking up Team Spirit. Team Spirit 3 cores slightly ahead at this stage right now. Let's collapse. He's more than happy to be left on his own down here. Mira can continue to roam the map right now. This Magnus in a position where he'll be under no sort of threat really from this laning stage unless they bring in additional members, which is unlikely. I think the focus from LGD very much going to be towards this top lane, getting the pressure onto the Terrorblade and just making sure they have that backup when required.
Look at this again. It's big damage.
Set up with the combo onto Yatoro. It's easily enough. As New takes him down. Not an easy lane as we're seeing here for the Terrorblade. You know, Yatoro, an absolute master on this hero, but getting caught out by LGD's combo.
And he's overall a pretty squishy hero throughout this game versus all the magical bursts that they're going to be having super early in the game, right? That's the reason that the Tinker gets picked up. If Yatoro gets off to a slow start,
yeah, that's rough.
It'd be hard for him to catch back up. The other thing about the Tinker is that people used to talk about, it's not just that you have this big burst, being able to find this Terrorblade, it's also you just clear the illusions. So TB thrives on being able to farm the map without showing himself. Tinker can easily just show up, wipe those illusions out, constrict the farm too, so. Yeah, tough start for Yatoro New. He's been, honestly, he's been the one to watch for me these last few games. His Brewmaster took over, his Night Stalker as well, and now his Centaur is off to a phenomenal start.
At the least, you know, obviously a Terrorblade, Yatoro, he's on a hero that can absolutely back up and recover through, through the farm and from the jungle. But not the kind of start he would have hoped to have had. Still trying to hover around this top lane, but it's getting scarier and scarier for Spirit to be up there.
I mean, they've already started moving heroes. They move Y top, so they have the 3 top, and then they have the CK in a 1v1 for Magnus versus Magnus. That's fine for CK.
They're going to try and step in from the Poshka. This time, TP backup will be coming in. Lal ready to try and help turn things around, but New, he's in with those.
He still gets the kill.
He's able to just take the kill. There's nothing they can do to stop New in that attempt. See if they can hold him back at all. I mean, Lal's looking towards him, but
he's just walking away.
He's going to be able to walk it off. Lal's not going to be able to throw anything down onto the Centaur. He's just getting away with everything in this top lane New.
And it's a cool approach, because I feel like in almost every one of these games, people just default a lot of times. Like, oh, I'm having good lane, I go Vanguard, you can't kill me. No, New's like, I'm going phase boots, I'm going Ring of House, I'm playing the aggressive Centaur, and so far, look at that differential he has, 1,000 gold over.
Yeah, I think an exciting start to the game. You can see already in the net worth. This is very much going to be down to the offlaners to see what both of them can do. New coming in with a hot start through this early laning stage. See in the mid, they'll get the setup. Stomp into the boat.
Is it enough, though?
They're going to turn and get the laser off onto Lal. No further hits coming in, but the X mark is still there. Now the TP backup comes into play. LGD wanting to try and do their best to keep nothing to say safe, and it will work. This Tide of Spirit can't go in any further. You see Collapse has also swung across, but the silence was there immediately. Stampede comes out from New. LGD able to separate themselves from Team Spirit's attempts.
All the little things mattering. Raindrop and a bracer. Maybe not something you expect to see on the Tinkers too much, but nothing to say. He knows. Just be a little bit tankier versus this burst as Laurel.
I should be all right here, Planet. Just throwing out a blood grenade for a bit of fun.
And as we know, there's a lot of aggression going on so far for LGD. Lanes are looking good, but as Panel said, and as we see, it's a greedy draft that Spirit is setting themselves up for. And looking at the stacks, they're getting them prepped. I think this is what, a quad hard cam stamp or something like that at the moment, set up inside that triangle for the Kunkka.
Yeah.
So they will have these recovery outlets.
No, for sure. Spirit can calm things down even just a little bit. Very likely that you're going to see Yatoro's Terrorblade get back up to the top spot in net worth.
As long as they don't lose these stacks. I mean, they might have to go clear them pretty soon just in case of anything, because if a Tinker walks over there, it gets cleared in no time. Yeah, lanes, I mean, they've kind of broken the lanes a little bit here. LGD, with this dominance from New, they're going to force Yatoro a bit to the jungle there, and the supports are having to make these moves around to get these stacks around to try to fix things. And yeah, they're going to work on those stacks.
In terms of Collapse's progress, he's of course going to go straight for that Blink Dagger, 1,300 towards it, so should be on
track. Could be in trouble though.
Having it a good timing. They're in with the silence, and with the 3 of them, there's a huge amount of damage that Collapse he cannot withstand. LGD
clean, taking
kills wherever they want right now, 5-0.
Planet making it happen. All 5 kills are at the back of this Grimstroke so far. Inkswell connecting perfectly. He's got level 3 Inkswell already too. I mean, this is very scary how much magic damage they have. I mean, New's gonna have such an early Blink Dagger too. He's just omit. He's like, screw it. I don't even need the Vanguard. He's gonna have it at such an early time for these early aggressive moves, and they're just continuing to pick up the pace here.
It's gotten to the point now where Spirit, they're not going to be showing any faces up on this top lane.
Unless they bring a lot of numbers. But Collapse, he actually did port down bottom, so TP will not be available for the Magnus to be able to join if there's a big battle committed up top. Looks like Laurel was able to sneak into the enemy triangle a little bit here. I think he stole a double stack, it looks like, so a little bit extra gains for him.
And Poshka's got to be careful. He's hiding in the trees, trying to soak up some XP.
He's got to be so cautious. Stampede's at the ready.
they'll slowly but surely siege this top tier 1 tower, LGD. Miposhka, he'll start to back off. He does not want to be around here. Too much of a push. They've got the vision on him.
All right, that's pretty much the Blink Dagger going to be finished up for New right after that tower goes down. Trying to give levels, the AA. Why? Trying to get a little bit in the mid lane, but seems like he knows something's up, having that ward on the right side. Does see the Kunk on the Shadow Demon set up. Playing far left, trying to get this level 6 online.
Well, it's got the DD in the bottle, so good amount of burst if he can find some sort of setup around this mid.
Laurel, how close to 6 on AA? Oh my goodness, so close. If Wise 6 there, that just is probably a dead Kunkka. Laurel has to be a little bit careful.
Planet.
Okay.
He's going for the player.
By
He's
himself.
been up by the Stampede. He's able to close in onto Miposhka. That's going to be Miposhka going
Look
down.
at him go.
Another kill here for LGD as a whole. They're just 6-0. Spirit still struggling to find anything so far in terms of kills from this early game. Yatoro, he's getting bullied out of this top lane. Has to TP out of that.
I mean, New is just bringing the action to him. Him and Planet, right? The 6 kills, they're involved in 5, and then 6 on the counterpart, their Planet. Super active so far. And you see the scans are coming out already. LGD, they're taking notes. They're like, all right, well, Spirit, they're going to back up to their triangle. Could see some early contest come out here. They're actually just going to throw a casual AA blast to scout and potentially snipe someone. Won't connect, but a nice attempt.
Yep, they're going to need time, and you know, Yatoro obviously with his build, he's approached that, has the Midas on the Terrorblade. He just wants to be hitting the creeps without any interruption. Well, we'll see if the rest of Spirit can create that sort of space for him. Collapse has got the solid timing on his Blink Dagger. He's keeping it hidden for now on the Courier. We'll see if they try and make some sort of move around this reveal of this pickup.
It does feel complicated, though, especially with Yatoro going down full greed route for Midas. All of the heroes on LGD are going to be ready to fight at all times.
They want to try and get something mid. TP over to the mid lane. Blink Dagger at the ready for Collapse. Over the jump, gets the skewer back. Straight underneath the tower. Torrent will miss, but it doesn't matter. They'll still get the kill. A solid Blink Dagger reveal there from Collapse.
He is the one who kind of has to bring back that early game a little bit for them. 6-1. He finds the biggest catch he can. Another one potentially too.
Yeah, should manage to find this one here. Exmar straight back into the boat. It's going to be a couple of kills for Spirits. They start to get themselves on the board.
Nicely done. New does have that Blink Dagger finished, but as you said, you know, Yatoro, he's just chilling on the sidelines. Quick little RP usage, and they're back off to getting that farm. So for Spirit, and it's going to be a lot of that this game. Getting a quick kill, backing up, farming, and it's going to be up to LGD to punish this farm, to find these heroes and hunt.
I mean,
they are looking for.
How easy is it for LGD's heroes to hunt down around that sort of tier 2 area top? Is it easy for them to set up to try and get the Terrorblade, or is this a pretty safe part of the map for Spirit to hold for Yatoro to keep farming up here?
It'll probably be pretty safe for some time, especially until they can get out that mid tower. Because there is a lot of counter gank. That's the one thing that Spirit's draft really thrives on, especially for like later stages and stuff like that. ET, Stomp, Magnus, and SD save, so multiple different things they can do to protect each other. If a kill doesn't happen instantly, it could get quickly turned. 6-2, good gold now. Spirit, those stacks starting to work out. 3 cores at 6K. And TS has been slowed down significantly just off that 1 kill.
Fully set up around this bottom tier 1, really, Spirit, just in case LGD were going to group up and try for a tier 1 tower push.
I mean, they're going to have RP back up in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're ready
very ready for this fight. Yep. And they will have pretty decent damage, at least because the ET does have okay levels. Miposhka has hit 6, and Laurel is 11, so if they do catch anybody near tower, very likely they will just pop.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they may have got that tier 1 on the top lane pretty early, LGD, but finding any of the other towers, it's not going to be an easy ordeal.
No, they need to fight for it. They need to get a pick off first, ideally, or get some vision behind tower. They can't just go straight for these towers versus this Magnus.
It's going to be down to if New can get the jump here. Smoke up from the 3 of them, New.
Instant ward down.
And the 2 supports. They've got the Inkswell buff. They'll go for the jump on Miposhka.
Quick and easy.
See if they can turn this into anything else.
Laurel is immediately rotating over. Has a shield rune as well, too. This is hard for him.
At them.
He is incredibly tanky. They do not have the damage for him at this point. If he gets the shield rune off.
And they'll back off. They'll get the kill. They'll pull back here, LGD.
They're actually going to give nothing to save the Wisdom Rune as well, too. I think he was perhaps farming the left side, but they have to give him anything he can just to get him boosted up a little bit. And he's going to, I mean, at the moment, he's got the Aghanims queued up, so cool. Does feel pretty awesome versus a lot of these tanky heroes and stuff like that, right? So besides just the Terrorblade, of course, that counter, but yeah, cool.
Game resuming at this sort of pace, I think
Spirit will be happy.
Yatoro that is indeed going to be in a very happy place, getting to freely catch up here in the farm and at this stage, and will continue to be. You know, this is one of those games where he's going to probably be the only man with the Midas.
Does feel
in the long run, that should be set to pay off unless LGD can continue to put the pressure on.
Hey, Spirit, ready to go again. Collapse, he's got the RP. They're hunting. They see the courier moving toward top.
Might have to just settle for an AA.
Nah, they don't have to use RP. It's a pretty easy kill.
Not the biggest they would hope for.
Get Yotaro the kill. Yep. Perfectly set up.
Quick move towards the twin gates, maybe. Ooh. See if they can make a play down bottom as well off the remainder of the smoke. They've still got a few seconds left onto it. New, he's close to showing himself on the wave.
Oh, this would be huge if they're able to.
And they're bringing further TPs in around the tier 1. It's a tanky hero. Can they get any sort of setup? Maybe Mirror with the disruption, but not New. He's already out of the area. Knows it's a scary place to be. Look at the TPs coming in. In fact, LGD bringing 3 further TPs in on this one. They're happy to try and fight this. They get the setup here straight away onto Mirror. They'll find the Shadow Demon.
The Battle of Vision as soon as somebody shows himself. And that ward will actually expire in 30 seconds, so it won't actually be a D-ward. Quick, easy kill.
Yeah, Toro making the most of it, though, knowing that with that sort of focus down bottom, he was able to push forward an extra couple of waves on the top lane, get some pressure onto the tier 1 tower, so maximizing what he can, even in these scarier parts of the map.
Yeah, and I'm watching it. I was actually checking to see if Collapse was trying to throw any powers on him as that meta was wearing down. I think he is maybe looking to do so, but still looking for plays. Collapse, he's constantly looking for something.
I mean, sorry, LGD, we continually see them grouped up pretty heavily. I mean, at the moment, right, we've got 4 of them around this mid lane.
I'd imagine for them, they're looking to accelerate a little bit more.
I think so, right?
That CK with his timing, because right now he's absolutely a menace. He's got this Echo Saber and Armlet finished up, so if he joins with this team, he's quite a bit stronger than Yotaro if he joins in.
Yeah, you've got to imagine they want to fight. They don't want to sit back, LGD.
No, I would imagine not. The Shard is also finished. Planet bought it right away at 15 minutes, so a very, very strong dispel, especially versus something like RP. If he's able to be in a good position on this Grimstroke, he could stop a lot of aggression that comes out from Team Spirit. I'm going to keep my eyes on Planet, because he was quite a big difference maker yesterday as well, too, on his Rubik. The spell steals he was able to do. He's been phenomenal, so I'm going to be looking at him.
Collapse. Ready to go. Smoke up between himself and Mirror.
Okay, let's see what he
got
can
decent
catch.
damage now with the Echo Saber completed over the Blink Dagger.
All 5 heroes are set up in the area as well. Can't quite find him.
Could be a little bit of a bait. They could look to jump again. And LGD, they are prepared for this one, but Spirit, they have the numbers. Lal, trying to fish for something here with the turret. Not going to find anything.
They have ward vision inside that lane, so they do see every time that LGD does step up anew. He's actually making the first move.
And we see, in fact, Collapse. He's able to get the jump even before that. Gets the drag back onto White Smother. Bring down the AA.
Laurel's gone.
Spirit getting a bit split there with the focus heading over towards that jump that they made around the mid, but indeed they left their Kunkka vulnerable on the top lane.
And he had vision too. They have that lane ward, so he saw it completely coming in, but just got caught off guard. Maybe just the communication that was happening on the side. Gets caught off guard. It's a big kill, slowing down Laurel's momentum. And I believe, did Shiro get the last? Yes, Shiro got the last hit as well too, so bumped up a little bit more.
CK Shiro hitting fantastic timings.
He's huge. He really is quite large, and he's always going to have that buff up, of course, from that Grimstroke.
LGD, once again, everybody to the mid lane. Really trying to look for these constant and consistent fights.
Hey, look, Miposhka.
They'll get the jump. New, in with the burst. There'll be defensive disruption from Mira. But there'll be no getting out of here for Miposhka. Easy support kills that LGD can continue to find.
Just continuous. It's new in Planet every single time, making the setup happen. He's big. He almost has the heart finished up on the Centaur already. Once he disassembles the Vanguard, he's pretty much going to have it finished. Gonna be tough for them to, fully bring him down. ET Splitter, of course, is probably gonna be one of their better damage functions. It's just that max HP damage, but sometimes it's pretty difficult to keep them always in line with it.
Yeah, Shiro, he can really get involved.
He's
turns
scary.
up, takes the mid tier 1 tower with the BKB complete.
Okay.
Very little chance that Spirit can take him down unless they catch him completely on his own and cooldown.
Yeah, and immediately just rebuys his Echo Saber too. Yeah, he's having a phenomenal start here.
This is the timing for the CK. We'll see how much LGD can get done around this.
Right now, they're not playing like super rushed by any means. I'm sure they're like, we also scale really hard. They always will have this Tinker versus that TB matchup, so he is getting closer and closer to that Aghanim. Maybe that'll be the call where they start taking over the map a little bit more, because it's pretty even in terms of gold so far.
Zero.
Yotaro.
Gonna find Yotaro here with the opening. They're gonna have an Ice Blast flurry as well. Straight in on top of the tower by Yotaro. He's gonna be going down.
Uh-oh.
Did not expect LGD to be there, Yatoro, but they find him as he walks straight into them completely on his own.
Shiro gets handed a massive kill, and it is right as the Roshan is repositioning down toward bottom too, so they could consider even looking for it.
I mean, in that sort of situation, what do you imagine was going through Yatoro's mind? He just didn't expect them to be playing around this part of the map?
I guess not, right? Just got caught off guard. I mean, LGD has been incredibly active the way that they're swinging around the map with the supports and with new. It seems like 3 or 4 heroes are constantly together. Just Kite's caught off guard, and now, yeah, that Roche is gone.
Yeah, that was
gone in seconds.
I think it was sort of the first time he'd really left his half of the map.
Yep.
I think Yatoro won't be doing that again anytime soon.
And he went down the S and Y route. Pretty interesting one. Quite different than I feel like we usually do see on the Terrorblade.
Spirit will be able to secure themselves their torment.
Mira?
He's going to be fine.
Oh my god, he had
Just
the healing Lotus.
the shard out from Aposhka's Elder Titan. Aghanim's done. They didn't commit to finish the Roshan. Will still sit there.
No, they didn't actually. Okay, good call.
Down to about half HP and then decided to pull back from it.
I guess they got a little bit scared because they didn't see exactly where all the heroes were. Okay. Aghanim's now finished. So for Laurel, big power spike now. He can look to get involved a little bit more for these team fights. But so far, it's been, again, just very farmy from Spirit. 11-4. And now for LGD, Aghanim's finished up for Tinker's. Yep, just still feels like they're going to be moving around at least at these 2 supports, looking for potential setups.
There we go. Smoke
okay, Spirit's going to do it first.
Spirit. See if Yatoro wants to get involved or if he'll hold back to farm. For now, it doesn't look like he's too keen in joining the smoke. Does have the Eagle song done.
Who are they going to find, though?
He's going to show himself at least the illusions around the mid. Maybe see if they can get some sort of a bait. We'll join the smoke now, but he's ready to reveal. It's a full bait here with a push from the Terrorblade.
Okay. Who they are able to grab. I mean, he's walking up. 2,800 HP Centaur.
It's a hard one to go on, even if they get the vision upon him.
Especially if they don't know where Planet is in particular, right? This Inkswell, it could just stop the entire aggression that comes out from them. If they can find him,
try and get the grab.
One.
And do indeed, they'll get the Grimstone, drag him back. The Stampede's there, but the Ice Blast returns.
Two men done.
He jumps in with a Hoof Stomp. He's going to be able to burst the bow flow. Collapses out. And now he's going to be in a whole world of trouble as well. The BKB's pop. They push up for the Kunkka, take him down.
They
lose New in return. And a 2 for 2, and it is LGD. They're able to take down 2 cores.
Yatoro gets time to farm, though, right? So it's always like these positives and negatives they're going to get out of these smokes, even if they do lose some heroes.
Closing in on the butterfly. Very close to having that one complete, at least.
And it's good that Laurel actually got the Torrent Storm off. It was very close to him actually not getting that one off, and then they probably don't get that return kill. But even new with that heart, you saw the damage that comes through. It's quite a lot that actually blew him up. CK items, a full Shadow Blade now for Shiro. So the hunting is going to continue. I feel like for him, he's just going to continue to look to get involved. And a lot of these kills could just get popped if he was able to find them on his own. That plus an AA Blaster plus a Tinker rotation.
And they'll head back to deal with the Tormentor on their side of things.
A Planet, careful. My goodness. He'll get a pretty nice one there. Why you smile, able to finish his. On top of also now having his Yule Scepter. We've been seeing a lot more Yules, but I think it's also because of the rise of these Kunkkas and stuff like that. It's going to be very nice for him and also versus the Magnus, since I believe he did go for the Echo Saber on Collapse. So if they do have vision as the fight starts, it could be difficult for Collapse to do the usual, harpoon skewer kind of plays. He gets Yulesed up, they can just fully go for him.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to get that BKB online next, but it's going to take him a bit of time.
He will need it to be able to get that type of setup for his team, but still 13-6. Gold continue to be very, very close, but LGD feel that they're probably feeling pretty good with getting away with this NTS Tinker so far, not getting caught out too much.
We're sort of in that bottom spot, the lowest of the core for a while, but now he's caught up to both Collapse and New, making the right sort of progress here on his trajectory towards getting the BKB done himself, so he can jump around these fights without the threat of getting caught in a stray Torrent from this Torrent Storm from Lyle.
Yes, that's the big thing, right? He absolutely needs this BKB versus Torrent Storm. The tip comes out. Didn't see what that one was for.
See DD in the river here. It's underneath the ward of Spirit, so I'll be aware that it gets picked up if they go for a play with this one.
Shiro swinging around for it with his Shadow Blade. They're instantly smoking with it too. They want something, but it got seen. Like you said, Spirit, they were completely aware of it. So everyone positioned around the area.
At least, even if he was invis. See if LGD can still catch them by surprise.
Oh, the big clash looks like it's going to happen here. Planet, he also buys a Blink Dagger for positioning on this Grimstroke. Was able to get the big jump.
And Spirit, this should be full defensive right now. They know that LGD is going to be looking for this sort of move.
They get the scan. They know where they are. Maposhka in position to break it.
Yeah, maybe they'll just allow support to get caught here.
Oh, Laurel, be careful. He's got Tidal Wave. They have a ward on the high ground. Perhaps they could fish for somebody.
Smart getting the vision set up for themselves.
They're going to go for it.
They're only going to skewer back as well. Up towards New.
Instant ink swell.
New is going to be able to pop the Stampede still. Gets himself back up to the high ground. Both teams holding back from one another. Is there any further catch? Lyle trying to close the gap over towards New. They get a reflection out on towards the center.
I mean, Spirit wants to catch something here.
It's
they
hard
use
to
so
say
much.
Shiro. He's going to be able to wrap around the back lines. He gets straight in on top towards them, but the Stewards there once more. Collapse getting Shiro under the tab. The BKB is popped by the CK. Shiro steps back. Soulbind.
Leashed up.
Holding together the
big stun.
In with the who's up the double edge on the both of the burst. He can throw it down over the defensive disruption. Comes out from Mirror. They'll finish at the Kuko.
Gatoro's gone.
Gets blown up here by the burst of the laser. Nothing to say, finding that huge kill, taking out the Terrorblade in the midst of the fight. Both teams to lose 2.
The mind games from these fights too. Like Spirit had used so much. They had meta pop. They used literally all their ultimates. They keep chasing forward. But LGD able to get the big cleanup on these 2 cores.
And even around sort of their own tier 2 tower, it's so hard for Collapse to get that kind of start to the fight that he hoped for. You know, he's getting these skewers onto New, he's getting these skewers onto Shiro, but neither hero feels good to start the action off.
I mean, the way it started was awkward too. The X comes out, they skewer, but the Ink Swell was already put on New right at the start, so the Dispel comes out, things get very, very weird. And yeah, at this point, Spirit, look at how much they've already used. Meta was used, RP was used, quite a bit was actually used before that.
Yeah, full chase on towards New, and at this point, it's the fact that they've kind of forgotten about Shiro. You know, he just is able to get this opening immediately on towards Maposhka, who will get that extra bit of time with the fact that Collapse drags Shiro away. But at this point, Soulbind out into the 2 of them. New, he's hitting these Who Stomps every single time.
Huge connections, and even the double leg, of course, connecting on both there with that Soulbind. It's nice. Constant, like 2-for-2 trades. The gold continues to just be
they want to keep it going, LGD. They do not want to allow any time for Yatoro to get his items on this Terrorblade.
They know there's downtime. For Spirit, they need every single spell. RP 5 seconds.
They'll find Maposhka out on his own.
And that's right next to the Roche. Now they can likely force it.
Yeah, they're going to go for this for sure.
Instant Phantasm. Oh, Shiro had just hit 18 off that kill too, so actually gets the level 3 Phantasm. Sends an illusion to the wave. Should be able to finish it off this time. No ET to scout.
They've got great team fight, but yeah, even as a support, you know, Maposhka is a crucial part of that. And with him gone, Team Spirit, they won't look to contest this Roshan.
I mean, Maposhka really is the biggest scouting element that they have to be able to find this Tinker, find these initiations early on, without just Collapse YOLO blinking in. Which Collapse can now do also. He does have the BKB finish, so a little bit more liberty for the Magnus to pick and choose how he goes in. But now, into that Aegis.
See how much LGD can get done with this Aegis. Tier 2's on the horizon.
How many Philosopher's Stones did we get in this game also? Okay, looks like all the supports got Phillies. So we have 4 Philosopher's Stones in. Greed is good.
It's all right. He's got his BKB done. So really starting to beef up on the Terrorblade.
I mean, they have what? Is that the double? Okay, double BKB. Laurel not quite having his just yet, but definitely going to protect quite a bit versus this control that we've seen from New in particular.
LGD sort of split themselves back up despite getting this Aegis. They're just trying to work their way towards their next items. We've got the BKB just a recipe or so away from New.
Yep.
And the Centaur to have a much easier time just kind of getting with the Who Stomps and being able to reset and looking to come back into the fights with further jumps.
They are grouping up though. Looks like they are potentially going for a smoke out here. And Poshka in a very deep position. I mean, look at this warding expedition from him. Oh my goodness.
Getting away with it.
By himself, runs in and gets a pretty beautiful ward down. That's going to scout quite a lot from LGD, and that is not going to be expected at all. So could even catch maybe a smoke that comes out. LGD looking to perhaps get more assertion on the map. They actually buy a gem pretty early. I think we've been seeing quite a bit of 20 to 30 minute gems, but wanting to take advantage of this Aegis timing perhaps with this.
I think they need to. I mean, just Yatoro, he's like really scaling up to be an absolute beast on the Terrorblade. Top CS right now and very much closing in onto Shiro's CK's net worth.
Who knows what could go down. I mean, it's a Tinker versus the Terrorblade always, so as big as that TB gets, it can fall very, very hard.
But, you know, not necessarily in a point where he's kind of zooming past everyone in the net worth, right? He has been held back, still in sort of that mid-area farm. He's level 20, getting the Eon Disc next, making sure that there's very little chance that Spirit can lock down and kill the Tinker in the team fights by going for that BKB into the Eon. course, the team fights will be one thing, and the high ground push, that's going to be quite the other. You know, we don't see a lot of Tinker. We have, you know, the first Tinker's appearance that we're seeing here at this international. Pushing into this hero, it's never easy.
I mean, pushing into Tinker is never going to be easy. Pushing into Magnus Elder Titan's not going to be easier. So we could
both sides.
Strap yourselves in. Could be in for a long one.
Spirit, they're on the hunt. Poshka, violent collapse. Gonna do a quick sweep of LGD's jungle, see what they can find.
Still not quite a BKB finished up on Laurel though, so does probably have to be a little bit careful how far forward he puts himself, at least at the start of the fight.
Doesn't look like they'll find anyone down here. They pop a scan around the creep camps to see if anybody's stepping around this area from LGD, but LGD completely on the other half of the map.
A lot of dodging going out here. I mean, Poshka's ward is still alive somehow, even though the gem from the AA was out. He wasn't able to find that one just yet.
BKB done for New. We've got their heart completed as well for Shira. And towards the AC next.
Oh, I mean, levels across the board still feel, everything just feels very, very close. It's going to be some crazy team fights that are going to dictate this. Does feel like. Shiro, soon 20, starting to hit tier 2.
Yeah, have to play that bit more aggressive.
Yep. Minute 40 seconds.
No signs of a response yet from Spirit.
Now look at these, the LGD supports are looking to play so far back in these team fights. Both of them actually finish up a later than usual Aether Lens. You see Planet and both Wayu Smile looking for that. He had the Aghanims queued up for quite some time on this Grimstroke, but looks like they want to switch up the way they play their style. Just look to play behind those tanky cores.
They're going to go through the twin gates. Try and get this play where they sort of come in from behind, who's potentially pushing out on the bottom.
This could catch at least somebody off guard here, but oh my.
So they can find, they won't walk into Mirror quite yet.
How many times has this happened?
I mean, both supports here, by the looks of it, are going to get away from this, but Poshka and Mirror on either side of this move that LGD were trying to come at them with.
Ships passing in the night.
Silver Edge done for Yatoro. He's in that top spot now in the network. Unless LGD finds some further fights, Yatoro, he is going to start zooming ahead of everybody, Shiro included.
Yeah, their greed is definitely starting to pay off big time here. Yatoro. This is going to be such a crazy, crazy collapse of everything together, but then greed, of course, 4K lead.
I mean, they didn't find a fight with the Aegis. They're about to have it expire here from Shiro. The question is if they want to try and find something without that.
And they'll finally find that ward that was placed. I mean, that lasted almost 4 minutes, that ward that Poshka was able to sneak in there. So they got quite a bit of information, you can say, from it.
Where do they go? What's the plan?
It's been pretty calm for, when was the last time there was a kill? It's been, what, like 6 minutes or something?
Who is feeling more calm in this sort of situation? Is it Spirit or is it LGD? Or do you think it's pretty equal?
I think they're both probably feeling pretty good, right? I mean, they have an NTS Tinker scaling versus a Terrorblade, but Yatoro's probably telling his team also, guys, I am massive. You know, I'm getting away with murder. I'm getting away with so much farm on the map here, but it's really going to be up to how those fights be dictated. Who gets the jump? And even then, even later on, are they going to be able to even break base out of it too? Not easy for either side. Little bits of vision. Team Spirit trying to reclaim those.
Both teams close to one another.
Toro leading the charge.
Trying to get some vision himself here off the back of the Silver Edge, leading forward. And once again, LGD up to the twin gate. Or at least ready to hold around this area. Gem purchase now here from the Poshka.
All of it really does feel like it's going to be down to that one big jump. Whoever gets the vision, whoever gets that control, whoever finds one of these squishier heroes is nothing to say going to be able to use a rally of team fight, like rally of spells in a long duration team fight, or is he just going to die right at the start of it?
These moments, you know, Yatoro just item after item, getting very close to being able to get the nullifier. Now pretty much is his 6th item. Already here, 34 minutes on the Terrorblade. That sort of laning stage, nothing more than distant memory here. As the full recovery has been made by Yatoro.
I'm just running as a unit. Look at how they're just running together across the map. All 5 heroes of Spirit. Wherever Yatoro goes, they go. Here comes LGD. Shiro.
Seeing what sort of catch he can get.
I mean, Mira is pretty far up right now.
Scanner's hit.
Scan could have been on an illusion.
Indeed onto an illusion. They're going to be aware of that by the looks of it. They won't try chasing with Yatoro. He's going to walk into the midst of them. Actually, him. So already the support to be caught is just Mira for now. Yatoro's going to try and fight. He's trying to lead in onto a support himself. They'll turn to get the blast.
He's isolated.
Points the BKB, but the physical coming in. He's able to turn, gets the Sunder off. As he'll be able to help bring down one more. He's still being completely focused though by Shiro. The stun comes in. Yatoro is ready to turn back away as he gets out with the invis. Shiro controlled by the top.
He's going down.
Shiro is there for collapse. They take down Shiro and Yatoro survives.
Oh my. Was that like what actually did so much damage? I guess it was the ET and everything in combination, but it feels like the ET actually did so much for his
it sort of seemed that there was a point towards the end of that the rest of LGD, they sort of bailed out on that. They knew that there was no saving Shiro. I think after that initial attempt where they weren't able to 100-0 Yatoro, they're sure they hit him with the blast, but of course that Sunder, it's still going to be there. Gets himself back up to full HP, and at that point, the whole move, it starts to get a bit tricky for LGD, and they end up losing their carry.
So far, I mean, NTS, he can't actually do, I feel like, what he wanted to in that last fight. He got completely ignored, just actually unable to blow up any of the targets. Who was actually holding the gem there? I think, okay, Neo actually kept it, so LGD did not lose their gem there, but pretty decisive fight there from Spirit this time around.
Yeah, big stuff for Yatoro. Getting in and getting out of that one. The team bailing him out with the multiple Glimmer Capes, I believe, as well, allowing him to just weave in and out.
And that was what I think is... Yeah, the first BKB reveal too, right? So that long duration one where they can't actually break through him.
That was the money for the Nullifier, and now we're well on the way to being able to pick up that Blink Dagger.
They're playing it cool and calm on Spirit, waiting for the action to come to them. They have such a good lineup to be able to go for those counter initiation plays. And, I mean, they're ready. They're ready again. 30 seconds till that RP is going to be coming back up, but still positioned around Yatoro.
They might still be able to burst this Terrorblade, but they have to stop him from getting the Sunder off. Every time that Sunder's there, getting him from 100 to 0 twice, it's probably not going to happen right now.
I think we're going to... Okay, yeah, I was just thinking. They had the E-Blade queued up on the Tinker for a long time. I think the Hex is necessary. I think they have to have it. Yeah, they have to have that 100 to 0 control to be able to bring down this TB before he's able to get Sunder.
Blast coming in towards the pit. Spirit holding this area. LGD, they are approaching.
LGD still does have vision on that right side, too.
Very close to Shiro having the AC done.
Okay.
Plunger Golden, he'll have it.
Doesn't mean he spent all out.
Oh, that's definitely a bit of a risk. We know how quickly this Terrorblade's going to be able to push down towers if the fight goes well for Spirit.
And he also has no boots now, so could be a position where he just gets kited a lot in these next fights if he isn't able to stick on these targets.
They're going to get the Roshan here, Spirit. As LGD not able to interrupt this. Aegis now, Yatoro, so even if they are able to burst him, he's going to be back with a second life in this team fight.
That is a huge deal. And Collapse now also is going to have Lincoln, so he's going to have the freedom to always be able to get those initiations now, too. Spirit, the patience, it's working out for them so far.
LGD still not afraid to step out of their half of the map, though. Crossing the river.
How close to the Hex? Nothing to say, is getting very, very close to it.
Definitely going to be eyes on him. Now, 2, 1, and 4. That's to sort of take a lot of time to catch up on the farm, but very much in a point now where it's getting to that stage where a nice bit of tinker play can take over the team fights.
He does have to watch out, though, as you mentioned, the various saves that there is. And on top of the RUM that's always going to be coming out from Laurel, which he's probably going to get off in every single one of these fights, has to watch out for these glimmers and resets as we saw in that last fight. And okay, never mind, he goes straight for the E-Blade instead.
Okay,
anyway, so
just wants to get the
switches it up.
Raw burst damage.
Okay.
I mean, maybe feeling, as you say, even if he's able to have the lockdown at the Hex, because of the fact that the saves are there, you know, having that control, that's not necessarily going to get the job done. Maybe better to just focus on bursting the rest of the lineup so that they aren't alive to save and back up the Terrorblade.
The push is going to start commencing, though, and they have a lot of ways to poke. And yes, he gets caught.
He just RP'd. The BKB up with the RP's there. The damage is out for Yatoro. Nothing to say is caught.
All it takes.
90.
One little catch, Collapse, no hesitation. I think going to Torrent to scout the tree line.
I think it was. Lol. Setting things up, and now the push, it's going to be coming in.
And it's going fast, these towers. I mean, with no Tinker, there's no way to slow down.
At least there's tier 2 still up in the other 2 lanes, so they may just let this Rax go.
I mean, it's so risky. If they buy back and he dies, that could just decide the game. So they're just going to sack the Rax. But Spirit, they're lingering around. They want to go for another catch here. Collapse, he's eyeing his opportunity.
He is. You've got to be careful if you get close to the walls of your base here. Collapse will be ready to tear you out of it.
So many different ways for them to reposition on top of that tidal wave, too. LGD
It's definitely starting to look like that maybe LGD just weren't able to get enough done in the mid game. Spirit taking over, and they get any sort of catch like this, especially if it's nothing to say, they're going to be on the verge of taking another set of ranks.
He needs to be way more careful with his positioning here. But just not easy. A lot of repositioning as we see. Yatoro blinks in. Meta is wearing off, but they'll get the tier 2 and they'll be able to back off. Pretty damn good usage of that Aegis.
It really is. 9K lead now for Spirit.
They've broken one of the hardest things you can do in this patch, of course, breaking that high ground. First step.
I respect the fact that Nothing to Say is respawning in a few seconds. Spirit heading back to their half of the map. LGD, they're trying to chase.
The cooldowns are all coming back up, though. Meta is still on cooldown for about 30 seconds. RP's at the ready. Shiro, he's looking.
Get the pullback into the stun. We'll see Lars throw down both the defensive disruptions there to try and help Yatoro out of the combo. But the Forest Stone comes in. Jump forward. The Toro Stone in catch.
He gets his under.
Outside Yatoro. He's able to get back on the full HP. Shiro trying to TP out the BKB.
RP
is caught by the RP for Collab. Shiro's going to be going down. They've lost the CK for 85 seconds. News surrounded here by Lyle and Collapse. The tidal wave pulling it back over towards Collapse. In the river, Nothing to Say manages to finish off Mira. But they're losing 2 of their cores. Shiro and Yu taken down.
They keep Yatoro up. He gets the Sunder.
Nothing to Say will manage to get out of that one.
But why? Looks like he won't.
I mean, they were so close to potentially being able to burst Yatoro at the beginning of that fight, but I think sort of the straight torrent from the Torrent Storm, it caught the Tinker at the start of it. Nothing to Say tried to get in position, but as soon as he was there, he was up in the air. They get another kill on a YE Smile. It's 3 dead on LGD Spirit. They can look to push again.
I mean, so clutch by Mira. That disruption there, it makes him actually lose. He dodges his own teammate's run buff, but it gets the save potential. It's well worth it so he can get that Sunder. Just beelines it to Shiro and gets it off.
I'm very close towards the end of that. Maybe Nothing to Say. He nearly didn't get out himself.
He almost did not. And now Meta's back up. That was without Meta, this fight. Yatoro didn't even need it. Now onto high ground. Collapse 40 seconds till he's got RP, but they're still fishing.
That's all the damage they can do at Spirit. LGD 20 seconds until they've got the full squad back up.
Nothing to Say has to be so careful. Literally one stray spell catches him. He's very likely dead at this point. Another racks to fall.
Completely taken down as Spirit.
Wow.
With a very comfortable hold on the game right now. Still yet to sort of find that fight where LGD are able to set up and allow this Tinker to just run rampant. It just hasn't happened.
They just don't have what feels like enough control and enough burst. They have the one stun that comes in from the Centaur, and then there's a little save that comes out from Team Spirit. Then boom, there goes your Tor, and the rest of the spells just come in. Beautiful execution so far from these two supports on Spirit, honestly. Just these little saves and resets they've been able to do with their Glimmer Capes and even disruptions.
As we're seeing, Sean Yu, he's incredibly tanky. The same to be said for Shiro, but at this point, Spirit, they absolutely have the damage to still take these beefy boys down.
They're always going to have the percentage damage that comes from the ET and just the overwhelming damage that, of course, kicks off from this Terrorblade, yeah.
See where they can go.
Oh, and Collapse actually goes for even more. Even further blink. Yep, the Arcane Blink.
That extra little bit of a range as well can really catch you by surprise.
I look at the cooldowns as well, too. 6.2 second cooldown, Blink 7.9 second
Yeah,
cooldown.
he's going to be jumping in, skewering you out, and then he's going to be pretty much as soon as he's done that, ready to jump back in again and skewer someone else.
Yep, fight's getting harder and harder. LGD. Who do they focus fire is the question. They have to, I mean, it feels like they have to focus fire the supports, but they have to deal with these cores as well.
I mean, I don't know, they just don't sort of have the same impact of starting a fight. It's the same strength that Spirit has. At the end of the day, this Collapse RP, it's going to reign supreme if he hits it.
I mean, the big team fight, in particular from Spirit, it's been reigning supreme.
And they're going to be able to get the opening here. They might just have to let Planet go here, LGD, as they'll start backing away. They'll let Planet go.
And another catch.
He's going to get the grab steal with the RP, straight back into the RP.
Look at this damage.
The sense on you, dead in an instant.
Can't even get out of the stun.
They can't fight them here, LGD. Spirit. Too strong, ready to push the waves in.
Look at Shiro, he's looking to try to do something crazy.
So risky. He's going to try, he's going to open up on a mirror, but the Eel Disc is able to assemble it just in time. Mirror's able to blink out as well. He gets it.
He's alive.
The buyback will come in from you, but Mirror, he walks out of it. But barely a scratch. The TP out there from Lyle. Mirror also able to TP away. Nothing to say, he'll find Maposhka. But they get the majority of them out. They only lose the one of them. They force out a buyback from you. Things continuing to go in Spirit's favor massively.
It's domination. They even cut the creep wave. Yatoro just sends an illusion even after all of that too and kills every single creep in mid. All they find is the 5 position ET. Beautiful identification from Spirit.
What do LGD do? Are you setting up for the high ground? Are you continuing to just try and take your chances outside of the base?
You buy the Hex on the Tinker and you hope with this level 25 that you're going to just be able to get some consecutive back-to-back kills, but it's just not easy at this point. 30 seconds into Roche. Will NTS be able to make that magic happen with a Hex and a 25? They also do have the Aghanims on the Grimstroke, so that's, I guess, the other thing that we can look at. Will there be an enormous Dark Portrait of that Terrorblade that maybe can also reign supreme? Not an easy fight.
Yatora. He's hovering around here.
Oh, he is.
I mean, if he catches nothing to say, he'd be ready to jump in and try and get aggressive upon him. LGD, see if they can catch on towards the Kunkka, but no, not getting tripped up. They won't catch him for now.
Spirit's just been dodging. I feel like pretty much every single movement from LGD. All the moves that they tried to make in that mid game to be able to slow down this farming draft from Spirit, just they were not able to connect.
It looks like they have complete control on the sort of the second half of this game. Team Spirit, LGD.
Look at Collapse. He's ready.
Pulled all over the place.
Blink in 2 seconds. Looks like they'll back it up, but perhaps maybe setting up for top. I mean, look at your Toro and Laurel. Trying to catch this Tinker when he's doing the split push.
Yeah, they want to make sure that when they go high ground, once again, they've got all waves in good position. They don't want to allow for the split push to happen from LGD.
Roche is also up, so they have to go scout that one out. And yeah, looks like they should be able to claim this one, but this is maybe LGD's chance to go for the fight here. I mean, they have to try something. Are they aware that it's up, though? They do have a scan. There it is, so they will know which angle of approach do they want to take. They have a ward on the far right side.
Do they want to take their chances here? The next fight, wherever they choose to take it, it may just be their last one.
Do you want to give a full Aegis cheese and a refresher to a team with this Magnus, though, right? It's like it almost feels like you have to. The Hex gets purchased.
It's so hard to fight into.
Eyes on nothing to say. Can he make magic happen?
Spirit in a much more favorable spot here.
I think do they see him? Oh, he's right in the fog. Okay, pops up for a quick second, so they do see Collapse now and then inside that tree line. Tough target to go for him. There's double saves behind him, but they might just have to go for the risk.
Jiro. He heads in. We'll be going in underneath that Sentry and Observer combo.
The lanes are starting to be a problem. Yatoro's sending illusions. They have nothing to say to clear them out for a second right now, but they have to be careful with their positioning every time the Tinker goes back.
I just don't know if they can do it out here.
And look, every time Tinker resets, you see Spirit feels a little more bold, step up.
Hey, the Collapse. He's going to be able to try and get the jump. Has to put the BKB. The two of them will get caught by the Soul Bind.
They've got the Dark Portrait on both.
The Dark Portrait, bringing Collapse at incredibly low. The Hex is there. They're taking Collapse out. Shiro moves forward, looks towards Lava. Lava puts the BKB in the blade. The torrent storms out.
Nothing to say.
The Tinker here, but the BKB's there. Nothing to say. Trying to do it.
RP on 2.
RP catches Shiro. Catches nothing to say. Uses it with a Who Stop double ace. But it's an immediate buyback from Collapse. And he wants to keep this fight going. Screw over towards New. He's pushing back the Centaur. And the further buybacks coming in the TP as well. Over towards New. The backup will be there. The Hex from Nothing to Say comes into play. They jump forward. They take it for the second time.
That's two.
Dieback on Collapse.
Yatoro, do they have detection? They will find it.
They got the poison.
But Shiro buys back.
I mean,
5 versus 4.
This is the window that they have to abuse. 2 minutes without the Magnus in the game. LGD, they have to go for everything.
He's in.
He's in. Who's straight away onto Maposhka. He catches him on this attempted escape with the TP. Maposhka also to follow.
Goodness. What a way to start a fight. The double Dark Portrait really coming into play, taking out the Mag the first time. A lot of buybacks, though. This
LGD, they can absolutely breathe sort of a sigh of relief here in a game where they were getting nothing. They found something. They found something. Collapse out of the game for as long as he is. This gives LGD the room to get into the Roshan, take this Roche for themselves.
What a beautiful initiative. I mean, the way they started, this ward, honestly, Vision is something we always tend to talk about. That ward on the side there, as soon as they see a moment to sneak in and get that Dark Portrait, they do get a beautiful connection on 2.
Not an easy move to make at all. We'll see again how they were able to pull this one off. It all started with the attempt from Collapse, but as you say, the Soul Bind Into the Dark Portraits onto the 2, and then it's just so much damage coming out to Collapse. Immediately going down at the beginning of the fight, and from this point onwards, things started to get tricky here for Spirit.
I mean, look at the micro also. I didn't even notice on the left side there, but the Dark Portraits with the Stampede just starts chasing the supports out as well, too. It's chaos from them. Chaos inside this moment, too.
And you hitting some fantastic hoof stomps towards the end of it all, and even at this point, maybe Collapse felt that he was going to be able to walk away from it, but the buyback from Nothing to Say coming in, TPing over towards you, meant that there was no escape, and they find that huge kill, taking Collapse down twice.
Holy moly. And now with comfort of an Aegis, too, on Nothing to Say. Feeling a bit better for him. A Hex now also for Planet, fully finished up on this Grimstroke, so more levels of control that they've actually started to now pick up that they were kind of lacking
at this point as well, the fact that there were so many of them there. Honestly, it was lucky that they did only lose from Poshko at that one.
Yeah, if they didn't make the call to just go through the Twin Gate, he could just catch like a double stun and even kill out the Terrorblade, and we could just be seeing a different high ground push.
Either way, this game in a much better spot now for LGD than it was a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Aegis, a cheese. They also have the Refresher Shard for new. Could be pretty massive.
Of course, plenty of buybacks were expended in that last fight.
Just the 2 supports on the side of Spirit have it left. I mean, the Grimstroke does too, but he spent his gold. Planet did commit for the full Hex. Vision, I mean, initiation's still going to be a big thing we have to watch for. If they're able to get that kind of jump, if they see Collapse on the initiate and go, looks like that could be the answer for LGD.
Might have this Aegis, but with the state of the game, likely that LGD do hold things off until they get their next round of items complete. They can't get too ahead of themselves. A bad fight could cost them the game. It's getting to that point here, 51 minutes in.
It's definitely like that for a bit on both. I mean, Yatoro with no buyback too has to be so careful with his positioning. LGD all grouped together.
Probably going to be a scary 4 minutes for both sides.
Who's going to be the one to take the bigger risk? Who's going to go for the big play?
High risk, high reward at this point.
Playing to win, as we call it. Level 25 starting to be hit. CK also now has gotten his Shiro. Quite a bit more damage.
Spirit just staying completely away from this. Right up in their base right now. Only Maposhka that's sort of stepping out here and there, trying to get some vision out for the team.
Wow.
The rest of the squad making sure that they do not leave their high ground. They know how many ways that LGD have to set up with these, so the invis, with the jumps.
Setting up all over the place too, just with the Tinker, they can just get, they have to stick as a unit on the side of Team Spirit or they will get outnumbered and caught outside the base. 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
Shira just consistently on the hunt. You know, this is why Spirit is staying as far back as they are. Especially with the DD on this CK. Shira, if he finds someone, they're going to be caught in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, these Hexes, the Dark Portraits, their own allies turning against each other. Definitely something to always look at here. How is the itemization looking for Spirit? I mean, Maposhka's considering he almost has his Hex too. Holding on to the buyback, of course, first.
Spirit. Closing in on the Aghanims on Yatoro. And with the buyback on cooldown, he wants to spend up as much as he can.
Already has the Moon Shard finished up. He's pretty much going to be hitting that critical mass when he does have it finished up. 7 minutes until those glorious neutral items as well, too. We said a very likely game that would go to distance. So far it is.
Definitely going to be watching out for sort of the Mirror Shields, the Ex Machinas, even maybe the Seer Stone for some of these heroes.
Lincoln's now for Nothing to Say, an extra bit of protection for him. Centaur buyback available. Same thing for the Grimstroke soon too, on the side of LGD. Difficult for them to force anything though, still playing into this Magnus, playing into this high ground defense that Spirit has. Just looking to control the map, sweeping across side to side.
2.5 minutes really, until we see the majority of these buybacks come back up.
Spirit, they're looking to time the hit with the Aegis though, going down 20 seconds, Nothing to Say.
They're ready to take this risk.
I mean, if they find the Tinker.
I think LGD, they're going to be aware that this sort of move's coming in.
Oh yeah.
They'll know that Spirit will want to try and abuse that Aegis timing.
Look at the Illusion battle in the mid lane. The CK Phantasm versus the TB Illusion, very exciting.
not to find anything here, Spirit.
How are the smokes? Just checking to see who has more at the moment. Not seeing any on the side of LGD at the moment. I didn't see if any couriers have one.
Got one on
they
the
have one on the courier. Okay, one on the Grim also. So
Each of the supports have got one to pop here while you Smiling Planet.
So 2 smokes on the side of LGD, and I don't see one on the side of Spirit though. So for the next upcoming engagement, it'd be difficult for them to get that angle if they don't have the initial vision to be able to get the jump.
I've got the Aghanim Shard now from the Tormentor out onto Nothing to Say, which could be quite something still against Yatoro, right, when he's kind of used the BKB and said that reduced attack range. Yeah, you know, it's something.
I don't think I've ever seen more player use Mira. It's jump you.
He's got the Eon Disc at the ready. They can continue to follow this up on the side. Maposhka doesn't stand a chance. Maybe they can find more of him as Mira also taking heavy damage from the illusion.
What an angle.
Lalo get the Torrent Storm and the BKB off. Tries to step back.
Yatoro's hit.
Even in the midst of the fight, the Torrent Storm continues to throw him up.
Big RP.
He locked down and then taken Nothing to Say down. They take it out you. No buyback available for Nothing to Say as he's out for 2 minutes. Yatoro also able to fight.
They get Shiros as well.
They don't have buybacks. They don't have buybacks. 50 seconds until Shiros is back up. And Nothing to Say, he's not even got the money, even if it was back then. You trying to hold them out. He's in with the.
He's doing a pretty good job.
There from Mira, buys a charge for Yatoro.
He's just dead.
What my goodness, he's keeping this game alive here for the squad collapse. He's trying to find Planet for the blink out.
The Dark Portrait.
The Dark Portrait done the damage. Planet takes down Collapse.
Holy cow.
I can't believe they held on.
I mean, New and Planet.
They lost their carry, they lost their mid, both without buybacks, but it doesn't matter. The rest of LGD pull through and keep this game alive.
New and Planet have been doing it for a lot of this game, but holy crap, they just actually killed Yatoro. That was a wild fight. I mean, we'd have to see it again, but this was pretty much Yatoro and Collapse versus the world, killing 3 heroes, and then they just get turned on by the Centaur Grim. Oh, man. I mean, Planet having a hell of a tournament. Let's see this one again. The angle of approach there from LGD at the start, too, looked beautiful.
It looked
but then
pretty good.
The jump in from Yatoro, I mean...
And they weren't afraid of anything here, Spirit, at the start of this fight. They knew how strong they were if they could get this Terrorblade into prime position. And for pretty much the 80% of this fight, it looked fantastic, right? Yatoro's here, Collapse has got the hold and control. They take out these 2 huge cores. You know, New and Nothing to Say to start things off. Of course, New's got the buyback, but it's to say Shiro and Nothing to Say, they did not have the buybacks ready. So at this point, Spirit, they've got to be feeling fantastic. They know that these buybacks are still on cooldown. So Yatoro, of course he's going to push onwards, but New and Planet turn it around, and Yatoro caught absolutely by surprise by the potential for LGD to do so.
It's these split-second things, too. If you saw that, we hovered over Planet for a quick second. It was like 1 second until that Dark Portrait comes back up. So every little thing matters at these points in the game.
I think, yeah, Team Spirit, they could taste the victory there, but it's very, very swiftly knocked away from them. Once more, LGD keeping this game going.
Oh, man, we are getting blessed. 2.5 more minutes until those neutral items come out. Everyone's buybacks soon coming back up. Gold, of course, still needs to be acquired for some.
Refresh on Collapse now.
Okay. Second salvo of that ult.
They're going all out. It's still a little short on the buyback off that purchase. Only 1,000 gold. I mean, that's the thing, of course.
Same thing for Nothing to Say. I mean, they're both...
He'll have it shortly as well.
Yep.
But in terms of overall buyback situation, definitely in a better spot for Spirit. Did cost the buyback from New and Planet to pull off those moves in that last defense.
What run do we get? Shield run bottom. No DD this time around. Such tense moments for both sides. Vision, jumps, everything. All important. Trying to kill off these supports seeming to be a very big answer as well, too. They're very difficult to bring down with all these Aeon Discs and protections. Planet, even now having a Shadow Blade of his own to try to hide himself into the back lines. I mean, he could be one of the most important heroes in this game at the moment. This Dark Portrait, it's a big difference maker.
Double X, double Dark Portrait. It really could set any of these fights in LGD's favor, especially if he's getting it on the big cores, if he's getting it on Yatoro.
Maposhka's still hanging on to his gold. Just seen him. He has the gold for the Hex, but he's just been sitting on it, waiting for those buyback plays.
Hitting that timing where it might not be too tempting to take risks with the new tier of neutral items. Just 1 minute round the corner.
Any Midas is queued up? Not quite yet, but perhaps we'll see one. Roche, it's back.
Who wants to step into the pit, though? Both teams having a formidable team fight.
There's very limited vision from both sides at the moment. That one ward placed up top at the moment from the side of Spirit. Zero. Continue to keep these waves shoved in. Collapse. Maybe looking for some type of fishing play here with the X marks. Pretty good ward from Spirit right now. That's not been taken out from LGD. This is giving a ton of information.
He's going to show himself. Collapse catches him immediately to get the jump onto one Planet. RP's running ready to take
no buyback. Oh, man.
The RP Collapse, he's still got it good to go. Sure with the Phantasm. And the BKB will make sure the Collapse isn't able to pull him back.
He got aggressive. He tried. I mean, he got the Dark Portrait of the Terrorblade, but put himself in an incredibly dangerous position. Yeah, 2 minutes, no Grim.
Bit of a bait there, really, from Spirit. Collapse immediately in with that jump. Instantly pops the refresher as well, so has this second RP ready.
Absolutely.
If the rest of LGD try for anything, they'll look to swing attention over to the other side of the map with the twin gates. Get down there.
They'll be able to
Let's go straight into the pit. The rest of this Metamorphosis should be able to take this down without any questions coming out from LGD.
I like how there's just no hesitation, though. They you know, these players, they have all the timings and everything. They know that this Grim Show did not have to buy, so no hesitation to get that RP out from Collapse.
I mean, honestly, yeah, and as we said, at this point, it's pretty much the biggest catch they can get.
Yeah.
They can get Planet before he can get any of his spells or items off. The team fight's going to look to be in a pretty solid spot for Spirit.
All right.
The Roshan, Aegis on Yutora. Here come the tier 5s.
What do we get? A pretty busted one on the Tinker.
That's the one he was hoping for.
Does he have a telescope on his team too? I know he was carrying the telescope for quite some time, so he won't have both. He won't have a telescope plus a Seer Stone.
And Collapse, he's ready to go with a bit of an ode to his previous TI performances. The Horn Toss now online. More than ready to start pulling heroes out of LGD's base. The high ground defense is not going to be easy.
No. Ex Machina now also for Yotoro, the constant refresher on refresher. He actually sells his refresher himself because he has an Ex Machina. He'll buy out a full Eye of Scotty now for this Terrorblade. Giant Strength for new. Potential 10,000 HP Centaur definitely coming into play as well too.
I see what's going to be stronger. The ability from Team Spirit to jump in with Collapse and rip heroes out of the base, or the potential of Nothing to Say's Tinker just to completely infinitely hold the high ground with this insane amount of spam. Oh, he's got a Seer Stone as well.
I love it.
He is going to be jumping in from a mile off, and there we
Look at this.
Gets the grab on a Why You Smile. This poor old ancient apparition out of the game.
Oh my God, this is so insane.
This isn't even fair. I mean, you give
Look at the blink range.
Tools. He's going to be catching everybody and anyone. Yutora's pushing in. They get the jump on his Shiro. Try and skew him out the base. They're getting down here. The low ground is new. Jump sword over towards Yutora. The Who's goes down. Ice Block flies.
You is killing Yutora.
Yutora down, let him taking him down the one. Collapse. Also to fall. Nothing to say. Finish him off with a laser. They're ready to set up for round two. Yutora put the BKB. He's looking for the TP out. And with the BKB TP, he makes it away. But Maposhka will not be.
They got Mira.
New and Nothing to Say. They chased out the two supports. Don't get Mira as well.
Holy moly.
Nothing to Say is LGD hold.
Oh my, New killed everybody. 12,000 damage from a Centaur.
Okay, Yutora. He wants to try and get these mega creeps.
That was cute.
All right.
Little X-Mark play.
An X-Mark play. I mean, they are that close to getting the megas. That does force out the fortification.
This is the highest tier of Dota that you can possibly imagine. These players, this is absolutely insane. New killed Yotoro by himself, it felt like. I mean, this Centaur, what an absolute monster.
And they started the fight as well, but they sort of nearly got that clean start with the skewer out, but I think what was the Soulbind right from Planet?
It caught him stuck, right?
It's stuck in mid-skewer.
It looked a little weird there. I was like, wait, what is this interaction? I thought he was stuck on the lamp or something.
You know, was he going to end up outside of the base or in the base?
Yep.
Oh, he's going for the megas, and he's got them. He's got them. An easy X-Mark player from Yotoro and Lal. And honestly, that's something to be concerned about for LGD, because that sort of move, it could absolutely come in again, going for the tier 4s, going for the Ancient. LGD, they've got to get all these creeps pushed out of the base and get that backdoor protection back in play. Yeah, we see it again.
Yeah, good. I mean, I could barely see. It looked kind of weird, right? Because it pulled one, but the secondary one didn't break. All right, cool.
As you say, you just getting in on your.
He was on Yotoro.
I mean, sort of him against the 4 heroes of Spirit. They could not hold back this giant stream Centaur from just slamming down the Terrorblade.
And look at his target prioritization. He sees the TP coming out. They stop ET, and then he immediately goes for Mira too. The quick moves. This is some incredible spellcasting.
Quite the push now. They're able to get this push going down the mid lane. They've taken the tier 3 themselves here, LGD. Probably not going to be able to get anything more out of this one. At Spirit, they're pretty much all back up.
I mean, I love that you're seeing the smiles. It's such a stressful situation, but I'm sure both teams are having a hell of a time in that booth. Still anybody's game, but there is mega advantage at the moment for Spirit. A big advantage on those objectives, and they're starting to get the Book of the Dead as well, too. ET has that one picked up. Also has changed his build up a little bit too. He had the Hex all kind of done, switches it up for a BKB. He wants to be able to stand inside the midst of the fight.
Absolutely, he wants to survive and make sure that this aura is being pumped out the entire time.
Everything matters. Every little thing, as we like to say.
Why are you smile, right? Still holding on to what he's going to decide to go with his tier 5. Now get the Book of the Dead. Make sure they've got that extra way to keep these waves pushed out. Incredibly important to do so, as I say. You know, they have to be prepared for the fact that Spirit, they can absolutely look for these X-Mark rat plays with the Terrorblade to try and close this game up.
Ooh, nice. And they get a Book of Shadows. I think maybe, I'm always wondering, like, what, you know, maybe Why You Smile had the Book of Shadows or something as well, too, on the Book of the Dead. Maybe contemplating, they were deciding which one he wants. But another form of saves, Mira has 2 charges of disruption, and he has a Book of Shadows. So crazy amounts of different plays he can do to protect his allies.
Still, as we saw before, Collapse, he cannot be underestimated from how much of a distance he can jump in and grab someone. LGD, they're stepping out of the base here.
Bro. They get a vision. Collapse.
He's able to get the jump, get the hold on, straight back straight away. Even the fear push back for your door, and the boys come flying in, puts the metamorph, and then take it down.
Shiro's still alive.
Put the metamorph, and BKB goes for a second round. Shiro, he's trying to escape it with the invis. Shiro jumps forward. He's actually the drive back with the X-Mark. Shiro's out of the game as well.
Huge catch. Collapse.
You've got to be ready for this, Magnus.
And he's got another one. He's at the ready. Perfect layering of skills, too. Gets the Terror Wave while they're skewered, so they can't pop anything. Immediately get control. The full Hex now for the Kunkka coming out. They're ready.
They've got to stay right by their fountain. Honestly, if you step anywhere further from the Ancient towards the edge of this base, Collapse will find you.
The Blink Rage is absolutely ridiculous. He can almost hit the tier 4s from where he is right now. With a little harpoon play as well, too.
It's all right.
X plays.
Proceeding on to the tier 4s. You trying with the jump in, but the X-Mark drag back's there.
Poking and prodding. The towers are dropping. And they can just keep doing this with the X. And with that Ex Machina constantly as well.
They're trying to hold on the spy back. So they can get away with that one, but the tier 4's gone. The Ancient now exposed.
Oh boy.
It's all right.
Hex.
Forward again, they catch him with the Hex, but the X-Mark's there. Forward from you. So with the Houston on the Posca, but the defensive disruption comes into play. Torrent up on the walls.
Hex on Collapse.
Comes down from Shiro. Look at the Hex on the Collapse. The Soul by
He's controlled. He's got it.
Collapse. They turn over with Mapochka wants the BKB. We'll get the sleep stop off towards you. Yule's up here as LGD's ready with the 7 try from Pochka second time round, but he's out with the glim, and it doesn't matter. Liu still finds him, jumps in with the Hoostop. This shadow, the Book of Shadows there from Mira, trying to buy some extra safety here from Pochka to get away, but New and Shiro stay upon him. They bring down a second New with a double kill. They push back the Titan Team Spirit. Damage still being done here by the Book of the Dead.
Oh, this game could end in a pretty kind of cloudy way when they just say Book of the Dead and the X Machina and everything.
There's just so much rap potential at the 67-minute mark.
And there's no glyph for how long? Okay, it's 15 seconds. They're going to have it back up soon.
I mean, can
True defense of the
Can LGD push out quick enough? I mean, it is a minute where there's no Mapochka, no Collapse, but it just doesn't feel like enough for LGD. I think they're still going to just get consistently held in their base.
He's got
the X upon him. They can take him out every single time.
They're hunting behind, though. Mira? Get away.
You find him there, but Mira indeed will manage to escape. Spirit, they just got to keep their composure, and they should have a solid chance of closing this one up.
Oh, and they know that Yotaro went all the way back to base. The Phantom actually chased him all the way across there with the X, so they know that Yotaro is back over here.
LGD.
Getting the lanes pushed out a little bit here. Book the Dead shoving out bottom. Top, they have Tinker pushing, and they have all 3 heroes in the mid lane.
Still a little bit of a window where maybe they can try for something while Spirit the 3 of them up.
They catch Laurel.
Outside of the base. They get it with the opening stun. The second round of spells in front. Nothing to say. Ready to burst it low. Mira comes in to offer up a disruption to try and keep him safe. But Lars still goes down.
And now Mira.
Up into the high ground, trying to chase them out. Gets pushed back by the Terror Wave from Yotaro. See if they can force any of these buybacks. Lal out for 2 minutes.
Ice Blast to scout. It's going to connect on Collapse.
Doesn't look like they'll capitalize onto this one, LGD. They don't want to jump the tier 4s for now. But 100 seconds, no Kunkka.
And they're getting their lanes dealt with. Why You Smile just continues to shove out bottom. Laurel getting greedy, getting outside there for just what a medium camp gets punished for it. Quick little scout there from LGD. Such tense moments.
Shiva's guard done now for nothing to say. LGD, they're absolutely in position to try and jump again here aggressively into the base of Team Spirit.
Has he used a Warp Flare, by the way? I don't think so, right? I don't think I've ever seen anyone use the Warp Flare. Why?
Too many buttons.
Too many buttons.
Players.
Why? Hits 25, another pretty impactful one. Is going to help him clear out waves and in these team fights, more chaos. got their lanes in a good position for the fight. 60 seconds, still no Kunkka.
Spirit. Yatoro teasing with the idea of heading out into the triangle.
It's a risky play.
Oh, it is, but Collapse, if he can find a grab. Try and get the ward down. Actually, a little bit low there on so that it doesn't actually get up into the high ground. So I won't really give them any information with that regard. They'll back off to the high ground of their own base.
I mean, they're considering it, but then they're probably like, yeah. Kunkka's coming back in 30 seconds. You know, our lanes, they're still pretty okay.
Yeah, they're sort of happy to sit back and just hope that LGD don't push in within these next 30 seconds. Wait for the full 5-man to be back up on Spirit.
Seer Stone constantly being used to get vision around those high grounds. 70 minutes have been hit. Another Wisdom Rune. Anyone not 25 yet? Everyone's kind of hit it now already, right?
Yep. Across the board. Yep. Everybody.
Soon 30, I guess, for Collapse, but not the biggest difference maker.
What's the timing on this race? Just a minute.
One more minute.
There's the Roshan coming out. Spirit.
They got to smoke. Yep, they know. That Rosh could be getting up pretty soon.
In terms of positioning. Initiation, it's Collapse that sort of is the king right now. This Magnus.
They've got more buybacks right now. They have a lot more bodies they can throw on the side of Team Spirit. 2 buybacks not at the ready on the side of LGD.
They have got the Ag Stone on Shiro.
They do.
So an extra way to sort of disrupt the initiation front Spirit. If
New is
illusions pumped out.
New is in already.
He's wrapping right around the back. Pops the Shiva's guard.
Yatoro
on this.
on planet.
They found the Grimstroke. Planet's out of the fight. Buys back straight away. And you see here, New and Shiro still trying to see if they can wrap around from the side. But the Book of the Dead, it's out upon them, kind of stopping them from being able to lead them in the way that they want it.
Shiro, they found him.
Shiro gets the drag back straight away into the RP. Full focus over towards the Gales down. They're taking Shiro down. Shiro out for 2 minutes. Buyback on cooldown. The Chaos.
They found MTS.
Collapse. He gets another. The second round ready to go over the wall. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. Pops the BKB. Trying to TP out of this one, but Yatoro covered him. Triple kill for Yatoro. And nothing to say goes down. Instant buyback for the Tinker. But Spirit now 5 versus 4 for the next 100 seconds.
Collapse is pulling out his magic, catching the perfect heroes back to back. Drags them all the way across the fight with that skewer.
Roshan's up. Spirit, they can look to take this. I mean, actually,
whoa. New and Planet.
Forward. He was not expecting to see LGD still out at this point of the map. Lal gets claw.
You cannot forget about these two. They've been menaces all game. Again, finding Lara. Collapse won't find the catch.
Makes things a bit more complicated now for Spirit.
It was a buyback.
Like that.
Was a buyback from the Tinker, though.
Should still be able to have the luxury of taking down the Roshan.
These fights are just so wild. How much damage there truly is, but overall the catch again and again from Collapse. It's just been beautiful in these.
We'll see. I mean, this Aghanim, who's going to the SD or the Elder Titan? Ooh.
And he's got BK. You probably give it to Mira.
Yep, give it a Mira.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, there we go. Yep. And also taking the Aegis.
Aegis as well. I mean, the saves are pretty damn important right now. All right. Cool. I love it. Supports Justice.
No, I mean, definitely makes some sort of sense, right? Especially when Yatoro, right at this stage, relying on the Ex Machina to sort of refresh his items. When he pops the Metamorphosis, he can't really afford to go down and then come back up. Everything has to be invested in keeping him alive in that one life and making sure that the Shadow Demon is always able to save him. Could just do so.
Yeah, it's besides just for these disruptions and stuff too. It's just having, more and more demonic purges is always massive versus this Tinker. So, yeah, definitely huge here for Mira. More and more potential to be able to save out Toro as the push commences.
Yeah, approaching the base once more. Shiro's back up, immediate smoke from LGD.
Okay.
Lal, he'll be ready to join the Pusher Spirit in 10 seconds. Of course, worth noticing, Fortification is back online for both sides.
And Neo, his buyback is back at the ready. I don't know why, I just feel like for Neo, he seems to be the most important hero in this, on the side of LGD throughout this entire game.
1 minute until Shiro has his.
Okay.
Tora X marked up, jumps in to get a bit of information.
Take boom. X back. Ice Blast won't connect.
Collapse.
He will connect on 2.
Get Shiro, drags them back in the arm. The Phantasm's there for Shiro, dodges the RP. Doesn't matter that the damage coming out for Yatoro. It's too damn hard. As Yu's taken out, Shiro in trouble. They chase on towards it. The Yule setup's there.
He's got the cheese.
He'll get the cheese up, but it doesn't matter. Yatoro with the aggressive Sunder helps to bring Shiro down a second time. He's out of the game. 95. Buyback still on cooldown here for the Chaos Knight.
And Collapse, he's got the refresher at the ready, so he can go for another round.
Oh, and he's looking for it. Tries to check out along the tree line. Won't find anything other than an illusion on this jump. But of course, with the low cooldowns, He is ready to jump time and time again.
Hey, he's ready to go every single time. And Miposhka also with his 25. This Earth Splitter cooldown, it's actually doing an immense amount of damage versus these super tanky cores at this late stage of the game. I mean, this Centaur has like 8,000 HP in a lot of the fights. 40, like just 4,000 HP gone instantly.
Can LGD hold this? 4 versus 5. Buyback would have been back up in 5 seconds, but Shira, he's low on the gold. 1,600 short of buyback. Spirit, let's collapse. He'll get the grab on the AA. Quick drag back onto YU Smile. A couple of hits from Yatoro, and the AA is gone.
Yatoro's in.
The BKB, they're looking to try and close it. They're straight onto the H, and the buyback comes out from YU Smile. Spirit,
instant.
They'll respect that immediate back off.
Collapse was so quick, he actually popped his own refresher the second the AA buyback comes out, gets himself out of there. No hesitation whatsoever.
Doesn't want to get caught out by this Blink Yule's Ice Blast combo that YU Smile can offensively play with. Spirit still hovering around the outskirts of the base. Collapse looking for another grab. Smoke up from LGD. They'll look to try and stay hidden. They are going to have to reveal themselves soon, though, to try and pull the creeps off the Ancient. They kept it cool. They didn't put the fortification. They still had that at the ready.
They got to reveal their book, though. Their book is just standing there, at least to start clearing out some of these creeps, because the building is starting to go down.
Posta BKB's ready to try and force a reaction. Posta Metamorphosis, you look to close it, but the fortification's there. They were able to force that out, Spirit. They'll back off.
That's their only one. Ancient's already down to half HP. Toro. He's going to back up and reset for a second here. Going to get X. He has 20 seconds until Matt is back up.
Oh, look at that jump. Look at that. They jump at the disruption there from here. Holds back you. Shiro, he's in on top of Miposhka.
Another save.
Buying time for Miposhka to potentially walk out of this one, but he's used up. The setup's there. Miposhka still managed to get the BKB off the Glimmer Cape down. Miposhka is able to walk away. Refresher pop from Lal. He's going to be ready with another round of spells to throw down upon them. They look over towards you. They've caught up with the demonic plays with the parade. Utoro's in with the BKB.
I knew.
Rage on towards you. Trying to get down the low ground, but they've got him with the torrent. He's dead for 2 minutes. They've lost you, and they're going to lose more. Collapse. Skewer back on it after the game. Tinka is out.
Collapse has done it. The 2 biggest targets, it feels like they just call it.
GG is called.
Wow.
Spirit take this game on 76 minutes in.
Wow.
LGD, despite their best attempts with his consistent hold to keep this game alive, it was just too much for them at the end of the day.
Is Magnus going to become the hero of this series? It could definitely be. I mean, we saw what LGD was able to do with it yesterday, and sometimes throughout this tournament. Collapse, putting on a different kind of display. Every single one of these catches was perfect. Have to, of course, highlight these saves. I mean, Mira, how many times did it feel like he just bailed his teammates out of these incredibly tough scenarios? There at the end, I think he saved 3 people just with double disruption and a Book of Shadows.
I mean, both teams' supports throughout that game really getting their time to shine. Mid-game Planet really keeping things going with these consistent soulbind hexes, dark portraits coming out, but those last few saves and the ways that Mira was disrupting the offensive attempts from LGD, it just allowed Spirit's cause to play the game out and push forward. And indeed, Collapse Magnus as a whole, we are absolutely going to see this hero come out very, very early on in the drafts for the rest of this series with a performance like that from Collapse to open things up. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game one, folks. I mean, you can't really ask for more from these 2 teams. Everyone expected it. These 2 teams, they just play Dota 2 at a level that no one else seems to come close to, folks.
Right? No, absolutely. And how are we going to follow this one up with the next game?
I don't know, but I cannot wait to see. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game one. Give it up once more for LGD Gaming and Team Spirit with the opening of this best of 3. We've got so much more to come from these 2 teams, but as for now, Spirit will take game 1.
Oh, thank you very much, OnlyPixel and Fogged. Only game 1. I'm so here for it. If this is going to be the longest day in Dota 2-Ti history, I'm here for it. This was fantastic, world class. Team Spirit coming out on top there at the end of the but we know it could have gone either way at any point of that. We're going to break all of it down, all 76 minutes of it, and that is the 6th longest game in TI history. Tigov, Lacoste, Fear. Fear, where do you want to start with a game like this? Because I actually want to start with the tier 5 items if you want, because they had a massive impact, especially Book of the Dead.
Yeah, we can skip right over there. Book of the Dead, that's one of them, but Seer Stone was the big one for me, right? Like, if you want to talk about this Magnus and what it was able to do, you have an Arcane Blink, you got the Aghanims eventually, you have the Harpoon. There's only one thing you're missing with this Magnum, Vision. And the Seer Stone gives them that vision. They're able to go in. Book of the Dead was also giving that vision. It was a game of vision this time, and that's why Collapse, not only being like the best Magnus in the world, but also being able to see the heroes jump in time and time again. But there is a lot going on.
I mean, if you had to summarize like what you want to see from a TI game, this is it, right? This is like the perfect example of TI, and I don't think nowhere can come close to what we saw here, right? It's that LGD, they're 20k down, and then they find this opportunity to get back into the game. You're talking about Vision with the Seer Stone with the Magnus, but on top of that, then you have New on his Centaur. Every time he found an opportunity, he was just popping off, giving LGD life in all these fights. And we said during the draft, like, if Spirit is to win this game, it's going to be to one player and one player only, and it was Collapse. He was a shining star for this team. Time and time again, he found multiple hero play-offs, multiple initiations, but it was just an incredible game.
Yeah, if Collapse asked for Magnus, you give it to him.
Most definitely. I mean, for a good reason. He is the best Magnus for, you know, he's been like that for quite some time. And I want to point out the high ground defense from both of these teams. You know, these teams just create magic when they play on the main stage for a good reason. No one comes even close when it comes down to spellcasting. There's so many cool things. We've seen Virtus Pro try to use this X mark to spot, but didn't work out. This is also like 87-minute game or something. And now, 60-plus minute game, you see Team Spirit doing the same thing, X mark to spot, but they're not caught. They're not making any mistakes. So all these things that they do, they're very clutch. Coming from the skewers, I think Mira, for me, Mira is the guy that his positioning is top tier. In most of these fights, he's going to be standing further away from the fight. He gets that axe, has multiple disruptions, Book of the Shadows as well. Just his understanding of Dota is through the roof.
And on top of that, Team Spirit recognized that. They gave him the Aegis at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to protect him. And I just feel like the level of trust that Spirit plays with, like Yatoro, his positioning, he knows at any minute there's going to be the disruption. He knows that Collapse will go fishing, will drag that hero towards him. And you saw it in every single fight. It was just such an incredible game.
It definitely was. I'm going to give an honorable shout out to like LGD as well for holding on to this game for as long as they did. But like I thought the carries were going to be CK and the Tinker, but in the end it actually turned out being more of like the Grimstroke and the Centaur. So very impressive in that regard.
Yeah, I think at some point we heard Fox say "Holy cow," and I couldn't think of it. It was so fitting because Niu means cow in Chinese as well, and he played his heart out together with Planet, and I mean the whole team to make it to that long of a late game against a Magnus and a Terrorblade is already fantastic. And I do want to talk a little bit about how we got there, because start of the game, I know I'm going back, but at the start of the game, it was looking pretty good for LGD. Rewind,
no,
rewind.
There's a lot in between there. No, I think for LGD, they did kind of hit an awkward mid-game timing where the first Roshan, if you can remember that one, it's like it took him a little bit of time to get it, they got it, and then Spirit was doing a very good job just constantly pushing out the waves, poking for a pick-off, and then going, you can never get to our towers. And that might have been LGD's demise, was when they had a little bit of mid-game timing, they never could capitalize on the map, because Spirit non-stop, skip the waves, keep the plays. We saw on the stat there as well, the neutral creeps, it was nearly, what, double the amount of neutral creeps of Spirit towards the side of LGD, just because of the macro play from Spirit. It was built into their draft the entire time.
I feel like Team Spirit kind of prepared for this long game, judging by the items, judging by the heroes, because it's super difficult to go for the high ground even if you're ahead, and they were. And then, you know, Terrorblade farm, Hand of Midas kicks in, these illusions are sent out to clear the camps as well, plus the Empower. These are the heroes that, you know, show up on the lane, they clear out quickly, and they go back to farming. And they understood that, so they just decided to keep farming.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, you're talking about how Spirit kind of planned for this in their style of play, and it is Purge. I would like to dissect their style of play and why it worked.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, this tournament so far has been a big battle between farming long games and playing really fast. And most of the teams that farm a lot have been knocked out thus far. The teams that are remaining are the fast teams. So some commonalities between Team Spirit and LGD, they contest 1 and 4 Muerta Flex, Willow position 4, and these offlaners are generally tempo offlane heroes. Night Stalker's been a big hero for both of these two teams. But this game was a little bit different. It was finally LGD saying, we're going to play aggressive fighting style, and Team Spirit says we're going to play really slow and aim for team fights and the late game, which they did very successfully. Now, a very normal strat for Terrorblade is you summon these illusions here and you send them to lanes that are dangerous to farm in. You push them out, and this buys you time while giving you farm. Yatoro did this consistently throughout the game, and he grabbed a fast Sanjin Yasha and a Butterfly to be able to do that as quickly and as fast as possible. But the problem is that even after they got successful kills on LGD, in this case, Shiro using his BKB, they didn't have very good tower pushing heroes. So even with marginal advantages, they couldn't accelerate the game as much as they wanted to, and this bought time for Team Spirit basically to get pickoffs across the map and to ensure that they had more and more time for Yatoro to get farmed. So even though LGD had an amazing early game because they're solid laning stage, and even though they got great ganks off and had more kills, Spirit basically just sits in a really good position while they continue to delay the game. He uses the gate, he spawns an illusion to push the creep wave, goes back, just a lot of movements and gank dodging. And this got them to the team fight point where all of Team Spirit's heroes were just perfect for team fighting. Even in this engagement, losing Shadow Demon first, they had a really big advantage. Yatoro runs in with BKB, he gets a Sunder off on an illusion, picks off the enemy's support, and this is kind of where things get messy in every fight. It's basically this guy over here, Miposha, playing the Elder Titan. This is a late game team fight support. He has an aura that lowers armor and magic resistance. His ulti here does damage based on how much HP you do, and this allowed Team Spirit, in addition to the Magnus, to find team fights that allow them to delay the game and find team fights that win them the game in the end.
Thanks, Purge. That game was definitely delayed successfully for Team Spirit, and both Team Spirit and LGD need a little bit of a breather in between the games and get ready for game number 2. Who knows? Might be another long one waiting in the wings there. And while they're getting a little bit of rest, strategic rest, mind you, we're also going to have a little bit of a break, or rather, we're going to learn a little bit more about Team Spirit.
Если вы желаете вообще победить на International, это нужно понимать, что вам придется потратить огромное количество времени на игру. У вас просто не будет банально хватать времени на что-либо другое, принести все в жертву ради того, чтобы только играть в одну игру. По поводу нас, я бы сказал, что мы очень хороши в том, чтобы не сдаваться, как по мне, несмотря ни на что, как бы игра плохо не протекала, мы всегда стараемся играть до конца. То есть куча игр, где у нас было, где мы довольно сильно отстаем. Но потом все равно находим моменты, потому что, Dota такая игра, всегда где-то можно переиграть на вижене, где-то подловить, где-то оказаться чуть быстрее, первее.
Can they get a grab underneath the tier 2 tower? Jinkyu, nothing to say, they're going to try. Collapse, he's going to go with the RP just onto Jinkyu, drag the Scarab underneath the tower. They will lose the wide in return for 110. Yatoro's ready to step over his next target, he's looking over towards Armin. Collapse, popping the BKB. Spirit, they're going to chase on. Slight chase, oh no, he's gone! He's got it, it's over! GG! It's over, GG! They've got it! They have done it, team!
Нет такого, что прям чего-то боишься. Скорее, есть такое чувство, что ты всегда можешь проиграть, и чувство проигрыша, оно такое довольно досадное. Вообще не люблю проигрывать, поэтому именно всегда я стараюсь в каждой игре до конца как-то. Собственно, поэтому мы и стараемся всегда играть до конца, побеждать. А так страха нет.
There is no fear here for Team Spirit, and they are a game up, which is good, so they don't have to feel that vexing feeling of defeat. And that's the reason why they want to keep winning. I would imagine that same thing goes for LGD as well. And going into game number 2, I'm smiling because I'm like, Fear, what do you learn after a game like that? Where do you go?
Just for the record, I'm here for Team Spirit, and just in case they need me. But I think the one thing you do really have to learn from this is maybe don't give Collapse Magnus again. It's more than anything going to be a mental thing. This guy is so good with the hero. Sure, he played great that game, but there's going to be history. You could start having flashbacks at TI10. Do we want to give this away? It's definitely going to be in their heads now.
A mental win as well here for Team Spirit, then Lacoste.
The way it happened at TI10 is first game was not contested. Second game, Team Spirit did manage to get the hands on it. Third game, also not contested. Fourth game, they pick Magnus for themselves and decide not to ban it for the fifth game. And this is going to haunt them. This has been, the downfall of the LGD at TI10. Is it going to be their downfall again? They need to figure it out, because this is the hero to look out for.
I mean, the real question is Magnus. Like, in these type of series, the mini-meta starts appearing. Is Magnus going to be a first-pick hero? Is he going to be banned out in the first phase? Suddenly, all these other heroes that we've been praising now for weeks, are they now in play too? Like,
gone.
You say ban it or insta-pick it? What would you say?
Pretty much. If you don't have the first pick, you might need to ban it.
Yeah.
Now, I also want to highlight a hero that we saw for the first time on the main stage in the Tinker. I know it was a fantastic late game. Normally, I'm sure a lot of people have experienced this, unfortunately, in their own games. Tinker late game is hell. And I feel like we didn't really see that hell come to fruition here, Fear.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why this hero isn't picked very much. Even though it was a perfect game for Tinker, he just didn't get off the ground, do what he needed to do in this game. And I think if you can't win a Tinker game like that, you're not going to find a better one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tinker, it is a hero 41% win rate at TI. It's not the most show-up hero.
It is probably not going to see the light of day here again, and we'll see if Magnus sees the light of day either. We're going to have to wait and find out. The draft of game number 2, of course, very, very soon, around the corner, if you will. Before we head there, though, let's learn a little bit more about LGD.
因为总的来说，我是总共有3次的 TI 之旅。如果让我来重新思考这个关于我对3次 TI 有不同怎么样的心境这个问题，刚好是3个不同的我在，对于我来说都是全新的我去参加 TI。关于学到什么，一个可能是胜利的时候，往往学到的永远没有失败来得多。 所以也变相相当于我是在 TI 10之后，我反而是学到的更多。最主要的还是不光是游戏内的，更主要是游戏外自己的队友、自己生活上面的一些人、一些支持自己的人，要好好珍惜跟这段经历吧，就是可能就是这种。哦，还有可能更多就是珍惜每次机会吧。 最骄傲的是，我更为我们团队引以为傲，是我们3个第一次来 TI 的选手，他们到线下，并且能够去很好的投入，然后也去享受它，这是我为他们引以为傲的。关于成为 TI 冠军这个秘密，如果你在16年或者那个时候问我，我可能会那个时候会告诉你，但是现在我也在找寻它的路上，所以我现在我也回答不了。
There's the second RP into the arms of Shiro. The hot dogs are too much to handle. Oh, yeah, links out thanks to the Eon disc. Can they find him? Yeah, hitting his triple kill for Shiro. LGD completely dominate game number 2.
至于你刚刚最后说，关于捧到盾来说，我现在我无法，我想象不出词汇来形容我如果还在捧到的话，我是怎样的心境。 因为我认为过去跟现在都是我自己。本次 TI 我并没有什么可以让我害怕的。
You cannot forget that LGD is in the booth with 3 first-timers. I feel like we've mentioned it, and we mention it quite frequently, if you ask me, but I feel like it cannot be mentioned enough here, because coming here, playing on the main stage in the upper bracket finals, having an over 17-minute, close to 18-minute game, almost coming out on top, that is character making.
I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't feel like they have 3 first-timers at all. They're all playing really well. Even though they lost this, it's more of like, I feel like they tried something new with the Tinker. It just didn't work out, but every single one of these players is playing top-notch Dota. That last game we just witnessed, the highest tier of Dota you will ever see in this patch, and it was quite amazing.
I like how every one of them decided to step up at the one stage of the game where you had, you know, Neo carrying with the Centaur, you had Planet on his Grimstroke, pretty much like he was the most feared hero for like good 20 minutes because he was causing a lot of issues, and then you had also Y with Ancient Apparition, and of course CK, so they know how to utilize those heroes, and the very fearsome team. I think we're in for a treat. I better hope this is going to be a 3-game series. Not just for the sake of the games, but also for our chances of getting more Crimson Witnesses.
True.
I mean, it better be a game 3, for sure. But also, like, going back to the whole LGD, new players, it's like, the fact that they've had, obviously, big shoes to fill, and it just feels like they belong here. Like, I cannot emphasize, I really want to see this as the grand finals. Like, I just want to see this time and time again. I just want to see only LGD Spirit. I'm sorry, I'm going to show some bias here, but like their drafting, their play, it's like, it is just on another level, and I think you emphasized it perfectly. The fact that every single player in this game had a moment where they shone. In a 70-minute game, there was not a single player that had a bad game, that had an awkward moment. Like every single player just had a highlight-worthy moment.
Yeah, we're going to find out if we'll have a third game. I know everybody can just hope and see that we get that, but let's see if LGD can do it, and it all starts with the draft.
10 seconds. Team Spirit versus LGD Gaming. Game 2.
As said earlier, long games is where characters are made. I feel like drafts is where we can see if a team is truly the best team in the world, because games like these, you're going to have adaptations, and you've got only 10 to 15 minutes to make the perfect adaptations while your opposing team does the exact same. And we're going to find out if LGD is able to do it here, if they can force out a third game. We have LGD on the Radiant side this time around. We got Spirit on the Dire side, and we have first pick going the way of Team Spirit.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting here to see what adjustments will be made. LGD was like, Mag, nah, it wasn't a problem. We're going to go ahead and leave it in the pool. We'll see if Team Spirit are escalating this to a first pick type of hero, or if LGD will snatch it away. I think that'll be the talk that they had after the game, and if they do give it away like this, surely they have a response in mind.
Yeah, and that's the joy right now. It's like maybe Spirit's like they think the hero's very good, but it's like, do we really want to first phase it? Because there's like, what, 10 or so heroes that have been so popular, but I still feel like it should be the hero of the series.
If you watched earlier today, and there was, well, I know you've all done that. You all sat here for the past, what is it, almost 12 hours.
Wait, has it been 12 hours?
No, it has not been 12 hours. It's been very long though, but if you've been here for the whole day, respect to you, and you would have remembered a video where we see a lot of pro players talking about which hero they consider to be OP at the moment, and it was almost universal. One hero in particular, Spirit Breaker, previous game banned, now still in the pool. The question is, will Team Spirit want to pick it up? And it is a no fear. That's a surprise.
Just a little bit, especially because Magnus just beat the CK.
Yeah.
They have something in mind, and plus, especially the AA is generally good with the CK. So I'm very curious on what they're thinking with this pick here. When we were saying hero, I thought you were talking about Yatoro, because everyone else unanimously agreed he was something to ban as well. But yeah, this is interesting. Now LGD have the choice, right? They either go with their preparation of when they normally see a CK, or do they adapt and be like, let's get the mag.
There it is.
Oh, pull it out right there.
Themselves, I love it. I love
flashbacks.
it.
And I wonder if this, I really wonder if this is just like Team Spirit underrate this hero, and they're like, and LGD's overrating it. Whatever the case may be, we're finally going to see which team will Mag win both games. Is Mag really the hero of the tournament coming up?
I also think, like, is this some mental warfare we were talking about? Because community, they went really hard on Zhao 8 about allowing Magnus to be picked in the 5th game. So he either needs to pick it or he needs to ban it. So he just decided to pick it.
Yeah, and I think
can't really blame him.
Yeah, sure, why not? And I think for Spirit at least, going for the CK, you know that if, let's say, a Mag off lane, the Spirit Breaker off lane, CK is such a dominant laner that, yes, these heroes are very popular right now, but CK will always trump them in the first 15 minutes. And Spirit, maybe they don't want to take the game to 70 minutes. They want to actually win based off their own kind of tempo in the game. So I can see why they went for CK.
It was a good answer because they had a lot of AoE. They had Empower, they had this Elder Titan with the Echo Stomp to deal with CK illusions. Kunkka, he makes his life miserable against those illusions. The Storm, later portions of the game with the refresher, like triple boats, make it 6 boats. It makes it super hard for CK to come into a fight and just blow people up.
That's pretty funny, actually. They're banning the heroes they pick with Magnus. I mean, we talked about the Shadow Demon being really good with the Magnus, because even if your lane isn't great, you can always fall back to the stacks, and there's no better hero than the Shadow Demon to get stacks going for your team. And they're like, no, you're not going to copy our strat. We know this is a good strat. We're going to ban it out. You have to come up with something new.
Yeah, and of course, format, the extra time. Guess who's been trying to play offlane Magnus in the last breakdown? New. He's been giving it some time. Of course, we've seen NTS play it from mid lane, but they now have that flexibility because they've had that extra little bit of time off away from the schedule of TI. And yeah, got to keep that in mind. This isn't just has to be mid. It has that flexibility.
And maybe after seeing it in the hands of Collapse, he was like,
I wanted that too. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
And now Collapse is going to take the Centaur and be like, I want to play that Centaur. It is a possibility. It is in the pool and it is strong.
It is strong. And we got the bans out of the way already with Spear Breaker removed on the side of LGD, and we got the Elder Titan and Shadow Demon, as mentioned, removed on the side of Team Spirit. It's time for Team Spirit to pick a hero, and they're taking their time, taking into the bonus time for this as well.
So Collapse actually has the record as well for most stun duration of any player in this game. I think after last game, that'll continue to be true. He really likes to play these blink initiators, these stuns, Axe, Magnus. We could see the Centaur. We'll see what he picks up here.
The one hero that was kind of rising yesterday and today as well was Pugna. This hero just does everything in terms of the laning stage, save, the scaling. Hero becomes obnoxious to play, but again, there's still Dark Willow in the pool. This hero, like, there's also a little bit of a flex to it because they could run CK on the offlane, something that Boom did earlier today, so keeping things open for now.
Yeah, and I love that Team Spirit, they're seeing this Magnus, right? They banned out two of the heroes they played themselves, right? The ET, the SD, they clearly respect the vision and the save that these two heroes can provide. That gives Magnus the time and the kind of the fight construct to always execute. And for LGD, the Grimstroke, they're kind of also block picking it to some degree, right? Because you don't want to have CK Grimstroke in a single lane. That is just going to be so potent, especially if Mag is going into the off lane. It is going to be a little bit weaker.
Treant Protector coming out. It's a hero that we've seen banned so many times, and you'd think like, oh my gosh, then he must be, you know, the best hero being played right now. But so far in this this event, he's been picked 36 times, which is quite a lot. But his win rate is just a solid 50%.
Yeah, not too bad. This is the vision heroes because they want to be the one seeing Magnus before he can get the jump. Also, Dark Willow. This hero is pretty similar if we talk about ulti to Winter Wyvern against Magnus. This has been historically one of the better heroes. He wants to jump in, he wants to use this big team fight ulti, and these ultis, like Dark Willow ulti, they stop this from happening.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very curious. They'll probably just pick another 5 here if you are an LGD, and then you do have to respond with the core coming up here. Witch Doctor, he's a strong hero. The Voodoo switcheroo has been pretty good against these heroes that have like these slow projectiles like a CK. If you can get it off in time, and the cask might help us a little bit of AoE. Strong laner.
Yeah, and we saw Y play Witch Doctor yesterday, and we thought he only picked it because of his Crimson Witness.
Maybe he still is.
But maybe he's like, oh, wait a second. This hero is pretty good because he did have a great time with it.
It's a good hero because you have, like, you know, something against this Dark Willow if they decide to, you know, run it as carry, and of course against CK and the illusions, and it also helps Spectre in the laning stage because Spectre is not the, you know, the strongest laner.
Yeah, it's also a support duo that's going to be able to sync up quite nicely on the map. Because Spectre has the 60-second cooldown on your ult level 1, you always want to have things happening in the early game. You don't want to play that classic sit back farm, we need Radiance, we need Ice. No, you can always look for him. So Witch Doctor, Grimstroke plus something is always going to be able to net a kill or two. And that's why I think Spirit, they opted to go for a slightly defensive route with their heroes. Tree, Willow, Kunkka all have very good capabilities at protecting themselves if they are aggressed.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely like this Kunkka pick here because they don't have last pick of the game here. So not only are they leaving the CK open to be either their off lane or their carry, which is going to make the next 2 bans from LGD a little bit more difficult. It's like, do they need an off lane or do they need a carry? Who knows? But it's, if they didn't pick their mid there, they would just ban 2 of the best mids, right? And then you don't even have last pick. So they're just going to pick the mid that makes the most sense for them. Laurel, he's great on this hero. Technically could be a flex as well if they really want to. Collapse could play this, but it's a really strong hero of the patch, and it also takes it away from LGD. We saw the power of this Kunkka versus the CK just locking down the illusions, so really good pick here.
What are we looking into? I'm feeling this Dawnbreaker potentially have a little bit more global presence, a strong laner against Spectre, and also you can use ulti on top of the target that is being skewered away, so you have at least something to follow it up. The other one I'm looking into is potentially Night Stalker, not the strongest laner. T-Governor, he's like, yeah, that's you're on point, because you want to be the one getting the first jump, having this vision. We already talked about Treant Protector being the vision guy, where you can blow up people with CK illusion. He wants to be the one jumping in, blink dagger, and killing people off instantly.
I think the only concern with that would be the lane, like you mentioned. But if you do get into that mid game, you have first of all Magnus into Kunkka mid, so you're gonna have these skewer back into your tier 1 tower, potential plays to annoy him, break the farming pattern. The Night Stalker, you get an early gem. Now this 15-20 minute timing of tree is now removed from his shard, so yep, they ban it out. Oh, wait, LGD ban it out themselves actually.
I mean, I think it's, it's a free lane versus Spectre, right?
Oh yeah, because of course Spirit can pick beforehand, so they could just steal it away.
Yeah, they could take that, then now all of a sudden your Magnus won't be able to jump because he's being found first. So highly contested for both teams potentially here, but I think for Spirit that would be really big. And those are the 2 heroes that I've seen him play the most versus Spectre, the Night Stalker, the Tide. His other Blink Initiators are probably not something you want to play. I mean, Centaur is still in the pool, he could do that. That's also a free lane for him as well.
A respect ban to the Tinker as well.
Yeah, they just don't want to play another like 90-minute game.
like offlaners now, it's like there's still Dawnbreaker, but Mag can just always skew it away from that sort of Guardian. It just, yeah, it can be a little bit awkward. There's not a lot of these tanky boys left.
There's still Brewmaster. I mean, in terms of silences that they have, there's Grimstroke Silence, which he doesn't care too much about because of his stances.
They're running out of time. Oh no, they still have bonus.
They have 30 seconds.
It's Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur's available, right? Yeah.
You haunt and you press R, and now your supports can survive a bit longer and just kite it out. And it's an absolutely free lane for him as well.
No, yeah, I like the Centaur a lot. Especially because you have the Willow as well. Such a classic combo. Big beefy offlaner, throw the high range.
Offlane combo?
Oh, wow. Offlane CK, Morphling going the way to We've seen Morphling not do too great. Why Morphling here?
True. Elimination games though, you know, there's
sure.
certain players that have been picking it.
So why here? Why is it good? A Willow Morph used to be great. Is that still a thing?
No, it's not. But it is. If you think about like what Magnus does, you're generally going to look at the laning stage. I think they think it might be an offlane mag. This hero has really high base damage, especially if you get them power. It's hard to CS against. Morphling is one of those heroes that can just have more base damage than the Magnus. There's no real kill threat from a mag on the laning stage. So as long as you can just sit there, CS, not get skewered back into some combo, you can get out with the waveform, you can just survive the laning stage.
It's also one of those things where now with the Morphling, Spectre has to think, okay, do I want to go for a Midas Diffusal Skadi type of build, but then maybe I'm not the strongest against the CK, but then do I want the Radiance to deal with, like, it causes a lot of questions, but yeah.
The big combo, double Doom coming out, stopping the healing from Morphling. It looks good. I don't think it's on the greedier side. Spectre needs a little bit more time, so does Doom, but we've seen nothing to say play this Magnus against Azure Ray, and he didn't go for greedy items, not at all. At first, picking up the Blink Dagger as his first item, and then going for scaling.
Key thing for me now is Spirit's offlane, a Willow plus CK is so strong. Can a Spectre and a Witch Doctor get through that lane? Because if CK just starts getting kill after kill, it could be a little bit of like, you know, catch up for the Spectre, but I think this lane for Spirit should be really, really good for them.
It is for sure, and I think they're no strangers to losing their lane pretty hard and coming back. I will say though, you do have this Grimstroke Doom combination, and just Doom in general versus Morph. It's so hard to, you can't shift, attribute shift. So if he ever gets an Ags just sits on top of you, this is a terrible matchup for Morphling.
So you're thinking high chance we're gonna have a third game?
Unless Spirit can just like stomp this game pretty hard, this late game looks very difficult.
Exactly. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this late game, we've seen Magnus, what he can do in a 60-plus minute game. This is also Spectre Doom we're talking about, and also good scaling supports on their side. Witch Doctor plus Grimstroke, we've seen this being super greedy meta for both supports, and if they get items, they both get Aghanim Scepter. This late game should belong to LGD.
Yeah, the speed of the game has flipped. Game one, it was Spirit survive, they win. In this game for LGD, it's like same logic, right? If they survive, they're gonna have this Mag, the Spectre, the Doom, the late game heroes, the ones that crush it all. So it's Spirit, they need to be the aggressors, they need to win their lanes and set the tempo in this game.
So they are on a timer, and they will try to make it a bloodbath at the start.
At this point in TI, I'll never say there's a timer. Anyone can win at this point. There's so much magic in the air, but yes.
They just have more tools, I think.
Yes, exactly, yeah. There are more tools in the LGD bank as the game goes later.
Oh, that is an important factor. There's a lot of LGD chance going on here already, and they will definitely need your support. I think the majority would like to have a game number 3, but can they do it? Before we head to the game, we are first going to check in with Michelle, who's standing by with Coach Xiao8.
Hello everyone, I have Xiao8 standing right next to me. Coach, I just want to ask, both teams play extremely well in game 1. It comes a little bit shorter for LGD. What do you think guys could done better? 想问一下，第一场比赛两边打得都非常好，但是老干爹最后你觉得有哪些方面能够提升一下？
就玩下来因为我们这个阵容也是自己每个选手的绝活嘛，然后可能玩下来我们自己整体的节奏还有一些做得不够好，或者个人上有一些失误。
I feel like we've been picking all the strong heroes for my player, and I feel like we just make a little bit of mistake, and we just made a little bit of mistake, and we didn't really play our best. 那想再问一下，那这场比赛的话是我们自己2选了马格纳斯，你觉得猛犸是这场比赛这个系列赛的关键英雄吗 ？So we pick Magnus second pick this game. Do you think this hero is the key of the series?
我觉得应该是吧，因为纳森突厥的猛犸值得信赖。
Yeah, I think so. I think we can trust NTS on his Magnus play. Back to our casters.
Thank you very much. And yes, I can't wait for this game to get on the road here of Game 2. This first game of the series already fogged in a phenomenal start to this best of 3. Game 2 coming in. We're, of course, once again getting this Magnus, this time on the other side of things. I think, indeed, that this hero, it's going to be one to watch out for. We saw no hesitation in the draft. They picked this up straight away, LGD, for Game 2.
Yeah, big wombo combo team fight this time around. Spirit going down a route that, as far as I was looking, I think the last 6 games or so, this Morphling has not had any success. It's a different monstrosity, of course. Yotaro playing at Grandmaster tier, but we've seen a lot of these Grandmaster tier Morphlings falter here.
I mean, what do you think it is about the hero that's sort of maybe kind of causing the carry players to call for it? You know, why are they saying give me the morph in these situations?
I think overall what we've seen is he's been getting away with the lane in particular, right? The hero gets farm. It's just what's he actually able to do afterwards? Is he actually able to carry games like we've seen these tanky, beefy cores? Ever since, I mean, for the most part, ever since he's had this Aghanims all changed, and since that whole crazy patch of just stealing attributes, he has had some stuff for a time. So we'll have to see if Yotaro can make a difference with it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless someone can, of course, correct me later on or something, but I think I looked like 6 it was 6 games or so. It's the last like 8 days. The hero just has not won.
I think so. What overall in this tournament, it's about a 36% win rate, regardless. So not the greatest of numbers, but as you say, if any carry player is going to make it work, Yotaro would be the one. So we'll see what he can do on the hero this game. Overall, looking at some of the other lane matchups, nothing to say. Of course, the man bringing in the Magnus. We saw Collapse pop off in it last game. We have seen in previous series how impressively nothing to say can also perform on the hero. So every reason to believe that he's going to be able to pull out the big plays. And even in this laning stage, of course, Lyle has got to be careful. He's a melee hero in this matchup. Nothing to say. Might find some cheeky skewers under the towers.
Right off the bat.
Shouldn't be able to get the kill here, but still hefty amounts of damage being done. Not an easy matchup to play in as a melee against a Magnus.
Yeah, it's kind of a skill-based matchup, though, overall. I mean, Laurel, he's actually been quite excellent. His Kunkka that last game, I feel like there was just so much crazy stuff going on that he got kind of ignored how well he played as why. We'll be okay.
Gonna be okay on this one.
Yeah, and let's see overall. This is a bit of a dynamic change that I would say. When I watch Spirit, it's traditionally Collapse playing those big team fighters. He's the one kind of dictating the pace of the game, how much he's able to catch and make these massive fights happen. He's playing CK. It's a very different type of style hero. Not to say that he's not going to play it wonderfully at all, but it's just a different kind of thing that's going on.
Sure. I guess sort of the change up there, having the knock-on effect towards what the supports are going to be doing, right? Last time around, we saw Mira coming out with these incredible saves. This time, playing a more offensive position with the Dark Willow. When it comes to setup and starting fights, a bit more focus on towards what Mira can do.
Absolutely, and the same thing goes for
top lane.
Like, that's an early point in the Phantom.
Just trying to go for that potential opportunity of tripping Yotaro up, but Yotaro, he'll be okay for now.
That's pretty cool. You don't see that very often, but Planet, I mean, excellent game last time around in the Grimstroke, going for a little bit of a different approach to put some pressure onto this morph. So far not working though. Yotaro is getting these last hits under the tower, and he has Tree, probably one of the best supports when you're playing with Morphling. Just pop a Leech Seed, drops low HP, you just get the heal coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Having any sort of sustain is going to feel fantastic for the laning stage. And we saw last time round, Yotaro on the Terrorblade, he had a rough lane. It did not matter in the long sort of picture, the long term of the game. And this time around, he's not going to even have to worry about having a sort of a tough start. This is seeming to be an easy first few waves here for Yotaro.
Yeah, we'll see how he's going to be able to deal with this mid-game overall, too. And even like later stages of the game, too, because I think what I've been seeing a lot of times with these morphs is as soon as Scotty timing comes out for a lot of these carries, he just can't actually stand toe-to-toe with them anymore. You literally just, I saw the Luda the last game when we were just watching earlier today, just gets hit by this, loses the heal regeneration, and then just can't actually stand toe-to-toe with most of these tanky cores. But we'll have to see what Yotaro can do. Playing into this Doom could be an issue with that heal removal, but immediately we'll see him queuing up for that Lincoln, so natural itemization for him.
We'll just sort of see kind of what point the Aghanims comes into the build for New this game.
Bottom, set up. They get the root.
Closing the gap on a YU Smile. He's pumping out that heal, that Voodoo Restoration. It's going to be enough to keep him alive as he gets back underneath the Tier 1 tower. Not quite enough damage right now for Spirit to get that first blood.
Very aggressive lane down bottom, just like you were saying, right? They have the Willow, one of their most comfortable, of course, on Mira and Collapse. He's going to take advantage of playing the CK, just putting the pressure onto this Spectre. And you're seeing it already. Shiro is getting slowed down quite a bit here. 12 last hits, Morphling free farming up top in comparison. Only rotations toward the runes. Nothing to say. Is able to get that water root. Laurel, though, Kunkka is able to X back. But so far, slight lead there for Nothing to Say in the mid lane. And yeah, big differential between how Yotaro is able to get the free farm at the moment and just
he really is
pressure onto the Spectre.
I mean, absolutely. A lot of damage here. Shiro should be all right, but again, brought incredibly low by both Mirror and Collapse.
And he's going to do his usual build, but in this game, it looks like, I mean, there's definitely potential for him to full upgrade for this Spirit Vessel this game. Playing into the CK, playing into Kunkka, Tree Morph. Definitely merit if you'd like to go down the route, even though it's not your usual Spectre build, and he's been the kind of the one who did the earn and then just go straight for Midas and stuff like that. This is definitely one where he could look for that full Vessel. Especially if he gets slowed down this much at the start, he might just look to get involved a lot with these early aggressive movements that happen
You
around
see
the
that
map.
they're bringing a third hero in on the bottom lane here,
Oh, yeah.
Spirit. Miposhka making use of the twin gates to maybe try and go for a dive under this tier 1.
They've got a double range creep right now. Glyph is available if they want to go for
They
this
could
dive.
try and go for this.
Yeah, they're
Looks to lead him with the lead sheet on towards Shiro. YEsmile turns around with the paralyzing cast, but it's not enough to hold them back. First blood for Spirit. They should be able to chase out the Witch Doctor as well as YEsmile surrounded. Spirit, they'll get the two of them.
And without even using the Glyph to go for the dive, usually you see the Glyph to keep the creeps away, but not even necessary. Miposhka
in the
gets a
mid.
beautiful connection.
A bit of a skewer here from Nothing to Say. Has got Planet sweeping over to help out, but TP's backup's going to be in for Lyle. Lyle heading back up to the safety of his half of the river. He's fine. They can even turn. Look at the X mark into a potential torrent combo into the tiebreaker. On to Nothing to Say. Miposhka turns up and helps Lyle turn things around.
Ooh, big start here for Spirit, 3-0, and this is going to be around Power Rune as well, too. Nothing to Say, getting a little overzealous, going for this tanky kill onto the Kunkka. Yeah, now Rune very likely to go for Laurel unless it spawns up top.
And with the way things have gone on this top lane, this is what a point where Yatoro can be happily left on his own.
Yep, for the most part, absolutely. Until Nu gets 6, he should be just fine. And Power Rune will spawn bottom. Laurel should be able to get himself safely down over toward that side. Seeing a lot of stacks being made this time around. Spirit looking to already contest, actually get information. Miposhka, he's going to be able to scout the fact that there's a 3 or 4x stack that's been being made there for
That's
Planet.
true. I mean, yeah,
They have potential to steal with this
Oh, they
Kunkka.
certainly could. They could just bring him over, drop a boat down, even if they want to try and clear this out.
See how healthy Laurel is, how he feels about it right now.
I mean, he's even got an arcane ring.
They're actually just bringing, they're just bringing the Magnus over. Nothing to Say, he wants to go over and start getting some clearing. Looking at it, Nothing to Say's build, something that I don't think I've seen so much on the Magnus. Is Miposhka trying to set up for Wisdom Rune. He's going to make them work for this.
He's making space.
Yep.
You know, there's 3 heroes chasing after him.
And he's still in the tree line.
He should be pretty dead, surely, if they get the Sync Swell connection, which they do. He makes them work for it. He'll continue to make them work for it, but he does go down. I mean, space created. That's what he would say. Then Miposhka's 3 heroes spent a lot of time chasing him.
And yeah, pointing out the build here from Nothing to Say, I don't think I've seen that. I've been seeing a lot of various different kind of builds coming out here. The Magnus, he's actually just going for the max Shockwave. I haven't seen like 1-1-2 build. I think that was from the offlane from Collapse, but a lot more we've been seeing the Empower build be able to contest for that mid lane. So
All right.
A bit different because he wants to be a little bit more playmaky around the map.
Yeah, I guess so. So have that extra nuke damage to obviously maybe catch your Toro out when he's shifting low, and also just have that extra bit of burst that they can throw out for kills, like going for Mirror. You know, Shadow rounds pop, maybe that higher level Shockwave will still finish off the kill.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense in this game too when he's playing with the Spectre and a Doom. Kind of greedy heroes overall. He probably wants to be quite a bit more active than you maybe would anticipate for this Magnus. But so far, Spirit and this this Morphling's getting absolute free farm as well, and they're really slowing down Shiro. I mean, he's had games like this where he gets slowed down massively on the Spectre, but this is quite ridiculous this time around.
All going to be down to really that Blink Dagger timing on Nothing to Say. There to be the point where they can start to look to try and make the moves to catch out Yatoro. Because up until that point, Yatoro, he's just going to continue to have complete free farm up here as long as he stays away from the threat of that tier 1. Because LGD, they are beginning to group up and look to pile the pressure onto that top tower.
No points in the living armor from Miposhka. He's gone full aggressive build on this Treant Protector. 2-3 build.
8 minutes in.
Tower's already dead. I mean, they can look to defend this Collapse.
I mean, the TPs are coming over.
They're actually going to set up for the kill.
They'll drop the Doom.
Okay.
Straight away on the Collapse, so should be an easy one to chase down.
Watch for the deny, Mira.
Or can he time it? Ooh, not quite. So he'll walk away with a kill. Maybe see if we can chase out Mira as well. Mira's going to go for the TP, and they've got the cast.
They do.
So LGD, they should find the both of them here. Shadow Realm's there, and there's no escape here for Mira. He could just continue to try and make some space, buy some time, but he'll still be going down. LGD, they'll get a couple of kills with that rotation.
But look at this. I mean, will they be able to contest this stack here because of that space that they've been able to
it would be huge if they could
that
take
would be
this.
Massive. Oh, he's just going to boat it. Yeah, no
that's what I said. Just drop the boat. Drop the boat. Pick up this pretty much a quad stack at least here that was prepared by LGD. They'll get it all here, Team Spirit.
Big money. Huge for Laurel. Oop, Planet. Careful.
Nothing to say. Does he want to commit for this? He will. He'll drop the RP for that.
Nice little turn play.
Taking what they can get. I mean, Miposhka, he'll also drop the ult in response. Shiro, he'll jump across, make sure he's the one to pick up the bounty of getting the last hit on Miposhka.
Cool. And is that his vessel pretty much done? Yeah, I think it is. So Shiro, slowed down a lot, but looks like he's going to try to be very, very active with the Spirit Vessel. And it's good versus, all 3 cores. Definitely very valuable. Alrighty.
I mean, these sort of moves, though, definitely size of relief, I think, for Yatoro. Any sort of focus and attention in ultimates that are being dropped elsewhere on the map, it's going to continue to mean that this Morphling is going to feel pretty safe during this stage of the game.
Absolutely. And he's constantly just turning into this Doom, eating a creep, getting that extra little bit of efficiency, too. And overall, looking at the way that LGD can take towers, definitely not the easiest this game. They kind of have to just brute force them, and they are playing into this Train Protector, this Kunkka, this massive team fight that Spirit has set up for the early game.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons as well why that skill build has come out from Miposhka this game.
He just knows.
He knows they're not hitting the towers anyway, so he doesn't need to heal anything up right now. He can go full aggressive.
Yep. He's probably going to be, I mean, maybe level 7. He does get that point in the living armor and then starts to build up on it from there. But yeah, so far just all about aggressive plays. Now even looking to set up onto mid.
Planet. Maybe see if we can catch Yatoro out.
Bottom, Shiro. Oh my, collapse is solo. Oh my God.
Wow, Shiro was not ready for that one. I mean, he just walks in with this armlet reveal and indeed that just completely obliterates the Spectre.
I mean, he has duelist gloves on top of the armlet. This is probably the best item that you can get to make these type of aggressive plays. He just deletes him.
I mean, Team Spirit, they're quick with the moves. They're going to see if they can find something else up top as well. The silence comes out from Planet over towards Lyle, but he's instantly able to remove the bug.
Doom.
Turns with the Doom, drops it down onto the Kunkka.
Can they chase him out, though? He's going to be able to reset away.
Trying with the Brambles caught on the way you smile. The heals keep him alive. Nothing to say. Trying to close on Yusora, but the RP still on cooldown for 20 seconds. He's got no further control. Shiro returns towards chasing out Miposhka, but it's a hard hero to go for. They can't continue for this one. Shiro backs out of there. Ooh. LGD not able to sort of get anything in return, but at the same time, they do stop Spirit from finding a kill themselves.
Hey, that is a Doom, though, used to just walk away there, Laurel. He will just reset. Spirit, a nice lead for them with these last few moments. This CK is absolutely massive.
Yeah, both him, Collapse and Yatoro having a fantastic opening to this one.
And I'm watching bottom. He's got Phantasm back up right now. Quarterstep as well too. Shiro. He's gonna need. He needs somebody else to come down to help him. He can't be playing here by himself right now.
I mean, he Collapse the solo killed him once. There's no way that happens again.
He's thinking about it though. Scan will come out.
Even checking with the scan. I think that was sort of Collapse, seeing if there was any backup, just in case Shiro stayed on the way. But Shiro does back up himself and gets caught by the scan, so...
Up top, you.
Push in for this one, caught him with the Brambles and burst down by Yatoro. An easy kill found around the tier 1 tower. LGD, they're getting bullied away from this spot. Nothing to say. He's hit that timing. They need something big to happen with this Blink Dagger reveal on the Magnus.
Hey, they're just getting so much out of the map. Yatoro's going to have Lincoln's pretty much done by the time this Doom comes back up for the next round. This is going to be a pretty safe Morphling in these next few instances. Yeah, nothing to say. He's got the pressure cut out for him. Him and Planet probably have to link up and start looking for these plays to start slowing down this growth of these 2 enormous scaling cores on these side lanes from Spirit. And the tower, I mean, they're the ones who actually have ways to hit these towers quite easy on the side of Spirit in comparison. Another one likely to fall.
Now 12 minutes in, taking these tier 1s out, and LGD not able to answer it.
I mean, that's huge. Like, just because the fact that they have these 2 super strong scaling cores on the side, but also very strong scouting heroes, right? They have the Tree Protector, so when you get these early towers as Tree, I'd imagine with Miposhka, as we've seen most of the times, you get the shard as fast as you can, and then you just give this scouting information. You limit a lot of the aggression from something like LGD's draft. And nothing to say, he's showing himself mid, so they are completely aware that the Blink Dagger is done.
All right, yeah, a bit of a loss of being able to abuse that surprise potential. And I mean, with that in sort of regards that they are still going to smoke up, but as you say, Spirit, they should be pretty aware that this play's coming for them.
And look how they're playing. Like, you're not going to get a big team fight. You might get one individual kill, but everybody's farming all over the place on the map.
It might just be Miposhka. Miposhka shows himself. He's happy to tank this. Nothing to say. He will jump him. As Shiro, he'll join as well, but it is just Miposhka on the tree, and they need something a whole lot more than this, LGD. If they're not killing the cause, it's not feeling good.
I think you stay down here, though, and nothing to say. He does find this kill, but now he can potentially look for a secondary one because he still has the RP available. Maybe they can catch Collapse off guard here, but I mean, they're just split up and farm. So I think Spirit, they have a pretty good read of what's going on in these next few moments. And Laurel, is he actually going to just be able to sneak himself over here for the Wisdom Rune?
And
look at this, a stack.
He could stack it again if he wants to.
Sure. I don't know if he wants to stay in this area for that long. He's probably expecting someone to rotate.
He's certainly going to get the Wisdom Rune.
Yep. So 2 Wisdom Runes, the big ones at the 14-minute mark. Pretty big deal. Both of these cores getting it. And Yotaro just getting away with an absolute free Morphling game so far.
Really
no
is.
pressure onto him.
I think sort of a lot of the times that we've seen this Morphling pick suffer is when it's been picked and the lane just hasn't been set up for success. But this game, the draft, it certainly seemed right for the way that they start things out with Yotoro's Morph. Here with the lane setup. He's had the free farm. There's not been any pressure from LGD upon him. They've just not been able to make any sort of move to hunt him down. Even with this Blink Dagger on Nothing to Say. So far, all it's achieved them is the kill on the Treant. Other than that, they're not getting a lot done, LGD, and they're falling behind.
And the fact that he gets this Blink in so early, the only real thing to trip him up now early on is just the Magnus catching him with an RP before a shift, and they get him just blown up. Because he's going to be able to block the Phantom, he's going to be able to block the Doom. It's going to be very effective that he gets it so early on. LGD still need to try to get some catch on here for Nothing to Say, but slowing down the pace of the game is something that they ideally want. But Spirit, they're going to look to hit. They're feeling very strong here with Laurel. I mean, especially with Collapse too. I mean, Echo Saber is finished up. Anybody he finds is just going to get evaporated.
For sure, if they get an X mark set up, it's going to be a dead hero. LGD, they don't really have the tools to save one another right now.
Oh, and look at this positioning here. They're going to walk right in.
Ooh, actually jumps across. Quite fancy here for Shiro. Allows him to sort of step back. He toys with the idea of going back in onto Lal, but it's going to be YE Smart that falls. Can LGD afford to chase this? Shiro, and Nothing to Say, they're thinking about going for this one. He's headed over as well to help join the forces here to go for Lal. They get the opening, they drop the RP, they'll kill
only on one.
Collapse looks to turn. He's caught by the Doom, but Collapse is still able to come over the right click damage.
Fear on two.
In for a mirror. Collapse trying to chase over with the right clicks, but he's falling low to the damage on the Doom. The deny's there. The Oscar comes in with the deny onto Collapse.
You gotta be kidding me. LGD just cannot catch a break.
They get something at least. They get the Kunkka. They're able to at least force Collapse out of the game, but they don't get the bounty for it with that deny coming in clutch from the Poshka.
It's a lot of ultis committed as well, too, on their side of the map. Look at where they're positioned. Yotaro is just like, all right, everything is used. I have full freedom to reign across this top side. And I don't think Spirit's too fussed up with that one by any means.
This small thing becoming more and more of a problem.
And they can go again. Spirit, 20 seconds until the boat's at the ready. Why? Oh my goodness. Shows himself for a quick second there. Has to be very careful. Laurel buys the shard as well, too, right after he does come back up. So more and more spells to get these catches. Tidal Wave at the ready.
I don't know if we've got any more smokes coming out from LGD. I mean, it feels like they've got to continue to just try and make some moves happen around this Magnus. This catch from Nothing to Say.
They need ults, though. I mean, they just don't have the Doom or the RP right now. So, I mean, it feels like they need that, at least even just for the damage, or at least to stop the healing that's going to be coming in. 5K lead for now for Spirit. Miposhka, now he has the shard finished up very early. He bought the Arcane Boots. I actually thought it was going to take him a little bit longer to get it. So
look at Spirit's position.
Pretty huge.
They're ready to fight around this tier 2 of LGD. Shiro's got to be careful.
He's very fragile still at this moment. Not able to go down the route. I mean, he's got the Gloves of Haste, so maybe considering if he still has the potential to go for Midas, because usually that's the build that he's gone for every time on Shiro. When he does struggle a bit in these early games, it's usually been the Urn, Midas, and then Manta and stuff. But
I mean, he's farming there. They're trying to on his own, but they still can't really catch him. Gonna be bottom and deep with the setups there. Shiro put the blade mail.
Ooh, right off the mark.
Flying in. TPs are gonna be there. Collapse. He'll just still commit fully in onto the Spectre, and Shiro's gone in immediately. As Mirror, he'll die under the tower, but you see at this stage just how quickly Spirit can kill this Spectre. Shiro still struggling to catch back up in this game.
Collapse is just literally disintegrating him, and he's going to be going straight down the route, probably up that Silver Edge. So even more so ways to just, bring down the Spectre constantly. They are going to make a smoke move.
They've got to do this.
Ready.
Every time the ults are up, LGD, they need to look for action.
And honestly, it feels like they might have to start looking for Yotaro.
They've got to
he's
try.
Just having absolute freedom.
See if they can catch him before he's able to shift.
Look at Miposhka, look at the positioning to break these smokes.
So hard for them to enter in onto this one. There's the jump, though. He gets
the waveform off.
Yotoro's already away. The waveform was there. They may catch Miposhka, but they again fail to catch the course. Yotaro, he just smoothly walks out of there.
What the heck? That was absolutely instant. I mean, and now, catch on the Witch Doctor.
They're going to be able to get the Tidal Wave to pull back while you smile. Yotaro, he jumps back in to pick up the kill himself. Spirit continuing to hold the lead. Lal, he's still got the X mark. Gonna be able to get the setup over towards New. They'll throw out the front to best to try and interrupt it. Over into the mid lane. Collapse, he's toying around with Shiro. Shiro, got to back away from the CK. Back up top. The silence that came out from Planet was enough to disrupt the combo and allow New to step back away from Lal.
Too scared to commit into. Laurel still has the boat available, so yeah, they can't actually take advantage of any type of soulbind play. And yeah, look, I mean, Collapse, he really is just hunting down and ruining Shiro's any attempt for him to kind of recover in this game. Keeps finding him. Shiro, though, slowly recovering. but quite slowly. He is, what, almost 4,000 gold behind Yotoro right now at this moment. Yotoro's going to have Manta. He's going to be ready to fight constantly. Shiro's going to need way more time, and Collapse is not really getting
he's on the Collapse. I mean, Shiro's pretty low right now, half HP.
Phantasm in 3.
TPs are coming in, though. A lot of backups coming in. They want to try and look for Collapse. If they can get the kill here, it'll be pretty tasty. They get the jump. They'll be able to punish Collapse this time round as Collapse will fall. Shiro to get the kill.
Great wards placed down around bottom here. The Obs in the sentry catches him for a split second. Instant TPs come out. Good protection. This time they get Shiro. A nice needed kill. Poshka playing unbelievably aggressive. A super early base ward actually being placed.
Giving so much information as well here for the team.
That's really cool.
Keeping eyes on LGD beyond their tier 2s.
I mean, look at all 3 of these wards. All 3 lanes are actually perfectly watched here from this side of Spirit now.
10 seconds or so until the Overgrowth's back up. They could look to get aggressive under the tier 2, even without Collapse.
He's thinking about it.
There's both Yotoro and Mirror in the neighborhoods. Yotoro, he starts to back off. Doesn't look like they want to try and force it. Yotoro, I mean, he's more than happy to just keep hitting creeps right now. He's not under any sort of pressure. He's happy to just find his farm. He's got the Lincolns, he's got the Manta. Even if they do get a catch on him, it's highly likely that this Morph will be able to slip away every single time.
That's a good play. This is really nice.
Catch Lal here in the jungle. They're in with the aggressive Shadow Step, and nothing you say takes him down.
I mean, that was so much patience. I think Planet was waiting there for what, like 20, 30 plus seconds or something, waiting for a teammate to join him. Do get that catch off.
Now, these are two big moves. Killing off Collapse, killing off Lal. This is exactly what LGD have been looking for, but for sort of the entirety of this game beyond the opening laning stage. They're starting to find these core kills.
Poshka, though, now he is getting the scout on Shiro. They've got the backup.
Yotoro, he's coming over. Whoop. Here's the opening. There's any way for Shiro to play his way out of this. There's the Overgrowth into the Bramble. Jump fall for Yotoro. The burst is enough. Shiro's out.
Yotoro getting the kill up to almost level 16 on this Morphling. Shiro only level 12.
Top lane
Top
Collapse.
2 Collapse.
He's gonna get the grab onto nothing to say. The adaptive strike's coming out. Nothing to say.
got him.
Popped by Yotoro. From the bottom to the top, Yotoro picks up 2 core kills.
a usual carry involvement right there. 1 button to get the kill. And now bottom, looks like they should strike back at least on Tamira. But these, how many support deaths is that? I feel like it's just the supports dying on the side of Spirit. The cores keep getting away with so much.
I mean, Yotoro just continuing to steam ahead and farm here.
So massive.
3-0-1. They're yet to be able to touch him. He's got 2,600 gold in the bank on top of the Manta and the Lincolns.
Oh, and this is kind of cool here. He's actually got the Aghanims queued up here on Collapse. Definitely has merit this game when he's playing with the Morphling. That could be a really cool item choice here from that off lane.
Now, what's the plan now from LGD? They'll have nothing to say back up in a few seconds. Ultimates are at the ready. See if they can head out and look to make a jump themselves.
It's difficult, at least for the next few moments, to get these lanes out in a good position to go for it, though, because they're just spotted by everything, right? The ward that was placed top from earlier, the ward that Poshka placed in the base, it sees nothing to say walking out. That ward that they've placed also down bottom, it's giving so much information for them to prepare for the next movements. As looks like it will be a Tormentor on the menu here for Yotoro.
Here's the smoke. Exactly what we need to be seeing from LGD.
Can they find anything down here? Oh, Yotoro actually gets the Tormentor. All right, blessed. They did buy quite a bit of them this time around.
It's hard for them to go from this sort of angle. The tier 1 still stands on this bottom lane. Not easy for LGD to get around this.
Hey, look,
Toro.
He's playing very far
But he's got the Shadow Blade. They lay down a sentry. They'll him off the side of it. The jump of the Lincolns is there. He's able to fade away from the initial attempt from LGD, but still there's the RP. Nothing, they drags him back towards the rest of the team there. They bring Toro down. Team is coming in for Spirit. Can they find pretty much the 4-man tidal wave there, pulling them back. The Fear Form as well, straight down onto nothing to say. The Magnus will fall.
Here comes Collapse.
The drags back Shiro. They fully focus the Spectres. The Torrent follows there for Lal. Double kill for Collapse. A Spirit, they'll lose Yotoro, but they make the pay. They'll find the 3rd. Triple kill for Collapse.
Give him the 4th.
They chase out Planet. Ultra kill in. 23 minutes in for Collapse on the CK.
He's a move over Yotoro. I'm the real carry. Yotoro pushing the limits there on the Morph. Incredibly low HP, but the 4-man tidal wave coming in from Laurel.
Dragging them back underneath the tier 1. I mean, he looked like such a decent start right for LGD. They get the sentry laid down. They see Yotoro step into it. I mean, how can you not go for that sort of play? They go for that every single time, LGD. But Spirit, they come in with the immediate TP responses, and suddenly LGD are paying big time for getting that chance to take Yotoro down.
I mean, it's all important that Laurel's the first one to get the TP off because he gets this humongous connection. He gets one. It's a 4-man tidal wave under everything there, so that Poshka can get the follow-up. Beautiful play there. And yeah, Collapse able to clean up, and now also clean up the Roche. They'll give that one to Yatoro. Almost got a rampage on the main stage. Very close
23
there.
minutes as well. Collapse, yeah, just getting a huge influx of gold and XP on top of what he already had. And as you say, it very much feels like it's just sort of Collapse and Yatoro just trying to outperform one another, trying to prove the bigger carriers this game here for Spirit.
And yeah, Collapse after that, he's like, I was gonna get you an Aghanim, my friend. No.
For himself.
I'm going the Orchid route, which makes it's a very good choice if he wants to go down in this game.
11k lead now off the back of that one.
Yep.
4.5 minutes to play with Yatoro having the Aegis. I mean, they were able to take him down that once, but getting him now in his next 4 minutes. I mean, LGD, they again have to wait for their cooldowns. They're back up now. They have the RP, the Shadow Step, and the Doom.
Have to watch out, though, because also now they're getting closer and closer to BKBs on the side of LGD, so maybe feeling like they want to just wait for those before the next go, but the gold lead just continues to increase for Spirit.
And it's so hard for them to sort of set up to make these sort of plays with just how much information Miposhka's getting for the team.
That's what, like, these early tier 1s, I think it's really important that Spirit, they claimed all those early tier 1s, and Miposhka, he's just been giving literally all the information.
He's just messing around with them.
Another one.
Nothing to say. The forward with the sides, nothing to say.
Inkswell.
Skew off into the RP. They've locked down Collapse. The Fear's going to be flying from air, pushes back Shiro. So Collapse is going to get the chance to survive a little longer, but he will still fall. They bring the CK down. LGD, can they chase for more? The Doom got thrown down onto Lau. Lau keeping his distance. New trying to charge forwards, but they're off to the side. Miposhka continues to hide in the trees. They catch him under the vision though. Shiro jumps over with the Shadow Step. LGD, they'll get a second on the defense.
Nice place. Can they catch more? New trying to reset away. Yatoro's on him.
Oh, he's looking to go back in with the burst. They turn around with the Infernal Blade, but the Tidal Wave comes in and tears New out of the server. Spirit may lose a couple, but they're still, again, able to sort of keep these trades at the least even. LGD still here to sort of find an opportunity to start to close down this incredible lead that Spirit have just 26 minutes in.
At least they got something out of it, though. Good positioning there from Planet. Gets that instant dispel, of course, with the Inkswell. But now, a couple more heroes might die. Yatoro, look at this positioning.
He's under the tier 2.
He's the Magnus
He
now.
drags back while you smile. I mean, while you smile, trying to walk this one off, but it's going to come to an end, and so is this life protected. A Voodoo Switcheroo will make Yatoro work a little bit harder to get the kill, but he will still find it. Another kill to be found by Yatoro under the tier 2, and nothing that LGD can do that time to punish him.
He knows he can push the limits. Every single ult being used there. Looks like he's actually going to even hit the tier 2 top a little bit here.
I mean, he's got this Aegis for 2.5 minutes still.
He brings it down unbelievably fast, too, because he just threw the Empower onto himself from that Magnus form, so pretty much effectively a double damage onto him. Tier 2 to drop. More and more map control, more and more space for Miposhka to do his shenanigans of his Stream Protector. How's the itemization for Shiro doing? He's got the Manta at least finished, so he does have a protective form now for himself, a Dispel versus the Stream Protector versus this Willow at the least. But still unbelievably far behind his counterpart. Almost, he's getting kind of close to double the net worth of this Spectre. And the Magnus, too, started to fall further and further behind. The farm that Spirit's been able to get on this map is absolutely ridiculous so far.
Now, BKB finished on you, so at least a bit of a better chance for him to get in and have a bit more luxury at taking his time to find the correct Doom target.
Yep, and they are getting closer and closer to Planet having an Aghanim, which was one of those big things that almost allowed them to turn that last game.
Oh, it did. He pulled off some fantastic stuff with the Dark Portrait last time round, and once again against a Morphling, definitely opportunities to do something similar.
Even against the CK, if he gets both, right, that could be pretty absurd. Spirit ready to strike right now. Feeling strong.
Might not expect this wrap around though from LGD. LGD coming in from the jungle. Spirit there on the other side of the tier 2. Yatoro will start to show. But still, he is the target that has an Aegis for a minute.
They need to find Laurel.
See if anyone walks up to the high ground. LGD.
Tower just drops too fast. They can't even set up to go for this defense.
Now let's hope with the tier 2 gone, they're sort of backing off of this, but they're gonna have to do
they're
something.
hitting
Spirit,
the
they're pushing the high ground.
Glyph forced. They're looking for the wrapper.
They're gonna have to make the call soon. Pressure on, nothing to say, ready to find the RP.
He's just waveforming in.
They're heading over to
They seem to know.
He's able to start things off by pushing towards nothing to say. Over to the side, Collapse. He's getting focused by New. They'll jump forward, try and take down the CK. Collapse being focused by Shiro and New. They brought him down. They're going to collapse. Soulbind into the dude down over the two of them from New. But the Torrent still comes out controlling Shiro. Shiro across Shiro. He'll fall. They'll drop the RP here, but is there the follow-up damage? There it is.
It's a nice cast.
Class.
But here's Yatoro.
As he's looking at it go low. Falls low, but not quite enough to to kill him straight up D. Jumps back in, Infernal Blade takes him out, but they couldn't deal with Yatoro second time round, and Yatoro gets a decent cleanup for his side. Overall, though, it's 4 dead on Spirit. LGD definitely able to give them quite the shake-up in that fight.
Hey, look at the Witch Doctor, David. Look at it go. Gets a beautiful connection onto the two of them there, but the Aegis, I think it had, what, like 20, 30 seconds left or something as it was expiring. Great usage there from Yatoro.
Yeah, solid fight overall, but still the threat of this Morphling grows. 24k on Yatoro right now.
Look at him just charge
I mean,
right
the fact that he finds nothing to say at the start there definitely make things a bit more awkward for the jump that Nothing to Say wants to get away with. Collapse just charges in, sort of tanks the immediate focus of LGD. It's a great Soulbind double doom, but not able to control Yatoro. They get a lot from it.
Honestly, the buyback kind of salvages everything there, right, for LGD. If they didn't have this Witch Doctor buyback, it's probably just a Rampage that comes out for this Morphling at the end of the day.
Absolutely, they miss out on sort of those 2 last cleanup kills that they do get LGD without Why You Smile coming in to do that. So.
Oh, look at Yatoro, look at the positioning. Hey, look how aggressive he's playing, pushing the limits.
Silver Edge Man to Lincoln's BKB. This morph insanely farmed for the 30-minute mark.
And he finds probably the most dream neutral item he could have in this game. He gets a Titan Sliver, of course. Incredible versus that Magnus. Status resistance is always going to be godly, but also just the base attack damage as a Morphling is the best thing you want.
I think it's, you know, after that last play, maybe time Why You Smile starts to build for himself.
Get an agony.
He was queuing up the Blink Dagger first, but now he's going back for the Eon Disc.
Yeah, he can't go for the... He still just dies way too quickly in these fights. If he's just... Yeah, he needs positioning, needs extra survivability. Yatoro, positioning.
Again, they're getting these Wisdom Runes as well. Wisdom Rune was still there for Yatoro to step up and grab.
I feel like they've gotten almost...
They got a lot.
They've gotten the vast majority of them this game. An Eagle Song now, too. Just the speed that he's getting these items is just absurd on this Morphling. Like I said, almost double the net worth of the Spectre. Ideally, the Spectre timing, when you want to play versus Morphling, is getting that Scotty in particular at good timing. It's so slowed down for Shiro. And it's also, of course, it's not just the Morphling he has to deal with, right? It's this CK who's also still getting this explosive farm. And Collapse, he does go for the BKB. I was wondering if he was, because he's gotten pretty aggressive without having it. Now he will go for the disassemble.
LGD, all ultimates to the ready once again. We'll see if they want to try and step out and get aggressive. They tried for that last time round in towards the Aegis on Yatoro. Of course, there's no Aegis to worry about as of now.
Yeah, let's see if they can always get these Linken's breaks in particular. Get the Linken's break, get this Dark Portrait, get the Doom. Ideally, they want to be able to get all that onto this Morphling.
Doesn't look like they have any smokes on them at the moment. So not easy for them to make a move. They can just look to try and hold things around this bottom area of the map. Stay together as 5. They don't want to get caught out alone.
They only really have this one ward down on bottom. They have the one up top too, but this is the one that they have to control this area. And they are playing into a gem right now, Miposhka. Or he had the gem a few moments ago. I guess he passed, okay, passed it off to Mira.
Now, ideally, maybe just waiting for Shiro to get his next item done before they force something, or at least try for a play that the Spectre's going to have to get involved in. There's about 4,000 gold coming up to that he's yet to invest in his next item.
They keep just putting down this Ob Sentry combo, just be able to scout out the poster, scout out the CK who are looking to get this constant setup. But they're having to spend a lot of time together. The only reason that the gold lead isn't growing that much further is honestly because the Doom has a Midas and this Octarine, so it's keeping it that consistent 13k. But Spirit overall, they're farming way more of the map. Morphling, CK, this Kunkka overall, always split up from each other. And they're all itemizing, or most of them are itemizing for the Linken's, right? Another Linken's, of course, finished up for Laurel too, so more and more ways to block.
They'll find Miposhka here.
Oh, and he just actually got the gem pass back over. This is a big kill.
See if Spirit can do anything to help out. They can't. Mira throws out the brambles from the side, but as the gem hits the deck, and Shiro, he's able to grab that here for LGD.
They were passing it back and forth between the two of each other, Mira and Miposhka there. Pretty big pickup there for LGD to reestablish some control.
It's all right.
They want to get their gem back. Nice swell.
A little bit more breathing room here for LGD with that gem switching into their hands.
Breathing room to potentially finish up that Scotty.
Yep.
It is getting pretty close now for Shiro. Recovering.
Eon Disc done for Why You Smile. Some more chance that he's going to be able to get his full toolkit off in the midst of the team fight, even if he does get focused.
Yeah, essentially has 3 different ways to protect himself now.
LGD stabilizing things a little bit here. Still, it's just this imminent threat at the morph continues to grow. Yatoro nearly hitting level 24. He's very close to having his next item done.
Scotty, of course, though, is going to be it's going to be a pretty big timing versus these cores. Yatoro joining his buddy's bottom. Hasn't quite decided if he does want to finish up the Eagle Song. Maybe he's going for like a little bit bait play. I mean, he hasn't shown if he does want to actually go for the Blink Dagger just yet.
They've got eyes on why you smile. And now with the Glimmer, but they get the dust into the Yule setup. They're looking to focus the Witch Doctor first, throw out the Adaptive Strike, but they're dodging with the Voodoo Switcheroo.
But they bait it.
They're dropping the Torrent. They're going to be able to pull it to the side here.
Wait, that was weird.
Was that the Tidal Wave?
The Tidal Wave pushed him the wrong way.
I don't know what the hell happened there.
It was right on the cusp.
Anyway, they still catch him in the Torrent Storm, but it's right on the tip of the team fight. Yeah, Collapse, he wants to charge him with the stun, but the Eon Disc, it's there. We'll get proc. Not able to get the full control there onto this Witch Doctor.
Honestly, he might be pretty lucky right there that the Tidal Wave, I think it's like right when you catch them on the tip of it, it does push them the wrong way. Yeah. So he gets, honestly, a bit lucky there. Because that's a gem. It's a pretty big kill.
That's true. They grab him in. He's dead for sure, and he's dropping a gem. The smoke comes out from LGD. They want to try and go again, especially knowing that the Torrent Storm's on cooldown.
Roche is swapping. All right, when it's going to be coming back up, right? So 6 seconds, they're setting themselves up top.
Do they want to go for the twin gate?
It's risky.
Yeah, they don't. They don't want to approach through that angle.
No, you have to go the different angle. So
they've got to run straight down the top lane if they want to try and fight around this Roshan.
Does Spirit have a ward to place up here at the moment? Checking the couriers. They do. They have a ward coming out on the Dark Willow, but right now, no ward placed outside of the pit. LGD, they make their way to sneak in right now. Roche gonna start.
New.
Ops placed. They see New.
Mira spell, Mira.
Got the scout right away.
But the Yule's quickly set up with the Cursed Crown. Hold back the Doom. Collapse is trying to wrap around towards the back lines of the fight potentially, but he's careful. Knows they have detection upon him.
I mean, they're killing the Roche while they're scouting with the Phantasm. They're sending it all in. This Roche is dying.
They've got to make a move soon, LGD, if they want to put a stop to this. The Dark Portrait of the CKB sent in to try and scout things out. Nothing second to pull over the Harpoon on the Collapse. Collapse puts the BKB, they drop the RP. They've got Shiro on top of it with the Mantra Illusions there, and they tear through the CK. They bring him down, but Yatoro gets the Aegis New, jumps over towards him, has the silence hit from the Doom to open things up. The dagger as well in from Shiro. The torrent goes there. Mira lays down the fear to hold back the Spectre for now. New falls. Spirit, they get the chance to kill off the Doom, and maybe even look for more.
Mira's doing so much work in this fight. The control, he just completely blocked off New from having any allies to join him. He just completely controlled that Spectre there. Doom used, but doesn't matter. Yatoro resets. He's going to come right back into the fray. Collapse. He gives his life for the cause.
And it's absolutely worth it.
Super
they couldn't even take down Yatoro at once. He still holds that Aegis intact.
And the cheese as well, too. Still has it at the ready. Nice play. Honestly, Mira, that was a really nice play of how he gets the Ops ward out the center and immediately just kind of controls things, stalls out so they can finish off that Roshan. Swift Blink finished up now for Yatoro.
So close to 25. I mean, a real treat, especially for all the Morphling fans out there after seeing so many times this hero just fall flat on its face. This game, Yatoro showing it to its full potential.
Even getting very involved too. It's not like some zero kill involvement. He's got 8 kills on this Morphling.
In terms of timings, LGD. 40 seconds until the RP. Spirit, they could definitely look to push with this Aegis, get a tier 2, maybe even start to consider pushing for the high ground with the lead that they have right now. I mean, Yatoro, 10k net worth ahead of anyone else in the game.
He's just been able to keep that consistent this entire time with the pressure that, like Collapse kind of took those reins of having that top net worth, then he sacrificed himself a couple of times, and it's worked out. Tier 2 to fall. More and more openings for the map. No towers yet have fallen on the side of Spirit. And that's without even, I don't even think I've seen Miposhka throw any living armors onto them. He just hasn't had to. Nothing to say.
Talking about Miposhka, he's got eyes on him.
Whoa. Jeez, that was close.
Should be fine, yeah. TP out from the corner of the map. He'll get back to the base.
The Bramble catches him.
It does, they've scored him.
He's got BKB, but no TP.
BKB.
Oh, Fear won't connect.
I mean, he can BKB and run around for a little bit, but I don't think there's any way out of this one, as the whole of Spirit's pretty much closing in upon him. Yatoro, he wants to take the kill for himself, and he'll get it. That's the gem hitting the deck as well.
The scouting of Miposhka, these two support. I cannot believe that Bramble connects and that Collapse mid.
He's starting to start things off over towards New has to BKB TP out. He's terrified. The X comes in, it's the time.
It's time. It's time.
It's going to be there.
He's got him.
They pull him out, but the blink was there. They weren't able to follow with any damage to stop the blinks, and New still having a chance of escaping. The tidal wave won't clip him. He'll get out, but it was close.
I think Laurel maybe doubted that he actually got the timing perfectly there, but he did. New able to get away. Pressure everywhere, though. Look at Yatoro. Even all the lanes are getting pressured here from Spirit.
I mean, and they've still got the 2 minutes of this Aegis. They can go for so much more here, Spirit. 30 seconds, no nothing to say. He has buyback, but he'll really not want to use it in this situation.
They want to force as much as they can while that mag is down. Glyph gets popped.
When they have got everybody up, the high ground defense, it is strong from LGD.
Absolutely.
It's all right. So they can take him out. The watch cask is out. Yatore's falling low. Now he's getting out of the way from his own.
Now, Shiro.
They get the stun control under the Spectre. The damage coming in from Collapse. Shiro's out of the fight. See if they can turn for more. They look to Why You Smile. He's got the voodoo switcheroo. Yatoro slides past, pops the lead for the Eon disc hit on, and Why You Smile. And still doesn't fall even the once. Keeping this Aegis fine. They top him up with the cheese. Yatore's still good to go for more. Nothing to say. He'll get a grab on him. Aposhka gets him in with a pull of the harpoon and the skewer. And Aposhka though,
he's still alive.
He's still surviving. The RP's going to get dropped, but it's only onto Yatoro. Yatoro got the BKB off. He's perfectly fine.
He just jumps in.
Jumps in.
He wants the skewer.
Tries for the skewer. You has to pop the BKB to make sure he isn't dragged out of his base.
I didn't see it. Like, did he actually get the Silver Age break hit on the Spectre? Because he died so fast.
I think he did.
It looked like he did. Now Rax
back
exposed.
on the Barrett. The push continues. Spirit getting so much done here with his Aegis on Yatoro. A full set taken on the bottom lane.
And he's just using that Magnus. Look at just the Empower itself. Look at the damage that he has. Throw the Solar Crest as well, too. He effectively has that DD. Look how quick these towers
and they don't want to use these buybacks. Sure, he's back up in 15. But it's costing them so much. The next few items coming out. Hex now done on Yatoro.
That's a cool item choice. Another tower to fall on. Yeah, they'll back away. They got so much out of that push right there.
I mean, that's
20 more seconds.
The one sort of play that can maybe catch them out, the sort of blink out and skewer in that Nothing to Say is going to try and do, that's completely put to a stop by the potential that Yatoro has to turn with this Hex pickup. Yeah. All he's got to do is precast the Hex on the Magnus if they get that high ground vision, and suddenly the game can be over in an instant.
He has to just use the BKB pretty much every single time he goes for it. I mean, that's the case also when you're playing versus the Yule Scepter, a lot of the times with these Magnuses. But yeah,
it's not easy.
It's not easy. Huge opening. I mean, even bigger now.
And you spanning up as well with that refresher purchase.
Laurel also full Octarine is finished up to a shield rune. Nice Spirit, they're definitely very, very keen to fight. Collapse full Aghanim is now done. Also another layer that they're gonna have to go through to try to take out this Morphling.
We'll see how chill they play it. Do they want to try and push again, or do you think they take the relaxation status and go for the next Aegis?
I think they're
smoking
still,
up.
I'd imagine they're still pretty keen to fight. They're so strong right now. And these Phantasms kind of constantly keep these waves shoved in. They already have the lanes in good position too, so it does feel like they are definitely ready to look for going for this closeout, especially when Magnus does not have the RP just yet. Coming back up in 5 seconds though.
Why You Smile, definitely going for the dream here. 200 in on the Aghanims.
I think they need every little thing they can get right now. Doesn't feel like Shiro is going to be enough by any means versus these triple scaling cores. Why?
He's going to find him.
Oh, and he just brought the gem, I think, right back out to himself as they went on him.
We do switcheroos will try and make things a little bit more awkward. The Eon disc is popped. They've got the X mark. Why You Smile, he's trying to get back to base. Actually, yeah, it's going to be dispelled off him, so Why You Smile will still be able to walk off. BKB point for Yatoro. Actually uses it aggressively to try and get the kill onto Planet, but Planet was able to TP out. Okay. The BKB charge down the drain for Yatoro. LGD survived, nobody to get caught. They all get out of there.
A nice attempt from Laurel. He actually tried to use the X Torrent instantly because the Aeon just status resistant kind of thing comes out there, but wasn't able to get the connection. That was actually fun. Y literally had just brought the gem out onto himself, like almost dies the instant he gets it.
They're going to try and get back out on this LGD. Maybe see if they can hit back at Team Spirit.
Okay. Definitely difficult, but maybe trying to catch them off guard here. See Laurel here.
They want to jump the Kunkka, they're going to try. The Lincolns, the Fear's going to be there, but new pops the BKB, they drop the Doom. Shiro jumps across, they're going to go fully in on towards Lyle. He's still pretty tanky. Can they finish him off? Collapse. He'll turn with the grab arrow to New as the Doom gets blown up by Yatoro. Shiro, he looks to finish off Lyle. He'll
Takes him so
but it's
long.
going to cost him his life. Yatoro and Collapse clean up Shiro as well. As Shiro and New, they're out of the game.
70 seconds without them, and now he just dies to the illusion.
All right.
That was the Phantasm illusion. And Laurel, I mean, it takes him too long to bring it. He got the boat off before the Doom comes out. He's able to actually protect himself. It takes forever for them to kill him, and now 60 seconds. That's more than enough time for Yatoro.
A lot of damage to be done here. Maybe even the game if they want to try and force it. There's a jump forward, they get the RP, they get the drag back, have the damage to bring him down. They're fully focusing on towards the Morphling, but Yatoro's able to put the round. In fact, he's getting it aggressive. He jumps in with a Hex. We'll turn on Planet shot.
Look at him go.
Bring down Planet. He plays fully aggressive. He's ready to make the ball. The skewer. He's into the fountain. The Phantasm's there. Nothing to say. Will fall. Collapsing Yatoro. They walk out alive.
Oh
they just can't kill them, even in the fountain.
Whoopsie.
Actually dies down. Well, it was the arm that Toggles hogged. I don't know. He didn't need to.
He didn't need to.
He's ready to ride this one out. He knows there's 4 dead on LGD. They're feeling great right now about the Cell Spirit. They go towards the top set of racks.
Yatoro, what other player would wave for me aggressively right there? Just so confident. 15 seconds, no Spectre. Will back up. But massive damage done. 2 buybacks forced. Can't even kill that many heroes inside the fountain.
That's crazy. 30k lead here now for Team Spirit.
12, 1 and 7, Yatoro. Impeccable performance from this Morphling.
And what do you do? Is just even if these fountain skewers aren't cutting it, what is going to cut it at this point?
Good question. Back it up. Wait for their CK to respawn.
I mean, they can go for the Roche. 30 seconds or so. We'll see that one back up.
Poor little courier. Floating in the air.
Of course, with their buyback as well. The dream of the Aghanim's Witch Doctor. It's put on hold for quite some time for Why You Smile.
I mean, they need to get some type of enormous double Doom plus another Doom. Either like a double Doom on 2 heroes and then maybe even the third Doom being thrown out onto the Laurel. But they have to catch this Kunkka. They have to just, I mean, they have to stop so many different things. The layers of these fights are just getting more and more complicated for LGD. Lacking damage, lacking control, lacking everything, it feels like, versus Spirit. As Yatoro, he's just playing so confident. The swift blink that he's been doing has been, I mean, pretty cool. These little plays with the waveform.
I've got the Shadowblade pickup on Nothing to Say, so maybe something that will give him that extra chance of closing in and getting the jump by surprise on towards Spirit, but Spirit have been pretty good with the vision.
And he still only has 1 round of everything, too. It's not like he has a refresher. It does feel like they need so many different layers of these fights.
Oh, they're thinking about taking this fight up towards the pit here, LGD. Spirit looks pretty prepared for this. Mirror just scouting things out aggressively, stepping up with the Shadow round. The space is being made. Yatoro
dies fast.
Cleaning up the Roshan. I'll see whether the Shadow Step was just over towards the illusions. They're not finding anything with that one. They're just having to deal with the pressure of the creeps pushing in. So all the space in the world given for Spirit to clean up this Roshan, get themselves another round of the Aegis onto Yatoro.
And a refresher shard for Laurel. Chaos in the fights even more so. Oh, whoa, planted. Pretty deep position. Okay, we'll be able to blink himself away. The final racks. Spirit looking to close it out. Yatoro buying up the full Moon Shard. How do they mount this defense? And it looks like they're going to try some type of very risky play, but it feels like they absolutely have to try this.
They can't sit back. If they sit back, they're losing the base.
They can't let Spirit be perfectly set up for the high ground siege. They have to catch them somehow off guard. Another layer to add to everything. Mira with another Lincoln.
So many Lincolns.
Good luck getting these double Dooms off.
They're heading out.
Whoa.
It's all right. Ready to play aggressive with the X-Mark. Actually, the Hex as well.
Shiro.
He's pretty much gone. He's just dead. The same as Shiro's out of the game. He'll buy back immediately.
He just solo kills him.
It's caught by the Brambles. The Fizz coming in as well. Down onto the 2 of them. Pushing back.
Shiro.
Why you smell Shiro's trying to jump over towards Baposhka.
He's alone.
He's got him with the turret. The boat comes crashing down onto Shiro. Yatoro's able to take him down a second time. Shiro out of the game for good. There's nothing to say. Caught by Collapse. Both dead. No buyback. Spirit. They've got everybody up. They're ready to look for more kills. Deep up towards the fountain. Yatoro kills off another. GG is called. Team Spirit. They'll be moving on towards the grand finals. Knocking LGD down 2-0.
In such a fashion this game, too. Last game, it took them, what, like 80-something, whatever minutes. This game, absolute domination from start to finish. Every single player just having impeccable performance. Yatoro in particular.
I think so.
14, 1 and 8 on a hero that had lost several days in a row.
It really has. You know, Yatoro not afraid to pick up this Morphling that's, if anything, has seemed a bit cursed for a lot of the other teams that try to bring it out here at this international. He goes to show that there's nothing wrong with the hero. He makes it work phenomenally. 14, 1 and 8 at the end of this game. 42,000 net worth. And a hell of a lot of damage done as well. The highest hero damage on his team, 43,000. I mean, well, what a performance, what a series. I mean, they're coming in today, Team Spirit, and doing this 2 times against LGD, who, as we saw, especially in that first game, were bringing out an insane level of Dota 2, but not insane enough to be able to tackle Team Spirit. Team Spirit, they're even that further ahead.
That further ahead, and overall looking at things like looking at the building damage, something we talked about early on in this game. LGD did 29 building damage this game. They could not get to these objectives. The lane domination from Spirit, yeah, just too damn strong today.
Yeah, some crazy, crazy Dota 2 coming out from this series. And Team Spirit, they're the ones that will come out on top today as they move towards the grand finals. Team Spirit take this series 2-0 against LGD.
Utter dominance from Team Spirit, and they will be your ultimate raid boss. They will be a grand finalist Madness here in Seattle in the Climate Pledge Arena in front of a massive crowd. And of course, last time they were in a grand finals, there was no one, apart from a couple of talents here and there, sure, but no one in the crowd. COVID sucks, but this time around they get it, they get the grand finals. I can't wait to see who gets the honor to go up against them. I know that will be quite the battle. But let's talk about how they got here. I'm joined by Fear, Lacoste, and Tigov. Lacoste, this game, we did not expect it to be that dominant, did we?
Definitely not, but Team Spirit, we did expect them to go and run at them completely with the draft that they had, and that's exactly what happened. First game was close, this one was not as close. They did not give them any breathing time. Constant pressure coming out from Team Spirit, double Shadow Blade from both safe lane and the off lane, very aggressive item build coming out from both of them, and they were just hunting them down. Also, Miposhka providing vision with the Treant Protector as expected, and they were just picking people left and right.
I just gotta say, like, I feel like the CK for Team Spirit, right? The fact they could flex it to offlane, like the Spectre pick, we heard in interviews as well, like Spectre, it feels like the casual hero that you can just pick in the draft. You don't really care too much because you know the game's still gonna be the same. But when there's a CK in your lane, battering you down with a Willow on top, like, he just had a free time. And then he just itemized beautifully, like you were mentioning, Lacoste, and the entire game just felt like, who's gonna get picked off next? Where's that next move coming? Miposhka on the tree. It was just such a high-paced game, and for LGD, sure, they've got all the scaling, all the fight, but they never were really able to dictate this game.
Yeah, I think the one thing we haven't mentioned yet, the big one is Yatoro on his Morphling. Like, he played so well on this game, and even all the way up to the itemization. Like, towards the end of the game, of course, you're against the Spectre, so you get the Silver Edge, but he bought a Scythe of Ice on Morph. He was just so confident that he was just initiating the fights, instantly killing the enemy carry everywhere on the map. He's playing versus Doom, too. This is supposed to counter your hero. I remember there's one fight he turned into a Doom, ended up getting Doom, and he just right-clicked the Doom as the Doom, and ended up winning that man fight as well. Like, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen, but he played an amazing Morph, and I really like the Hex pickup he got at the end to just initiate for his team.
I also will say 2 games in a row, we saw Laro on his most comfort hero in the Kunkka. How did he get away with that every time, T?
It's like you're banning out like all these big impactful heroes and suddenly it slips through. Like, it is a product of the new system, right? Like, in the second phase, one team gets 1 ban, one team gets 2 bans. Like, can you really get the Kunkka into that when you're respecting so many other factors? And for Team Spirit, this Kunkka, it was a first phase ban against them time and time again. Like, this hero, it's so easy for them. And you guys, you just keep going, don't you? Jeez. Whatever they're saying.
It was a great battle, and a great battle. Team Spirit punching their ticket to the grand finals, and here to talk about it with probably a big smile on their faces, it's Slack standing by with Silent.
Hello, everybody. May I introduce you to Silent, the coach of the first team in your grand finals, baby. Give it up for it one more time. Used to hearing that, right? Are you used to hearing that? The roar of the crowd? The excitement of the people?
Yeah, I'm enjoying moment. Just.
All right, must have had some very deja vu feelings, huh? Pretty similar to, you know, that big game back in the day. 2 wins first. Do you think LGD would have won Game 3 if there was one?
Maybe. Everything possible.
Okay, fantastic. Now let's talk a little bit about that first series. I mean, Magnus, come on. You picking that against LGD? Was that on purpose? You trying to relive some PTSD from our boys over on LGD?
Magnus is a good hero. We think we also can play him, so we at some point steal it from them. Second win, we tried to do the same. We tried to steal it, but we was prepared, so game was not that hard.
I see, I see. They pick Magnus Game 2, so you just pick Morphling and then you steal it back, right? That's how, that's the way?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Oh, okay, now, very good. Now, Yatoro, you know, he back in the day said that you guys were content creators, you know, making some content. You guys have fantastic content. You didn't let him take a single tower. That's not good content, my friend. That's bad content. You can't even let him take 1 tower in that series?
The game was in our advantage from the start, and we have Treant Protector, and also their lineup is very bad to take towers, in my opinion. Doom, Magnus, Spectre, it's very turtle heroes. You can play aggressive, in my opinion.
All right, now, we've been very calm. You're a very calculated man, so I would like to ask you the lame question, but as one of the smartest men in the building, who do you think is going to be joining you in the grand finals? What's the thought?
I'm not sure. From these three teams, Gladiators looks like in a good shape right now. LGD also very hard to beat team. We're really good at draft. Like we have big hero pool. It's not easy to draft against them. And also Azure, I also think we are a good team with good picks. Don't know. Maybe looks like LGD or Gladiators.
Okay, come on, pick one, please. The audience wants to know. Just one.
Gladiators, maybe.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll see if your prediction comes out to be correct. But an incredible 2-0 series. Such a pleasure to watch you play once again, leading these guys into victory. And we'll throw it back to you guys on the panel.
Well, Slacks really put Silent on the spot there. Thank you for that. Now, he just straight up said Gaming Gladiators in the finals.
He did not straight up say that.
Lots of
his
pushing,
arm was twisted a little. I mean, I think Gladiators looks really good right now. Like, sure, maybe the group stage, they fell to the lower bracket, but ever since they've been in the playoffs, they've been unstoppable, so I would not be surprised to see him there. But as he mentioned before, the other two teams look really strong as well. Azure Ray looking great. LGD, maybe this is a good learning experience for them. They can come back even stronger.
LGD was a team that before the series only lost one game so far, so losing 2 here on the main stage, Lacoste, that does make you rethink strategies. So they got a night rest, they can sleep on it, and surely they learn a lot from this.
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that can recover. I mean, they have variety of the picks. This is one of the biggest brains in Dota that ever existed. Zhao Wei's going to cook something really good for tomorrow.
Sorry, the background. No, yeah, I was also like, for LGD at least, it's like in game one, super close, such small decisions they have to deal with. And the second game, they jump on this mag idea, right? And I think if anything, it will be the argument of CK, do we need to go for mag? Did we get in our own heads? Do we rush towards it? So yeah, the mini meta, it appears. I kind of expect this to be the finals, but that's on Gaming and Azure to step up and try and muscle up against these two titans of the teams.
Yeah, a little bit of mind games definitely there with the Magnus also being back in mid, and we talked about how it looked good on the offlane with Collapse. So a lot to think about there. Also, we didn't see a lot of the Weaver, which we thought was going to be highly contested here today. And it feels like the meta is ever shifting, and it's up to the teams to really learn from each other and take it to the next level. And speaking of learning, I believe a lot of people have been learning, or at least they should have, because Tsunami is gonna test the knowledge.
Hello, friends. It's between Series 3 and 4. How are we doing right now? That's what I like to hear. Now, if you recall yesterday, I played a little game with you guys. You mind if we do it again? Well, then let's roll it. Let's get ready for another edition of Forced 50%. Now this edition has a little bit of a twist. I'm gonna make it a little bit easier for you guys. It's called Higher or Lower Edition. I'm not gonna make you figure out which is the answer. I'm just gonna say a number and you tell me is the real answer higher or lower. And as usual, I have my lovely assistant in the crowd. Slacks, do you have some contestants ready?
Wrangled up some contestants. Hello, contestants. In case you didn't hear, you must simply say, is the number, the real number, higher or lower than the one that Tsunami is giving you? And if you're, thank you so much, very eager. And if you're correct, you get this beautiful Tide Hunter. That's it, that's the prize. Careful.
All right then, are we ready to get started? So specifically, I'm gonna be asking about questions from all TIs. I'm going all the way to 1, group stage, playoffs, finals, everything. So let's get started. How many unique players have competed at TI? Is it higher or lower than 500?
500 players. Is the real number higher or lower, sir?
Higher.
He says higher.
He says
Tsunami.
higher. Computer, is the real answer higher or lower?
Oh!
TI is a very exclusive club, friends. We're not just handing out these invitations. You gotta earn them. And only 434 different players have earned it. That's just getting started, though. Let's take things up a notch. 3 million creeps have been killed at TI. Is the real number higher or lower? And I'll give you a little bit of a hint. At this TI, almost 400,000 creeps have been murdered.
Gee, I stopped paying attention as soon as he started saying numbers. Do you have any idea?
Must be higher.
Higher.
He
Speed
thinks it's
higher. Is it higher?
Computer.
Higher.
It is higher. Nearly 3.8 million creeps have been killed. And as a result of you getting it right, my friend, I would like to treat everyone in the audience to some last hits sounds. Computer, you mind getting some last hits to me? Oh.
Oh, that was, that is,
Dota
that
players
is nice.
live for this. Yes!
He down?
Thank you for stacking for me, audience. All right, I got another one for you. In all of TI, how many times have the maps been pinged? Is it more than 500,000? Is it higher or is it lower?
If it was me, I'd be pinging all the time, so higher.
He says higher. Audience
Computer.
agree? Higher? Okay.
Higher. That's my final answer.
Yeah, I'm aware of your answer. Thank you.
He's
so much.
sticking with it. I respect it. Computer, what is the correct answer?
Hey!
That's
a
right.
tight hunter for
We
you.
gotta communicate
Congratulations.
things. Pings,
Well
pings,
done.
pings.
Boss wants to play. You guys out? A duo? You must decide together? Okay.
What's the question?
You'll find out.
First, I want to make sure that everyone, I wanted to play the song of my North American people. I gave you some last hits. How about I give you something similar?
I don't like that.
Yeah, whatever. It was on cooldown, all right?
Thank you.
I didn't have a TP. I'm sorry. All right, I got one more question for you.
One more, last one. For all the Tide Hunters, we'll give you 10 Tide Hunters. No, just one.
The global average MMR in Dota 2 is roughly around 2,000. Now, as you know, we have been grading the audience.
All right, discuss among yourselves. Make sure you know.
We've heard some theories of people around us. I'm thinking lower. Some crazy shit.
He thinks lower.
Don't ask me what my MMR is. That's not the question. What is your final answer?
Higher.
You think that the MMR of this crowd is higher than the average? Audience, you disagree? I just hear a lot of moaning. That's probably not good. Tsunami, is the average of our audience higher or lower than the average of all of Dota?
Climate Pledge Arena, let's find out. Of course it's higher. You're some smart cookies out there.
Congratulations.
And actually, Slacks, if you don't mind, would I like one more treat? One more.
What?
I want to do one more question.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm going to give this Tide Hunter to the guy who lost because I felt bad for him. Why are you guys all mad? Everyone just said boo. The guy just being nice. All right. One more question. Go ahead, Tsunami.
I got one more question for you.
Yeah.
2,000 games have been played at the International, all the way from TI1 to now. Everything, group stage, playoffs, finals, higher or lower?
Higher or lower? Lower. Lower.
Computer.
I think it's close, but it's lower.
Reveal the right answer.
No!
Just barely. Let me tell you, we got 4 more games. Let's get started. We got some more Dota to get ahead of ourselves. Are you guys ready?
I'll give you this one. There you go.
We only just now broke the 2,000 limit, and what a treat it was. But now we gotta get on our way. A few more series remain before we can finally crown a winner and get to the Aegis. But we'll save that for tomorrow. Let's get ready for our next series.
versus Gaming Gladiators. Both teams secured top 4. Can they make it to the final day? One team will be eliminated towards the end of this one. I'm joined by T-Golf, by Fear, and we had a little change up on the panel as well. Effie, welcome back to the panel.
It's been a long time, Shiver.
It has been a little while that you were on my panel anyway. How excited are you for this one?
I'm very excited. I mean, there are 2 really great storylines here in both Azure Ray and Gaming Gladiators, and it's going to be so hard to see one of these teams go down today, but it's just how it is. I do wonder, though, this is a test of endurance, right? Because Gaming Gladiators did play the first series of the day. They had to wake up early. It was pretty tiring, but now here they are playing the 4th. Whereas Azure Ray, they played the 2nd series of the day, but that's definitely more resting time than Gaming had.
Yeah, I think it's going to be roughly about 11, 12 hours in it, right? It's going to be quite a long haul, and you'd like to think that some of these players have been grinding out enough pubs, in a row to be able to, keep up that mental fortitude, but it is going to be a challenge of endurance. This isn't going to be that you'd expect the cleanest form of Dota just because of how long they've had to be awake to get to this series.
Yeah, I would say it's not really, like, grinding pubs won't help you in a situation like this. It's a completely different mental game, and a lot of it comes down to how involved are you in the team's preparation as well, because in that downtime, you're spending every second you have, like, thinking about what can we do better as a team, analyzing who your opponents might be as well, and that is a completely different ball game than just being able to play 12 games of Dota in a row. All these guys can play 12 games of Dota in a row, no problem. But like 2 best-of-3s might not seem like a lot, but with prep involved, it's a lot of mental fortitude that required.
How would you have spent the couple of hours you had in between the series that you won and the series that you've got coming up later?
Well, for Gaming, they didn't really know who they were going to play yet, so they couldn't really do much for the first couple hours. But if I was Azure Ray, like, you're just studying Gaming Gladiators the entire time and figuring out what you're going to do. And you don't have a lot of prep time for this either, so you got to put in as much work as you can with the time you've got.
Yeah, and the time they had, they better have spent it wisely, because both of these teams have shown that they have got a lot of fortitude. Both series early today went the full 3 games, so both teams have played all those 3 games. And I want to try to break this series down properly, because with that much data to go off of, we have a lot of things to say. And I want to start by talking about Azure Ray. Most importantly, Fear, I want to start by talking about Low. We saw him yesterday, and when they were dropped down to the lower bracket by LGD, we wanted to focus on Low due to his hero pool. Let's go with that.
Yeah, yesterday he got the Weaver 2 times, the hero that's been popping up in popularity right now, but he didn't look super comfortable on this hero, and today they switched it up. Like, Weaver's the type of semi-carry that has to be aggressive, getting in your face, fighting all the time, and he's been playing more of like the Terror Blades and the Spectres, which can also fight the Lunas. He's more of like your traditional carry, get farmed up, farm the map, and then go with your team. So that adjustment they made today really helped him out, I think.
Yeah, to be fair though, the first game that he played as Weaver was not the easiest Weaver game. There was nothing in particular that made it a strong combination. But in both of those games versus LGD yesterday, they had the lead. They were doing incredibly well. So maybe they could consider revisiting it if it's what they needed.
Yeah, I think as well, I'm excited to see them when they do go for the Luna and Lifestealers. Because I think Lifestealer, a hero that we haven't seen too much, additional debuff resistance, especially with how like magic amp and fighting we're seeing, like Lifestealer should be in a pretty decent spot, but again, not really touched too much. But I love the fact that we are seeing a kind of amp up the carry style logic coming from this team compared to others because of the Lunas, the Lifestealers, and I'd love to see it again in this time.
Yeah.
Like at this point in the tournament, having slight shifts in style is exactly what you want to see.
I would love to see what he can do today on the stage against Gaming Gladiators. When talking about Gaming Gladiators, I want to focus on the man on your screen. Quinn has been talked about a lot, but I feel we need to dive a little bit deeper here, T-Gov, because it's not just the year that he's had, it's his career that he's had.
Yeah, it's been quite a turbulent one, right? When you think about at the very start, TI6, TI7, he was unable to escape the NA qualifiers, locked in 3rd to 4th place, and then, yeah, he makes it to TI, but ever since his first showing, it was kind of on a downward trajectory. And then, guess what? Gaming Gladiators pick him up, join the EU region, and here he is, back at top 4. I think it's one of those kind of diamonds in the rough kind of things. He finally gets the group around him, the system, and yeah, he's here in an incredible position.
Yeah, Fear, sorry, Effie, go ahead. What makes Quinn fit in so well?
I think that sometimes things just click. There are certain players in Dota who just have chemistry together, they work together, because we've seen superstar rosters, we've seen teams of incredibly high, individually skilled players get together and just drop out completely. Whereas if you look at Gaimin's team, they are incredibly high skilled, but before Quinn joined this team, you wouldn't really rank them in the sense that these are top 10 BetBoom-esque leaderboards players, right? With the exception of Celery, who is always climbing the leaderboards as a support player. But sometimes it just fits, and that's what happened with Gaimin here. Like, it clicked. We saw it click last year when Rezo joined Secret, and we saw it click again this year, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you there. When I first saw this team form at the beginning of the year, the Gaming Gladiators, I didn't think they'd be that good, to be honest. Like, oh, they're going to do okay in Western Europe, but it's going to be tough for them. And they blew away everyone's expectations, I think, as a team, and they look really good.
Yeah, I think for me with Gaming Gladiators though, they are a team that likes to play off of a draft that has its own kind of script. When you look at the 35-minute mark, they have an 81% win rate in games like in less than 35 minutes. They are incredible, the best of any team in like the top 8. As soon as that shifts past the 35-minute mark, then they're dragged into everyone else. 54% win rate. So they are a team that if they get a draft that knows its timings, they will just perfectly execute everything. So that is the key thing when you're going up against this team. Don't allow them that kind of simplicity of entering a game.
Now, one thing that's a key thing of Azure Ray that we saw earlier today, Fear, is Chalice. He had a phenomenal performance.
Chalice has been having such amazing games. Like, even when they're losing, he's at the top of the leaderboard. He's having great like early game stages. And I think the biggest problem Azure Ray may face as a team that I've seen, even Lanham says it after every single time they lose, like, it's just the communication isn't there. They can be off to a great start, but they'll have a couple bad team fights here and there, and they'll kind of just fall apart.
Yeah, I think that was a good example, in game 1 against LGD, right? They had this bristleback, they were like 10k up, and then suddenly one Magnus Skewer into Murta damage and completely turn around the game. And I think that's maybe the communication that you're talking about, because that was a game that they probably should have won, but a couple key outplays from LGD, and that's why they're now in this position.
Yeah, and in terms of learning from that series, we saw them apply, hopefully, the lessons that they picked up from that series today versus BetBim, because they did play difficult games. They played an exhausting series, but when they needed to clutch it, they did in the end. So hopefully those miscommunications, those positioning errors won't be repeated today. But just to add on to what Fear was saying about Chalice, and the coolest thing about Chalice is he's very sacrificial in that FY will leave him very early on just to roam to the safe lane or to roam into Somnus. And when you have a player like Somnus on your team who is that strong of a mid laner, having a 4 like FY and a 3 like Chalice who doesn't mind being sacked, who doesn't mind having no net worth, you can make so much happen for the entirety of the map and know that your offlaner will still deliver.
Yeah, the offlane played a great role in the previous series as definitely a tempo setter and sometimes as a replacement carry. Looking forward to seeing what Azure Ray can do on the side of Chalice there. And one comparison I still want to make before we head into that draft, which is right around the corner, by the way, but I want to talk about the position 5s first because Celery is a Dutch person and I'm a Dutch person, so I feel like I'm also on that stage. Can take a little credit, sure, maybe. But also because comparing Celery to Tian Ming is just two very different hero pools.
Yeah,
here they are.
I think when you look at Celery, he kind of looks a little bit more traditional in his sense, right? You've got the Warlocks, the Chens, the Venge, but they're very much like amping up the rest of his team. And Xiaoming a little bit more, he looks for the hunt, he looks for the kill, he's always looking for that next pickoff. So it will be a nice offensive defense with these 2 5 positions.
But I do think having a support player like Celery who plays the Chen and the Enchantress adds so much to a team like Gaimin who love to play on tempo. Whereas Xiaoming, he shows his versatility because often he's played this Batrider and this Clock and this Tusk when they're flexed around. They pick it early in this draft, especially during group stages, just so they could shift it.
Can they shift it? Can they do it? Who wins? Gaming Gladiators or Azure Ray? We're finding out. Draft is here.
Gaming Gladiators versus Azure Ray. Game 1.
All right, we're in the thick of it now. Azure Ray in the Radiant side, Gaming Gladiators on the Dire side with first pick. And we got a couple of bans on the board already. These 2 teams are definitely ready. They've waited long enough for this one, T.
Yeah, and I cannot emphasize how important it is for Azure Ray to respect Gaimin's ability to just take over a game in the first 15-20 minutes. The amount of times that I've tuned into a game at like 15 and Gaimin's already crossed the river, 4 heroes parked up, either some Chen strategies, either some LD strategies. So yeah, we gotta, if you're Azure Ray, gotta respect it.
Yeah, so here we are. Anything in particular that we want to see here, Fear, come out? Any hero that that you'll expect to be the most contested?
Well, so far Tofu has 12 games on Muerta, so I assume he may be picking up that one again. So that could be one thing that Gaiman's looking for. It's like they don't necessarily need the Muerta. It's just there's so many heroes that you need to ban against Gaming Gladiators that it always just seems to slip through.
The one thing that does pop up that's a little bit different than what we've been seeing is that Nature's Prophet in the first ban. He's kind of gone unplayed for a while. I mean, Gaiman did play him today in their last game, or was it their second game where they stomped completely? But it's very niche for this first pick. I wonder if that just indicates that they know that Azure are willing to play it in that first phase.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's teams against Azure, they've been just banning out against them in the first phase because they are so afraid of some FY Prophet, just taking over the map.
Yeah, and I think that sums up FY really well this tournament. He has been the type of player that really just wants to get farm. And he's not using that farm to buy Greaves. He's not using that farm to buy a Force Staff. He's going for the big guns. He's getting Gleipnir, he's getting Silver Edges. He's like, on Tusk, he's buying Midas into Ags. He wants to get his farm and he wants to scale.
This Chaos Knight first pick is no stranger to the last couple of days. It's just such a strong hero to build your draft around, and the flex to offlane that a lot of players have been doing now have made it so viable in that first phase. Azure Ray, though, opted to play Dawnbreaker twice today versus that CK from the offlane.
That is an unusual first pick. Naga Siren, and yeah, riddle me that.
It's a great hero versus CK. I mean, CK struggles a lot versus illusion heroes because he's very single target focused, and it makes it hard for CK to play his game when Naga's just constantly pushing out waves, right? Because CK's that group up with his team at some point and take fights, you know, maybe blink initiate, maybe run down lanes, but Naga makes that a lot more difficult for this hero.
Yeah, and on top of that, you then have just the disengage potential. CK, he's a hero that once you use your ultimate and get into the fight, if there's any way to disjoint that, you're going to feel a little bit lost. So for Naga, high armor, you pop that song, you're now going to punish that hero. And yeah, I think, it's now 9:20 right now in Seattle, a Naga game as well. We could go past midnight tonight, potentially.
Oh, okay.
I'm here for
a sleeping reference there, but no. I think we're going to have a Naga game here, and this hero is very good for CK for all the points Effie mentioned. However, the Naga hero, his biggest weakness isn't just going to be a one-on-one matchup. It's how much AoE do you have in the game. Are you going to get all your farm on this hero but not be able to enter team fights? And that's where it can get a little difficult to pick this hero this early. But I've also seen it succeed from first pick positions as well if it has that good of a game.
Okay, earlier today, Azure did play Dawnbreaker twice versus CK. So I have it on good authority that Dawnbreaker is very difficult to lane into a CK, but as the game progresses and Dawn gets items, she's actually really good at fighting into him with all of the heals and the sustenance and things like that. It also opens up the FY Tusk if Azure are still eyeing that.
Oh yeah, that's a dirty combo. We'll have to see if they can get that. If they can get that, Chalice looks absolutely amazing on that hero as well.
The real question for me right now is, to first pick a Naga Siren, this is not a hero that has been a first pick hero ever really, right? It's always, you fall off at 40 minutes, there's a lot of illusion clearing, you're a hero that can have 30k net worth but still feel like you can't take the fight, right? And now that you've snap-picked it into a CK, if CK can just go to offlane and there's a new carry matchup, there's maybe some Pangolier-style anti-illusion hero in the game as well. Like, there's going to be question marks for this Naga Siren that they either need to amp it up and take the fight early, use that Manta Orchid timing to take over the map, play that macro game, or just, just something I need to think about at this stage of the draft.
Yeah, well, the good thing about the Naga versus CK, no matter what lane CK goes to, Naga will be good against it. So Naga in the safe lane is good versus the off lane CK, and if they dodge that matchup, well, Naga's just good in game versus your carry. But the real question is, how often is your carry actually the carry of the game? We've seen so many games where like some Spear Breaker or Centaur get super farmed and they become the true carry, so maybe it's a better idea to just try and shut down the Naga and just let the CK play, that first pick carry position, not actually be the real carry of the game.
We got the Muerta picked up, and that means it's also a little bit of a deny pick to Tofu. It's kind of interesting that this series we have FY was the most versatile position 4 player at this international versus seemingly, based on Heroes pick, the least versatile position 4 player in Tofu. So yeah, he's forcing Tofu to play something else, which we know he can do. He just hasn't shown it or hasn't needed to show it that much this event.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Muerta, regardless of being let through or not, is going to be valuable at any stage of the draft, even if the player playing it is good. But I would like to see FY on one of his more traditional roaming heroes. I mean, Muerta does gimp him a little bit in terms of how he can go mid. I do remember BetBoom Save playing this today, though, and wrapping around mid and doing some really cool plays. So maybe it doesn't stop his potential too much, but typically you would do a support trade now for Gaimin, something to enable the CK.
And already here it is. Gaimin just setting the tempo, right? It's like, okay, we've got a CK, strong lane, a Chen as well. Azure, when you have a Naga, a Muerta, a lot of scaling built in. The Muerta has to be a support in this situation, right? And already, yes, you can make those moves, but it's not as clean as you're mentioning. And yeah, so Azure might need some more defensive capabilities in this draft now if they want to try and survive this 20-minute Chen time, and that's just even earlier, to be fair.
I think Pangolier looks pretty good now for Azure because it's good versus TK, but it's especially good at disrupting Chen drafts. But the thing about picking Pango early on is that he can easily be counter-picked mid, especially now that Necrophos has come back into meta. So they're going to have to hold out on that for a while.
Oh yeah, they
get out.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm gonna say. Like Gaming Gladiators, like the first thing that you have to think about when you play this team is not losing in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
that's the first thing. And I think the Liquid team, they have more experience than anyone playing versus Gaimin, right? So they were able to do that. And now Azure, they already picked Naga, already getting a little bit greedy there. And Muerta, with the way FY likes to play, he likes to play a little bit more greedy. Now they do need some of that outpush that you were mentioning about, like the Pango or something, to be able to just keep these lanes out, be able to team fight when they come knocking on your high ground if you don't have a great early game.
And the Pugner as well, already picked up to counter Naga once again. Life Drain instantly kills off the illusions. You get your shard, you're living the dream. So this first pick Naga, we were concerned about the counters coming into play already. The pace is getting set, the counters are coming in. If this is your Naga carry, it isn't going to be the cleanest game. It's a first pick overall.
I will say, though, these two teams have faced only once before. And of course, Azure hasn't been around for that long. But they faced the Bali Major in the group stage, and they did tie. So there is a chance that they are familiar with Gaming Gladiators playstyle. I mean, they definitely have seen the effects of it here already. And I'm gonna hope that they have something against it.
They were volatile games as well. It was like, I think it was like 28 minutes for one team, and then Azure won in 18 minutes. It was not a series of length, for sure. That was
We heard Stormstormer say yesterday that their experience of an entity against Azure was like, oh my god, these guys just keep running at us constantly. Can they stop? And we saw against LGD, they tried it. Didn't work out, but maybe Gaming Gladiators is a little bit more receptive for this one, Fear.
Yeah, potentially, and they're not really setting up the best heroes to defend your base, so they're not looking that route. And I know these guys, so you've got FY, you've got Somnus, they've been playing Dota for a long time, and it's been something back even when I used to play, the Western teams would always play to push. And then whenever we played the Chinese teams, they just played defense. They just played massive team fight, hard carries. So they know about that style of play, so they definitely are not going to get surprised by this. They just want to play the tempo. Ench is going to allow them to play super fast. Centaur might be able to win them the lanes, and if they can buy enough time, then the Naga can just delay the game.
I just think the Enchantress is great here because not only does it give them the counter tempo that they need and the ability to play mid, but it gives them a Dispel versus the Pugna Decrepify, which makes it so they can fight into that early 5-man and actually have a means to kill whichever target he's saving. But I wanted to say that this pick was very hard for Azure because if you wanted to pick a hero that addresses the Zoo or the tempo coming out of Gaimin, typically you'd look at the Pangolier, you'd look at the Kunkka, but because Gaming Gladiators have that 18 pick and they've been running Necrophos so often, there's no way to secure either of those two heroes, or you just get necroed. But now, in that last phase of banning, Gaimin will take out those anti-Chen heroes, so Azure were in a bit of a tough spot there.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they're answering the Zoo, not with trying to defend themselves. It's to make sure the lanes are really solid, right? And you've already mentioned the Enchantress. On top of that, you now have, the Naga's going to have a pretty decent lane. Centaur plus Muerta, very formidable lane, can actually muscle up against the CK. And on top of it, I think, yes, Pugner's very good against Naga Siren, but we've seen this matchup already at TI, where if you have one core hero that can find the Pugner, then you can stop the life drain, you can stop that big counter come into play, and then Naga can initiate after. So for Gaimin, they just double down on the logic that they're going for, right? They go for this Pangolier, try and be chaotic, because if they do come out ahead in lanes, then it is going to be catch-up for Azure. They won't be able to always protect or find this Pugner, sorry. So yeah, of course, Queen Pangolier, it's a classic.
And Gaimin are set up to pick that Pango of their own because it's an anti-illusion hero. It would have been great for Azure, but there's no way they could pick it that early on. So they saved themselves a ban by picking it themselves. They solved the Naga by picking it themselves. And now they get to ban out Necro and potentially Kunkka, the heroes that would have been good versus this Pango mid.
Yeah, and we're seeing the meta shape up when you're first pick. Normally you pick your mid there. I'm noticing this because you get it out of the way. Now you have a flex pick, and you probably don't know exactly what to ban if you're Azure. Do we ban an offlaner? Do we ban a carry? It gives you more options going into that last pick there, where if you do end up picking something other than your mid, they're just going to ban two of the best mids, and you're going to be stuck with what's left.
I just had to double check. So Quinn does actually have the most Pangolier games of any pro player at 80. So yeah, congrats Quinn. You
congrats.
Yeah. Like he flames all the other players for picking it, and then he's like, wait a second, I'm at TI. Why am I not just picking it myself? This will be his 81st game, and he has a 65% win rate with it.
So Azure have the read that it's just going to be an offlane pick for gaming here. The biggest threats were eliminated for this tempo draft with the Tide early on and this Beastmaster plus Spirit Breaker. That's a long time.
You guys remember the game in Underlord from earlier this year?
Yeah, the Ace Underlord was so impactful because he plays it kind of like how ATF would play it, where he doesn't play always for auras, but he'd have that kind of transition point where he becomes a right clicker as well. But again, classic anti-illusion style hero, beef up, push the push strat forward. Yeah. Nice to see it show up at TI.
Don't forget the gates to a fountain so you can heal up and continue the push as if you never left. So that amount of pressure added to what they already have, it seems very scary.
There's going to be serious damage issues coming out of Azure. I'm thinking about anything that could come out of the mid lane to correct this. Maybe Alina? Anything that can just do an absurd amount of damage.
Classic.
Well, I will tell you, I have been taught, and I still don't fully understand, but I've been taught that this is a great hero for Somnus, first of all, but also there's a little bit of a meme attached to it. Where, I'm going to try to explain this properly. There's the Chad, who is the PA, and then there's OD, who's the not Chad, right? And Somnus is sometimes considered as the cool, stable not Chad. But on the OD, they combine together. There's a meme about it.
So
I'm sorry.
Where are we going with that?
Yeah, I didn't explain it properly, but I know there's a lot of fans at home that are gonna be very happy. Let's find out if the coach of Gaming is also very happy with that one.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with CY of Gaming Gladiators for the second time today, actually, because you played at the very beginning. You had, well, quite a bit of time in between with how the games went. And I hope you took that time to study, because I'm watching this TAI and I feel like there are like a few consistencies, but every team seems to be doing their own things. How does it feel for you?
That might be true. Like, I think everybody has an idea that like heroes like Bristleback and Primal Beast, etc., are pretty strong, and like Hyde is a pretty good item right now. But yeah, it's pretty cool that everybody has their little ideas of heroes they like. Like some teams like Magnus, for example, we don't really pick it, as you can see. We might, who knows. But yeah, I kind of like that a lot.
Most teams also don't really like Underlord that much, and you've picked it. In fact, I don't think you guys even like Underlord that much, because you haven't picked it this tournament. What's it doing here?
I think it fits pretty well, and it's pretty good last pick this game, I think. Like, it's not as strong as before. Of course, we had great success with it in like Berlin at the major there. I think we had like 95% win rate or something like that. So we'll see if we can keep the high win rate this time.
Climate Pledge Arena, you ready for lower bracket semifinals? It's time for game number one.
Yo, what's up? Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We have quite the match ahead of us, Cinderman. Both of these teams have actually played today. We have Azure versus Gaming Gladiators. It is going to be very hype because I know this is not news to anybody else. There's been a lot of Centaur games, but we have not cast a Centaur game yet. And I'm mega hype for these fat, juicy hoof stomped into double edges, Cinderin. What are you excited about this game?
I love watching OD, so...
Oh my, all right, this conversation's over. That is just filthy.
I mean, I feel like your judgment of heroes, you lost your permission after you said Lion is the worst hero to play against in all of Dota. It has been unpicked this team.
I don't. It's not about it being good or bad. It loses the game, of course.
Oh,
Just
so
the
that's why
lane.
you hate playing against it,
Yeah, the
because
lane-
you win all the time.
Yeah, it's too easy.
I understand. Okay.
Very easy.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things here. Obviously, let's talk Underlord first. Gaming Gladiators, this has been a staple for them all year whenever it's been the right game. And here, should have a good lane against Naga Siren. You have the percentage-based damage against Centaur, which is also pretty good. I guess they wanted an aura carrier with their Chen strats. This is bread and butter Gaming Gladiators, mid-game dominance kind of lineup. And Azure Ray a bit on the greedier side. You've got OD plus Naga. And hopefully for them, the Centaur can get off to a good start, because I think they need him to be able to hold the towers when Gaiman's ball is inevitably going to come this game.
Do you think either team coming into this has more momentum than the other? I mean, Gaiman have come from the beginning of the lower bracket, mind you. No team has ever reached the finals from the beginning.
I think Gaiman has the most momentum because their games are shortest.
Okay.
So they're just faster in general. That's gotta be it, right? They're not messing around. They're winning a lot of their games with this Chen in like 30 minutes. And I was thinking, okay, in this series, Azure Ray, if you're going up against Gaming Gladiators, don't give them Chen.
Yeah.
And well, they did it game one, so we'll see if they're going to have the solutions. Obviously, we're going to see the Enchantress as a potential pseudo counter. I feel like that whole dynamic has changed a lot over the years compared to what it used to.
Wow, this is quite the 1v1 support battle we have going on here. Will it end? Ench? Okay, gonna stick it up.
Dead.
Now the right click, and there's the fairy fire.
Gotcha. He had a fairy fire.
You knew that.
I only saw the stick.
You only knew that.
Yeah.
Good job.
Relax.
Doraccio getting already very low in this top lane against the old Centaur Muerta combo.
Yeah, this lane is extremely potent. So you put down the calling, it gives Centaur time to walk in and connect the stun double edge combination, and then if you line it up nicely, you might even proc the silence. And yeah, that's going to be a tough one for Gaming Gladiators. I think a lot of this is going to come down to whether Chen finds the right creep. And well, what do we got so far for good old Celery? He's got a Kobold Foreman. You wanted momentum, here you go.
There you go, okay. Now he just needs a Midas next.
Okay.
They stack.
This one gives speed aura, not the gold.
I know. That's the big brother of the gold man.
That is true.
And the gold man doesn't really last too long, unfortunately. One day, we'll get that buff. I mean, he's drinking that golden cup. He should be given some money as well.
This is a good creep here for Celery. Be able to take the Harpy Stormcrafter.
And that is that still the S tier creep?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's one of them. There's a couple that you really want in the beginning. This one. In this lane, I mean, usually you want an offensive creep to play together with Chaos Knight, but I'm actually not sure if they can play offensively into this. The calling is such an insane defensive spell against anything aggressive Centaur or Chaos Knight wants to do. So maybe you have to kind of settle. He's obviously going to harass FY a decent amount with the Chain Lightning.
All right, I have a question for you. Do you think Quinn has an obsession with Pangolier? It feels like it's all he plays after talking so much garbage about picking that freaking hero. He loves it. I mean, it keeps getting nerfed. We keep seeing it over and over and over. How does it fare against the OD? Because this is a hero that we haven't really... I mean, we've seen Somnus play it. He's like... I don't know if he's the only one, but he has played it ridiculously well to the point where I'm unsure why it's not being picked by other teams.
I guess there's just not many players in this tournament that really feel comfortable on it. The only other player that comes to mind that we saw play it was Kiyotaka, and that was hit or miss, to be honest. Somnus has been the only player that has been consistent on this, and I mean, we say that. It's been 2 games, right? It's not overwhelming, but yeah, the lane matchup itself should be good. OD kind of loses to absolutely no melee heroes in mid, I want to say. Pango should be pretty straightforward, but at the same time, in that pool of mid heroes, Pango is maybe one of the melee heroes that stands the best chance. You can always disengage from the harassment with Swashbuckle. You can get CS because you just have spells that CS for you rather than just your attack. But I expect Somnus to come out of this lane at least slightly.
Yep, Chaos Bolt. Starting action there with Hoof Stomp with Chalice, who's now completely out of mana on that Centaur. We'll see if he goes for... I mean, we're seeing a lot of 1-1-1 builds on the Centaur. Game that Zai went, he went, I think, 2 into the passive, and then kind of had to jungle a bit, and he just had a really rough game overall.
Yeah, this is going to be a much better laning stage for the Centaur than it was in that game, though. We've already come. Okay, there we go.
Calling with
Healing Lotus.
Stomp. Yep, back into it. Gonna get stomped. Nope. Double edge is there. First blood goes the way of FY. You can see that Chalice dies shortly after, so it is a trade, but Azure Ray going to be very happy with that.
That trade isn't necessarily the absolute worst because getting levels on Chen is really powerful. Getting a stronger creep and more creeps in lane will be helpful, and obviously, considering how this lane goes, if he has any sort of just regeneration item or any heal, or in this case a protective item such as the medallion, that is even hybrid, can also use it offensively if they see a kill opportunity. This should probably make for a good laning experience. I don't really think this was a significant loss for Gaming Gladiators because they traded. So Duracho should be a bit more comfortable here knowing that Celery's got his back.
Yeah, what would you say the reason that we haven't been seeing Underlord all too often, despite this being an ace special? You can see Deadshot back in the top lane.
Oh, that
to the hook stomp double edge. The follow Celery is just dead.
Yeah, that was...
Along with the Harpy.
I want to say that was within 10 range of missing that hook stomp. That was super close from Chalice. Well done. Underlord... I mean, the hero is kind of strange in the sense that it's very one-dimensional, right? Like, you're very slow, you only play a specific kind of fights well, you have some very bad lane matchups. In this case, you feel confident picking it because you know the Naga will be carry. But some of the other carries that we've seen in this tournament, such as sometimes like Monkey King would be the standout one, makes your game miserable. And this hero just flat out is not good if it loses its lane horribly. But in this matchup, you feel safe as ace. I think you're going to have a great time. We'll get a Vanguard very soon. And get toward those auras.
Forward again, yeah. The calling with the hoof stomp double edge. You get silence, but looks like Duracho will be able to walk away. You can see Chalice going for the kill build. It's a 2-2-0, in fact. Hoof stomp not exactly the best scaling spell, but getting a little extra stun action. It's going to be valuable for them to continue to get kills in this lane, or at least try to. But Duracho, of course, has that built-in healing mechanic with the Chaos Strike. And he's going to heal up a decent amount. You can see
this is
the bot lane. Ace is in a lot of trouble, getting chased by Lu and Ench. Trying to deny himself onto the creeps, but not going to happen.
And the
Another kill goes away with Azure Ray.
The healing Lotus top went to Chalice, which is very important here. You've mentioned how he's been running out of mana. If he keeps getting the Lotus every 3 minutes, that's an additional stun that can offset that problem in the lane.
Yeah.
It will lay into him a little bit here, but here comes the Arcane Boots as well.
Hoof stomp double edge with inside the calling as well. Duracho just tries to man-fight his way out of this into the double edge, though. Chalice will actually get the kill and live, and now Somnus with the Astral, setting up another kill onto Celery. Well, the Ogre has something to say about that, but Santa's Eclipse is going to be more than enough to provide Azure Ray with yet another kill. 5-1. Early lead for them.
You know what we haven't had this whole tournament, Shannon?
What's that?
Trivia time.
Oh, no.
What do you think the debuff that you get after you get OD ulti is called?
Oh, I know this. Okay, this... Oh, boy. I know this one. It's really stupid. It's mana something. Mana something.
Mana allergy.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Imagine being allergic to mana. That would be very annoying.
Feels like I should be an AM spell name, but maybe for another lifetime.
What's an AM?
It's a hero.
Oh, I haven't really.
Yeah, we haven't seen it.
I almost forgot he exists.
I think he was somewhat popular 6 months ago, and then people realized that he's very boring to watch, so he was nerfed. And then...
Surely that's what happened.
As long as he's not played at TI, it's fine, right? That's the balance discussion. The swash from Quinn. You can see in terms of farm, Somnus just a little bit ahead. Obviously, part of that is that gank top. Quinn has yet to leave the lane. Haven't seen the Rolling Thunder quite yet. Nice Satyr creep for the old Ench. And we'll see if Somnus ends up going for the same relative.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Quinn, Rolling Thunder. They get the OD to start. Doesn't want to put him on the cliff, though. Has to be a bit careful. Astro going to keep him alive a little bit, but he is completely surrounded, and Somnus does die. Quinn getting a very valuable kill here. Hurricane onto the Ench as well, surrounded by creeps. Do they have a stun? No. TP away safely, but still mid lane down. Gaming Gladiators pull away with a slight gold lead.
Yeah, that is a very good kill for them to get. Obviously, Somnus was starting to have a, I mean, not an outstanding game, but OD is the kind of hero that you want to kill a couple of times if possible, so just slowing it down. The hero sometimes falls victim to kind of chain feeding, where in order to cast your spells and deal damage, you need to be in there, and if you don't have the items to sustain yourself against this kind of ball lineup, you could be in trouble.
Oh,
actually,
wow,
okay, that was not expected. But I mean, I guess at the same time, right?
It is
he was left alone because Chen went mid, so Duracho wasn't.
Gaming can get something out of this. Swash is going to miss. This is all for a position 5 ent right now. They'll get it. But obviously, like we talked about, does cost them their CK in the top lane. And now, I mean, Somnus was kind of disappointed to see that hero because he wasn't even in range for XP. He's like, all right, I guess I'll help push because OD is very good at hitting towers, as you can see.
Yep.
But he's going to lose his mid lane in the process with all these creeps from Celery. Oh, Quinn wants to fight, apparently.
Oh, miscommunication there.
Yeah, Hoofstomp not going to connect thanks to the Astral. Let's see if anybody wants to pursue any further. Looks like that might break things up. Still no passive for Chalice, so no retaliate.
Yeah.
We're going for that kill build.
Is going to slow down his farming a little bit if this becomes a little bit more stale and you need to hit some jungle, not having any points in retaliate. Level 3 double edge. If you're stacking jungle, you can't just spam this with a Vanguard. The Seeds of Serenity offset it quite well though, so perhaps he's going to be okay. But yeah, a lot of the time we see Centaurs go to something like 1-1-4 so they can keep farming essentially for free all around the map. But yeah, you can't really question how much it paid off top, right? Yep. Duracho was shut down quite effectively. 3 deaths on the Chaos Knight so far. Is the lowest net worth core aside from the OD of Somnus, who arguably maybe rotated a little bit too much. Like he's moved top twice, like you pointed out. The second time he got nothing out of it except some tower damage, and the first time he was also maybe a little bit late to the party. So.
And Duracho refuses to give up this tower. We can see the calling come in, along with the ult from FY, already level 6, trying to apply some pressure to Duracho. Quinn TP's in with that Rolling Thunder, looking for Chalice. Looks like that's going to be an easy cleanup for Gaimin. So good rotation overall. Meanwhile, hit a Malice from Ace, but he's surrounded by enemies, trying to go through his Fiend's Gate, but it's not going to happen. He will die. But meanwhile, fight continued in that top lane as Quinn will secure a double kill.
Yeah, honestly, they were not even close to killing
Get that courier.
That was, when they went for CK there, I think they only got him to about a third. So overestimating how much damage they had in the tank there were Azure Ray, and that punish from Gaimin hurts twice as hard when you also lose the tower. So I feel like we've seen this type of game from Gaimin a lot of times this year. I feel like I'm watching a replay of half their games. Which means by extension, Azure Ray cannot be surprised. Like this is Gaimin's best strategy, you could say, like this archetype of strategy that they're running here. And it's something that we've had the panel talk about in the past as well. Gaming Gladiators isn't exactly a team that comes out with some really big surprising picks that much, right? You could say Underlord isn't picked that much, but the style
Run into Lou, no song to work with. Gonna turn to the little piggy. FY trying to help out as much as he can. Looks like that's enough distance for the Naga to get away. Might cost them their ench, and it will. So good sacrifice for Azure Ray. Could have been a lot worse.
But that's the thing about Gaimin, though, is that you're watching the strategy and you're like, you could have shown me this draft and I would have guessed it was their team, right? You just blindly show me this draft.
Well, you just see Pango and you know already, right?
No, who played this at TI? You'd be like, that's Gaming Gladiators. But the fact of the matter is, you know they're going to run it. They're going to keep running it until they lose. And hasn't really been the case. So, you know.
They're not slaves to the meta.
Nope.
They're doing what they want.
They're doing what they want. They're doing what they're good at. And if you're not good enough to beat it, they're going to keep doing it.
That's why we found ourselves in this elimination match, lower bracket of TI. Winner of this secures top 3 and will face off against LGD tomorrow. There's Quinn now with the Illusion Rune in tow. I believe he has Diffusal coming. We'll have it shortly regardless.
Yeah, it's on the way.
Lou gonna be working on Manta. No big crazy items. No switch ups from the Naga. That feels like one of the most cookie cutter heroes in the game in terms of just itemization. Maybe a Bloodthorn 4th item. That's the switch up. Centaur, on the other hand, you just get HP, so they're very exciting. He's going to be going for pipe this game. Do you think he's going to have to go for a blink a little bit earlier than that, or they're just taking this a bit slower?
It's kind of awkward, right? Because if you go dagger first and you jump in and you catch the stun, it's nice, but the counterplay potential from Gaimin is just extremely powerful, and you might not be able to overpower them anyway when Chen shows up with Hand of God and maybe some good creeps and Underlord.
Oh, Gwen with the Rolling Thunder. That's a kill. Okay.
Oh,
that was extremely casual. He just walked up and slapped him in the face.
Yep, that was...
Diffusal now online for Quinn.
Unexpected. I don't know how that was so easy. It was kind of strange that there wasn't any protection there and that he just got caught, but That's going to cost them a tier 2 tower by the looks of it. Maybe they're going to try to defend. All right, Somnus is here. Good damage.
Finds Ace. That's a lot of damage being applied. So much pure damage. Insanity's Eclipse to follow. Looks like that's going to be the death of the Underlord. Somnus now finding himself next to Quinn as well. It's going to be a trade, though. Somnus will fall as Celery trying to run away from Chalice and company, but that's not going to happen. So a 2-for-1. The Ench looks like will live as the Zoo not able to fully commit any further.
All right, that was a very good defensive rotation from Azure Ray. I thought they were going to lose the tower there, but quick response. They're not letting Gaimin run the map as they want. And that kind of has to be the attitude you need to have against this type of lineup is you need to fight for your ground, right? If you give up even 10 or 20% more of the map, you're just going to get starved out and end up losing on gold. So fighting for every tower, protecting your areas is the name of the game here. FY with a silence. Yeah. Close to Atos here, FY. Gives them some extra options. It helps the Centaur not buy Dagger by quite a lot that the Muerta is going to be able to set him up instead. And they really want that pipe for the sustain. They need to be able to outlast the Pango ult. They need to be able to outlast the Firestorm. And as I mentioned before, buying Dagger here isn't a gimme because you might not have enough damage to burst anyway, so maybe you're better off just having the durability in the fight.
I have to say, this is feeling like vintage Gaimin from earlier. I mean, we've talked about them obviously a lot since they've been winning a lot of tournaments, but the last couple months, I feel like they've dropped off a bit. They've had a bit of a roller coaster, if you want to call it that, but top 3 network on their side. Somnus going to get some benefit thanks to the Stampede. Looks like that'll be enough for him to get away as Ace comes in through the Fiend's Gate. Horsey action from Somnus. Oh, he's going to show himself again, though. Pit just dodged. Quinn now with the Rolling Thunder. Can he find them in the fog? It's going to be close. Very close. Yes, he finds them. Shield crash down goes Somnus. Wow, that was really well played.
That was a game of hot and cold. Well, he got him.
So that is death number 3 already for Somnus. I mean, how does this hero come back? Is this here you have to get Midas on eventually, or
that is kind of the down. Oh, hang on, that is a very
Dyrachio. All right, that apparently was a Centaur.
Yeah,
they'll be a little beefier than that, but that's
Chaos
a lot of
does a lot of
in the meantime, trying to TP out in the midst of action. Looks like he'll get away. But Gaimin still, I mean, even if they don't get the kill, they're forcing these guys out of their comfort zone, back to their base. We can see that lead just slowly growing in Gaimin's their favor, well, their flavor as well, but their favor mostly.
Love myself some good Gaimin flavor.
Delicious. Pangolier on the grill.
Okay.
Beef enjoyer.
Wonderful. Yeah, so what does OD do to recover? This is kind of one of the problems of this hero is when it's doing poorly in the beginning, the recovery curve is quite steep, and you also didn't go Midas. So I think that is probably part of the reason that a lot of OD games that do get played end up buying Midas early, because the risk-reward of bypassing it requires a very, very well-executed game. And just these couple of deaths on Somnus now, the hero doesn't farm that fast. So if you don't have Midas...
Tier 2 tower down
not
to 17 minutes. Rally skeletons.
Yep. Oh, that's
something to fear.
We love the boys. A lot of the boys here.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
5-minute cooldown on the boys.
I don't see why they stop now. They're going to force out the fortification at the very least. Azure, FY will show up. There's the fort. Tofu trying to protect his nether ward. Still half duration left. Phantasm used by Dyrachio. They want to continue on here. Already half HP on this tier 3. Somnus making his TP action coming. Okay. Try everything on Edge. He gets deleted. Well, he's still alive. The Astral keeps him just barely alive. In fact, he's going to be able to piggy away. The Stampede will help in that effect as well. The Fiend's Gate from Ace to get deep into the base of Azure Ray is already, they're knocking on the door. And Dyrachio getting healed from the sideline from Tofu. They're going to have to do a lot more healing than that. They're going to be able to kill off the Edge eventually, as Chalice is now going to die. And just like that, it's a 5 versus 3. There's a song from Lou, but can they combo this?
No.
And his Eclipse is not up, so their racks will end up falling at 18 and a half minutes. Gaming Gladiators playing way too fast for Azure Ray to handle. Another Reality Rift into, this is going to be too much damage, but there, just at the last moment, Somnus gets off the Astral, but it still will set up Quinn to come in and finish the job. And now Gaming Gladiators with a 10K lead, playing so fast.
And if you think back on the draft, the way this started was Gaming Gladiators picking the Chaos Knight and Azure immediately responding with Naga as a proposed counter. The problem is Naga counters CK later on, but it doesn't counter the tempo. And the rest of the lineup that Azure have built for themselves here are not particularly good with handling this kind of pressure. So you're giving Gaming Gladiators their Chen strat, and you're picking greedy heroes into it. That's, I mean, let's face it, Naga plus OD just is inherently greedy.
Right, this feels...
You're kind of asking for it.
It's not quite the same, but it feels like the Noun series between Gaming Gladiators and them. As Chalice is going to get found out. He gets off the hoof stomp, but Quinn is there with the swash. And the inhibit, as we all like to call it. Chalice will die in front of his tier 2 tower. Of course, Stampede not even bothering to be used because he was dead to rights.
I don't know if Azure have enough damage. I think if Gaming Gladiators just group up and keep going, they're just going to run down the lane. They've got Greaves, they've got Hand of God, they've got the Pugna Life Drain. What damage are you bringing to the table? OD has ulti on cooldown for another minute. Naga has 1 item. So Naga is not ready to fight. This hero doesn't fight properly until it has like 2 or 3 of them. And time's running out. So yeah, here we go.
Phantasm from Zeraccio. Already half HP on the tier 3. Ench, okay. Astral keeps him alive. But he dies shortly after. We've seen a lot. It feels like just a replay over and over as Lou on the... Okay, he's gonna get in a little trouble here. Quinn continuing on. He's gonna use the Rolling Thunder. They do not have Song. There's the Astral again. Can they combo it? Somnus is gonna pay the ultimate price though for this as finally the Song comes out. Quinn not gonna be able to combo up too much as a result. Back to the low ground. Gaiman gonna try to reset as the Ench bot back. So still 5v5, but now those barracks are exposed. And keep in mind, Roche has not even been attempted yet. This does not fit the meta that we've been watching this entire tournament.
But this isn't the first time that Gaiman do this, though.
Yeah, Gaiman are very special.
When they've played this strategy or this archetype strategy, they bypass the Roche a lot. And I think their logic is that it takes too much time and you give up map control. Like, they don't want to corner themselves, literally, when they can just run at the enemy base and not let them play at all.
Right.
If you go there, maybe you lose a team fight and you fall behind. It's opening the door because you're inherently at a bit of a disadvantage by being the team that's in the pit. Like this, neither team has Aegis, and if you're stronger, you don't need it. So,
okay. All right, that wasn't Enchantress no longer, though. Another Astral Imprisonment onto the Centaur, who's stuck inside the pit, so he's going to get rooted again, brought back with the Reality Rift into another root. But the Deadshot's going to keep Quinn away, but still, damage is being applied to these barracks. And Azure Ray not showing many signs of life here. Is Lou on the backside, just going to try to help out, but he's already lost the Centaur. And now Somnus on the run. All he can do is go back to base. In fact, he might be back to death. Will be Astraling himself again, but dies again shortly after as the GGs are called. And Gaming Gladiators completely stomp Azure Ray in game number 1. Gracious.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said this reminds you of the series Gaiman had against Nouns. I feel like Nouns fell into the exact same trap, kind of adjusted their draft in the exact, or came in with a similar kind of strategy. The heroes were different, but the pacing was the same. And yeah, this is kind of just a repeat. You give Gaming Gladiators the push strat, you don't counter it. What did you expect? It's
well, I think there's one difference between Azure Ray and Nouns is they don't have 5 Midases in that game as well, right? So they did try to defend. It's not like they were playing greedily. They have normal items, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
But the heroes themselves just, I guess, couldn't match up to Gaiman's extreme aggressiveness.
The thing that's worth keeping in mind about this as well, this is a 22-minute win, and Gaiman didn't crush the lanes, right?
I would say they won them, but they didn't crush.
They were relatively even. The Centaur and Muerta lane did very well top. They killed Chaos Knight 3 times in lane. Their OD was drawing mid against Pango, then got rotated on by the Chen, so lost that one slightly. And the bottom lane, I mean, Naga was getting farmed, but, you know, it just wasn't amounting to anything because she couldn't contribute in the fights. So it's kind of scary if you don't get crushed in lanes and you lose 22 minutes in this match.
Is there a specific hero on Azure Ray that you'd go back and, all right, let's not pick this against Gaiman?
I don't think you should first pick Naga against this team. And if you will, ban the Chen, right? Like this whole dynamic that these heroes have against each other, I think inherently really favors Gaming Gladiators. And more importantly, it's not just about one specific hero, it's about your like macro approach to the game. Are you playing early? Are you playing late? How do you bridge the gap? if you can't match game in an early game against Chen, you lose 9 out of 10 times minimum.
So yeah, well, they got destroyed.
It's not even close.
In this first game. I was looking forward to my first Centaur game, and well,
you got it.
That was a quickie, yeah. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Synderen. Well, what to say about a game that was that short? Well, a lot, actually. We're going to break it down here on the panel. And Effie, I mean, we mentioned the timing of the Chen and Chen and CK coming out from Gaming Gladiators. It looked for a little bit, maybe like Azure could delay the game. It wasn't the case.
No, it wasn't. I think for Azure to have won that game or have had a fighting chance, they really needed to stomp mid with that last pick OD, but they really just couldn't get it to happen. They went even, OD in the Pango, even before Celery rotated mid and got that kill. And if you're letting this Pango have a strong lane, he can just rotate around the entire map and stop that Naga from farming and choking out the map like she wants to.
Yeah, for sure. And this is like kind of like, can you pass the first test against Gaming Gladiators? Can you survive till 20 minutes? It didn't seem to be the case, and it was actually after the road to the International where there was a lot of long games. I got off a long day. I saw Quinn in the elevator, and then he even came up to me and he was like, what's everyone doing? Like, why are the games going so long? Like, we'll change that. And I was like, all right, we'll see. And he's delivering so far in the playoffs here. These games are fast. They're not afraid to end the games and push.
And it's a perfect example of how to end the game so quickly, right? When you have this, you got a tanky CK, you've got the Solar Crest pipe on the Chen, you then have the Greaves on the Underlord, plus the Pugna. Like, you got everything to amp and go forward. So when you take that bottom lane of Rax, like, wait, why? We don't need to wait for anything else. Just go back again mid. And the greed was the key downfall for Azure. Naga, OD, there's a lot of waiting for these heroes to come online.
Yeah, and they just didn't have D-push in their lineup because earlier today we saw Liquid in their series versus Gaimin have a very strong net worth lead and a tempo draft, but go high ground and lose. So even when it looks like a good high ground push, a lot of the times this patch, it does feel very difficult, even when you have the lead. But in games like this, when you're playing against a single target hero like OD up until he gets stronger, you're playing against a Naga who needs a lot of time to come online, and you're playing against these heroes that are enabled by the rest of their team doing well, like the Muerta and the Centaur, there's really not that much they can do.
Yeah, we kind of missed the aggression that we saw from Azure in previous games that they've played here. Was it just the nature of their draft?
In a lot of ways, yeah. It's like they normally get off to a really good start. Sure, Chalice's lane started good, but it didn't end very well for him. And of course, you first pick the Naga, so you know that lane isn't going to go super well. You're playing versus the Underlord, and the big one, Effie already said, the mid lane matchup. If you pick that OD, you got to have a better performance than that, because he didn't slow down Quinn at all. And when Quinn has a good game, he runs from lane to lane, and it makes it very difficult to farm anywhere.
Yeah, we knew what the matchup was going. Like, you pick OD into a Pango, Effie. They should have known.
I mean, OD does quite well versus Pango, I would say. I feel like Quinn just has such a good mastery of this hero, and he's proven it time and time again. And I mean, often I look at this OD and I think, wow, this looks like a good OD game, but then it's picked and the hero just doesn't perform. I mean, we saw 9 Pandas lose putting their faith in OD. I mean, Kiyotaka is considered one of the best in the world, and he still couldn't make that hero look very effective.
Yeah, it's also the swarming that you can do, right? When you have a Pango versus OD mid, OD, sure, you might CS better, but Pango just makes the moves on the map, right? You connect with your heroes, and then when you have such beautiful side lanes that go well for gaming, it's such an easy game for Pangolier. Any lane he goes to, it's going to net a kill. Meanwhile, OD's like, I can't match this aggression, I can't do this yet. And then Naga also, I can't do this yet. It was a lot of just coming out from Azure.
Yeah, and we don't see a lot of Underlord. This one, of course, worked out fantastic. Does it mean we're going to see it more often, T? Is this like oh, this Underlord is doing quite well. Other people should be having it on their radar.
There probably won't be another game at this TI that a team first picks Naga Siren to allow a team to pick Underlord like that. This was a rare opportunity, and yeah, it's not going to happen again. Underlord maybe, Naga first pick, no.
Can I be a little fair? I think there is a good concept when it comes to Naga Siren versus CK, especially now that CK's come into that first pick material over the last week. So I know that Naga is one of the best heroes at disengaging, and you guys are very loud.
It's so hard.
Naga is one of the best heroes at disengaging versus a cooldown ulti hero like CK, but I think that the biggest issue with this Naga was not looking at anything else but the Chen. It's this Chen that made Naga impossible to play, and we saw in Gaming Series versus Liquid today, Liquid did not give them Chen once, not once, and that's what Azure have to do. They do not give that away.
Well, we'll see if Azure is gonna let that Chen through again, because it did look incredibly strong, and it just sets a tempo that is just so hard to deal with. We've seen it time and time again. But of course, back to the drawing board for Azure. We'll see what they come up with for game number 2. Before we do that, though, we're gonna check in with some fans, and I don't know whether it's Slacks. It is Slacks. He is somewhere. Where did he go? Where is he?
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with some more outliers from our crowd, some very important and special people. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Munir.
And what is your name?
I go by Stan.
All right, now, gentlemen, you have maybe the hypest stat out of anybody in the entire arena. Do you have any idea, after talking amongst yourselves, what it might be?
Well, I think maybe it's because I suck after so many years of playing Dota.
Now, that's all of us, my friend. No, is that all right? No? Incorrect.
I think it might be because of Ochre.
Okay, okay. Any idea?
Maybe I got banned a lot of, like, you know, the people reported me. I don't know. Or maybe a spam inspector. I don't know.
You guys are on the right track. That's a all right. You two have, drum roll please, the most rapier purchases out of any single person in the arena. These guys are Giga Chads. They don't care about anything. The stat also, you lost the most rapier. No, I'm just kidding. No, no. All right, I gotta tell you, you guys are Giga Chad base to max. What makes you buy rapier so often?
Well, I'll say salty teammates.
Oh, no! Don't edit that out, edit that out. Why do you buy so many rapiers?
The best comeback item, guys, trust me. Make more rapiers, make more rapiers. Make my name out of the list. Make more rapiers.
God, my God. Now, one of you, if you remember, ended a game this week with 3 rapiers in your inventory. Do you know who that was?
You, man. Could be me, yeah.
What do you mean, could be me?
I try to make a rapier every day, you know, it's like, it's an item in the game. It's there to make it, so you make it, you know?
Well, best of luck to you, gentlemen. You guys are fantastic. One more round of applause for these 2 psychopaths. Thank you so much.
You just try to make a rapier every time you go into a game. I mean, that's a strat, Fear. Have you ever tried that? Every game you go into is like, today, this game.
I like winning MMR, so.
You know, you didn't say they were losing with the rapiers.
I mean, I don't know. We'll have to ask. You could be right. Maybe they win every game, and they're the best players in the world.
First item, 7th item, 6th item. Like, when are they buying? So many questions.
We didn't have that information. I mean, you gotta go back out there and ask the question.
I'll find them. Don't worry. I'll get back to you with that one.
Will you actually? There's no way.
Trust, I will find a way. I will find that guy, and I'll find out exactly the
I'll hold you to it.
Yeah, how many people would have ended the game this week with 3 rapiers in their inventory? Probably a lot, actually. Let's be real. A lot of Dota being played outside the arena and inside the arena. We're getting, it's getting quite late, but I will say, earlier today, I thought we were in for the longest day and international ever. At the moment, Gaming Gladiators, though, they seem to want to get to bed or something like that. They finished the game very quickly. Azure will have their work cut out for them. The break in between games is almost as long as the game. So we do have a lot more to break down, but mostly going forward, because adjusting after a game like that, Fear, I bet you have had a very long career, so I bet you've had some fast losses in that as well, and that means, you know, your whole plan basically failed at that point. Where do you go? Like, how do you start breaking that down?
Those are always, like, somewhat the easiest ones to deal with.
Really?
Because, like, you know exactly, it was a short game. There's not a lot of tape to really, we got pushed really hard. Maybe we can't be so greedy. It's not much to really talk about, so you know the problems. And I think the biggest problem that they're going to go back and talk about is, how do we survive past that 20-minute mark? And that's a question that every team has had, but not a lot of answers other than Liquid.
So you think Lanham, then, Effie? Lanham is the one to have to put the work in here?
I mean, for sure, but Azure have fight in them. I thought their laning stage went quite well. I mean, before the Chen snowball started to happen, they looked solid. The net worth was 1K apart from each other. Like, sure, Gaimin did win the lanes by a very slight margin, but normally in a game like that, it doesn't explode so quickly. Again, I have to highlight this. Chen, Lanham, do not give it away. I believe in you. I know that you can give us a competitive series. Just respect Celery's Chen, please.
In the past, T, whenever there was a Chen, the ultimate counter was always the Enchantress, because yes, they can take creeps off another, but once Enchantress takes the creep. There's the cooldown, so it will die eventually. Why didn't that work? Why doesn't that work anymore?
Because Chen groups so quickly that Ench likes to play a little more drawn-out fights, right? You want to take engagements over 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You want to utilize the items you can buy. You're not a hero that really capitalizes on that early game aggression. Because when you're getting run at, just like the crowd behind me running at me with this audio, you need to be able to deal with it. So Ench doesn't deal with overwhelming aggression. So Chen is just better in that capacity.
You know, we can deal with that in a way.
We can.
Yeah, because I believe under Fair's feet,
there we go.
There's a secret box.
Silence them, Fear.
Okay, I don't know if they can be, but we'll try.
Try your best. Actually, if anything, it's going to be the opposite. You're going to make them louder with this logic.
What do we got here?
There we go.
Why does it say CSGO on the box? That's not CSGO.
Oh.
It's the same. It's Valve as well. That is a nice t-shirt. How's your throwing arm?
Pretty good. I don't know if the mic's gonna come with it though.
You're allowed to take your headset off.
I can throw it behind me. It's like the
blind
wedding.
one. The blind one. Oh, that was pretty good. Nice. Congratulations. Now I also know that there are some things in there that you cannot throw. There's candles.
This box?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should not throw them. But you can give it away, but you would have to take your headset.
Right. How many am I giving away?
Yeah, this is...
How many?
What? How many? How many do you want to give away?
Two. All right, there we go. I'm out.
A candle? I'm not gonna
We're not allowed to throw it, guys. We don't want anybody to get hurt.
How about we very gracefully and calmly pass you a candle?
See, look, oh look, such an endearing fan there. No fear. To your right. To your right. Oh, he threw it.
He did. Yeah, okay, but that was allowed.
That's a light throw. Oh.
And look, there. Whoa!
Oh, I thought it was a candle. I actually thought it was a candle for a second. I was like, oh my god, Fear is unhinged.
What is this?
That's a jersey.
Oh, that is a cool jersey. That is.
Do you guys like this one?
Does everything?
I'm not as good.
Everything must go.
Go right. Go right. Go right. Go this way. Yeah, go right.
Oh, there you go, T.
Go left. Go left. Go left, T. Go left, T.
Far left.
T. Go left. 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 Wow.
Nice. Good catch.
There we go.
All right, well, everybody's ready. They got their swag bags on, and the lights go off in the arena because it is time for the players to be in the spotlight. It is time for the players to take the stage once again, as we do have Gaming Gladiators and Azure Ray. Game number 2. Durasho is soaking in these crowd vibes right now, and it is feeling really good to be in this arena in Seattle on this Saturday night. We're, of course, on the penultimate day before we crown our champion, and both teams still have a good shot, but Azure Ray is with their backs against the wall. They need everything. They need everything they have, and before we see them play, we are gonna hear them talk.
TI 势力对我来说，在小时候可能会非常难受吧。但是自己渐渐长大了，也释怀了吧，觉得自己只要尽了自己的全力就好。就自己还算是一个可以重新站起来的人。
I followed FY closely. Man, how's this guy so good? Because he didn't play for a relatively long time, and when he came back, he's just like FY God once again.
我觉得打 TI 冠军和过程都很重要吧。然后我觉得，因为你要获得冠军的因素很多嘛，所以你只要问心无愧就好了。然后，当然人生中也有很多遗憾嘛。 可能对我来说，就我还在这条路上越走越远嘛，就还没有到尽头。其他选手觉得我最应该获得 TI 冠军，我觉得讨论这个没有意义吧。就是，我如果得到别人的认可，光是这一点我就觉得足够了吧。
FY, I think that he's one of the players that I think probably the Dota community at large would most like to see win a TI in the future.
如果今天夺冠的话，对我来说应该是改变一切吧。
FY why, yeah, he definitely, I mean, there's something to be said. Some people deserve a TI. I think he deserves a stage, and he's got it right now. And climbing ever higher is what he is doing, as he says himself. Top 4 is fantastic. Of course, top 3 would be better. Can they force out a third game to this series to keep their dream alive? Let's find out as we're ready to head into the draft of game number 2.
5 seconds remaining. Gaming Gladiators versus Azure Ray. Game 2.
Here we go, Gaming Gladiators, Radiant side, Azure Ray, Dire side, first pick, Azure Ray. And they need to come up with something different. And I know you guys were a little later than me in terms of seeing the bans there, but I think a lot of people are going to be very happy to seeing that Chen removed, so they don't need to see and don't need to deal with that one anymore. We got Bristleback and Nature's Prophet removed on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and more healing heroes eliminated as Azure Ray take out the Dazzle T. I think this is a welcome change.
Yeah, I think if anything, Azure Ray is saying, after that first game, we respect your pace that you can set, how methodical that you are, and they're not going to mess around. They're taking out these high-paced heroes that Gaming have utilized to win games so quickly. And of course, in the panel in the past, we were talking about Chen. There it is, Dazzle as well. Will they, go again with another high-paced ban?
Maybe, potentially, but this time around, Azure Ray do have that first pick, so if the CK isn't available, they'll most likely just open up with one of the meta supports from themselves, either the Muerta or the Pugna, something much easier to build around than that first phase Naga.
I will say, though, that you can't fix all your problems for Gaming Gladiators with bans. And we've seen that throughout the year. And what I really am respecting about Gaming Gladiators right now, we looked at them at like Riyadh and these tournaments where they looked a little bit down with the new map changes. And I feel a lot of that came down to is they were changing their identity as a team. They've always been this group up team push. Sure, they would still pick hard carries with it, but they weren't afraid to buy a bunch of auras and end the game. And I feel like they have used this time to go back to that. Find their old type of playstyle, reinvent themselves, and be able to find a way to do it again. And it's very scary, and you can't ban them out. So you're going to have to find ways to make sure that you can take them not only in the early game, but potentially in the late game.
Yeah, and a slight shift up from Gaming here. Earlier today, when they had this Pugna first pick against them, they were going for that Muerta, but now they're throwing in the Weaver into contention. I think Pugna, extremely good lane dominator, but in the game, you don't really want heroes to constantly pressure your positioning. You want to be able to stand your ground, hit that life drain, decrep, kind of free cast your spells. So if this is a Weaver and a Koro, you happily like to buy Nullifier, you always Sakuchi to the back lanes. So it just forces a little bit of threat to what is becoming a very popular support right now.
I also think that Gaming learned a lot from their series versus Liquid, that responding to the Pugna with the Muerta doesn't necessarily solve the Pugna early on. I think if you're playing versus teams like Azure Ray, who do tend to play that group up lineup after lanes and have these tanky heroes that you can sustain, picking something like a Weaver, potentially pairing it with a Grimstroke, gives you a way to get on top of this Pugna early on and not have to address it from the mid lane.
Yeah, and I do like, I don't know for sure if Dorachio's going to play this Weaver, but him being on lane dominant heroes and this patch with the way they're playing is a big reason why these games are going as quickly as they are, because Dorachio, he's a great player. He can play a lot of different things, but I think he is a specialist at like being aggressive. Sometimes overly so, but Weaver's a great hero. I'm in too deep, I'm just going to press my ult, get back, win the laning stage. It's a really good hero for him.
Yeah, and it's why I think obviously Gaming have found so much success throughout the year, is because you want your carry player to be that aggressive, because Ace, he is going to be that fallback plan and secure you the late games if the things are going to go a little bit awry. But no, I love seeing him on a hero that can just be proactive after laning phase.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's why Dorachio has always been able to play this way, in this very aggressive, very hyper enemy, see enemy, kill enemy kind of playstyle. It's because he's not always the win condition. I mean, sometimes he does deliver when Gaming are forced into that draft-wise, but he can farm these aggressive places and get picked off because of the stability of Ace, because of the stability of Quinn. And no other team in this TI has that kind of dynamic.
Yeah, we're watching the man who's most likely going to pick up the Muerta for his team. They have not yet flexed it, and I don't think they will this time around. It definitely is very much comfort for Gaming Gladiators having this Muerta played by Tofu.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it is it opens up all of Ace's hero pool, right? It could open up a potential Tidehunter lane, a potential Centaur pairing, and it also makes it so that the enemy team has to think about Grimstroke. They don't want to expend their ban on it, right? But if they leave it in the pool, it could be a hero that Gaming is eyeballing.
Yeah. Also with meta, Ace, he's only played, I mean, technically Lone Druid is kind of ranged, but also melee. He's only played one true ranged here, that's Dazzle. So all of the melee heroes that he has been playing will just amplify a range position for, like Murta, to just do a lot of pressure in the lane.
Yeah, I'm curious what Azure Ray's response is going to be to this, because Gaming's not showing that they want to push really hard or anything right now. They're keeping it open, and most likely they're going to pick an FY hero here. They're probably just debating closely what's it going to be. And it's going to be the Clockwork, and that is a hero that I have seen a lot against the Morta. You just get on top of the Morta, maybe buy a Blade Mill, whether it's support, like you can try and dead shot him out, but he's going to stay in the cogs, right, and still battery assault you. You hate getting jumped on top, so pretty good pick.
Yeah, same thing to Weaver to some capacity, right? Like if you get on top with the cogs, then you're gonna have to force the timeouts to get back out of the cogs, and it's just a lot of vision and backline jump, and at least, like you mentioned with the Murta, it's annoying. Weaver, it can be annoying, and then you go as well with the Kunkka. So a lot of mobility needed for Weaver to feel good, and now 2 heroes that can contain it either through the cogs or through the X mark. It's, yeah, some nice responses for Weaver for sure.
That's a bold Kunkka pick, I'd say. Just I don't think Chalice hasn't played it yet.
Correct.
Right, he has not played it yet, and we know Somnus loves the hero. And from what I've seen of most all Somnus games, if he doesn't have a good laning stage, this team does fall apart a little bit, and he's so good at exploiting other mid laners by just picking a good hero to punish them. So we'll see what happens here, and then I think, yeah, we're most likely getting that Lone Druid in the off lane here. This is a hero that Lone Druid, he loves this matchup. You can Tidebringer him all you want, but with the synergy, he's going to keep healing it back, he's going to keep right-clicking you back, and once you get level 6, you're not bursting this hero.
The last time they picked this Lone Druid, they followed it up directly with a Pangolier, but they don't have that this time around. They need some kind of tempo controller from the mid lane to make it so that Lone Druid can take these fights. They need some form of control, right? Whether it be an Earthshaker or an Earth Spirit. So I wonder if they're capable of bringing it out here, but that's what makes the Kunkka pick so brilliant, in my opinion. I know that it looks bizarre coming out this early, but I do think that Chalice can play it if they need to play the flex, but early on, they couldn't get the hero that they needed versus the Zoo, versus the tempo. They needed something like the Kunkka, so if they secure it here, they still have the potential to respond to the mid lane pick in their overall 18th pick anyway, so it works out for them.
Yeah, it feels like a reaction to how Gaming won that first game for sure, 100%, and I think the only thing for Azure Ray right now, showing your double support so easily has given Gaming that ability to pick Lone Druid, right? Like this Lone Druid into some Pugna lane, into some Flock lane, you know you're going to have a good time, and you don't care about these heroes, like pretty much the entire game. And you throw an Ench as well. So the previous game we saw the Chen, now you put an Ench, like these are just, they're just double downing every single time on, if we win our lanes, we're going to take your towers very quickly. And we aren't seeing it too reliably from other teams so far in the international, but Gaming at least, they're drafting very quickly in the pace that they want to set in their games.
Yeah.
In that case, wouldn't you be able to address the Lone Druid with a Luna? You know, something that can play into it on lane?
A Luna?
Or a TA, that works too. Any kind of ranged carry that you could potentially pair with the Clock if you are putting this Pugna on the offlane makes it, and a high damage carry like the Luna or the TA, they make it so that you're constantly harassing this bear and he doesn't have that free farm lane to tempo off of.
It's definitely interesting, and Lone Druid's a hero I love to play a lot, and the most annoying things are ranged heroes, as you mentioned, that can keep their distance, keep hitting the bear, and more importantly, kite it, and the traps can do that. But the one thing I have noticed with Lone Druid versus TA is sometimes you want to burst a hero as TA, and bursting in true form is almost impossible, and you always have that resummon on the bear, and you end up rooting the TA, so it's not the easiest matchup in the world, but it could be good on the laning stage. But it's hard to say. So you got 2 ranged heroes, right? Within like the Morta and the Lone Druid, they're going to keep right-clicking you. Don't know if it's going to be a free lane at all, but it could be something they look at. And TA always has the option of going mid. Kunkka could be the off laner. They could still pick a carry if they wanted to.
My one concern for the TA is you like to play on explosive entries to a fight. You know, that 1-2 follow-up. They have hookshot into TA jump, but with a Weaver, you have a time lapse to get away. Morta, pierces the veil. Lone Druid, true form. You can be tanky with the Fear as well. Like, there's a lot of ways to prevent TA from always getting that kill in that initiation. So I think Azure Ray, they need one more hero that can do that, because they don't have a lot of burst right now. So this TA, sure, you blink in, you look good, but then you're suddenly out of position. It could get very scary when the game can just swarm over you with these heroes.
What are the chances that because of the Kunkka early pickup, they might still rotate it elsewhere? Is that still a possibility?
Yeah, for sure. The flex is still open between both the Kunkka and the TA. The TA could still be put on the mid lane, depending on what Gaimin may or may not pick here, and the Kunkka could still be put on the off lane. I don't see an issue with any of these flexes right now. So that is why I like this Kunkka so early on. I think that the Kunkka flex actually works best when you have first pick and you open it on this 15.
Yeah, it definitely could work here. That is a hero that's pretty annoying for Weaver to play into as well, because you're going to constantly Tidebringer spam him, you're low HP, and if you do drop a Sentry and you get an X on him, pretty much dead meat in there. You're going to squash that bug pretty easily. So that could definitely work for them. But
Also,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying if you ban out the Necro and the Monkey King, I feel like Kunkka can just go mid versus anyone in this patch.
Probably true. I mean, I would leave it to like Quinn. Actually, Quinn doesn't really like punishing you. He'll normally just pick the heroes that he thinks are good for just his team, right? And what his team needs. And what his team almost always needs is someone that can just stun heroes, move across the map. Ace is going to be farming. Jirachi is going to be farming. Well, sure, they're going to join fights, but you definitely need someone to lock them down so you can get these kills.
There's quite a few heroes in the pool that would still fit the bill there of the qualities that you want out of the mid laner. We'll see which one Azure wants to remove. They will reveal a little bit more about what their plans are potentially now with this Monkey King ban.
Yeah, I mentioned the Necro and the Monkey King because those are the two really disadvantageous matchups, it seems, for the Kunkka. So by banning this, they honestly have already revealed that their Kunkka wants to go mid. So Gaimin had the correct read in banning Chalice's offlane pool and Tidehunter and Dawnbreaker.
It would seem strange, though, for them to last pick an offlaner here when Weaver was like the first pick, right? So could be a potential thing, but it looks like Gaimin agrees that they think they need an offlaner here by banning Dawn and Tide. But they're going to save that for last.
And already it's like Brewmaster. We're seeing team pick Weaver to counter the Brewmaster, so Chalice isn't probably rushing towards that one. Centaur, it's like, sure, and it's just a beefy offlaner, right? But of course, I think Tide would have been exceptional, great at delaying it.
Ooh.
And they do go for the Brewmaster. Again, Weaver is a very good lane matchup into this Brew. You have that constant chase down.
Oh dear!
He's back. This is Quinn Callahan in his finest form. The last pick, the 24, throwing in a Husker.
Why now? Why here?
Necro was banned, Monkey was banned. These are like the anti-laning heroes of Sumnus. We heard earlier, I can't remember who mentioned it, but if Sumnus doesn't have a good lane, games can get kind of weird. This is it. Husker, win your lane. Lone Druid will end your game. Gaimin, want to get out of this one.
Yeah, this is also the first Husker of the International here, so a little bit of extra flair coming out for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, earlier Quinn played the first Void Spirit of the International, now he's playing the first Huskar. I mean, it looks like an excellent Huskar game. He's going to have a great lane versus Kunkka. There's no natural Vessel Fire on Azure Ray to pressure him early on, and it's great versus TA also. I mean, this TA win condition becomes a lot scarier. Now, for me, it's all eyes on the Brewmaster. What is Chalice going to do for his team? How is he going to be able to win these fights? Is he going to be able to cycle on the Huskar? He has to have a good lane for that.
Yeah, and I think this Huskar, it's a great Huskar game overall. However, generally, we don't see Huskar a lot, and the main reason is he normally needs more heals with him to keep him alive. And this isn't really a draft where Gaming Gladiators can keep the Huskar alive. They don't have the Chin anymore. They have the Inch, they have a Lone Druid, they have a Weaver, they have Morta. They don't have like that Dazzle Huskar like effect or Chin Huskar. So he's going to have to keep himself alive, which means he has to have a great laning stage.
This is his 19th game on Huskar. He's got a 72% win rate. He knows when to pick the hero. He knows when to do it. And I think, to be fair, this is kind of that game. If it was any other team, I'd argue they don't know how to end the game in time. The meta does not dictate this type of pick. But Gaimin, they showed us in the previous one, they know how to win in 30 minutes. And this would be the type of draft to do it. Damage is Azure Ray's issue. And against a Huskar, a Lone Druid, a Weaver, you need damage to kill them off. And do they have enough to kill even one, if not all three?
So how is Azure Ray going to extend this game longer than the big ball push from Gaimin? What do they need to do?
They need to win their side lanes. Or they need to win their side lanes and then rotate the clockwork early on to deal with this Huskar. If they can kill Huskar once or twice in the early game and slow down his tempo, they can play off of Brew's great team fight.
Well, let's find out if they can do it, if they can force out game number 3. Before we head to the game, though, we're heading over to Marshall, who's standing by with Coach Lanham.
Hello, everyone. I'm with Lanham from Azure Ray, and Coach, I want to ask you, are you surprised they're picking the Huskar, and what's the communication before the game starts? What's the communication to your player to get them ready into next game? 想问一下你，就是有没有惊奇他们会选哈斯卡这个英雄？然后在刚才 BP 结束之后，你是跟小伙子们怎么来沟通去打哈斯卡的？
他们选哈斯卡这个其实是我觉得应该受了他们第一局的影响，他们第一局赢了比较轻松，然后觉得第二局可以用同样的方法来赢我们。我觉得哈斯卡这个英雄除了对线，其实 在整体他们的阵容里面是比较差的，因为他们没有控制吧。然后我们可能会玩的就整体会更散一点吧。
Well, I think they get some effect from the first game. They pick Huskar because they win the game 1 so easy, make them into picking Huskar, and hopefully they wanted to win us again. But I feel like Huskar doesn't really fit to their draft this game. I feel like they are lacking control, and we will play loose, and we have confidence. Back to your casters.
Oh, Lanham's not going to be too happy with the beginning of this game. Holy Jesus! Already 3 kills for Gaming Gladiator. That was the biggest inner fire I've ever seen. Now Somnus under his tier 1 tower will fall as well. A 1K lead at -10 seconds in game number 2 for Gaming Gladiators. Oh my God. All right, well,
can I just say I love the irony between, or the juxtaposition of that interview, and you can see at the same time his team just getting bodied in the river. It's like, I don't think they have enough control to handle us, and they killed 4 heroes.
The only thing missing was Curb Your Enthusiasm music in the background, because my goodness, that could not have started any better.
This is a 2K gold lead, minute 0 for Gaming Gladiators. They get 3 bounty runes, 4 kills, of which 2 of them go to the Lone Druid, a tempo-based offlaner that Gaming Gladiators are running. I think, you know what Gaming Gladiators comms were in this draft? They were like, okay, 22 minutes, guys. We can do it faster. They're effectively doing any percent Grand Finals day, top 3 TI finish against Azure Ray. And there, I mean, there's no way around it. Azure Ray are already in serious trouble here, and they've got to pull one out of the bag to handle this safe lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that VOD a little bit later. Zdorachio's taking a little bit of damage here in that bot lane, but that level 1 inner fire, I think it hit 4 heroes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
A wombo combo before the runes even spawn. Okay, so if you're Azure Ray, can't stop laughing. How do you reset after that? Because that is so ridiculous.
I mean, the main thing that you have to try to play on is recognizing you need to not let this snowball, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. If you can't win your lanes at this point, oh boy, FY is dead.
Yep, it's snowballing already. Chalice now in a 2v1. Gonna take some heavy damage, will likely live.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators have strong lanes too, did I mention that? Ench Weaver on one side, Lone Druid Muerta on the other. So not only did you lose the rune fight, you're playing against some extremely powerful lanes. And that's what I was gonna say is, maybe you can't win the lanes in this game. The challenge now is to not bleed too hard. Because I would feel like if this started out at just as a flat-out even runic
courier kill. Oh boy, well, it's just the Wraith Band recipe.
It all adds up, you know, they're already starving, so...
Yeah, true.
If this had started out with a 0-kill rune exchange, I still think Gaming Gladiators just have better lanes.
Yeah.
I think all 3 even are in their favor on paper, so... You add on top of that terrible start, and it's just adding fuel to the fire here, so...
Yeah, I mean, you even mentioned Huskar versus Kunkka. Any melee hero is going to have a lot of issues against the Huskar.
Yeah.
And what about in the game as a whole? Because Lanham wasn't too impressed. I mean, forget about the opening moments, obviously, which he was not privy to.
Yeah.
FY, looks like he's a goner as well. Dorachio should be able to find him. Indeed, he does. Already on a killing spree. Now the Swarm attached to Chalice. A lot of minus armor. Now we'll pop the wand and be able to waddle away. But Huskar as a hero for like the mid to late game, if you want to call it. How does that hero fare these days?
I can definitely see what Lanham was talking about control, right? Like the Radiant Lanham in this game doesn't really have much in the way of stuns or slows that are reliable, but what they do have is really tanky cores that are dominant in lanes. So the Huskar pick is largely dependent on this early game to go very well. He doesn't have any protective line of like healing or save, which you usually pick this hero with. But again, on the side of Azure Ray, not exactly the best damage either, right? You need time to get that damage.
A lot of damage just being gone on by this bear. We'll have to use his meld, which obviously I'm not going to have a detection that deep into the tower, so he will live, but my goodness, getting bullied so hard as Chalice will now die, and Dorachio, he's 4-0.
Yep, and he went Urn, so he's snowballing this lane really, really hard. I mean, is he just gonna... Yeah, I was just wondering, are you just literally just gonna dive between the towers? Okay.
Yep, Urn charge already applied, and FY is in a lot of trouble. Only level 2 will put the Nether Ward down, but the Pinecone will get his revenge as Celery claims that.
That is just absolutely ruthless. 5K minute 4?
Yep, it's 9-0 after that pop shot from Tofu.
Well, we officially have a 5 top net worth heroes on Gaming Gladiators. 4 minutes into the game, their position 5 has more net worth than the enemy mid.
Indeed.
That is, if you're new to Dota, that is not a good sign for the Dire team. Gold is good, and you need more of it.
Quinn Somnus trying to dive against Somnus. Doesn't have his ult quite yet. Celery's going to find him with the tomato. Inner fire to destroy Somnus again. And Gaming Gladiators clicking in every way possible. And Azure have really...
All right, good news, Brew is ahead of Muerta by 30 net worth, so they have a hero in the top 5.
Saving grace for Azure. And Dyrachyo continue to bully that bot lane. He can just be left to his own device. That's the crazy part, is now you have these support heroes who can just roam freely because the cores are just so farmed. They can handle 1v1 or even 1v2 situations.
If there's a player hero combination I would want to be playing with when I'm ahead in the early game, it's Celery Ench. This guy is an absolute terror map, and
Chalice.
Next target.
Pinecone has come again for you. Celery will claim this time 11-0 Gaimin. Oh, would this be the first kill for Azure Ray? Quinn getting pretty damn low. Berserker's Blood doing pretty good work, but he finally will fall to FY. Not exactly the hero that you would want that on if you're an Azure Ray fan, but at least they get a goddamn kill this game. Good God.
When is the last time you've seen a kill bounty of 750 minute 6?
Probably
That's how
never.
much gold they got for Quinn.
Ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. Yep, it is it's something for Azure Ray, and I think the hero that can solve this game for them has to be the Kunkka, right? You need levels on this guy so you can rotate around on the map and find setup.
Oh, getting surrounded, but FY's going to TP in to try to help out. Nice root onto the clock. Now Ace with his bear. Literally 1 versus 3, by the way. Doesn't look like he'll be able to take him out.
Fishing for a root here.
A lot of rotations, but no kills either way. Although Somnus now cutting him off from the other side. They're going to spot the bear again. Going to get inside the cogs. Dyrachyo is actually making a quick rotation through the gate. The bear will fall, and Ace is pretty damn low as a result. The clock will end up dying, but the big kill is Ace going down to Lou. Dyrachyo will clean up FY in the meantime. Can he get more out of this? Level 6 now against the level 4 TA. Dyrachyo, time lapse just in time. Earn charge still applied to Lou. Looks like he's going to survive, although Dyrachyo's not done yet.
You're kidding me, okay.
He was Shikuchi, but okay, 2 very big kills for Azure Ray, showing some signs of life here in this game number 2.
Lou is now jungling TA minute 7. Can't really have any laning presence right now with the amount of resources he has, so it's time for plan B, or I guess this is probably plan H, but no, it's a plan.
Yep.
You're right, they stemmed the bleeding, right? I think a lot of other teams sort of just kept crumbling here under the insane pressure that Gaming are putting. And at the very least, if you look at the gold, it has kind of flatlined the last 2 minutes. Not a phrase we hear a lot spoken minute 7. We usually start focusing on this minute 25, but you know,
it's something.
It's a tendency in the game that you just want to slow down, because what can happen to this Radiant lineup, as Lanham pointed out, they don't have that much control. So if you start getting items, if you start getting levels on your heroes, and you can pick the fights on your terms, you can effectively kite a lot of the Gaming Gladiators lineup quite well when you get just 1 or 2 items on your core heroes, maybe a Force Staff here or there. So step 1 to getting there is happening right now.
Yep, Celery diving with the Centaur. Clockwork in a lot of trouble. Dyrachyo's here as well. That's an easy cleanup as the boat comes in. Will connect onto Ace with the torrent as well. Ace getting really low. No ultimate yet, so he is donezo. Good 1-for-1 exchange for Azure Ray. Celery healing up. It's his first primal split of the game as Lou taking heavy damage from Dyrachyo, who's going to have to just ignore at this point. But nope, they lift him in the air. Nice job from Chalice. We'll try to set this up with the torrent, but there's the life break coming in from Quinn, applying all the pressure to Chalice now that he can't get away with that primal split. And FY getting chased by Dyrachyo as Lou will likely TP to safety. FY trying to go through the gate, but Dyrachyo has enough right click to finish the job.
This tower's definitely a goner. Honestly, quite well done by Azure Ray to not have lost the tower minute 9. You're playing against Ench, Huskar, Lone Druid. These heroes just bulldoze down these towers with an early lead, but they've stemmed the bleeding. It still hurts. We're not going to pretend that this isn't extremely game-in favored, but Azure are making it look more competitive than I was expecting 3 minutes in. A classic thing to talk past, of course. But
Yep. Quinn has his armlet, by the way, in case you're wondering. And we'll
queuing up a straight BKB here, not a halberd against TA, for example. Just going.
Yeah, what is the typical item build for a Huskar? I mean, you talked about halberd, thinking of BKB. We've seen a lot of Ags. I mean, I wouldn't say a lot, but in the Huskar picks, Ags is very popular.
It's generally Ags or BKB after the halberd, or after the armlet, I want to say. Halberd has not been a particularly popular item this patch in general. Huskar is one of the few heroes that will sometimes buy it, but smoke's going to be broken. Some will get out of there. But this tower looks pretty doomed. This is a level 7 lone druid going to work.
Yep, Dyrachyo takes the tier 1 bot as well, so already all 3 tier 1s down for Azure.
Keep in mind they had all 3 of them 1 minute ago. 9 minutes we were talking about, wow, they haven't lost a tower. And there you go.
Caster Curse, typical Synderen special.
Yep, that's what I do.
Oh, Blue gonna get spotted. Quinn with the life break. Dead shot's gonna cancel everything out. Inner fire as well. TA dead, FY next. 2 kills very quickly for Gaimin. They're gonna get a nice double stack here for Quinn as well. Already has Ogre Club coming as part of that eventual BKB. We're gonna see Ace with the Radiance at some point, so only 1,000 away from the Sacred Relic. And that is gonna be very difficult to deal with if you're Azure. Somnus, we're talking about Blade Mail still being needed. 17-3. Somnus will be spotted. Dyrachyo from one side, Celery from the other, and a Pine Cone in between. He's gonna get down the boat, but you have to think eventually he will fall here. This Dyrachyo, monster kill. Find Clockwork as well. High five Blue apparently.
I mean, Dyrachyo
continue the pressure.
He feels invincible, right? He's against 1 stun, which is hookshot.
Yep, it is available. He's gonna have to use it to get away, though. Nice job there.
They are giving them absolutely no quarter here. It's just
it's just suffocating.
You've got effectively a third of the map left now for Azure. All tier 1s down, all waves pushed. No signs of letting up on that aggression, and they shouldn't. I don't think you spend this 9k gold to just farm up a storm in the jungle. You keep denying the enemy team any presence on the map, and this will go the usual Gaming Gladiators route. Now the bad news for Gaming is they are running out of time. They have 10 minutes left to beat their record. Actually, that's not true. I think they won a game in 19 minutes against 9 Pandas, but this would be probably the lowest total series time if they could match.
Well, keep in mind, this is an elimination game, so let's not talk about that quite yet. As FY should be able to TP out here.
Talk about it now.
Well, typically you're not going to GG out of an elimination match until your throw dies, right? So I think this will be longer regardless if they're able to continue snowballing. As Quinn will be soloing the old Roche. It is scanned out though, but it looks like Roche will fall first before they even arrive. Yeah, you can see Azure now backing away. That smoke still not revealed. Maybe they can just get rid of the Aegis though. That would be pretty good. They're gonna miss the hook shot onto Celery. Gonna get torrented into the boat though. Dyrachyo coming in from the other side as the life break will connect onto the clock. That's a dead boy. 100% will burn to the burning spears. And Dyrachyo now with nice swarm hitting 3 heroes. FY. Gonna take a dead shot and will die shortly after. Another 2 quick kills for Gaimin.
Godlike minute 13 on the Weaver. He's been in 16 out of 20 kills. Dyrachyo just running the map. Absolutely crushing it together with the support duo in particular of Gaming Gladiators. Just, yeah, what a hero Weaver is when you have a great start like this. And these matchups just so free. And keep in mind, this was the first pick of the draft, right? They picked the Weaver into Pugna. And the solutions from Azure are just not there with this early disadvantage. Look at where he's farming. Like,
yeah, Blue trying to farm as safe as possible, but Dyrachyo's gonna have none of that. And Ace with the Radiance online now.
Oh boy.
Tier 2 tower already at half health. Man, how many pine cones has he found this game? He found literally any other creep?
Every time you find one, you find two. So.
I mean, still. Quinn stealing the Wisdom Rune, so adding insult to injury. Now we have a 5-man smoke from Azure Ray. They have to get something out of this. They are just bleeding from every orifice right now. Ace. Well, Tofu, he's going to find them. There's the X, though, so they will get something out of this. Gonna need more. The bear actually would be pretty freaking good for them to get. I think it's relatively low, but a big swarm from Dyrachyo. Primal Split is placed, but the TA getting decimated. The life rate's not even gonna be enough. Barely enough HP as FY continuing to suck him dry. Will be enough, actually, as Lou walking away. Nice cogs. Bouncing back Dyrachyo. The FY will likely pay the sacrifice, but he did a very good job there for Azure Ray.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. An amazing outcome for Azure Ray, given the circumstances. They are inherently extremely unfavored in every fight. There's the courier for Chalice here. I think he did get his item, though. He has the Vessel against the Huskar, so there is a path to a kill, but he has Aegis. Killing him twice is borderline impossible, so you kind of have to wait it out. Have to try to get some sort of damage item on Lou. If he can get this Deso that he's working on, maybe there's going to be enough of a punch.
Yep, Lou and company. Gonna try and force Gaimin back here. Just farming up the cogs now. Everything is Gaimin's to tank as Quinn jumps in. Nice Decrepify, gonna keep the damage off of the clock as the Aegis is already out. But Ace's Bear's creating so much space with this Radiance. The clock is gonna die very easily to the hands of Quinn himself. The tier 2 tower will fall next. Only one tier 2 remaining in the top lane. Now without that Aegis, we'll see how aggressive Gaimin want to continue to be.
Take the outpost here. I mean, my eyes are just on Dyrachyo. I'm just going to keep following this Weaver around and see who's the next target he's going to prevent from hitting a creep, because that's really been the mantra in this game is you guys don't get to have fun. I don't think Azure are having particularly much fun on anyone. So Dyrachyo, job well done. Oh, they're going to look for an opening. Yonsei is
shot. That's pretty big. He's going to get off his ult as Ace, so that's a very tanky boy, but the Spirit Vessel is applied. Battery Assault doing a good amount of damage as well. The rest of Azure can't even really connect as Tofu now coming in to try to take out the clock, but there's the life break from Quinn, focusing on the TA. Lou is dead, and somehow Ace survives throughout all of that. The rest of his team just couldn't connect.
Yeah, it's a good hook shot, but they couldn't get any damage in there. TA wasn't in range. The moment she tried to come close, she got in trouble. Brewmaster didn't have... I don't know if Chalice had split there. Maybe that could have been something. But
Azure Ray defending this tier 2 tower against the Bear. We can see Dyrachyo is just taking their tower themselves in that mid lane. Ace looks like his Bear and himself will die.
Good punish,
but it is costing them dearly. Dyrachyo looks like he'll get the range racks. Likely out with his life as well.
Oh my god, that was like a double or triple rally from the Dark Troll Summoner, so that push was stupidly quick. You bring in the rally, you bring in the Deso of the Weaver. And yeah, you find a nice kill on the lawn, but was it worth it?
Maybe it was, honestly. I don't know, actually. It is just range.
I mean, yeah, it is a net worth swing there, but doesn't really account for...
The tier 2 tower now falling.
The tower falling anyway. You lost your tier 3, you lost your range tracks. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Azure Ray, we've talked about it all tournament long. The high ground defense has been strong for most teams. Yep. Gaimin has found the secret sauce. Of course, getting 4 kills before the bounties come up is definitely a good recipe for success.
Yeah. I think Gaimin are also a little bit unused to that. That hasn't really been what they've been getting all the time, so maybe...
Yeah, if that's required in their winning ways, then it wouldn't have gone so well so far. It's not even Tormy time yet. Is Lou going to be spotted, but no stun yet from Quinn. Doesn't look like he has Ags even queued up. Looks like the AC, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a game finisher item, right? You're going to get the next Aegis, and then you're trying to push high ground.
I figured you'd want that on the Lone Druid, though.
Yeah, he wants to get the, wow,
Harpoon?
Wow, okay. Sometimes I'm old. So it's good. It's just a timing.
Oh.
Right?
Getting harassed in his own base. Life break is there from Quinn as well. Decrepify is going to keep him a little bit healthy, but not healthy enough. He just dies. FY will die next to his Ancient at 18.5 minutes. Now the mid-rack, oh, nice tidal wave. There's the buyback from the Pugna. Fortifications there. Check their racks for now. Deadshot's not going to connect, but the ensnare does. Rooted up is Somnus, left to his own devices. Quinn and company looking to finish him off. Another nice tidal wave onto 3 heroes, but look at how deep they can go. Nice time lapse coming out from Dyrachyo to keep himself safe with the kill as well. They're able to keep that TA buyback, but they really have to hold here. Tidal wave comes out, but to really no avail. And Chalice, his primal split is just so weak at this stage of the game. This is a hero that needs levels. And you're getting your tower and barracks taken out sub 20 minutes. You're just not going to have enough levels to be able to contest. He's still working on his Radiance, but I can need so much more than that. So full set of racks for Gaming Gladiators. And, you know, coming into this tournament, they've looked good, but they haven't looked as good as they have earlier in the year. Today, overall, they have looked better than any team.
I mean, they've just looked overall great in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
When it matters the most, they've turned up. No question.
And I was going to say, Chalice will be purchasing the Blade Mail instead of the Radiance, because I think you just got to go for something else at this stage. You're just going to lose the game before you can even
Gonna go ahead and
purchase
say
it.
this might be. Is this the first Brewmaster Blade Mail of the tournament? It's not a popular item at the very least. This is a plan. Okay, I think Plan H isn't where we're at anymore. We're running out of letters in the alphabet.
You can pick another one, please, by all means.
Might need to borrow some letters from the Danish alphabet for this one.
So,
a little bit of a Plan O here.
Wants Tofu. There's a 4-step onto the high ground, and he's going to live. There's a dying elephant in the crowd. I think that's in the Gaming Gladiators suite. As a Tormy will be taken out, and Celery will get his friends. Now a Deso is finally online for Lu.
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake.
Is Somnus referring to the rune fight?
Azure Ray with a smoke. And they have to find something here. That is an understatement. And you can see Clock also going for a Blade Mail. I mean, that's the great thing about Blade Mail. Use the strength of your enemy against themselves.
It might just be the best item they can buy, really. Kind of have to hope for Gaming Gladiators to go for a deep dive and
solo Tormy.
Yeah. This is one strength of TA. We haven't seen this hero played that much in the playoffs. It's the best Tormentor hero in the game, pretty much. Getting the shard here for the Pugna.
Yeah, it's either that or the Clock. Not sure either is going to make the difference, though. But at the very least, you take it away from Gaiman. At this stage, getting creeps or the Tormentor on your side of the map is a win because Gaiman doesn't claim it from you, which they have been so far in this game number 2.
And you can see Gaiman's game plan very clearly, right? You're controlling the map. You keep scouting Roche. They've got the little boys in the pit, just checking it out. And as soon as this spawns, you imagine Huskar will make his way down there, and then it's time to try to end the game for Gaiman. So just holding out for that. Will Azure Ray be able to get any key item in the meantime is the question. So TA potentially could get a Pike before it happens. And it's still far away. It's 2k gold or 1500. Maybe can find that one.
Now Quinn's he's very confident spawning now, and he's right. There it goes. That's going to be Aegis and Cheese if he's able to solo that. And Dyrachyo scouting things out on the Azure Ray side of things. The Bear going to town onto Somnus. He uses the title with Dyrachyo. Already popping the BKB. They're going to be able to find FY very easily as Chalice going to have to use that primal split, but no. He just dies. They're dying one by one, dropping like flies. 3 dead already for Azure Ray. And the hook shot's going to miss, just adding more insult to injury. Triple kill for Dyrachyo. And now Lu, is he going to die in the footstep of his own fountain? Yes! Ultra kill for Dyrachyo. Will Chalice provide the rampage?
not yet. Question mark from Dyrachio. Likely will be penalized for their next game. We'll see as GGs are called. Gaming Gladiators with a Gaben shellacking against Azure Ray. Gracious.
How ironic. They waited like 3 minutes, and then Dyrachio was like, let's go. While...
Oh, Roach spawn. Let's end the game, actually. Let's not take Roach.
Huskar wasn't even there. Quinn was in the pit while they were ending the game. Oh, my God. Okay. You said it after game one. This reminded you of the Noun series. Now we can officially say this is pretty much the exact same situation. Back-to-back, absolutely destroying the opposition. Not even remotely close this series for Gaming Gladiators. And tomorrow is going to be quite the challenge for LGD, you've got to say. This is... I personally was expecting Gaming Gladiators coming into the series as the favorites. I did not think it was going to be that was just way too
They've been playing on just a different level since making it to the lower bracket, which, by the way, was from the beginning of the playoffs overall. Panel break down this quick 2-0 absolute domination from Gaming Gladiators.
That was a very dominated performance by Gaming Gladiators. They will make it to the final day. It has not happened before that a team starting off in the lower bracket wins the Aegis, but Gaming Gladiators is definitely taking a good step in the right direction with the on the receiving end Azure Ray, who will finish their run here at the International 2023 in top 4th, which is a fantastic achievement if you consider they've only been around as a 5 squad for just a couple of months, but it will probably take a little while before they are able to look back on this result happily. We're gonna break this game down, or attempt to, as much as we can anyway, as it was a pretty fast ordeal, and I feel like Fear Gaming Gladiators was really feeling themselves that game.
Of course they were. They had played 2 20-minute games in a row yet again, going back to the beginning of the playoffs here, and this is a team that you just cannot allow to run away with their early game. They seem so confident, so we heard from Lanham that they won't be able to get stomped again, and maybe that would have been true if it wasn't for that first early game fight before the horn even sounds. They lose 4 heroes right away. Lone Group picks up 2 of them. Every lane in complete disaster, and that's exactly what you can't do against Gaming Gladiators. You can't lose your lanes because they will end the game really fast on you.
And when you think about ending the game quickly, 4 of the top 6 games in quickest form, 19 minutes for Gaming Gladiators, 22 minutes, 23 minutes, 25, 23 again. These are the games that they are winning at TI. That is incredibly quick compared to all the other teams that are taking 40 plus minutes. This is a scary team when they hit their stride.
And not just that, the confidence in bringing out these heroes that other teams didn't have faith in, right? They were the first to play Void Spirit this TI, they were the first to play Huskar this TI, and they are the ones who brought the Necrophos into meta from this road to TI until now. They are innovators and they're confident. I mean, they're here for the Aegis.
They are here for the Aegis. We're gonna of course see tomorrow if they can make it all the way. For now, though, we're gonna revel in their victory here. And on stage to do exactly that is Slacks, who's standing by with Celery.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Celery from the Gaming Gladiators. All right, well, what the hell am I supposed to talk about after that series, man? That was over pretty darn quick. How are you feeling? That was so unbelievably aggressive from you guys, who many would say is the most aggressive team here.
Many people complain that it's too much late game, too much farming. It's hard to high ground. I don't think it's hard.
It certainly doesn't seem like it, my friend. You guys are truly defining the meta. Now, here, can you finally admit that you guys were just memeing during the road to TI? I mean, you know, groups, you were losing games. Were you just pretending? Because now that you're back in front of the crowd, now that you're feeling this energy, you guys are absolutely looking unstoppable.
That would have been cool, but no, we were really bad. We learned a lot, especially from losing against Talon. I think we were lucky that they beat us up. After that, we are a different team.
And it certainly seems like it, my friend. Now, who do you think in that series was your linchpin to make sure that that worked out so well? I mean, you guys have so many stars on there, but in your opinion, you're a very humble man. I know you're not going to say yourself, even though you probably should. Who do you think brought you that great victory?
I think Anton. He played very, very aggressive. He was feeling really bad all day, but he played really good.
Yeah, did he ever end up, you know, bleh? Did he ever... Bleh?
No.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to hear. Fantastic. All right. My final question, my friend. You have been in this situation many times, but no one has ever achieved what you guys have so far, starting out in the lowers and now making their way up. It's been plenty of grand final chances. You guys are on the road one more time. How's tomorrow going to go? Are we going to see you guys in the grand finals one more time?
I mean, getting there will be the hardest. If we're there, we're definitely not losing.
Damn, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for it one more time. Dominant year, dominant game, and hopefully one hell of a dominant day coming out tomorrow. I am so pumped. Crowd, it's late at night, baby. You guys still pumped? Yeah. Oh. Never gets old, my friend. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Celery. Looking forward to a full day of Dota 2 tomorrow. But for now, of course, here, Gaming Gladiators, Game 1, they absolutely smashed it!
And Game 2, they smashed it!
They absolutely did, T, and this is going to be a very tough challenge for LGD tomorrow, who meet them in the lower bracket finals there on Sunday morning. This game, I mean, it is also one of those games, Effie, that LGD is going to look at this as like, what can you learn from this?
I mean, you can learn to ban the Chen, and then in the second game, maybe you learn to not give away 4 deaths before the lanes start.
Yeah, let's
just say that. I mean, what they can look at this for, if you're being honest, is that Gaimin are looking to play high tempo. If they can choose not to, they do not want to play these 60-minute games. So you have to find a way to address that tempo yourself, play into it, or play your own version of a tempo draft. So I think LGD are going to definitely prepare some strategies, some ways to deal with it. But, you know, Xiaowei loves to cook.
Yep.
He really does. He really does. LGD still in, Azure Ray not so much. I feel like we should do them some justice here as well as we say goodbye to them. But Fear, they've had a fantastic run.
Oh, they definitely did. They exceeded a lot of people's expectations getting here, and I've been very impressed by them as well. Like, both the teams here representing China, they did really well, and I think everyone should be proud about that.
Yeah, I think we're at a stage now, I feel like it's international, right? We're going to have 2 Chinese teams, top 4. You've got Eastern Europe, Western Europe. Like, we actually have such a mixed pack going into the final that in previous TIs, previous majors, it's always been a little bit kind of one-dimensional to some degree. So I think we are in, like, the best position possible for this TI.
Yeah, we really are, and it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to Azure Ray here at the International, especially because there are so many people around the world that would have loved to see Somnus and Chalice and FY do good at the International. Once again, top 4, definitely really good, but I know that's not what they were aiming for. And here to talk a little bit more about that is Tsunami, who's standing by with FY.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by FY and Helen, who will be helping translate. FY, you're a legend of the game, but the past few years have been kind of rocky for you. And so while I'm sure this wasn't the result that you were hoping for, is there any part of you that looks at this as the beginning of a return to form?
你是 Dota 的传奇选手之一，但是过去这几年其实成绩起起伏伏的。虽然这次的比赛结果并不是特别理想，但是你觉得是找回自己状态的第一步吗？
还可以吧。我们这次比赛的目标就是已经超额完成了嘛，就是大家都已经享受这次比赛了吧。
It's all right. I think we've already went beyond our expectations for ourselves, and everyone's just enjoying the tournament.
That's great to hear. How about your own personal expectations for this year? Because even this roster, Azure Ray, it only came to be about 3 to 4 months ago. But when 2023 started, how did you see this whole year playing out?
你对自己今年的期望是什么？因为几个月前就才刚组队嘛，在2023年开始的那一刻，你自己有什么想法吗？
今年吗？2023年。不知道，就是被拉来打 TI 了嘛。我也不知道。
I don't know. I got dragged into playing TI. I don't have no idea.
FY, that happens to some of the best players, so you're in good company. Is there anything that you'd like to say to all the fans who are very happy that you got dragged into another TI?
就被拉来打 TI 是很多很厉害的选手才会经历的事情。你有没有任何想对粉丝们说的话呢？
就这次感觉观众和粉丝都很热情嘛，所以也很感谢大家的支持吧。就是我们只能说尽力了。
Thank you for all the support. It's a passionate crowd, and all my fans are here. all I can say is I've done my best.
And we appreciate it, FY. Shesha, thank you very much. And back to the panel.
They definitely did do their best. Top 4 at the International when the competition is so stacked with the squad that you've only made 4 or 5 months ago is a hell of a feat for sure. And I hope that maybe he gets dragged into a couple more teams so we can witness his spectacle, Dota 2 spectacle on the grand stage in the future once again. This series, though, I do want to really highlight that starting fight, those deaths at the start, those were heavy ones. And to really support that, we are going to head over to Purge, who's going to talk to us about it.
Thank you, Shiver. Now, if you guys are anything like me, you fed some first bloods in your life, and sometimes you just say, it's not a big deal, just a little first blood here and there. But the game implications are huge against the best players in the world. The way that the gold translates to lane pressure changes the game in a massive, massive way. And that's because these early items are utilized in a way that puts pressure on them. In this case, the Gladiators are double attacking low here as the clockwork goes forward. And this transitions, interestingly, into a lot of pressure using the Orb of Corrosion. The Orb of Corrosion, what it does is it slows people by 13% and lowers their armor. But this is really crucial because effectively what that is doing is giving boots to both of the people attacking the guy that's slowed. So despite costing a little bit less and increasing the damage you do, it makes you so much faster that it allows you to chase them down really effectively. In fact, if I go back a clip momentarily here, they even did a really good job, even after this little fight here, letting this push. The enemy creeps were clumped up here, and there's so many of them that it's going to keep them pushed away, and thus the Templar Assassin can't even approach the lane. This is all from that first blood gold because Ace was up 1,000 gold at such an early point of the game, so he just doesn't even get to play Dota. That was the story across the map. Pro players are really good at abusing this, so you absolutely cannot give them the start that they had in this game without the consequences being that dire.
Thanks, Purge. Azure Ray felt the dire consequences of that starting fight, and they therefore are eliminated. Gaming Gladiators was a class above them, but that does also mean that we've got our final 3 of the International, which is insane. These past few weeks have flown by. But tomorrow, we are gonna witness greatness, really, truly greatness. We've seen some of the best Dota we've seen in quite a while today already, Fear. We started the day out with 2 matches in the lower bracket that both went to distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no flukes here. The best teams won today, and the top 3 now that are going to be standing, they're going to be the best in the world, and I don't know who's going to take these games. We got to the point where just like every game is so intense, and right now that like it's so close, it's so hard to say who's the best right now. Of course, Spirit has a little bit of an upper edge, but the 2 come from the lower bracket, they're going to challenge them.
Yeah, for sure. And every single team in this top 3 have such a great story. I mean, in a way, you're rooting for them all to win because LGD have been so close to that Aegis so many times, so many second place finishes. Spirit, they've won the Aegis before at TI10, but Laurel, a new addition, hasn't had that kind of success. So for them to win twice and also decorate him in such a way would be a beautiful story. And of course, Gaming Gladiators, the most dominant team of the year, have never won a TI. So if they are able to do it, they are the first curse breakers in Dota, so every single team is going to give us such a good storyline tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just happy we got some confidence from a player. All day it's been this, I respect my opponent, this and that, and finally Celery, he gets an interview, he's like, if we get to the finals, we're going to win it. We have a little bit of bravado, a bit of confidence finally from a player, so there it is tomorrow. Can't wait.
Can't wait as well. It's going to be fantastic. That does mean today has come to an end here in the Climate Pledge Arena. Thank you so much for joining us. For everyone at home, you're not going anywhere. Late game is right around the corner, and that will be right here on this channel, so you're at the right place. For everybody still left in the venue, which is still quite a few people, thank you so much for sticking around to the end. It's been a very long day. Tomorrow, though, you guys got to get your rest because it's going to be a long day tomorrow. We're starting out with a best of 3, ending out with a best of 5, potential for 8 amazing games of Dota 2. And last but not least, tomorrow we are finally crowning a champion here at the International, so you want to be awake fully, have all your focus ready for that. So thank you so much to everyone, and we will see you again for more Dota 2.
They are doing a lot of damage. The Necrophos is getting low. Can they finish? Low, and it is just cleaning up with the Glaives. And Celery don't walk through the pin, but he missed the edges. He was barely outside of that range. Gaming Gladiators, they thought we are too strong to be beat right now, but that hubris cost them a massive fight. And sliced and diced by the Glaives. No contest whatsoever. They can take down anybody they want on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Liquid will complete the comeback in style and take it in 43 minutes. Sandwiches, Liquid is this, and they are done for in this fight. They cannot stop the bear, and with the bear, they can end it right here, right now. Liquid, they don't have the buybacks. They're just hoping Gaming Gladiators don't actually go for the throw.
Not even close to buybacks. This is a game 2 win for sure here. We're going to get a game 3 between these two teams. The absolute beauty of the series right now.
Hands grab him, dies again.
Where's the team? They're all dead. I mean, meta.
Mickey against the world. ACB is going to jump onto him. Anybody help out Mickey? No chance at the Thunder, and GG is called. Gaming Gladiators will do it for the 22nd time this season. They will bring down Team Liquid.
Chalice with a sunray out. They're actually destroying them. Oh, Somnus, where are your hearts now, boy? Azure Ray, what more do you have? You have enough to finish this one off. Save tries to stop it, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. Techies is going to fall. Azure Ray takes them down bit by bit, building by building. Another blast off, almost enough to kill Chalice, but he's barely surviving. There's the infest spray. GG is called.
The two biggest targets in Field Base is calling.
Likely will be penalized for their next game. We'll see as GGs are called. Gaming Gladiators with a Gaben shellacking against Azure Ray.